Madman of the Sword Chapter 1908 to Chapter 1994. An old woman with a head full of white hair said. She was leaning on a purple walking stick. Her entire body was stooped, but the aura emitted from her body made everyone gasp for breath. Next, the experts of the fifth bloodline began to lay down an array formation to search for Lu Mingyue's whereabouts. This array formation was very terrifying. As long as they had something that Lu Mingyue had once used, they would be able to lock onto her tracks through the array formation. They believed that as long as she was in the northern region, they would definitely be able to find her. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. This was because Lin Xian had left with Lu Mingyue 3 days ago. Lin Xian had no reason to stay any longer. Moreover, he was also worried that those people would come to the northern region. Therefore, he quickly left. He used Heavenly Dragon 8 steps and left the northern region at his fastest speed. Even if the people of the fifth bloodline of the All Beginnings Holy Land brought a powerful array formation, they still wouldn't be able to find them. Lin Xian headed south, preparing to rush to the All Beginnings Holy Land. Along the way, he would send out his clones to challenge and suppress the cultivators that had entered the Tilted Moon mystic world. After receiving their notice, Lin Xian didn't immediately spread it out. Instead, he waited until he arrived in another region before he spread the news. He wouldn't allow his enemies to capture his tracks. The people of the other 6 bloodlines didn't give up either. They laid down layers upon layers of restrictions in the southern region where the All Beginnings Holy Land was located. As long as they discovered any abnormalities, they would frantically hunt and kill. If one were to fly from the northern region to the southern region of the eastern wasteland, it would take more than 10 years. Therefore, Lin Xian paid a considerable price midway and directly opened a super transmission array to descend to the southern region. Firstly, he didn't have enough time. Secondly, the notice from those holy lands and unrivaled great powers was enough. The current Lu Mingyue definitely had the qualifications to become a saintess. As long as she could return to the All Beginnings Holy Land, therefore, Lin Xian directly opened a super transmission array to arrive at the southern region. The southern region was different from the northern region. The northern region was mostly flat plains. There were even some snowy lands. As for the southern region, it was filled with birds, flowers, mountains, and rivers. The scenery was luxuriant. There were even some places that were filled with endless mountain ranges that formed hundreds of thousands of mountains. There weren't any humans. Even adults didn't dare to rashly enter. Peng, Lin Xian frowned as he walked through the vast mountains. Then, he slashed out a ray of sword qi and split a few big trees behind him. Behind the tree trunk, there was a purple demonic beast that had been split in half. After taking a few more steps, he waved his hand, and a terrifying energy smashed the poisonous bee beside him into a bloody mist. Previously, he had thought that the world of ice and snow in the northern region was somewhat troublesome. However, he did not expect that the southern region would be even more dangerous. This place was not like a world of ice and snow. The vast mountains were filled with poisonous insects and demonic beasts. Some of the venomous bugs were so venomous that they could easily kill kings. Therefore, Lin Xian had no choice but to use his methods to veil them one by one. After crossing over a dozen mountains, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. This time, he encountered a relatively powerful demon king. This demon king knew how to spit poison, and it wasn't just him, there was also a small group of demons. Therefore, Lin Xian directly launched a great battle. An earth-shattering battle unfolded, and the sound spread in all directions. All the mountains in the surrounding 1,000 miles were completely shattered. In the end, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts. The ground cracked and blood flowed like a river. However, Lin Xian's body was very clean, without a trace of blood. However, there were 4 powerful people 1,000 miles away from here. They were originally patrolling the surroundings to capture Lu Mingyue and her accomplices. However, suddenly, they felt a violent vibration 1,000 miles away. Immediately, they frowned. In the next moment, the 4 of them rose into the air and flew forward. In front, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts and took out all their cores. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned and looked into the distance. He felt that there were 4 powerful forces rushing over here at high speed. They were very fast. At first, they were still far away, but in an instant, they were nearby. Buzz, the four of them, 2 men and 2 women, were wearing chaos armor. Their auras were monstrous, and they were like gods of war. Their gazes were like lightning as they instantly locked onto Lin Xian. Speaking of which, when they first arrived here, they were also extremely shocked. The destruction in the surroundings was too terrifying. It was beyond their expectations. However, they soon discovered the figure below. When they saw the figure below, they were stunned. Then, as if they had recalled something, a sinister expression appeared on their faces. "You are Lin Xian?" They took out a picture scroll and compared it. Then, they sneered. "Brat, I didn't expect it to really be you. The heavens are helping me. Humph, you are quite cunning. My holy land sent a large number of experts to the northern region. I didn't expect you to run over to the southern region. But so what? The southern region is the territory of my All Beginnings holy land. There is an inescapable net here, waiting for you to arrive. Now, it is time for you to die." The four of them sneered, their bodies emitting terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He asked in a deep voice, "People from the All Beginnings holy land?" To be honest, he didn't expect the All Beginnings holy land to set up so many defenses. There were even people patrolling this uninhabited mountain. He sent out his soul and discovered that there were only these 4 people within a radius of several thousand miles, or even 10,000 miles. The corners of his mouth rose into a sneer. "Just the 4 of you, yet you dare to boast in front of me." Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the 4 people's faces turned gloomy. "Brat, what do you have to be so arrogant about?" "That's right. Don't think that you are invincible just because you caught that slut Lu Mingyue. Let me tell you, the 4 of us joining hands is beyond your imagination. Hurry up and kneel down. Tell us about that slut Lu Mingyue. Perhaps if we are in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you offend us, you will definitely die without a burial ground." The 4 people were incomparably arrogant. They stood in 4 different directions, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. "Brat, are you going to obediently surrender, or are you going to wait for us to attack? I advise you to see the situation clearly. There are some people you cannot provoke." "How ignorant!" Lin Xian sneered in disdain. "It seems that the 4 of you are just holed up in the southern region. You don't know anything about the northern region. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant in front of me right now. Northern region? What happened in the northern region?" The 4 people frowned. Seeing Lin Xian's fearless expression, the 4 of them became vigilant. They spread out their soul power and probed their surroundings, preventing anyone from secretly attacking them. After surveying their surroundings, they discovered that besides Lin Xian, there were no other experts around. Then, they sneered. "No matter what happens in the North region, you can't scare us. Besides, there are so many big things happening in the North region. Could it be that you did it? Don't be ridiculous. With your strength, can you do something so earth-shattering?" The 4 of them sneered and shook their heads. They were not moved at all. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian's face also darkened, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Since he had encountered them, he would not be soft-hearted. Humph, seeing that the other party dared to attack the 4 of them, the 4 sacred land martial artists in the chaotic armor immediately snorted. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a solid saber light that swept forward. "Kid, kneel down." At the same time, a blue-haired youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A terrifying palm of light appeared in the sky and slammed forward. This palm covered the sky and was like a mountain that wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his fist, and a terrifying black aura of destruction pierced through heaven and earth. His fists turned into a pair of true dragons that charged forward. Boom, the huge light shield was shattered by the black dragon. Then, the blue-haired youth screamed and held his arm as he frantically retreated. "Want to leave? It's too late." Lin Xian took a step forward and reached the side of the blue-haired young man in an instant. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the blue-haired young man in half like a heavenly blade. Explode, blood splattered and a corpse flew. A powerful sacred land martial artist was killed in an instant. What? This is impossible. The remaining 3 sacred land martial artists were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. One had to know that the blue-haired youth was a 6-star king. He was definitely a powerful existence, but now, he could not even block one move in the hands of the other party. He was killed as if he was cutting grass. This huge contrast was simply unacceptable to them. This was impossible. This was not real. How could this kid have such powerful strength? They were really crazy. This time, they received the order of the Sacred Land's 5th bloodline to look for Lu Mingyue. Because it was rumored that Lin Xian had captured Lu Mingyue, this time, Lin Xian naturally became their target. They were not familiar with Lin Xian, nor did they know that Lin Xian was the real master who killed the saint of all beginnings. Therefore, their impression of him was still in the crescent mystic world. They thought that the other party was just a small 4-star king. But now, it seemed that they were very wrong. The other party's strength was really too terrifying. He had killed a 6-star king realm expert with a wave of his hand. This kind of strength was comparable to a saint. However, if they were to run now, their pride wouldn't be able to take it. So in the next moment, the 3 people. Let's attack together and kill him. I don't believe it. This kid can block all of our attacks. That's right. Senior brother must have been careless just now. He didn't use his full strength, so he was killed. Let's use our full strength. I believe this kid will definitely die. 3 angry roars sounded, and then 3 terrifying attacks directly appeared. One of the women waved her arm, and a large green umbrella appeared, covering the sky. It was an Earth-grade treasure, and it bloomed with tens of thousands of bright lights in the air, turning into green blades. Like a rain of blades, it quickly slashed in all directions. At the same time, the other 2 people also attacked. One of the young men quickly waved his fist, and a vast aura appeared on his body. At the same time, a black tortoise appeared on his fist, and it was extremely terrifying, crushing the void. Boom, the black tortoise shadow seemed to be real, shaking the sky, and quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. On the other side, a flying sword shone with divine light, like a divine rainbow, and quickly slashed down. The 3 of them had hideous smiles on their faces, and a terrifying aura surged in the air. They believed that the 3 of them could definitely kill the other party together. Humph. Facing the terrifying attacks of the 3 people, Lin Xian was nervous. A blue cyclone appeared on his palm, blooming with terrifying cold air. Bang, he slapped out, and a terrifying icy aura erupted. The blue light that filled the sky froze the black tortoise into a huge ice block. Not only that, the green blades that filled the sky and the red flying sword were all frozen at this moment. What a terrifying power of ice. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so powerful? What kind of ice is this? How can it freeze my black tortoise? The 3 of them exclaimed, and their faces were full of horror. This was not what they had expected. In their opinion, the 3 of them were extremely terrifying, and they could definitely kill the other party. Even if they could not kill the other party, they could seriously injure him. But now, they realized that they were very wrong. The other party looked calm, and with a wave of his arm, he dealt with the 3 of their attacks. They could not believe it. The other party definitely had the combat strength of a saint, or else he would not have been able to break through their attacks so easily. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair, and then they screamed crazily, "Run, split up, don't let him catch up." In the next moment, the 3 of them did not hesitate, and a powerful force erupted from their bodies, and they fled in 3 directions. Trying to escape? Looking at the 3 of them running away, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and 3 blue cold winds whizzed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cold wind was biting cold, and wherever it passed, everything froze. Crack crack crack, the 3 of them had just moved when they were enveloped by the cold wind. Then, their bodies came into contact with a thick layer of frost. They struggled crazily, but it was completely useless. This was the evolved sea god ice, and it was extremely terrifying. It could even threaten mighty figures. Not to mention the 3 6-star kings. In an instant, the 3 of them turned into ice sculptures. Then, Lin Xian's arms shook gently, and they turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. After dealing with the four of them, Lin Xian's expression did not change at all. However, his mind was racing because he had learned from the four of them that the entire southern region had been sealed by the Wanchu sacred land. If he was not careful, he might be discovered again. However, if he did not show up, Lu Mingyue's people would not be able to find him. Then, he would not be able to bring Lu Mingyue safely into the Wanchu sacred land. This was truly a troublesome matter. After Lu Mingyue learned of this, her expression turned grave. She said gravely, "Our Wanchu sacred land is divided into 7 branches. I'm from the 7th branch. Presumably, apart from our branch, the other 6 branches all want to kill me." After all, they did not want to have another competitor. 6 branches. That's practically equivalent to the entire Wanchu sacred land. Lin Xian's expression turned grave. The dark red dragon sighed. F***ck. If I fully recovered and reached the level of a mighty figure, would I still need to be afraid of this? I'll just charge in. However, he didn't know any almighty experts. However, he thought of something else, the Black Earth ship. If he could reactivate the Black Earth ship, even almighties wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. After all, it was something left behind by an unrivaled king. However, ever since he came to the eastern wasteland from the Martial Heaven continent, the Black Earth ship's energy had been used up. If he wanted to activate it again, he would need a powerful energy source. However, it wasn't impossible. With Lin Xian's current strength, it was completely possible for him to obtain energy. Furthermore, he didn't need to fully activate it. He only needed to summon it when he was in danger, and they could enter it to avoid attacks. This way, the energy required wouldn't be too heaven-defying. At the very least, Lin Xian could still gather energy. Currently, this was the only way to contend against those almighties. However, ordinary energy sources wouldn't work. The reason he could use the heavenly Netherbird's corpse to burn the Black Earth ship was because the Black Earth ship still had some energy left. Back then, he had only activated the Black Earth ship. Now, the Black Earth ship was completely out of energy. Thus, he had to find an energy source that far surpassed the heavenly Netherbirds. Only then could he reactivate it. There were 2 methods. The first was to kill 7-star king-level demonic beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains and burn their corpses as energy. 7-star demonic beast kings were equivalent to almighties. Furthermore, they were even harder to kill than human almighties. After all, the demonic beast's physique was extremely strong, and its vitality was also incomparably tenacious. On top of that, it had a ferocious and violent demonic aura. Their demonic chi was even more ferocious than almighties in the same realm. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly and he could contend against almighties, killing such a demonic beast would still be difficult. Even if he succeeded, he would be heavily injured. Right now, he was in the territory of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If those experts discovered him and he was heavily injured, the situation would be very bad. There was also a second method, which was stone gambling. Not only did he have the martial Dao heavenly eye, but he also had the heavenly secret divine ability. Thus, his attainments in ocular techniques were extremely terrifying. Thus, as long as he swept his eyes over the place, he wouldn't miss out on any heavenly treasures. This method. It was the most reliable method. Lin Xian decided to give it a try. As long as he had 2 or 3 divine crystals as energy sources, he could activate the Black Earth ship. At that time, he would even be able to face the All Beginnings Holy Land head-on. Alright, Mingyue, you can continue recovering here. Ruffian Long, don't come out. Just stay inside and study the formation. I'll change my appearance and aura. I'll take a stroll around the gambling market in the southern region and see if I can get a few divine crystals. The southern domain was vast and filled with outstanding people. Moreover, there was a stone gambling event that was going to be held in the southern region. Lin Xian's lips curled up when he heard the news. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Originally, he wanted to go to Cloud City to find a few big stone gambling clubs and go in to have some fun, but he didn't expect that there would be a stone gambling convention. He would not miss such a grand event. The stone gambling meet was held in the southern region, but it involved all the forces in the eastern wilderness. Although the news that the Saintess of all beginnings had been killed had caused a lot of commotion recently. However, this did not stop these people from coming to gamble on stones. After all, stone gambling had been popular for a long time and had been passed down since ancient times. These stones had extraordinary origins. They could even cut divine crystals and natural treasures. It could be said that they were very magical. If they could cut out one of them, they would definitely make a fortune. Moreover, there were many legends in the eastern wilderness that said someone had cut out a divine crystal and made a fortune overnight. Therefore, many people were tempted and had been looking forward to it for a long time. As soon as the news of the stone gambling convention spread, martial artists from all over the world rushed to Nanyu. Lin Xian went to a nearby city to inquire about the news. He learned that the stone gambling convention would be held in more than 10 days. It would be held near the Dragon Transformation Pool in the southern region. At that time, there would be several great sage lands and remote antiquity families to maintain order. This was to prevent people from causing trouble. However, there was one thing that made Lin Xian frown. Although the stone gambling convention was famous, it required an invitation. In other words, not everyone could enter. He heard that if one didn't have an invitation, he could enter with someone who had an invitation. The owner of an invitation could bring 2 people in. Where could he get an invitation or find someone who had an invitation? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think of a solution. He had the black earth, so even a mighty figure couldn't detect the people inside the black earth. It could be said that Lu Mingyue was very safe. However, the dark red divine dragon was clamoring to see it. In other words, he had to get 2 places. It seemed that he had to get an invitation. Boom, just as Lin Xian was thinking of a solution, a surge of energy suddenly exploded on the street outside and swept in all directions. Lin Xian immediately opened the window and looked outside. The other warriors also poked their heads out one after another, discussing animatedly. What happened? Why did someone attack at this time? Lin Xian also looked outside and saw that there were violent energy ripples on the streets outside. 3 of the martial artists were directly sent flying. Opposite them stood an old man in a black robe. He carried a big black umbrella on his back that was shining with a cold light. Aren't they from the Golden Sunset sect? Why did someone provoke them? The crowd looked at the 3 martial artists who were vomiting blood and were shocked. The Golden Sunset sect was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. The 3 disciples were from the Golden Sunset sect. However, they didn't expect that someone would dare to attack them. Sure enough, the 3 cultivators on the street below also looked to the front and spoke with gloomy and cold expressions. How dare you attack us? Do you know that we're from the Golden Sunset sect? Old man, cut off your hands and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, when our elders come, you'll be dead. They were indeed from the Golden Sunset sect and had come to participate in the stone gambling convention. However, they were too excited and had gone ahead first. They didn't expect that someone would find trouble with them here. You 3 brats, you're too arrogant. Even if your elders see me, they won't dare to be so presumptuous. Opposite them, the old man in black grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Now, give me your invitations obediently. I'm in a good mood and can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. You're courting death. You think you can get an invitation from us? The martial artist from the Golden Sunset sect sneered. Look at you. You must be a rogue martial artist. You don't even have an invitation. How dare you cause trouble here? Provoking the Golden Sunset sect is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. The 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists roared, and then a majestic power surged in all directions. The terrifying aura, accompanied by rolling thunder, shrouded the front. Damn old things, go to hell. The 3 of them sneered. Boom. Boom, boom. They quickly waved their fists, and a golden light turned into a terrifying golden flood dragon that soared into the sky. Every flood dragon phantom seemed to be cast in gold and carried a powerful force. What a terrifying power. The 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists were definitely experts. The surrounding martial artists were shocked when they saw the scene. Humph, however, the black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. The next moment, he pulled out the big black umbrella behind him. The big black umbrella was as tall as a person. It was incomparably black, and there were dark blue lines engraved on it that flickered like stars. The big black umbrella opened and stood in the sky, as heavy as a mountain, and a majestic pressure shrouded the front. The terrifying power made people tremble. Then, a blue and black ray of light formed in the mountain. It turned into a star and charged forward. The star was extremely strange. It emitted a dazzling light and quickly blasted forward. In an instant, the 3 golden flood dragons were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, the power of the huge star did not diminish and directly blasted the 3 golden sunset sect martial artists. Boom! Boom, boom! Suddenly, the 3 of them vomited blood and were sent flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. The 3 of them joined forces, but they couldn't block the black-clothed old man's attack. Who the hell is this old man? Damn it, it's impossible. Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong? The 3 golden sunset sect martial artists were lying on the ground with a look of despair. Humph, how dare you walk outside when you don't even know me? The black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed the big black umbrella in the sky. Big star umbrella, are you old monster Dugu? The 3 golden sunset sect disciples' pupils shrank. You're quite knowledgeable. Yes, it's me. The black-clothed old man snorted. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What, he's old monster Dugu? No wonder he's so strong. That should be the big star umbrella, right? It is indeed incomparably terrifying. It's over. It seems that the 3 from Xianxia sect have kicked an iron plate this time. Yes. Although eccentric Dugu is just a loose cultivator, he is very strong. Moreover, it is said that he once dug up the tombs of many kings and obtained many treasures. Therefore, his strength is incomparably terrifying. Most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. This old monster Dugu also wants an invitation. Could it be that he also wants to participate in the stone gambling convention? Discussions broke out one after another. Clearly, everyone was still very afraid of this old monster Dugu. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this black-clothed old man called Old Man Dugu did indeed have some reputation. However, he didn't think too much about it and just watched quietly. Below, the 3 golden sunset sect martial artists clenched their teeth and said, Old monster Dugu, although you are strong, we are from golden sunset sect. If you dare to touch us, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the golden cloud sect? No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against our golden sunset sect. However, after hearing this, the black-clothed old man laughed. 3 children, I advise you to obediently hand over the invitation. Otherwise, if you anger me, I will really kill you. At most, I will hide in the mountains for 8 to 10 years. I don't believe that the Golden Sunset sect can find me in such a big place like the Eastern Wilderness. After 8 to 10 years, when I come out again, I'm afraid that no one will remember this. So, whether you want to hand it over or not, you have to think carefully. You only have one chance. Damn it, hearing the old man's threat, the 3 golden sunset sect martial artists' faces were extremely ugly. Indeed, if the old man was determined to hide, it would be difficult for the golden sunset sect to find him no matter how strong they were. Therefore, for safety reasons, the 3 of them didn't dare to take the risk. They gritted their teeth and took out an invitation reluctantly. This is the invitation to the stone gambling convention. Take it. As he said that, one of them threw the invitation forward. Buzz, eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve and took the invitation in his hand. Then, he looked at it carefully. When he found that it was indeed an invitation to the stone gambling convention, he grinned. You should have done this earlier. You could have avoided a beating. I'm in a good mood today. Get lost. I won't kill you. As he said that, eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve again. 3 surging waves of energy surged out and slapped the 3 golden sunset sect martial artists away. He let out a loud laugh, and with a flash of his body, he soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm, but no one dared to resist. After all, eccentric Dugu was so powerful that they didn't dare to offend him. However, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. His body swayed and disappeared from the restaurant like a wisp of smoke. Then, he quickly followed eccentric Dugu. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't think much of it at first. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the end, when he saw eccentric Dugu fight for the invitation to the stone gambling convention, Lin Xian had an idea. He also wanted to participate in the stone gambling convention, but he didn't have an invitation. Now, however, a good opportunity had presented itself to him. If he could defeat eccentric Dugu and get the invitation, then, he would be qualified to enter. Moreover, eccentric Dugu had snatched the invitation. He wouldn't feel guilty if he snatched it. Thinking of this, he followed unhurriedly. In front of him, eccentric Dugu's body was like a wild goose. He flew for thousands of miles and then stopped. He was surrounded by vast mountains. He was already far away from the city. Eccentric Dugu floated in the sky and suddenly turned his head. His eyes were like sharp sword chi that pierced through the void. At the same time, his cold voice sounded, "You've been following me all the way. Come out now." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Had he been discovered, however, while he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the void on the other side. It was a middle-aged man in white. He was holding a folding fan and dressed like a scholar. His face was cold as he floated in the void. His eyes were like blades as he stared ahead. "Eccentric Dugu, you really live up to your reputation. I was so careful, but you still discovered me." There's someone else." Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party's concealment skills were very good. Even he was almost fooled. It wasn't that he couldn't discover the other party, but that he didn't deliberately check. This was because he didn't expect that there would be someone with the same idea as him. However, it seemed that he had to check the surroundings carefully. Therefore, Lin Xian spread out his soul power and checked the surroundings. He found that only the middle-aged man in white was following him. After all, eccentric Dugu's strength was terrifying. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him. "Golden Brush Scholar, do you really think you can do anything to me? You really don't know what's good for you. Why? Do you want the invitation to the stone gambling convention too?" The middle-aged man in white shook his head. "It's just an invitation. It's not a big deal for me. What I'm interested in is the great astral umbrella in your hand. Old man Dugu, why don't you take out the great astral umbrella and let me play with it for a few years? You're courting death." Old man Dugu was furious. The great astral umbrella was his treasure. How could he give it to someone else? Therefore, he said coldly in the next moment. "Golden Pen Scholar, since you're courting death, don't blame me." With that, he took out the great astral umbrella from his back and released a sharp aura from his body. He was like a demon king looking down on everyone. The great astral umbrella in his hand emitted a black light. On the surface of the umbrella, there were blue lines shining like real stars. It was very mysterious. Good. I'll see the power of the great astral umbrella today." The middle-aged man in white laughed wildly. Then, a golden brush appeared in his hand. "Humph!" Old man Dugu snorted and spun the great astral umbrella in his hand, releasing a terrifying aura. The great astral umbrella shone brightly and released a silver river. It was like a heavenly blade that swept forward. The silver river carried a monstrous power. It cut through the void and swept toward the middle-aged man in white in an instant. Buzz, the middle-aged man in white was not afraid at all. He waved the golden brush in his hand and quickly danced in the air. The golden brush shone with golden light, but the lines drawn were blood-red as if they were fresh blood. There was a strong smell of blood. Soon, a picture of a demon king with a ferocious face and fangs appeared in the air. It was a picture of a demon king with a pair of wings on his back. The picture was so lifelike that anyone who saw it could not help but clap their hands and cheer. However, there was a strange change under the influence of the golden brush. The ferocious demon king seemed to have come alive. He leaped into the air and turned into a real demon king. Roar! The roar shook 3,000 miles and a terrifying force swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and watching, was shocked. He did not expect the mystic skills and dharma treasures of the two men to be so amazing. He had never seen it before. Therefore, at this moment, his eyes flickered as he watched carefully. In the sky, the terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting with resplendent light. The entire world was trembling. Boundless light erupted as the ground cracked open. The surrounding mountain peaks were directly split into two halves as boundless power surged forth. Lin Xian hid in the darkness and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, quickly widening the distance. Now that he was hit by this kind of energy, he would definitely be discovered, so he came to a safe place and silently watched the battle again. In front of him, there was a shocking explosion. Subsequently, the white-robed middle-aged man and old man Dugu each retreated 3,000 meters. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. But soon after, eccentric Dugu coldly snorted. He activated the Great Star Umbrella, and it expanded in the wind, turning into hundreds of giant umbrellas that reached the heavens. Like a giant sword that could split a mountain, a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His eyes were sharp, and his robes were fluttering. A sharp aura gushed out quickly. Together with the Great Star Umbrella, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks. As for the white-clothed scholar, he was waving the golden brush in his hand. Strange scenes appeared one after another. Defenses, swords, and terrifying beasts were displayed in the air, turning into pure energy that surged forward. The two of them fought so fiercely that the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. Everything within a radius of 10,000 li was flattened, and nothing could stop them. Humph! The terrifying golden brush in the white-clothed scholar's hand turned into golden dragons that rushed out and filled the entire sky. Each of the terrifying golden dragons was hundreds of meters long. They were extremely terrifying, and the scales on them were shining as if they were real dragons. Boom! On the other hand, the Great Star Mountain shone brightly, and thousands of silver rivers drooped down, stirring rapidly and tearing the void apart. Then, all of the golden dragons were killed. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, eccentric Duga seized an opportunity and activated the Great Star Mountain with all his might. The stars in the sky fell from the sky and directly blasted the white-clothed scholar away. The white-clothed middle-aged man vomited blood, and his white clothes were stained with blood. His face was extremely pale, and he had received a terrifying injury. Damn it! The white-clothed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He had already exerted all his strength, but he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. In the end, he could only soar into the sky and disappear. If he continued to fight, his injuries would be even more serious. Humph! Eccentric Dugu sneered when he saw the other party escape. He wasn't someone that anyone could mess with, and his Great Star Umbrella was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party was the mysterious Golden Brush Scholar, he wouldn't be afraid. With a wave of his sleeve, eccentric Dugu put away the Great Star Umbrella and turned to leave. However, at this moment, a faint voice floated from behind. Why? Are you leaving already? I haven't seen enough yet. Why don't you leave the invitation card behind? The voice was very calm and very young. It sounded like a young man. Eccentric Dugu's body stiffened when he heard that, and he frowned. There's actually someone here. And I've been observing him. Why didn't he notice me? In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, and his gaze swept across the entire void like a long knife. Who is it? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Get out here. What? You can't even find where I am. What's there to be arrogant about? I advise you to obediently put down the invitation card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't let me off so easily. The faint laughter was heard again. This voice was naturally Lin Xian's. He was hiding in the void, and he was ready to make his move. Humph, what a joke. You want me to put down the invitation card with just these few words? Don't you think you're too naive? Eccentric Dugu sneered. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Hurry up and get out here. Otherwise, if I find you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. He dares to threaten me? Eccentric Dugu gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand it. However, Lin Xian sighed. Since you're not willing to take the initiative to hand it over, don't blame me for making a move. In the next moment, he walked over from the void. What? Eccentric Dugu was stunned when he saw this scene. He had originally thought that it would be some powerful king, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. He was only in his 20s, and he couldn't see any aura fluctuations on his body. How dare someone like that threaten him? He really didn't know what was good for him. One had to know that he was eccentric Dugu. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and his strength was comparable to that of a saint. Kid, which family are you from? I think your head must have been kicked by a donkey. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. However, Lin Xian was calm after hearing that. He said indifferently, you don't have to be so arrogant. You only chased away a middle-aged scholar and 3 martial artists from the Golden Dawn sect. With such strength, you don't have to be so arrogant. To be honest, your strength is really weak in front of me. So, I advise you not to fight with me. You're courting death. Old Monster Dugu was furious. His expression was abnormally ferocious. Kid, do you know who I am? Even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to say such words in front of me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered. Although you're strong, you're still lacking compared to the real Holy Sun. And you've lived for thousands of years, yet you're inferior to the younger generation. Do you feel ashamed? If I were you, I would have obediently returned to the mountains to cultivate. Why would I go to the stone gambling convention? So, give me this invitation. Ah. I'm so angry. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Old Monster Dugu roared crazily. He couldn't tolerate the other party's contempt and ridicule. So, in the next moment, he stomped his foot and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian like a god of death. Beside him, rivers of stars connected the heavens and the earth like the Milky Way, constantly dancing. Each river of stars was as thick as a mountain, and its momentum was vast and terrifying. It carried the terrifying power of the stars. Boom, with a wave of his hand, dozens of rivers of stars tore through the void and swept toward Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Kid, go to hell. Old Monster Dugu sneered. The power of the rivers of stars was his divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying. It borrowed the power of the stars above the 9 heavens and fused with his spiritual power to refine it. Ordinary kings couldn't resist at all. In his opinion, it would only take an instant for the other party to be killed. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Facing the power of the rivers of stars, his expression was indifferent. He didn't even try to dodge. When the river of stars reached him, he stretched out his hand. In his palm, blue ice crystals appeared. Then, a terrifying power of ice burst out and rushed forward. Ka, the cold air spread throughout the entire sky, and in an instant, the 9 galaxies were completely frozen. In the sky before him, 9 blue ice pillars pierced through the sky like 9 icebergs, floating in the void. What? It was frozen. How is this possible? On the other side, Old Man Dugu was truly stunned. He did not expect that his powerful galaxy would actually be sealed in ice. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this brat have such a terrifying icy aura? Could he be an ice attribute martial artist? Eccentric Dugu's face was grave. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Kid, who are you? Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted. He did this because he wanted to figure out Lin Xian's identity. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. What? No sect? A rogue cultivator? Old Monster Dugu's eyes widened. Only a fool would believe that. Such a powerful young man could only be nurtured by the top sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. Now, the other party actually said that he didn't belong to any sect. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. One had to know that in addition to talent, young geniuses also needed a lot of resources to nurture. This kind of resources could not be taken out by ordinary sections. Only the top sects and the clan of the ancients could take it out. Kid, I originally wanted to spare your life. But since you won't tell me your identity, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Even if your elders come looking for you, they can't blame me. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted, and the murderous aura on his body quickly spread. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Go ahead. As long as you have the strength to kill me, then do it." Lin Xian was very calm. Indeed, he could even kill a holy son, let alone a mere Old Monster Dugu. Moreover, he could see that most of Old Monster Dugu's magical powers and power were on the Great Astral Umbrella. At this moment, if Old Monster Dugu did not use the Great Astral Umbrella, he would not be a match for him at all. Old Monster Dugu naturally understood this point, so he did not hesitate to use the Great Astral Umbrella. The Great Astral Umbrella swept across the sky and quickly spread out. It was like a black wave crashing in the sky. A terrifying power swept out in all directions, turning into streaks of cold blade light that slashed forward. The terrifying power of the stars, along with boundless murderous aura, arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, a boundless icy aura spread out and completely froze the sharp blade light. Then, he gently waved his palm and slapped it into countless ice cubes. After the sea god's ice evolved, it could even threaten an almighty, let alone a mere blade light attack. Seeing this scene, Old Monster Dugu's face was unusually ugly. This was because he realized that his opponent's icy power was too terrifying. It could freeze everything. This surprised him, but then he revealed a trace of malevolence. "Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an ice-based martial artist. You're unlucky to have met me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he suspended the Great Astral Umbrella in the void, and thousands of stars fell down and shrouded his body. As for himself, he took out a red gourd from his waist. "I admit that your ice is powerful, but under my blazing starfire, you can't fight back at all." "Blazing starfire?" Lin Xian looked puzzled. Old Monster Dugu, on the other hand, laughed loudly and looked very proud. The blazing starfire was a very terrifying flame that came from the lotus in the endless starry sky. "Kid, you didn't expect me to have this kind of flame, did you? Let me tell you, even a true saint wouldn't dare to resist this kind of flame. Not to mention you. So, go to hell. Who asked you to provoke me? This is what you get for provoking me." Old Monster Dugu laughed sinisterly, then opened the red gourd. Suddenly, a purple flame spread out. A terrifying temperature rose to the sky, like a sea of fire, instantly covering the entire space. The scorching heat made the void tremble. "Oh, this flame is not bad." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Old Monster Dugu to have so many treasures in his hands. First, it was the Great Astral Umbrella, then the purple flame. Lin Xian nodded slightly and then sucked hard. A powerful devouring force slashed out and turned into a huge vortex, crazily engulfing the surroundings. The surrounding sea of fire was attracted by this force and crazily rushed toward Lin Xian. Old Monster Dugu was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you're really an idiot. Even a saint would have to run away if he encountered this kind of flame, but you actually dared to provoke it. As long as you come into contact with a trace of the flame, you'll be burned to ashes." Old Monster Dugu was very confident in his blazing starfire because he knew how terrifying this kind of flame was. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He realized that Lin Xian had opened his mouth and sucked all the purple flames into his body. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body emitted a purple light, but it quickly disappeared. Nothing happened at all? How is this possible? Old Monster Dugu was really stunned. This kind of purple flame could burn any 6-star king to death. Even a saint-level figure would not dare to provoke them easily if they saw them. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. But now, this young man in front of him had easily absorbed it and was not hurt at all. He could not believe it. He did not know that Lin Xian was not only an ice-type martial artist, but also a powerful flame ability. He had the demonic hellfire in his body, which was the origin flame of the ancient demonic beast, the heavenly netherbird. In addition, the great dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the blazing starfire was powerful, it could not hurt Lin Xian at all. As soon as it entered his body, it was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Then, it was devoured by the demonic hellfire. Lin Xian realized that the demonic hellfire's energy and power had increased by quite a bit, and he immediately smiled happily. Then, he looked forward and said happily, "Old man, do you have any more magic treasures? Hurry up and use them. I can't wait any longer." Pfft, old monster Dugu was so angry that he vomited blood. He had a fierce reputation, and ordinary Saintland martial artists had to be patient when they saw him. But now, he was being provoked. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The next moment, he roared. With the great star umbrella in hand, he quickly charged over. The terrifying great astral umbrella flickered like a black spear, emitting boundless energy. Boom! Lin Xian, on the other hand, slapped his palms together to form a wall of ice that blasted forward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying great astral umbrella collided with the ice walls in the sky. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. This time, old monster Dugu was truly mad with anger. With his unparalleled might and power, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, the great star umbrella opened completely. It wasn't black inside. Instead, it was old and slightly yellowed. On its surface, there were many veined patterns. What supported the entire umbrella were white brackets that looked like bones. A terrifying aura emanated from the big star umbrella, causing Lin Xian to frown. He discovered that not only that, but there were also many terrifying scenes inside the stellar umbrella, and they were divided into a total of 4 scenes. One of them was a sea of fire that filled the sky. It was a monster that was red all over and had red wings on its back. It was born of fire. The second scene was next to it. It was a single-horned monster that held a trident in its hand. Millions of corpses lay at its feet. The third scene was a strange person that was pitch black all over and looked like a bat. He appeared out of thin air and covered the entire sky. The fourth scene was a tall giant with 4 arms and an eye on its face. It was abnormally evil. Not only was the scene evil, but it also emitted a cold and bloody aura. This aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! With a furious roar, Lin Xian slapped out a terrifying icy aura that surged forward. However, in the first scene, a sea of fire rushed out and fought against the ice. Not only that, but the images on the second, third, and fourth images also quickly distorted, forming waves of powerful energy that blasted towards Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. Old monster Dugu was abnormally ferocious. Anyone who has seen the true face of the great star umbrella has already gone to hell. You are no exception. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was indeed surprised. He did not expect that the great star umbrella was not only mysterious on the surface, but it also had the power of the stars. There was actually another world inside this place. Looking at the 4 completely different auras, it was obvious that the great star umbrella's grade was very high. It was probably a high-grade Earth-rank artifact. However, he was not afraid. With a cold snort, a sharp sword aura rushed out of his body and rushed into the sky. Wherever it passed, 4 terrifying energies were split open. Boom! The smile on old monster Dugu's face disappeared and was replaced by shock. Because he was directly sent flying by a sword light. How is this possible? He still has power. This sword light, is he a swordsman? To be honest, old monster Dugu was already stunned. Previously, he had noticed that the other party's icy aura was very terrifying and thought that the other party was an ice-type martial artist. However, when he saw this sword light, his heart collapsed. This sword light was even more terrifying. He had never seen any sword king that could release such a terrifying sword aura. Kid, who are you? Old monster Dugu gritted his teeth and asked because he found the other party too mysterious. He could not see through him at all. How could there be such a powerful young man in the world unless the other party was a genius of some sacred ground? However, he had thought of all those people, and there was no one who matched the identity of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he was very puzzled. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He said coldly, "Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then don't blame me." In the next moment, he took a step forward and his body bloomed with tens of thousands of sword lights. His entire body was like a sword immortal, emitting a monstrous spiritual aura. When this aura appeared, Old Monster Dugu's expression immediately changed. Because it was too terrifying, his body could not help but tremble. An earth-shattering sword light danced in the air like a jade dragon, slashing down at the front at high speed. Old Monster Dugu's pupils shrank. He crazily activated the Great Star Umbrella and released a terrifying attack, forming a light screen. Boom boom boom, ka ka ka, the two collided. The bright light screen only froze for a moment before it emitted a shattering sound. In the end, it directly cracked like glass. Boom, Old Monster Dugu could not escape. He could only raise the Great Star Umbrella in front of him and forcefully resist the sword. Then, he was sent flying. However, just as he stabilized his body and climbed out of the rubble that filled the sky, his scalp went numb. Because in the sky, tens of thousands of sword aura had formed a black qilin and suppressed down. Before the terrifying black qilin could land, its astonishing energy had directly shattered the ground around him. He wanted to escape, but 4 ice phoenixes suddenly appeared around him. They were extremely white and emitted a terrifying chill that completely froze the entire space. Terror, absolute terror, Old Monster Dugu's face was filled with despair. This technique was too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Pen Scholar had also used this technique, but compared to the young man in front of him, his technique was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. He had never seen any divine ability that could be so realistic. If he had not seen with his own eyes that the fire qilin and the ice phoenixes were evolved, he would have thought that they were divine beasts that existed between heaven and earth. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Old Monster Dugu shouted crazily. Don't you want the invitation to the stone gambling convention? I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he shot out a ray of light and threw the invitation out. He really did not dare to continue fighting because he felt that his life was in danger. If he continued fighting, he was afraid that she would be killed here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the invitation card. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the terrifying fire qilin and the 4 ice phoenixes quickly turned into spiritual qi and entered his body. Phew, Old Monster Dugu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, he still cupped his fists and said, I was wrong to have offended you, young master. I hope you can forgive me. The stone gambling convention is next to the Dragon Transformation Lake. You can go there now. I'll leave now. With that, he turned around and left. At that moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Wait. Buzz, Old Monster Dugu's body stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. He turned his head stiffly and revealed a fawning smile. Is there anything else, young master? To be honest, he was extremely afraid. If Lin Xian wanted to kill him now, he would be killed. It would be difficult for him to escape. However, Lin Xian said calmly, I just came to the southern region, so I don't know much about the stone gambling convention. Don't you want to go too? Why don't you come with me? Go together? Old Monster Dugu's face became very ugly when he heard this. He did not dare to stay with Lin Xian now. Because the other party was simply too dangerous. Well, this old man is just an old man. Following by young master's side is too much of a hindrance. It's better for me to leave. Besides, I just remembered that I have something to take care of, so I really can't accompany you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Old Monster Dugu turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Xian snorted and his expression darkened. What? You don't want to go with me? Old Man Dugu's body stiffened when he heard the ice-cold voice. He didn't dare to leave because a cold-killing intent enveloped him. He felt that if he dared to move, the other party would definitely make a move. Therefore, he turned around and laughed dryly again. Hee, I remember now. It's not an urgent matter. I can deal with it in a few days. Besides, since young master is alone, you must be lacking someone to do odd jobs. In that case, this old man will follow young master. Very good. Suchen smiled and nodded. Let's go then. After saying that, he stepped into the air and flew into the distance. Old Monster Dugu also followed by his side. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to leave at all. Southern region, Dragon Transformation Lake. This was a jade-green lake with beautiful scenery. It was named Dragon Transformation Lake because the shape of the lake was like a crouching dragon. The lake was green and bottomless. The scenery was pleasant and divine. It was like a paradise on earth. Near the Dragon Transformation Lake, there was a huge plain. The terrain was wide and suitable for large-scale activities. Therefore, the Stone Gambling Convention was near Dragon Transformation Lake. This time, the Stone Gambling Convention was jointly hosted by the 5 great sage. It could be said that their background was very terrifying. Absolutely no one dared to cause trouble here. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the real event began. However, many martial artists had gathered at Dragon Transformation Lake. Of course, those who could come here were all people of extraordinary status. Those without an invitation couldn't enter at all. Boom, at this moment, a huge fluctuation appeared in the sky. Then, a 5-colored ray of light descended from the sky. A group of people stood with their heads held high. They looked extraordinary as they landed near Dragon Transformation Lake. What a big show! Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant? Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. Are you stupid? Those are people from the Tuoba family. What? The Tuoba family? They're here too. Of course, the Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritual masters. How could they not come to such a stone gambling convention? Indeed, the group of people who descended were powerhouses from the Tuoba family. Each of them walked with majestic gait. Their eyes shone with a deep light. It was obvious that they had cultivated an extremely profound eye technique. After they descended, they were quickly escorted away. That was because seeker spiritual masters were extremely popular. One had to know that if one could get the help of a powerful seeker spiritual master, they would definitely be able to obtain treasures in the stone gambling convention later. If they could obtain a divine crystal, they would be rich. After the Tuoba family, the void fluctuated violently again. Even the ground began to tremble. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide. In the distant horizon, there was a huge monster flying towards them at high speed. When it got closer, the crowd realized that it was an earthen dragon. It was extremely huge, at least 100 feet long. Its entire body was made up of rocks and earth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was unusually ferocious and had a strong aura of a dragon. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? Although it was just an earthen dragon made up of rocks, its aura was too terrifying. It was as if it was a real dragon. Could it be that it was supported by the power of the dragon vein? What? Dragon vein? Heavens, is there really someone who can find such a thing? Exclamations of surprise were heard. They were from the Ouyang family. No wonder they were so powerful. The Ouyang family was here too. The Ouyang family was also one of the seeker families. They were extremely powerful and were not any weaker than the Tuoba family. In fact, they were even more powerful. In front of them, many figures stood on the earthen dragon and flew quickly towards the Dragon Transformation Lake. Soon, the earthen dragon gradually stopped. Then, it sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground also healed without a single crack. It was as if the scene that they had just seen was just a dream. However, the crowd knew that it was not a dream because there was an additional group of people in front of them. A group of powerful seeker spiritual masters. Humph, in the crowd, the Tuoba family looked at the newly arrived seeker spiritual masters and snorted. Their eyes were filled with hostility. As for the Ouyang family, their eyes flickered and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Brother Ouyang, you've also come. Right at that moment, several terrifying figures appeared. Although they had restrained their powerful auras, it was still enough to make one's heart jump. Clearly, they were all almighties. They respectfully invited the elders of the Ouyang family away. As for the youngsters of the Ouyang family, they were also quickly led away by the others. Soon after, more and more powers arrived, and the Dragon Transformation Lake became more and more lively. Later on, there were even some people fighting over the position of a seeker spirit master. Fortunately, there were 5 great sage lands overseeing the lake. Thus, no one dared to make a move. A day passed. There was only 1 day left before the real stone gambling conference began. On this day, 3 figures appeared in the sky. One was a handsome young man who looked like an immortal. One was a black-robed old man, and the other was a red dragon horse. Naturally, they were Lin Xian's group of three. The handsome young man was Lin Xian in disguise. As for the black-robed old man, he was naturally old eccentric Dugu. As for the dragon horse, it was a dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also wanted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, it had to change its form. Back then, the dark red divine dragon had directly changed into a fire qilin. Its entire body was bathed in flames, and it looked extraordinarily mighty, as if it were a true divine beast. However, Lin Xian's complexion had turned black. If he were to go out like that, even almighties would be envious. After all, qilins were ancient divine beasts that had already disappeared from the world. If such a divine beast were to appear, not to mention almighties, even the holy masters of the Holy Lands would go crazy. Thus, Lin Xian had the dark red divine dragon change its form again. With no other choice, the dark red divine dragon unwillingly changed into a simplified version of the fire qilin, making it look more like a dragon horse. Although it still looked very eye-catching, it was still much better than the fire qilin. Thus, Lin Xian agreed. A group of people descended from the sky. Look, someone else is coming down. Who is that? I don't recognize him. What's there to see? What are you looking at? What's there to see? He's not a seeker spirit master. Many people shook their heads, not paying any attention to them. However, there were still a small number of people who raised their heads and looked ahead. Then, they were stunned and screamed one after another. F***ck, what is that? Could it be the legendary qilin? It's not a qilin. A qilin is even more powerful than this. But what exactly is this? Cries of surprise could be heard. Soon, the surrounding people were also affected. They all raised their heads and looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. Among them, there were a few elders whose eyes were shining. Heavens, a mutant of the heavens and the earth. Just by looking at its aura and appearance, it's definitely a mutated species. That's right, they were all staring at the dark red dragon. Because at this moment, the dark red divine dragon had turned into a draconic horse. Its entire body was dark red, without a trace of impurities. Its 4 hooves were suffused with monstrous flames. It burned fiercely, looking mighty and extraordinary, like a divine horse made of flames. Humph, seeing the surrounding martial artists exclaim in admiration, the dark red divine dragon snorted. If not for Lin Xian stopping him, he would have already transformed into a qilin. At that time, these people's jaws would definitely drop, right? At this time, several powerful martial artists walked up and surrounded the dark red divine dragon. Damn, look at its fur. It's so shiny. Look, there are flames on its hooves. What a terrifying temperature. I really want to use it as a mount. A middle-aged man went behind the dark red divine dragon and was eager to try. Initially, the dark red divine dragon was still very proud because of the praises around it. However, when it heard the last sentence, its face immediately darkened. How dare you use it as a mount? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll kick you in the face. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. It raised its hind hooves and kicked behind it. Boom, this kick sent the middle-aged man behind it flying. A low voice was heard. Then, the middle-aged man turned into a meteor and smashed into the distance. He crashed into a mountain peak and collapsed it. Seeing this scene, the crowd was extremely shocked. The few martial artists who had surrounded the dark red divine dragon earlier also distanced themselves from it, each of them bewildered. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's too terrifying, isn't it? It can send a powerhouse flying with a kick? Damn, that's too scary. Hurry up and stay away. Otherwise, we won't even know how we're sent flying. However, a few old men's eyes lit up as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It's a mutant. What a violent power. I really want to take it for myself. Then, they quickly surrounded it. This time, they did not surround the dark red divine dragon, but Lin Xian, who was beside the dark red divine dragon. Although they also felt that the black-robed old man beside him had a powerful aura, he looked more like a servant than a housekeeper. Therefore, they looked at the handsome young man in front of them and felt that he was the young master of an aristocratic family. Therefore, these people asked, "Young master, how much are you selling this pet for? Name a price. I'll buy it for how much? I saw it first. Why are you guys joining in the fun? You saw it first? Do you have that much money? I'm a member of the Wang family. I saw this horse. How dare you snatch it from me?" Before Lin Xian could say anything, a few people who came up to ask for the price had already started fighting and arguing. However, the dark red divine dragon was so angry that his face turned black. He immediately raised his four hooves and slapped all the people around him away. "Damn, how dare you call me a pet? You're the F***king pet. Come here if you dare. I'll slap you to death." The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He realized that turning into a draconic horse was not a wise choice. However, there was no way he could turn back now. Damn, this draconic horse has a bad temper. It's too wild. However, it's more interesting to tame such a beast. If you can completely tame it, it won't betray you for the rest of its life. Keep your voice down. I think this horse is very powerful. It's not weaker than a 6-star king. Be careful not to be kicked away by its hooves. That would be embarrassing. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian felt a little helpless. He was surrounded by a group of people before even entering the stone gambling convention. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. To be honest, old Monster Dugu was also surprised. At first, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was just a long snake because he didn't know that the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. Therefore, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was a snake, a pet, and not very powerful. However, he didn't expect that it would be extremely powerful. A few of those old men were 6-star kings, and they were quite powerful. In the end, they couldn't even block one attack. One could imagine how terrifying the dark red divine dragon was. There was still a day before the real stone gambling convention, so the crowd could not enter and could only wait outside. Of course, those with status had already been invited in. The remaining people made up the majority. They had nothing to do, so some of them even started to do business. One of the gray-robed old men waved his arm and took out 7 or 8 grayish-brown stones. He placed them on the ground. He said loudly, "Come, come, come, let's warm them up. I have a few ancient mystical stones here. They're usually not open to the public, but I've reluctantly sold them during the stone gambling convention." "What? You have ancient mystical stones?" Many people crowded around when they heard that. The others sneered, "What ancient mystical stones? You must be lying. If you really have such treasures, why don't you take them out during the stone gambling convention tomorrow? You're just fooling people by taking them out now." "That's true. But who cares? There's a show to watch. Anyway, we have nothing to do now. F***ck, who's that old guy? He's so fast. How dare he steal our business?" The others had the same plan, but they did not expect that someone else would snatch the stones away. Therefore, they could not wait any longer. They took out the stones one by one and set up stalls. Anyway, if they could deceive as many as they could, they would earn enough capital today so that they could enter the stone gambling convention tomorrow and buy the real mystical stones. Someone set up a stall in advance? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Anyway, as the others said, since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. Perhaps he could really find some treasures. Therefore, Lin Xian found a stall that was closer to the stall and went to take a look. Other than Lin Xian, there were quite a number of people surrounding the stall. However, at that moment, there was a commotion behind them. Then, an extremely arrogant voice was heard, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Can't you see that my young master is here? Get out of the way." Then, the crowd dispersed, and a young man dressed in green strode over with a fan in his hand. He was dressed in green, and there was a long sword hanging from his waist. The long sword was inlaid with some beautiful divine stones. A strong wave of spiritual power was emitted from it. The young man had sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. There was infinite arrogance in his eyes. Beside him were two servants. The two servants had their noses in the air, looking very arrogant. Who is this? How can he be so arrogant? Some people around were dissatisfied. He's from the Swallow Cloud sect. Looks like his background isn't small. It's best not to offend him. The young man had an arrogant look on his face and didn't say anything. His chin was raised high, as if he didn't care about anyone. One of the two servants beside him sneered, "Let me tell you something. Our young master's father is an elder of the Swallow Cloud sect. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Get out of the way." An elder of the Yin Yin sect. Hearing this, many people were shocked and made way for him. After all, the Swallow Cloud sect was also a peerless sect. The strength of an elder in the sect was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to provoke this arrogant young man. However, there were exceptions. There were three motionless figures in front of him. They were Lin Xian and the other two. F***ck, who is this? How dare you not make way? Don't you want to live? I don't know, but this kid seems to have an extraordinary background. He actually has such a mutant by his side. I think he's probably a disciple of a large family or faction. The crowd discussed animatedly. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, the dark red dragon beside Lin Xian was too eye-catching. Moreover, there was a black-robed old man with him. Although he had restrained his aura, it still made people's hearts tremble. Such a person must have a powerful background. However, the young man from the Swallow Cloud sect frowned. Someone actually dared to put on airs in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, before he could speak, the two servants beside him shouted angrily. "Kid, who are you? Don't you have ears? Get lost." Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the dark red dragon and old monster Dugu were furious. Especially old monster Dugu, whose nerves were cold. One had to know that he was a fierce and unrestrained person. Usually, when the martial artists of the sacred grounds saw him, they would retreat. But now, someone actually dared to reprimand him. They were simply courting death. He coldly snorted and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Lin Xian mainly didn't want to provoke trouble and attract the attention of almighty experts. If that happened, he might be targeted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Humph, seeing Lin Xian stop him, old monster Dugu no longer attacked. However, he still coldly snorted. "This place is so big. Don't you have legs? Can't you take a detour? You are courting death. Our young master is so precious. You actually dare to ask him to take a detour? Are you tired of living? F***ck your grandpa." The dark red dragon exerted himself and kicked that insolent servant away. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, when he threw a tantrum, Lin Xian couldn't stop him. Therefore, his kick directly made that servant disappear. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar. However, the people from the Swallow Cloud sect also frowned. "Audacious! You dare to attack us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are?" The remaining servant gnashed his teeth and roared crazily. The other party actually dared to attack them. They were truly audacious and didn't know the difference between life and death. "Io, you still dare to be arrogant?" The dark red dragon still wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect said in a deep voice. "Enough. Don't pay attention to them." "Yes, young master," that servant said respectfully. Then, he fiercely glared at Lin Xian's group. "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Our young master is magnanimous and will let you go. Otherwise, you are dead." Lin Xian didn't pay attention to such people. In his eyes, such people were nothing more than ants. He didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the stall in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Uncle, how much are you selling these stones?" "Io, you still want to gamble on stones? Do you have money? These are all wondrous stones. Can you afford them?" On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect walked over. The servant beside him sneered. Slap, beside him, old monster Duga couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the servant's face, turning it into a pig's head. Damned servant, we can speak. Do you have the right to speak? How dare you hit me? The servant covered his face. His teeth were all broken. He was bleeding profusely as he looked at old monster Dugu in horror. However, he still shouted crazily, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Young master, you must kill him. Help me kill him." Previously, one of his servants had been sent flying. Now, another servant had been slapped in the face. This made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, his face darkened as he stared at Lin Xian, old monster Dugu, and the others. "Kid, if we weren't near the dragon transformation lake, it wouldn't be convenient for us to fight. You're all dead now. However, since you dared to provoke the Yanyan sect, I will remember you. After the stone gambling event, the three of you will not have a good ending. Just you wait." TSK, Lin Xian ignored him. Old monster Dugu snorted coldly. The dark red dragon looked at him with disdain. This kind of threat had no effect on them. The arrogant young master of the Yanyan sect also snorted coldly. "However, letting you off so easily would be letting you off too easily. Don't you want to bet on stones? Kid, do you dare to bet with me? Bet with you? Are you worthy?" Lin Xian glanced at him. He did not have any expression, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Feeling this disregard, the arrogant young man was about to go crazy. He had a noble status, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. However, this despicable kid in front of him not only looked down on him, but also ignored him. This made him mad with anger. "Why? You don't dare?" The arrogant young man sneered. "There's nothing we don't dare to do." The dark red dragon also sneered. "However, do you have enough crystals on you? Don't bet halfway and you'll be out of money. That would be embarrassing." "Humph, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you dare or not," the arrogant young man said coldly. "Okay, I'll play with you," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he looked ahead and said, "This is it." "What? Stone gambling?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd became excited and gathered around. Those who were even further away were also walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian choose a stone so easily, the surrounding crowd was shocked. The arrogant young master sneered, "You are really a country bumpkin. I haven't even told you how to play and you can't wait to choose a stone? It seems that you are an ignorant idiot. How do you want to play?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. He wasn't angry because stone gambling wasn't that difficult for him. One had to know that very few people could match his eye technique. Even those powerful seeker spirit master families might not be able to defeat him. Not to mention the insolent young man in front of him. However, young Master Qian didn't know that. He said coldly, "Let's be more direct. We'll each choose a stone, and whoever cuts out more crystals wins." "Sure." Lin Yuan nodded. "I still choose this stone. I won't change my mind." TSK, what an idiot. This stone of yours is dim and lightless at first glance. There is absolutely no crystal inside. You brat, you definitely don't know anything. Just you wait, you're going to lose this time. At this point, young Master Qian revealed a ferocious expression. "I didn't mention the consequences of losing earlier. Can I tell you now? The loser must kneel and kowtow to the winner." "What? Kneel and kowtow?" the crowd exclaimed. This was a direct slap in the face. Looking at these two young men, their identities weren't simple. If they kneeled and kowtowed in public, it would definitely be a slap in the face. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect young Master Qian to be so vicious. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Young Master Qian sneered, "Brat, how is it? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, if you dare to hit my servant, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely make you kneel at my feet, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Moreover, the rule of stone gambling is that the chosen stone can't be changed. So, you can slowly wait for your death." In young Master Qian's opinion, if the other party dared to compete with him, he was simply dead meat, he was 100% confident now. In the next moment, young Master Qian sneered. Two balls of red light appeared in his eyes and gradually expanded, forming a triangular shape. Buzz, accompanying it was a faint red light and a terrifying aura. This is an eye technique. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that although young Master Qian was arrogant, he still had the strength. Judging from his eye technique, he was definitely an expert. It's over. That brat is dead meat. Young Master Qian's eye technique is extraordinary. He will definitely be able to choose a good stone. Yeah, that brat didn't use anything and just casually chose a stone. Does he know what stone gambling is? Sounds of discussion could be heard. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Although they didn't like young Master Qian, at this moment, it seemed that Lin Xian was more likely to lose. At the side, old Monster Dugu was also feeling uneasy. That was because he also felt that Lin Xian was being too casual. No matter what, he should have used his divine ability to check it out. However, the other party didn't do anything at all and casually chose a stone. He was simply too irresponsible. He secretly observed Lin Xian's expression and found that the other party was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. Sigh, young and ignorant. Although he is powerful, it doesn't mean that his spirit-seeking technique is powerful. Old Monster Dugu shook his head in his heart. He had seen many similar situations in the past. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the dark red divine dragon at the side sneered. He knew Lin Xian's true strength. This stone gambling was nothing at all. He was already looking forward to seeing the other party's expression when the results were revealed. In front, young Master Qian's eyes flickered and swept across the stall. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up and he grabbed a stone in his hand. Young masters, this old man is running a small business. Can the two of you settle the bill first? The old man at the stall said. He was really a little worried that the two of them would cut the stone and not pay. It's just a few crystals. Do you think I'll shortchange you? Young Master Qian's face was full of disdain. Then, he tossed 5 kilograms of crystals to the other party. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Brat, don't tell me you can't even afford 5 kilograms of crystals? If that's the case, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow as soon as possible. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. With a flick of his finger, he also tossed 5 kilograms of crystals. Young Master Qian's face darkened when he saw this scene. He realized that the other party's casual attitude was really infuriating. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was indeed a little nervous. That was because it was the most critical time to cut the stone. The most exciting part of stone gambling was when the stone was cut. With one cut, one could rise to the heavens and become rich, or one could completely lose money and go bankrupt. Therefore, that was indeed the most exciting part. Crack! 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 He was very careful. Red light bloomed in his eyes, and the golden knife in his hand was as steady as a rock as he slowly lowered it. Then, the surface of the stone slowly peeled off, and the stone in his hand became smaller and smaller. Buzz, at this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up like a rainbow, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing this, young Master Qian heaved a sigh of relief, while the surrounding crowd exclaimed. There's a glow. It seems that there must be a crystal, but I wonder how much. He bought the stone with 5 kilograms of crystal. If he can't cut it into 5 kilograms, he'll lose money. Looking at the colorful luster, it should be more than 5 kilograms. Discussions broke out one after another as they paid even more attention to the situation. Young Master Qian became more and more careful. In the end, the entire surface of the stone was peeled off, and 5 kilograms of crystal appeared on the ground. 5 kilograms, he's profited. Yeah, not bad. This young Master Qian is really something. Most of these stones are useless, but I didn't expect young Master Qian to be able to cut out 5 kilograms of crystal. It was indeed shocking. Everyone was discussing, and their words were filled with envy. Indeed, 9 out of 10 people who set up stalls here were scammers. Most of the stones were useless, so most people would not cut them. They would wait until the stone gambling convention officially began the next day before cutting. However, young Master Qian was not only bold, but he also cut out 5 kilograms of crystal, which shocked the surrounding crowd. Young Master Qian was even more proud. He looked at Lin Xian provocatively, then sneered. "Kid, you're dead meat. I advise you not to cut it. I've seen your stone. It's just a useless stone. There's nothing in it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. "Yeah, that stone is dim and ugly. I don't think there's anything in it." "I think so too. I think that kid is going to lose." Even the old man who sold the stone shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he also thought that it was a useless stone. "Young master, do you want me to do it?" At this moment, old monster Dugu also spoke. He felt that if Lin Xian lost, he might as well not cut it. Now that he was using absolute power to intimidate them, the people around him would definitely not dare to say anything. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He said, "There is definitely a treasure in this stone. It's just that they don't know what it is." "There was a treasure?" Young Master Qian sneered. "You're really naive. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat all the stone skins on the ground." He didn't believe that the other party's stone would contain a treasure. "That's what you said." The dark red dragon god became spirited and said loudly, everyone heard it. "This guy is going to eat the stone skin in a while. If he doesn't eat it, then he's a bastard." Young Master Qian was so angry that his face turned black. But soon, he sneered and said, "I want to see what kind of stone you can cut out." Lin Xian didn't care at all. Using his finger as a blade, he slashed down. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more incredulous. Young Master Qian sneered, "Look at your technique. Do you think you are cutting a watermelon? Even if there is something good, it will be cut into pieces by you." However, as soon as he said that, his entire body froze. The smile on his face also became very ugly because an extremely bright light burst out from the crack. It was like a rainbow, circling in the sky. What a bright light. There really are crystals in here. Oh God, I'm not dreaming, am I? This kid's luck is too good. He randomly picked a stone and there are crystals in it. You have to know that most of the stones here are useless. Everyone was discussing, but most of them thought that it was Lin Xian's luck that was good. Even old monster Dugu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a crystal. Young Master Qian's face was also extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. How can this kid be so lucky? Humph, I don't believe that he can cut out more crystals than me." In front, Lin Xian waved his hand quickly, and the stone skins on the ground kept falling. Then, a crystal of about 5 kilograms appeared in front of everyone. 5 kilograms. He's definitely rich. Everyone's eyes were burning because crystals were essential for the cultivation of a king. However, most of these people didn't have much. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them could casually cut out 5 kilograms. This was definitely enviable. This kid can't be a seeker spirit master, right? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? It's possible. Look at his expression, he's always so calm. Damn, he can't be guessing, right? But his luck is too heaven-defying. When young Master Qian saw this, his face became extremely ugly. His entire body became ferocious as he roared crazily, "Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. How could he cut out so many crystals? Damn it, are you all well dressed?" In the next moment, young Master Qian looked at the old man selling the stones, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He even suspected that this was a trap set up for him. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The dark red dragon sneered and walked up. He stared at young Master Qian and sneered. "Are you still so arrogant? Hurry up and eat all the stone skins on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize." The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Young Master Qian's face was even uglier, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Hearing the other party's words, he wanted to die even more. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and offered such conditions because he was very confident in himself. He believed that he would definitely not lose, but now, he had lost. This surprised him greatly. Damn it, I don't believe it. You cheated. You must have colluded. Humph, aren't you just trying to deceive me? I won't fall for it. Young Master Qian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the other party had colluded or not, he wouldn't stay here because it was too embarrassing. You want to leave? It's not that simple. The dark red dragon's body swayed and immediately blocked his way. At this moment, he had turned into a flaming horse, bathed in flames. He was like an ancient divine beast standing in front of him. You're courting death. How dare you block my young master's path? Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, our old master is an elder of the Xianxia sect. If you offend us, we'll slap you to death. Is that so? The elder is very arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Is that so? The elder is so arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Now that he has lost, he wants to go back on his word. How can there be such a thing in this world? Indeed, the surrounding martial artists were in a heated discussion. That's right. He went back on his word and is the child of the Xianxia sect's elder. That's too untrustworthy. Has the Xianxia sect fallen to such a state? The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. They don't even want to honor the agreement. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the crowd was very dissatisfied. After all, they had seen what had happened previously. Young Master Qian had been so arrogant. If Lin Xian had been the one who had lost, young Master Qian would not have let him off. Get lost. Young Master Qian's face was cold. He would not honor his promise. He would rather kill him than kowtow and admit his guilt. His servant also had a fierce look on his face. Then, the power in his body exploded. A long blue saber appeared in his hand. It was as cold as ice as it slashed forward. Damned beast. How dare you block my young master's path? Die. The long blue saber in the sky turned into a stream of light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, layers of blue frost would form, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Oh my, how dare you attack me? You really don't know your place. The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. He lifted his two front hooves and stomped forward. Bang bang, two deep sounds were heard. The long blue saber in the sky was instantly broken into two. The servant's chest caved in as he was sent flying. Damn it. How dare you retaliate? Young Master Qian's face was extremely hideous when he saw this. He did not expect that the other party would dare to retaliate. Die, you bastard. He was furious. He was really furious. He struck out with both palms. Two balls of white mist appeared in his hands. They were like two clouds that were extremely ethereal. Then, he slammed his palms forward. Firmament palm. Xianxia sect's ultimate skill was displayed at this moment. It was as if endless clouds were rolling and a terrifying gale engulfed everything. The dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully because young Master Qian was only a 6-star king. Such a person was not enough for him. Therefore, he waved his shoelaces again. The fiery red light and the vast power of the shoelaces were like a red mountain as they blasted forward. Pung, the clouds churned and were directly torn apart. The red hoof directly kicked young Master Qian. Clang, at the critical moment, a white armor appeared on young Master Qian's body and blocked this shocking attack. However, his body continued to retreat, causing the ground to crack. How is this possible? How can a beast be so strong? Young Master Qian's face was filled with shock. He was a 6-star king realm, and he had even used the firmament palm strike. Yet, he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. He couldn't believe it. However, he knew that the other party might be a mutated species of heaven and earth, a powerful demon king. Therefore, he changed his strategy. He turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He directly charged towards Lin Xian. This was because he didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. Therefore, he felt that the other party wasn't powerful at all. Whoosh, countless white clouds surged out of young Master Qian's body, causing his figure to become ethereal. In an instant, he turned into a ghost and disappeared into the air. Cloud Mist Step. What a terrifying step technique. Young Master Qian's skills are indeed extraordinary. The surrounding crowd exclaimed because they could no longer see young Master Qian's figure. Lin Xian was very calm because he didn't need to do anything at all. At this moment, old monster Dugu, who was beside him, snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Xian. Then, he slapped out. Boom, a terrifying palm descended from the sky, and the surrounding space instantly froze. Everyone felt their bodies tighten as if a pair of demonic claws had grabbed their throats, and they couldn't breathe. In the void, young Master Qian's figure also appeared. His face was full of shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that the other party had easily broken through his step technique. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Young Master Qian stared at the black-clothed old man in shock. His scalp went numb, and he wanted to escape. Because he couldn't see the other party's true strength at all. Old monster Dugu sneered and grabbed with his hand. Like a demon king, he directly enveloped young Master Qian. Then, as if he was carrying a chicken, he brought young Master Qian to his side. Bang, he kicked young Master Qian's leg, and young Master Qian immediately knelt on the ground in the direction of Lin Xian. Damn it, you dare to make me kneel? You're dead meat. My father is an elder of the Yanyan sect. So what? What does it have to do with me? Old monster Dugu sneered. He didn't care about the elder of the Yanyan sect. Because even if he caused a huge disaster, he could find a barren mountain and hide for 8 to 10 years, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Ah! Young Master Qian roared angrily. He realized that this kind of threat was useless. Therefore, he had to rely on himself. In his body, the cloud-like mist exploded again, turning into a large white palm. It soared into the sky from his body and slapped towards old monster Dugu. It's useless. Don't struggle. Old monster Dugu pointed with his finger and directly pierced the large white palm. Then, he sealed all the spiritual energy in young Master Qian's body. Then, he stepped on the other party's head and made him kowtow. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Since you said such an agreement, you have to accept the punishment if you lose. Old monster Dugu said coldly. He had already kowtowed. Next, it was time to eat the stone skin. With a flip of his palm, the stone skin on the ground quickly spun and surged towards his palm. It turned into a ball. No, you can't do this to me. Young Master Qian's expression was incomparably ugly. He had already kowtowed in front of the other party and had lost face. But he didn't expect that the other party would make him eat the stone skin. This was even worse than killing him. However, he couldn't resist at all and could only be forced to swallow the stone skin. What? He really kowtowed and ate it. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect the black-clothed old man to be so powerful that he even dared to provoke the Yanyan sect. Who are they? Aren't they too strong? Who knows? They must be fierce people. But I don't think the Yanyan sect will let this go. Young Master Qian's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy beast. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian and the black-clothed old man. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. When my father comes, I will kill all of you and tear you into pieces." Scram! Old monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Get lost. Old monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Let's go too. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He looked around and found that there were no good stones here. At most, there would be a few kilograms of crystals, which was nothing to him. Therefore, it was better to wait for the stone gambling convention to officially begin tomorrow. Soon, the night passed. The next day, when the sun had just risen, everyone in the Dragon Transformation Lake was excited. Because today was the beginning of the stone gambling convention. A group of 5 great sage guards appeared in front of him. They were going to check everyone's invitations. Anyone without an invitation would be asked to leave. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd and waited quietly. However, when it was his turn, one of the guards said coldly, "Your pet can't be brought in." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Because he clearly saw that many people had brought their pets in before, and they were not stopped. However, he was stopped. It was obvious that there was a conspiracy. He spread out his soul power and found that young Master Qian from yesterday was hiding in the dark and sneering. It seemed that he was the one behind it. This time, the dark red divine dragon was also angry. He said coldly, "You're the pet. I'll kick you to death." He was too angry. The other party actually called him a pet. It was unforgivable. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Those people in front can go in. Why can't we? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Impudent." The guard shouted coldly, "Kid, don't you know where you are? How dare you question us? We have the final say here. If we say you can't go in, you can't go in." "Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. Buzz, suddenly, the arrogant guard trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, it turned into a dull look. "Can I go in now?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Yes, please come in, young master," the guard said respectfully. Then, he bowed and said, "I have offended you before. Please don't blame me." Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards were all stunned. Young Master Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, was even more stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. This shouldn't be the case. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could the other party admit defeat? He stood rooted to the ground. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and old monster Dugu strode forward. Finally, they arrived at the stone gambling convention. In front of him was a jade-green lake that emitted a dense spiritual energy, forming a faint mist on the surface. Around the dragon transformation lake, there were many exquisite stalls with all kinds of stones placed there. There were all kinds of colors and shapes. Looking from afar, there was a sea of people and strange rocks all over the place. It could really be called a flourishing age. Not only that, but Lin Xian could also see almighty-level existences everywhere. There were even some people who were even more terrifying. They had white hair and were old, but the aura in their bodies was extremely terrifying, even surpassing that of the Almighties. Lin Xian knew that those people were living fossils. He did not expect that the stone gambling convention would attract so many experts. This time, even old monster Dugu restrained his temper. Although he was usually very arrogant, in front of so many almighties and living fossils, he really had no right to be arrogant. Although there were many almighties, compared to the sea of martial artists, they were still sparse and pitiful. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would not encounter any almighties. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then, he walked towards a shop. As soon as he approached, he heard the crowd discussing, "This shop is not ordinary. I heard that the stones here were all obtained from the Black Wind Mine." "Black Wind Mine? No way, that's a very famous mine. It's said that it has something to do with the Primordium Ancient Mine, and it's very close." "What do you know?" "This Black Wind Mine was very famous in the past, but it's almost gone in recent years." At this moment, a young man said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be gone? We've all heard of the Black Wind Mine." "Yeah, don't you know? Don't talk nonsense here." The others were dissatisfied, while the young man snorted coldly. He revealed a jade pendant at his waist. An azure dragon was engraved on it. Seeing this jade pendant, many people cried out in surprise, "Ouyang family." "What? He's from the Ouyang family?" Everyone was shocked and did not dare to speak anymore. The Ouyang family was a seeker family. The people who came out of it were definitely incomparably terrifying. Since he said so, it might be true. However, there were still people who did not give up. After all, the Black Wind Mine was too famous. It was close to the Primordium Mine, and many treasures had been cut out from the stones of the Black Wind Mine. Therefore, it caused everyone's hearts to burn. Humph, as for the young man from the Ouyang family, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Black Wind Mine? Lin Xian was puzzled. Is it very famous? To be honest, although his ocular technique was unparalleled, his understanding of these mine veins was indeed inferior to other martial artists. Apart from the very famous Life Forbidden Zone, the Primordium Ancient Mine, he had never heard of any other mine veins. Not to mention the Black Wind Mine. Although Lin Xian whispered, it was still heard by the surrounding martial artists. Following that, those people turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Damn, brother, it can't be, where did you come from? You haven't even heard of the Black Point Mine? Heavens, are you sure you're here to gamble on stones? Moreover, some people did not believe that there was someone in this world who did not know about the Black Wind Mine. Not to mention these people, even old monster Dugu at the side was also extremely surprised. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily cut out more than 10 caddies of crystal stones, which shocked him. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have mastered some kind of powerful spirit-seeking technique to be able to find strange stones so easily. But now, he was puzzled again. Because the other party's knowledge was too limited. He did not even know about the Black Wind Mine. Was he really a spirit-seeking master? He was very doubtful. Seeing everyone's doubts, Suchen was speechless, so he lied, I just came out of the mountains, so I don't know what's going on outside. This time, I saw that there was a commotion, so I came to take a look. So that's how it is. Everyone came to a realization and then said enthusiastically, brother, let me tell you, the Black Wind Mine is very famous. It's close to the Primordium Ancient Mine. In the past, treasures were often cut out. For example, divine crystals, ancient spiritual herbs, and the remains of ancient weapons. In short, there are many such rare treasures. So that's how it is. After Lin Xian heard this, he finally understood. Since the black wind or vein was so famous, he would play with it. Thinking of this, he did not go anywhere else. Instead, he stood there and watched. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. He skimmed over the stones in front of him one by one. These stones were of different sizes. Some were yellow, some were black, and some were brown. Moreover, some of the stones had a crack in the middle, but it was not deep. Some people even picked up such stones and shone the cracks under the sun, but they could not see the situation inside at all. The eyes of a few experts in the surroundings flickered like divine rainbows. They stared at these stones, trying to see the situation inside clearly. However, these stones were all transported from ore veins, and those ore veins had been buried underground for tens of thousands of years. They contained divine power. Ordinary probing would not be able to see clearly, unless there were some very magical eye techniques or methods. For example, a seeker spirit master or gambling with luck. However, there were times when a seeker spirit master would make a mistake, and it was even more difficult to say if one relied on luck. Each of the stones here was very expensive. If there was nothing inside after a cut, it would be a huge loss. Ordinary kings would not be able to afford it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He looked at the increasing crowd around him and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure you know the rules of stone gambling. High revenge also means high risk. If any of you take a fancy to any stone, then buy it. There might be divine crystals inside. Of course, if you can't cut it out, don't complain. That's how stone gambling is." Hearing this, everyone nodded and discussed from time to time. Indeed, they also knew about these things, so they were exceptionally solemn. After all, the price of these stones was not low. At this moment, Lin Xian walked through the crowd and came to the front. He looked at the stones and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, how much are you selling these stones?" "The ones with openings are 80 kilograms of crystals. The ones without openings are 50 kilograms of crystals." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, his eyes flickered, and runes flickered. He stared at a stone that was half a meter tall. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he saw the scene inside the stone. There were indeed crystals inside, but they were not in the center. Instead, they were in the bottom left corner. The crystals were light green in color. There was one at the bottom left corner and one at the top right corner. In total, the two of them were the size of a rubber ball. Judging from the quality and quantity of these crystals, they definitely exceeded 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Therefore, it was not a loss to buy them. Lin Xian decided to buy it to increase his capital. 50 kilograms of crystal stones. I want this stone. Lin Xian pointed at one of the stones and said. The middle-aged boss nodded and said with a smile, Sir, you can buy it, but there are rules here. If someone offers a higher price to buy this stone within the stipulated time, then the final owner will be the person who offers the highest price. Of course, you can also raise the price. There's such a thing? Lin Xian stared blankly for a moment before asking eccentric Dugu. Old Monster Dugu said, there is indeed such a rule, but it has to be done within half an incense stick's time. After Lin Xian heard this, he understood. Since that was the case, he would also follow the rules. Seeing that Lin Xian was the first to choose a stone so quickly, the surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. So fast? Isn't it a little sloppy? I didn't see him use any strange spirit-seeking technique. Could it be that he's dreaming and wants to try his luck? He looks so familiar. I've seen him before. Right, it's him. Yesterday, he competed with the people of Swallow Cloud Sect and got 10 kilograms of crystal stones. At that time, he quickly chose a stone. Everyone thought it was a waste stone. Who would have thought that he would get 10 kilograms of crystal stones? What? There's such a thing. The surrounding people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in confusion. However, they still did not believe it. After all, 50 kilograms of crystal stones was not a small amount, so they all watched. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked over. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his eyes were very spirited. His fingers were very wide, and he wore a black plate on his thumb that emitted a mysterious power and a faint light. The middle-aged man in a green robe came to the front of the stall and looked carefully. Soon, he stared at the stone that Lin Xian had chosen. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and touched the stone. The black ring flashed with strange runes. The middle-aged man in a green robe frowned, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he pulled back his palm. The stall owner said, Fellow cultivator, this young master has already bid for 50 kilograms of crystal stones. If you want it, the price must be higher than that. Hearing that, the middle-aged man in a green robe glanced at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, I'll bid 150 kilograms of crystal stones, 150 kilograms. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the middle-aged man in a green robe to bid such a high price. Lin Xian was also surprised. Did the middle-aged man also notice the crystal stones? However, although he was surprised, he quickly calmed down. After all, many experts from the eastern wilderness had gathered at the stone gambling convention. If he could see it, the other experts could naturally see it too. However, there was no need for him to buy the 150 kilograms of crystal stones. Because even if he bought it, he would not earn much. Therefore, he shook his head and did not raise the price again. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, the stall owner said, Fellow cultivator, this stone is yours. The middle-aged man in a green robe gave the crystal stones, took the half-meter-tall stone, and nodded slightly. He did not leave. Instead, he cut the stone on the spot. Seeing that someone was cutting the stone in public, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed and were extremely excited. After all, compared to buying the stone, cutting the stone was more exciting. Someone is cutting the stone in public. When the surrounding people saw that, they quickly gathered. Very quickly, the stall was packed to the brim. The middle-aged man in a green robe looked serious. His eyes flickered as he looked at the stone in front of him. Then, he pulled out a small black knife. The small knife was very simple. It was neither gold nor stone. No one knew what material it was made of. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a green robe held it in his hand. The surrounding people also held their breaths. They knew that no one could disturb him at this time. Whoosh, the middle-aged man in a green robe cut the stone from the middle. He cut it very carefully. Soon, he had to stop and watch. However, when he cut 1/3 of the stone, there was no light. Not necessarily. What's the rush? It's only 1/3 of the way through. Usually, things will be in the center. It's still early. If it's in the center, doesn't that mean that even if it's a treasure, it's very small? Could it be that it's a loss? What do you know? Someone sneered. Treasures aren't judged by their size. A divine crystal the size of a fingernail or 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Which one do you choose? Hearing this, many people stopped talking. Even if it was a divine crystal the size of a fingernail, its value and energy were definitely incomparable to ordinary crystals. Legend had it that divine crystals contained mysterious power and were extremely mysterious. The green-robed middle-aged man naturally knew this, so even if there was no light after 1/3 of the way through, he could still remain calm. His palm was very steady as he slowly cut off the stone's skin. However, the green-robed middle-aged man soon broke out in a cold sweat, and even his expression became very ugly. That was because he had already cut half of the way through, but there was still no light. This meant that he might have misjudged, and this stone might be a useless stone. Not only him, but the surrounding people also began to discuss. It's already halfway through, and there's still no light. This time, it should be a useless stone. Those who believed firmly before were also shaken because, under normal circumstances, treasures would be in the center of the stone. However, now that there was no light, it meant that there was no treasure. At this moment, they could no longer find a reason to think that the stone in front of them was a treasure. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew that there was definitely a crystal in this stone, but the other party had cut it in the wrong place. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was an old man with gray hair and a hooked nose. He gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivator, it's already halfway. Do you still want to cut it? If you don't want to continue, I'll buy this stone for 15 kilograms of crystals. What do you think?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. It was already a useless stone, but someone still wanted to buy it. Could it be that there was something fishy about this stone? For a moment, many people were tempted. However, the gray-haired old man just snorted coldly, and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body, intimidating everyone. Feeling this terrifying aura, many people shut their mouths. As for the gray-haired old man, he looked to the front and asked, "What do you think?" The green-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "No need, I'll continue." To be honest, he was very confident in his spirit-seeking technique. He clearly felt that this stone contained a huge amount of spiritual power. There must be a treasure inside, but why couldn't it be cut out? Moreover, he had only cut half of it. He had seen some treasures under the stones before. Therefore, he would not give up or admit defeat until the very last moment. Seeing that the other party was still persisting, the gray-haired elder harumphed coldly before retreating back into the crowd. The middle-aged man with the green bump waved his arm again. The black dagger seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, swallowing and spitting out light as it continued to cut the stone. Crack crack, in the end, the half-meter-tall rock was cut in half, but no crystal appeared. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, he had spent 150 kilograms of crystal stones to buy this stone. Now that he had nothing to cut out, he was naturally losing money. The gray-haired old man sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. "Impossible, my senses can't be wrong. There must be a crystal stone inside." The green-robed man could not accept this situation. Then, he waved the dagger in his hand and two black rays of light shot out. Like the Styx River, they slashed towards the stone. Once again, the stone that had been cut in half was cut into 4 halves. However, there was still nothing to be seen. Seeing this, his expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he would make a mistake on his first try. This was not good news for him. Old Man Gudu heaved a sigh of relief because this thing was originally bought by Lin Xian. Fortunately, it was snatched away by someone else. Otherwise, if Lin Xian bought it, he would definitely waste 50 kilograms of crystal stones. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He knew Lin Xian's strength, but he did not expect that there was nothing inside. Therefore, he asked, "Kid, what's going on? Did you make a mistake too?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I didn't make a mistake. There are indeed crystals inside, and there are quite a lot of them. However, he cut in the wrong place. The crystals are in the lower left and upper right corner. He didn't touch those two places at all. I see. The dark red dragon understood. It turned out that the green-robed middle-aged man was quite pitiful. However, at that moment, Lin Xian spoke up. Fellow Taoist, I'll pay you 10 nephrite crystals for these rocks. Are you willing to sell them to me? What? Someone else made a bid? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. These are useless stones. The ones underground are even more worthless. Why would someone buy them? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he too rich and has nowhere to spend it? It's that kid again. He wanted to buy this stone before, but he didn't get it. Now he wants the fragments of those useless stones. What is he trying to do? Who knows? He's probably a rich second-generation heir. He has a lot of crystals and can spend them however he wants. Discussions broke out one after another. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must be out of his mind to buy a piece of scrap rock that had been cut off. In the crowd, even the gray-haired old man from before sneered. Previously, he thought that the stone might still contain treasures, but now that it had been cut in half, how could there be any treasures? Now that someone had made a bid, it was purely a waste of crystals. The green-robed middle-aged man was also surprised, but he still nodded and agreed. After all, if he could get back 10 caddies of crystals, it would be less of a loss. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lin Xian ignored the other's words and gave the other party 10 crystals. Then, he waved his hand and put away the 4 pieces of gravel on the ground. He really bought it. No way, is he out of his mind? Who knows? Ignore this kid. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know anything. Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Instead, they looked at the other stones. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very satisfied. These people actually dared to mock him. What idiots, this time, he had made a huge bargain. The crystals inside were about 75 to 60 caddies, so he was willing to buy the 100 caddies. However, he wouldn't buy the 150 caddies. That was because there was no profit to be made. Now, however, he had only spent 10 caddies of crystals and bought 150 to 10 caddies of crystals. Among them, he had earned more than 140 caddies of crystals for free. However, old monster Duga didn't know. He felt that Lin Xian really had nowhere to spend his money. He actually bought useless stones. The dark red dragon was happy. This feeling of making a fortune silently was simply awesome. However, hearing the sneers and ridicule of the people around him, the dark red dragon was very unhappy. He pulled Lin Xian and said, "Kid, why don't you cut it here? I want to see what kind of expressions they will have after you cut it out." Alright. Being ridiculed by so many people, Lin Xian was also unhappy in his heart, so he planned to cut the stones on the side. Oh my god, it's real. At the side, the corner of old monster Dugu's mouth twitched. Previously, when he bought these 4 broken stones, he had already been ridiculed for a long time. Now, this young master in front of him was actually going to cut the stones in front of everyone. And it was 4 pieces of useless stones. Wasn't this deliberately looking for a joke? Old monster Dugu had a feeling of wanting to run away. He couldn't afford to lose this old face. I say, old man, what's with your expression? You don't believe us, do you? When the dark red dragon saw old monster Dugu's expression, he was immediately unhappy. He leaned over and said, "Yes, what, do you think it's embarrassing? Don't worry, this kid's strength is far beyond your imagination. Just wait, when the time comes, the ones who will be dumbfounded will be them." Hee hee. Hearing this, old monster Dugu rolled his eyes. He didn't believe such words, so he used his mana. Immediately, a purple mist formed a mask on his face, revealing only his 2 eyes. It was best for him to cover his face now so that he wouldn't embarrass himself when the time came. On the other side, Lin Xian was preparing to cut the stones. His fingers were like knives, and a resplendent light appeared on his palm, turning into a sharp blade. This light naturally attracted the attention of others. Immediately, the people who were originally surrounding the stall turned their heads one after another. When they saw that Lin Xian was actually going to cut those useless stones, one by one, they began to discuss. Look, this kid is really going to cut these useless stones. No, he might as well find a random stone in the mountains to cut these things. I reckon that's better than this. Sigh, young people nowadays don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can cut out a treasure from a piece of rock. That brat is probably going to cry in a while. We have to watch the show. Many people sneered and turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian. They decided to watch the show. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He used his fingers as a blade and chopped down with lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian attacked ruthlessly and decisively. His fingers moved like a swimming dragon. Light flickered and shattered rocks fell from the sky. What the hell, so fast? What does he want? Is he cutting the rock, or is he planning to cut the rock into pieces? When those people saw this scene, they were even more stunned. Big brother, are you here to show off your stone-cutting skills? That must be it. It's definitely not for the sake of cutting the stone. However, some of the old men sneered. There can't be anything good inside. He's just showing off. He might as well cut it and see if it's practical. If he can cut out a crystal, I'll eat all of these rocks. Buzz, however, at that moment, Lin Xian chopped down again. Immediately, a green light flashed and rushed in all directions. A ray of light came out from the waste rock. The rich aura was intoxicating, and the spiritual power in their bodies was mobilized. The green light seemed to be jade green, and it carried a faint glow that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. A crystal was dug out from a waste rock, and it seemed to be of good quality. Heavens, how is that possible? That's a waste rock. How could there be something inside? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hit me twice and see if I'm dreaming. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good, isn't it? He just randomly picked up 2 stones and he was able to cut out a crystal? His luck is too good. Exclamations could be heard. Soon, the surrounding warriors looked over. The green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man in the crowd were even more shocked when they saw the scene. Especially the green-robed middle-aged man. His face was really green this time. He thought about how he had been cutting for such a long time and did not find a single crystal. But now, the other party had cut out 2 pieces of waste rock and found a crystal. This was a slap to his face. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, a semicircular crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was half the size of a soccer ball. The emerald green light shone like a top-grade jade. Damn, it's such a big piece, how much did this kid spend to buy it? This piece must be 70 to 80 kilograms, right? This kid spent 10 crystals to buy it, but he actually cut out 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. Damn, that's simply heaven-defying. God, this kid might be a seeker spirit master. How could that be? He must be a seeker spirit master. Otherwise, how could he cut out such a crystal from waste rock? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and there was an uproar. The gray-robed old man also had a face full of regret. Why didn't he buy it back then? If he had bought it, these crystals would be his now. The green-robed middle-aged man's breathing was even more rapid. That was waste rock. A piece of waste rock could produce 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't even get a single crystal. Wasn't this gap a little too big? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This was nothing. There was still one more piece that hadn't been cut out. Let's see if you can still mock me when I cut out another 70 to 80 kilograms. He was extremely proud now. He thought about how these people had mocked him and thought that he was an idiot. But now, feeling these people's amazed and admiring gazes, the dark red divine dragon was in a good mood. Beside him, old monster Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell was going on? How could he cut out so many crystals from a piece of waste rock? Paw, 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 he slapped his own face. Old man, how boring is it to slap yourself in the face? Do you want me to slap you? The dark red divine dragon walked over. No, there's no need. I believe it's true. I believe it, okay? Old Monster Dugu wanted to cry but had no tears. He realized that the young man in front of him was simply a monster. Soon, Lin Xian's second crystal was cut out. It was another 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. The two of them together weighed a total of 150 to 60 kilograms. This result made everyone go crazy. The green-robed middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was due to anger. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't get a single crystal. The other party only spent 10 kilograms of crystal, but he got 150 kilograms. The organization earned more than 140 kilograms. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even powerful Seeker Spirit Master families like the Ouyang family and the Tuoba family might not be able to do it, right? Heavens, who was this kid? Which family was he from? Sir, are you interested in joining us? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. We'll split the items equally. What's the point of splitting it evenly? Let's split it 30 to 70. A group of people came to rope in Lin Xian. Obviously, they were shocked by such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. If they could bring such a person to their side, they might be able to cut out divine crystals. As long as they could cut out a piece of divine crystal, they would be rich. Lin Xian rejected all of these invitations. That was because his goal this time was also the divine crystals. Moreover, he would not team up with these people. However, at this moment, he frowned. That was because he felt that there was a hidden killing intent in the crowd that was surging towards him. The next moment, he turned his head to look. He saw a gray-robed old man standing in the crowd. His expression was abnormally cold. There was a gray light in his eyes that flickered with a strange power. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice carried a powerful soul power that directly exploded in the gray-robed old man's ear. Puff, the next moment, the gray-robed old man's body trembled. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his face was filled with fear. He turned around and fled. He did not dare to stay here at all. The surrounding people looked at each other in shock. They did not know what had happened. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party actually dared to have ideas about him. He really did not know what was good for him. Next, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he went to the front to prepare and continue to choose stones. The surrounding people made way for him in a very respectful manner. The owner of the stall was also breathing heavily. He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. Thinking of this, he immediately grinned. Because with such a spirit-seeking master, it would definitely be a huge advertisement. He believed that it would not be long before his stall would definitely become famous. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, I didn't expect sir to be a powerful spirit-seeking master. I hope you can forgive me for not treating you well before. How about this, sir, the stones you choose here will be sold at a 10% discount. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was even more shocked and envious. Although it was only a 10% discount, it could save a lot of crystals. Thank you very much. Lin Xian also smiled. He didn't think that the identity of a Seeker Spirit Master would be so useful. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. Mysterious symbols revolved around him as he looked at the stones in front of him. Soon, he chose another 2 stones. The 2 stones added up to 200 caddies of crystal stones. After the 10% discount, it was 180 caddies of crystal stones. Lin Xian paid the money and took the 2 stones to his side. One of them was gray, and there were spots all over it. The other piece was strangely shaped, like a dog. These 2 stones were very strange and attracted the attention of everyone. However, the more bizarre its appearance was, the more one had to be careful. This was because these strange-looking stones often didn't have anything inside. Many of these people were veterans, so they had heard of such things countless times. When they saw that Lin Xian had actually chosen 2 such peculiar stones, they all frowned. No way, he actually chose 2 hollow heart stones. Many people cried out in surprise, while others asked, Hollow stone, what is that? A hollow heart stone is a stone that looks strange on the outside, but has no treasures inside. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and then looked at Lin Xian. They began to discuss. Since everyone knew about these stones, why did he choose them? Could it be that he has a special opinion? Not necessarily. These stones probably don't have anything good. I'm guessing that this guy was just lucky before. Is that so? No wonder. Maybe he really can't cut anything out of them. Voices of discussion rose. The middle-aged man in the green robe from before didn't leave either. He stood there and watched. When he saw that Lin Xian had chosen 2 hollow heart stones, he immediately sneered. This guy must have been lucky before to be able to cut out so many crystals. Now that he chose the hollow heart stone, it directly exposed his ignorance. Just wait and see. This time, he would definitely suffer a loss. The middle-aged man in the green robe watched gloatingly from the side. Old Monster Dugu also became suspicious again. He asked softly, "Young master, this is a hollow heart stone. Are you confident? Don't lose money again." Hollow heart stone? What's that? Lin Xian shook his head. He had never heard of these names. The next moment, he said indifferently, "Well, old man, come here. I'll give you a chance. Now, cut this stone." He handed the dog-shaped stone to Old Monster Dugu. "What? You want me to cut it? Are you sure?" Old Monster Dugu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to do such a thing. "Yes, don't worry. Cut it boldly." With that, Lin Xian gave the other black-mottled stone to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also excited. He had been impatient for a long time. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was extremely powerful. In other words, there must be a treasure in this stone. Next, it was time for him to show off his skills. You guys just wait. This emperor will definitely cut out a supreme-grade divine crystal." Old Monster Dugu also took a deep breath. His expression was abnormally solemn. Since Lin Xian asked him to cut, he wouldn't hesitate. The next moment, he waved his hand and pulled out a purple knife, preparing to cut the stone. His hand was very steady, like a boulder. Moreover, his knife technique was very precise. Every time he cut the stone skin, he absolutely didn't miss a single detail. As more and more stone skin fell, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists became more and more solemn. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the stone in front of him. About an incense stick's worth of time passed, and Old Monster Dugu had only cut a third. His breathing had been very steady, but his eyes had some doubt. Because he didn't quite believe that there would be a treasure in this hollow heart stone. Buzz, however, after cutting a few more times, a resplendent multicolored light suddenly lit up. It was like a cloud of fire, floating in the air. "Treasure, there's a treasure! He really cut it out." When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in surprise again. They didn't expect that a treasure could be cut out from this hollow heart stone. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with excitement. But soon, he took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Then, he carefully cut off the stone skin. Gradually, the red crystal was revealed. Although only a palm-sized side was revealed, everyone could see that the crystal was completely red and its color was very uniform. There was a faint stream of light rotating inside, emitting a dense spiritual power. "This is a fire cloud crystal." An old man cried out in surprise, looking very excited. He was an elder of a large sect and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, he recognized the crystal that was like a cloud of fire. Seeing that someone was confused, the elder explained that other than ordinary crystals, supreme-grade substandard crystals, and deity crystals, there was an extremely special crystal known as the variant crystal. Although their value was not as high as real deity crystals, they were much better than supreme-grade substandard deity crystals. Moreover, the fire cloud crystal in front of them contained pure fire attribute energy. If a fire attribute king obtained it, he would definitely be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. "What? This is a variant crystal that surpasses supreme-grade substandard deity crystals." Everyone exclaimed with their eyes wide open. They did not expect that the other party would randomly choose 2 hollow stones and cut out such a variant crystal from one of them. The dark red divine dragon also stopped cutting the stone and laughed. "Who dares to say that we are relying on luck now?" Hearing that, everyone fell silent. The first time was luck, the second time was luck, but what about the third time? His luck could not be so good all the time. Moreover, it was a variant crystal this time. This meant that the young man in front of them had an extremely powerful spirit-seeking technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. The green-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, went crazy. He roared crazily, "Impossible. D****, how can he be so powerful?" At the end of his sentence, his hair was disheveled, and he ran outside like a madman. Obviously, he was driven crazy by the scene in front of him. However, at this moment, the elder who had explained earlier chuckled. "Young master, can we make a deal? You have already cut out a fire cloud crystal, but the size is still uncertain. How about this? I'll buy this fire cloud crystal with 500 kilograms of crystal." "What? 500 kilograms of crystal?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, clearly stunned by this shocking price. Old Monster Dugu's hand trembled, and the purple dagger in his hand almost fell. He did not expect that the stone he cut out would be worth 500 kilograms of crystal. Although he was powerful, he was a rogue cultivator after all. Although he had thousands of kilograms of crystal, he did not dare to spend it like that. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. This was because he had already seen it with his Tianji god eyes. Even if this variant flame cloud gem was cut out, the final price would only be around 500 kilograms of crystal stones. Moreover, there was another benefit to selling it now, which was that it could increase his mysteriousness and raise his status. This made everyone even more convinced that he was a powerful seeker spirit master. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and directly made the deal with the other party. With the 500 kilograms of crystals in hand, Lin Xian stored them in the black earth. The elder waved his hand and put away the rare flame cloud gem. Then, he left the place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Then, they began to discuss fervently. In the next moment, they all turned their gazes to the stone beside the dark red divine dragon because they also wanted to know if a treasure could be cut out from this hollow stone. Feeling the gazes of so many people, the dark red divine dragon also felt the pressure. He asked via voice transmission, "Kid, tell me if there's a treasure in this stone or not. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Don't worry, there's a treasure, and its value is not lower than the rare flame cloud gem from before." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he spat out red lightning and began to cut the stone. Crackle, the light flashed and the momentum was terrifying, but the dark red divine dragon controlled it very precisely and did not damage anything inside. The stone skin quickly fell off. Everyone held their breaths and was extremely nervous. That was because they were 80% confident that there was a treasure inside. Buzz, at this moment, a blue light appeared and formed a river in the sky, making splashing sounds. It's here, there's really a treasure." Moreover, this phenomenon should not be an ordinary crystal. Everyone exclaimed and was extremely excited. The dark red divine dragon also continued to strike with lightning. Then, the crystal inside became bigger and bigger and was exposed to everyone. This time, it was not completely cut out, only revealing a crystal surface. The crystal was aqua blue, like the ocean and the starry sky, extremely deep. Everyone looked at the aqua blue stone and was extremely shocked. With their previous experience, they now knew that this crystal should also be a rare crystal, and it seemed to be a water-type rare crystal. Its value was definitely not lower than the flame cloud gem from before. At this moment, a person said in a deep voice, "Young master, stop cutting it. I'm willing to buy it for 800 caddies of crystals." Another fat man in purple clothes said loudly, 800 caddies is nothing. I'll pay 1,000 caddies of crystals. I'll pay 1,100 caddies of crystals. A middle-aged woman made a bid. Everyone was shocked and completely dumbfounded. They did not expect this stone to have such a high price. It was unbelievable. In the end, the water-type rare crystal was sold for 1,300 caddies of crystals, and it was bought by the middle-aged woman. In just a short while, Lin Xian had more than 2,000 caddies of crystals in his hands. The speed of making a fortune made everyone jealous. And Lin Xian's reputation also quickly spread. Not long after, most people knew that such a young and incomparably powerful seeker spirit master had appeared. Young master, if you're so powerful, why don't you go inside and take a look? Legend has it that there are strange stones dug out from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. What? There's such a stone? When Lin Xian heard this, he was also moved. The Primordium ancient mine was a forbidden zone for life. Legend had it that even the sacred lord of a sacred land did not dare to enter. Such a forbidden zone for life could be said to be incomparably terrifying. However, after asking around, Lin Xian understood. These strange stones were not obtained from the Primordium ancient mine, but from the mines at the edge. Because it was relatively close to the Primordium ancient mine, it carried endless mystery. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very curious about such a stone. Thus, he walked towards the dragon transformation lake. There were even more people inside. There was a sea of people, and it was almost impossible to squeeze through. Everyone was here to look at those strange stones. Because they usually could not see them, only this time they could see them up close. Lin Xian relied on the prestige that he had just obtained from cutting the stone, so everyone made way for him. He easily came to the front. He discovered that there were not many stones in front, only a few dozen pieces. The number of these stones was not as many as the ones on a stall outside. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Because these stones were all obtained from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. Moreover, the prices here were very expensive. Ordinary people could only look at them. They couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian took a look. The cheap ones cost 700 to 800 caddies of crystal stones. Under normal circumstances, it was about 1,000 caddies of crystal stones. The better ones even cost a few thousand caddies of crystal stones. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy such stones at all. Because if they couldn't even cut anything out, they would lose a lot of money. Stone gambling was a very evil thing. No one could guarantee that there would be treasures in these stones obtained from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. Have you heard? The kid in front is very powerful. He cut out 2 rare crystals. He's probably a genius from some family of spirit seekers. What? He cut out rare crystals? Which family is he from? He's very unfamiliar. As expected, there will be a genius Lin Xian appearing at every stone gambling convention. Many people looked at Lin Xian and discussed spiritedly. They were talking about what he had done just now. Humph, what genius Lin Xian? How dare he call himself a genius in front of the Tuoba family? At this moment, a disdainful snort was heard. Then, a young man in a black robe with triangular eyes glanced at Lin Xian arrogantly. Kid, which family are you from? Tell me your name. Let me see if you're qualified to be here. It's none of your business. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. The other party was from the Tuoba family, and he didn't have a good impression of this family. You're courting death. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? The black-robed young man's face was gloomy. No one dared to disrespect him. The dark red dragon sneered, I don't care who you are. If you dare to be arrogant again, I'll kick you to death. You're not allowed to fight here. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, the terrifying aura of a mighty figure quickly appeared in the surroundings. This was a warning because there were strange stones in front of them. If they fought, just the aftermath of the energy could damage these stones. The price of damaging each stone was great. Therefore, the people of the 5 great sage lands would not allow anyone to fight here. This powerful being level pressure was the first warning. If the other party still did not listen, they would definitely attack immediately and kill the danger in the cradle. Humph, the black-robed young man snorted when he felt the pressure. His face darkened. Even though he was a genius of the Tuoba family, he didn't dare to be impudent here. However, he did not intend to let Lin Xian and the others off so easily. Thus, he coldly said, Brat, didn't you call yourself a seeker spirit master genius? Do you dare to bet with me? I'm going to expose you in front of everyone, you trash. Bet with you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Are you worthy? Courting death. Do you know who I am? I am Taba Tianfeng. The black-robed young man said proudly. And when the surrounding warriors heard this name, they also exclaimed. What? It's actually him. Tuoba Tianfeng is the third genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Yeah, I didn't expect him to come. I heard that Tuoba Tianfeng's seeker spirit skill is extremely terrifying. Even the older generation of seeker spirit masters are no match for him. It's over. That brat offended Tuoba Tianfeng. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people had heard of Tuoba Tianfeng's name. Lin Xian curled his lips. Is Tuoba Tianfeng very famous? I've never heard of him. The dark red divine dragon also had a look of disdain. Yeah, he's only third. What's there to be arrogant about? Brat, hurry up and bring the person who's ranked first in your family over for a walk. Hearing this, old monster Dugu's mouth twitched. These two lords were too troublesome. They hadn't even heard of Tuoba Tianfeng. How dare they provoke the Tuoba family? Did they not know what kind of existence the Tuoba family was? The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. After hearing this, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned even colder. Brat, don't be so arrogant here. Do you dare to have a bet with me? A loser or a father-son battle? The dark red divine dragon laughed coldly. You don't know what's good for you. I won't bully you. Tuoba Tianfeng laughed coldly. How about this? Whoever loses will bark like a dog 3 times. How about it? Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian said nonchalantly. I want to hear how your dog barks. Humph. When Tuoba Tianfeng heard this, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. However, now was not the time to make a move. He decided to first defeat Lin Xian in the seeker spirit skill. After the stone gambling event, he would kill Lin Xian to vent his anger. In the next moment, a cold light bloomed in his eyes. His gaze was like a divine rainbow. Then, strange runes appeared on his palm, shining with a mysterious power. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also held their breaths. They knew that the competition was about to begin. This time, the stall owner was a mighty figure. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. His eyes were shining. At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng was quite extraordinary. The runes in his hand flickered non-stop as they swept across the strange stones. They were like dancing spirits. The red divine rainbow in his eyes was dozens of feet long, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. What a terrifying eye technique. In the crowd, some of the older generation exclaimed. They were all powerful seeker spirit masters, but they felt a strong sense of defeat in front of this young man. Soon, a smile appeared on Tuoba Tianfeng's face. He chose a stone and said in a clear voice, "We're together." It was a stone that was half the height of a human and shaped like a spirit monkey. It contained an endless amount of spirit energy. One could tell at a glance that it was real. Seeing this, the stall owner nodded his head slightly. He was also an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. Seeing that Tuoba Tianfeng chose the spirit monkey-shaped stone, he said in a low voice, "This stone is not bad. After my appraisal, there should be a treasure inside. It's just that I wonder what the rating of this treasure is like." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. If even the Almighty said so, then this stone must be extraordinary. This stone was 1,300 kilograms of crystals. Tuoba Tianfeng quickly handed over the crystals and then waited at the side with the stone. He sneered, "Kid, it's your turn. Don't tell me you don't have money and can't afford the stones here." Lin Xian had been squinting because he was also looking at the stones. He realized that although Tuoba Tianfeng was arrogant, he was indeed powerful. The stones that he chose contained treasures. According to Lin Xian's speculation, they were at least exotic crystals. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. But so what? He had the heavenly secret divine eyes. He didn't think that he would lose to the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he walked forward and his eyes flickered with strange runes. Like a celestial emperor, he scanned the stones. Buzz. Buzz. What kind of eye technique is that? It's so magical. I feel like my eye technique is being suppressed. Heavens, this kid is definitely not simple. Who is he? What's his background? At this moment, those powerful seeker spirit masters also put away their contemptuous expressions. They realized that Lin Xian was indeed very strong. He could definitely fight against Taba Tianfeng. Even the stall owner looked at Lin Xian in surprise. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly now. He had improved greatly compared to before. Therefore, he could hide the golden light of the heavenly secret divine eye. No matter how the mighty figure probed, he couldn't see through it. He would never have thought that it was the heavenly secret divine eye. On the other side, Taba Tianfeng's face darkened. He naturally felt a pressure from his soul. The other party's eye technique made him feel extremely threatened. Inside his sleeves, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he was extremely nervous. Because this was related to his reputation. If he lost, he would have to bark like a dog. That would be worse than death. However, although the other party's eye technique was powerful, he still believed that the other party couldn't beat him. One had to know that the spirit-seeking technique wasn't just an eye technique. There were other spirit-seeking techniques. He came from the Taba family and was the third genius. His spirit-seeking technique was definitely incomparably powerful. It was definitely not something that the other party could compare to. Thinking of this, he sneered again. On the other side, Lin Xian used his eye technique to look at the strange stones. The more he probed, the heavier his heart became. Because through the heavenly secret divine eye, he could clearly see the situation inside the stones. He could tell at a glance whether an ordinary stone contained crystals and how many kilograms it contained. But now, he realized that he couldn't see clearly. There were layers of black mist inside the stones, like demonic qi that didn't dissipate. He had never encountered such a situation with any of the previous stones. Are these the stones from the edge of the primordium ancient mine? They're indeed very evil. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. These were only the stones at the edge. He really didn't know what kind of existence was buried in the primordium ancient mine. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. The bet with Taba Tianfeng was a small matter. He was more concerned about what was inside these stones. One had to know that his goal this time was to find divine crystals. Divine crystals were very rare, and ordinary stones couldn't contain them. The stones from the edge of the primordium ancient mine were very likely to contain divine crystals. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. It's been so long and you still haven't chosen? You're still calling yourself a genius? I think you're more like an idiot. At this moment, Taba Tianfeng coldly snorted. F*CK, arrogant my ass. The dark red divine dragon stood out and said coldly, cutting the stone is a gamble. Cutting the treasure will determine the quality of the treasure. You of the heavens, you're so fast. Did you do it 7 times a night with 5 seconds each time? Pfft. Hearing this, many warriors laughed, because they naturally knew what this meant. Hearing that, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned terrifyingly dark. His lungs were about to explode from anger. The Longma in front of him was too despicable. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party and cut him into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He had already eliminated 15 stones and continued to search among the remaining stones. Soon, his eyes lit up. Because he had found a stone. The stone was a faint yellow and had an irregular shape. He couldn't tell what it was. There were 3 cracks on it, about 1/3 of the way through. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. What he really cared about was the thing inside the stone. Relying on the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that there was a ball of golden flame burning fiercely inside the stone. However, there was a lump of black mist surrounding the golden yellow flames. Therefore, there was nothing unusual outside at all. This was also why he couldn't detect the 3 cracks even though they were 1/3 of the way through. I've chosen. I want this stone, Lin Xian said as he pointed at the stone with 3 cracks. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The Almighty at the stall also said in a deep voice, you have to think carefully. Are you sure you want this stone? That's right. I've chosen it. It's this stone. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Tuoba Tianfeng was the first to laugh. His words were full of disdain and mockery. Kid, I thought you had some strength, but now it seems that you're really an idiot. You want this kind of stone that has been cut? What an idiot. He sneered and his eyes were full of disdain. It seemed that he was going to win this time. The surrounding people were also discussing. Someone said, "That's right. There are already 3 cracks on the stone. And looking at the way it was cut, it should have been done by an extremely powerful seeker." What? Those are cracks? That's how it came about. Some cultivators didn't know and were shocked when they heard this. Little brother, I think you should change to another stone. These stones have been cut by powerful seeker. But in the end, they all gave up. These are stones from the Primordium ancient mine. They're very strange. This stone is obviously a waste. So, you'd better change to another one. Yeah, you definitely won't be able to cut anything from this one. However, Lin Xian's expression was firm. He said indifferently, "There's no need to change. I'm confident in this one." Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're still confident? How ignorant are you? At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered again. Do you know the origin of this stone? Do you know the origin of those 3 cracks? Those 3 cracks were made by an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. One of them was cut out by an elder of our Tuoba family. However, our elder only cut a third of it and found that there was nothing inside. That's why he gave up. Could it be that you think your vision is better than the elders of our family? Better than 3 extremely powerful seeker spirit masters? Tuoba Tianfeng's words were full of disdain. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Is that so? Your elder cut it? Looks like your elders are really blind. They wasted such a good treasure for nothing. You're courting death. Tuoba Tianfeng was furious. Damn kid, you're so arrogant. You'll cry when the stone is cut out. With that, he waved his sleeves and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian did not care about this threat at all. He looked at the stall owner and said in a deep voice, "Senior, how much is this stone?" This stone's original price is 3,000 caddies of crystals, but there are already 3 cracks on it. Therefore, it won't be too expensive. It's only 500 caddies of crystals. You can buy it if you want. 500 caddies. Lin Xian nodded. This price was really cheap. He did not have any doubts and quickly handed over the 500 caddies of crystals. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took the stone with 3 cracks to his side. Sigh. He's too young. He doesn't know his limits. Many of the older seeker spirit masters shook their heads and sighed. The other warriors also shook their heads. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the crowd, the disciples of the Tuoba family sneered at this moment. How dare he come here to gamble with stones at this level? He really doesn't know what's good for him. What genius seeker spirit master. I think he was just lucky before. Kid, your luck has come to an end this time. You want to compare yourself to my big brother Tuoba Tianfeng with this little strength? You really don't know your limits. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat the entire stone. Are you sure you want to eat a stone? The dark red divine dragon stood out and looked at him coldly. Kid, it's you. I see you. When there's a treasure in this stone, I'll definitely throw all the remaining useless stones into your mouth. Feeling the dark red divine dragon's cold gaze, the Tuoba family disciple felt his scalp go numb. That was because the murderous intent in the other party's eyes was too terrifying. He could not bear it. Therefore, in the next moment, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. Tuoba Tianfeng sneered and stood out to block that gaze. Then, he said, Kid, it's useless to say anything more. Let's cut the stone. With that, he waved his hand, and the dust and gravel on the ground flew up, creating a vacuum. Then, he carefully put away the stone in his hand, took out a small knife that shone with a cold light, and quickly cut the stone. The saber light flickered like a cold wind. The terrifying saber light fell and peeled off the stone. When it was only a third of the way through, a bright light shone and rushed out through the cracks. Those multicolored lights were like crimson flames, and they even emitted a wave of heat. There's light. There must be treasures inside. Everyone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that they would appear when they were only a third of the way through. It seemed that not only were there treasures inside, there were definitely a lot of them. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? This is our big brother Taba Tianfeng's strength. In front of our big brother Taba Tianfeng, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Brat, you dare to compete with our big brother? You're dead meat. The people that Tuoba Tianfeng brought with him sneered, while the others in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. Those powerful seeker spirit masters also kept nodding their heads. Indeed, judging from its appearance and luster, it was definitely a type of crystal, and there was a lot of it. At the very least, he could sell it for a few thousand caddies. This time, he would definitely make a killing. The corners of Tuoba Tianfeng's mouth curled up. Since he had cut out a type of crystal, his heart calmed down. Next, it was time to see how many crystals there were. He didn't stop, but continued to cut the stone. After one side was cut out, he cut to the other side. Buzz, not long after, another ray of light shot out, but this time, it was different from the fiery red light from before. Instead, it was a blue light. Along with it, there was also a terrifying icy aura. In an instant, snowflakes fell from the sky. Not only that, the surrounding temperature continued to drop, and frost formed on the ground, spreading in all directions. It was as if this place was going to turn into a world of ice and snow. So cold. Many people were shocked, and they all circulated their spiritual energy to resist. However, what shocked them even more was the change in the crystal. The aura that was emitted before was like fire, and it was like a wave of fire that distorted the void. But now, it was incomparably cold, and everyone was frozen. This kind of completely opposite aura actually appeared in the same stone. It was really shocking. What was going on? Was there more than one type of crystal inside? Everyone was shocked, and the powerful seeker spirit masters also frowned. The almighty stall owner's eyes lit up, and 2 rays of divine red light shot out from his eyes as he stared ahead. Surprise, it was extremely surprising, not to mention them, even Tuoba Tianfeng was also very surprised. He knew that there was a type of crystal inside, but he didn't expect there to be 2 of them, and 2 of them were of completely opposite attributes. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. One piece of rare crystal was already a huge profit. Now that there were 2 of them, and they were both ice and fire type crystals, they could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Sure enough, after the frost crystal stone appeared, someone immediately made a bid. 3,000 caddies of crystals, I'll buy the type of crystal now. You want to buy it with only 3,000 caddies? What a joke. I'll pay 2,000 caddies. I'll pay 450 caddies. One bid after another sounded, but Tuoba Tianfeng didn't sell. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Kid, how is it? Now you know my strength. Someone like you is nothing in front of me at all. I'd like to see what you have to compete with me. You'll see. When Lin Xian saw the man take out a xenogeneic crystal with ice and fire elements, he wasn't surprised. He had already checked this stone before, and this situation wasn't out of his expectations. No matter how strong the other party was, it was only a type of crystal, while the one in his hand had an 80% chance of containing a divine crystal. As long as it was a small piece of divine crystal, it would definitely be worth more than the other party. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate anymore. Rays of sword light appeared on his fingertips, and Lin Xian began to cut his own stone. Although everyone saw this scene, they didn't pay much attention to it. This was because countless powerful seeker spirit masters had already said that the stone was a piece of trash, and it was impossible to cut out a treasure. Moreover, 3 powerful seeker spirit masters had already cut out 3 cracks, but in the end, they didn't do anything. Clearly, this was a stone that everyone had given up on. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to it, and instead looked at Tuoba Tianfeng. There, terrifying multicolored light surrounded it, and it was as red as fire. On the other side, it was as cold as ice. 2. Completely opposite scenes covered the surrounding sky. Such a miraculous scene, they naturally had to worship and admire it. F***ck, what's with the arrogance? Isn't it just a type of crystal? It's not like we haven't cut it out before. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure. Lin Xian nodded, looking unusually calm. Beside him, old man Duga covered his face with his hands. Young master, where did you get your confidence from? That's a rare crystal of ice and fire attributes, it's extremely precious. Unless you cut out a divine crystal, there's probably nothing that can compete with it. Could it be that this kid in front of him wanted to cut out a piece of divine crystal? He didn't dare to imagine. However, when Lin Xian's finger landed on the stone, it cut through a third of the stone. A fourth crack appeared on the stone. However, there was no light at all. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads. See, I told you there's no treasure, but he didn't listen. This kid is hopeless. How dare he compare himself to Tuoba Tian? He's asking for humiliation. The people of the Tuoba family sneered, "Kid, wait for me to bark like a dog." Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes again. This was because there was a layer of demonic black fog below. It was this fog that blocked the divine crystal inside. He didn't know what this black fog was, but he instinctively felt that it was evil. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying aura was added to the sword chi. Then, Lin Xian's finger fell again, and the terrifying sword light continued to cut. Puff, soon, the sword chi collided with the black demonic chi in the stone. Immediately, Lin Xian felt a resistance. He raised his eyebrows, very surprised. One had to know that the dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. Even a 6-star king couldn't withstand his sword. However, the black fog inside blocked it. It had to be said that it was very surprising, no wonder the 3 powerful seeker spirit masters had given up. They probably couldn't get rid of the black demonic chi inside. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the dragon sword soul in his body, so he snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul circulated again, and a terrifying attack power surged quickly. The light on the tip of his finger became stronger and stronger, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword. Chi, finally, under the fierce sword light, the black demonic chi inside was finally cut open, and even the sound of ice melting could be heard. However, the process was extremely slow. Beads of water even appeared on Lin Xian's forehead. Looking at this scene, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered in disdain. "I say, you're really stupid. You're sweating from cutting an ordinary stone? What a waste." The surrounding disciples of the Tuoba family sneered, "Someone like you dares to come out and embarrass yourself? Hurry up and scram. Do you have a kidney deficiency? You're sweating even when cutting a stone. You're so useless." Lin Xian only sneered in response to these words because he was now 100% sure that the stone in his hand definitely contained a divine crystal. He didn't need to refute at all. He only needed to cut out the divine crystal. At that time, everyone would know who was the one being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, the sword chi in his hand became sharp again. Hoo, the black demonic chi in the stone decreased until it was finally completely destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. Then, a golden light surged out from the crack. Boom, in the next moment, the golden light shot into the sky, creating an earth-shattering phenomenon. This scene shocked everyone. At this moment, the surrounding warriors raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Heavens, there's light. No way, what did I just see? There's light in a piece of useless stone? Could there really be a treasure? The surrounding people were extremely shocked. At this moment, not only were the ordinary warriors stunned, but even the powerful seeker spirit masters, the powerhouses of the stall, and Tuoba Tianfeng were stunned. There's really a treasure. This kid's luck is too good. You'll know once you try. This is definitely not luck, this is definitely strength. I actually misjudged him. Discussions were heard all around. As Lin Xian slashed again, even more golden light shot into the sky. The sky was originally filled with red flames and blue ice, but now it was suppressed and even dimmed. Not only that, the light swayed in the wind as if it was worshipping the golden light. It was like a subject meeting an emperor. This scene made everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. Tuoba Tianfeng's face was also full of shock. Damn it! How was this possible? How could he cut out a crystal? That was clearly a piece of useless stone. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His expression was extremely ugly. Because he would rather die than believe that Lin Xian could cut out a crystal. One had to know that an elder of his family had seen that stone before and shook his head in the end, believing that there was no treasure in it. Not only their elder, but two other powerful seeker spirit masters had also examined it. In the end, they gave up. The three powerful seeker spirit masters unanimously believed that it was a piece of useless stone, but now, this useless stone was emitting such a dazzling light. In an instant, Tuoba Tianfeng was completely stunned. Whoosh, Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and slashed again. More and more golden light covered the sky, illuminating the entire sky in a golden color. Not only that, the golden light rolled and turned into balls of golden flames that kept dancing and illuminating the surroundings. What a dense aura, what a terrifying scene. On the side, old monster Dugu was also stunned. He originally thought that Suchen would lose this time, but he did not expect such a shocking reversal. Not to mention what the crystal inside was, the light alone was enough to suppress the ice and fire crystal. Ha 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 ha. The dark red divine dragon laughed maniacally. He laughed proudly and said, "Who was the one who said this was a useless rock? Who said that there was water in our heads? Come out. See if this emperor doesn't break your faces." Speechless, completely speechless. No one dared to say anything because they were completely stunned. If they came out now, they would be courting death. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. The disciples of the Tuoba family shook their heads crazily, their faces full of fear. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could Lin Xian cut out such a terrifying scene? Impossible? The dark red dragon sneered, then stepped out and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, it's you. I'll remember you. You were the one who said that if we cut out a crystal, you would eat the rest of the stone. Wait, don't leave later. I'll feed you the stone. No, the disciple fell to the ground with a plop. His face was lifeless and abnormally pale. There was a yellow liquid flowing out from under his legs, and it smelled very bad. At that moment, Tuoba Tianfeng turned around with an ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "What's wrong with that? It's not just a good image. Do you know that there's something called ghost striking stone? There are a few stones that can produce extremely terrifying scenes, shocking the heavens. But in the end, there's nothing. This is ghost striking stone. Kid, the stone in your hand is definitely ghost striking stone. You can't possibly cut out a real treasure." At the end, Tuoba Tianfeng was almost roaring because he would not allow himself to fail. However, the heavens seemed to be joking with him. Just as he finished roaring, the stone in Lin Xian's hand cracked open. A golden light shone from the huge crack. A golden crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was very bright, like a small sun. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. There were balls of golden flames dancing on it, emitting a rich fragrance. With a light sniff of the fragrance, everyone could feel the spiritual energy in their bodies boiling. Tuoba Tianfeng opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. His face was extremely red because he had just said that the other party could not cut out anything. In the end, the other party cut it out. This slap directly stunned him. The surrounding seeker spirit masters were even more shocked, and the stall owner exclaimed, "Divine crystal. Heavens, you actually cut out a divine crystal." What? A divine crystal? Hearing that, everyone went crazy. Their eyes turned red as they looked forward. They originally thought that Lin Xian would at most cut out a foreign crystal. But the quality was better than Tuoba Tianfeng's. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. This was not a foreign crystal at all, but a real divine crystal, that was a divine crystal, something that only appeared in legends. Ordinary people would not have it. Only the big shots of the top sects and sacred grounds would have such things. And there were very few of them. Usually, they would not see it. But now, a young man had cut out a divine crystal in front of him. Whoosh, at this moment, a wisp of green smoke appeared in the crowd. It turned into a ghost and instantly charged at Lin Xian. The figure transformed into a ghost face and pounced on the golden divine crystal on the ground. Not good, someone is going to attack. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They had never imagined that someone would dare to make a move at a time like this to plunder the divine crystals. Lin Xian's face also changed. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul within his body was about to erupt. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. How could he allow others to snatch it away? However, before he could make a move, a cold snort suddenly came from the sky. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Then, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky and turned into a shocking sword light, instantly piercing through the ground. With a loud boom, the terrifying purple thunder nailed a figure to the ground. Blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The figure struggled for a moment, and then stopped breathing. Everything happened too quickly. This time, it was already over before anyone could react. However, when they came back to their senses, they all looked at the ground in front of them. On the ground, there was an old man in a gray robe. His eyes were wide open as if he could not believe that he would be killed in one move. I know him. He's an elder of the Limitless sect. He's extremely powerful. I didn't expect him to be killed in one move. An almighty. It must be an almighty. Moreover, it was not an ordinary almighty. Everyone's scalps went numb. That bolt of purple lightning just now was too terrifying. It made all of them feel like they were about to be killed at any moment. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. How dare you make a move in the dragon transformation lake? Kill without mercy. This voice was filled with thick murderous intent and majesty, causing everyone to tremble. However, this sound came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and it became a sunny day again. The sun shone down, and only the corpse on the ground and the flowing blood showed that the scene just now was not a dream. However, the corpse and blood were cleaned up quickly, and the entire place returned to its original state. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by the golden divine crystal in Lin Xian's hand. The golden divine crystal was the size of a fist, and there were balls of golden flames jumping on it. Every time it jumped, it brought with it a powerful spiritual energy. Looking at this scene, many people swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with shock and envy. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon stood out and looked around. He sneered and said, Who said that we're idiots? Who said that we can't cut it out? I think you're the idiots. You're all blind. You don't want such a good divine crystal. You even said that it was useless. What a joke. The dark red divine dragon sneered. He was really angry just now. These people dared to mock him before, so he naturally wanted to return the favor. The surrounding people were silent. The powerful seeker spirit masters also shook their heads and sighed. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Although they were a little unhappy with the dark red divine dragon's words, what he said was the truth. They actually let go of a divine crystal for nothing. They really wanted to die. Soon, the dark red divine dragon turned his head and stared at Tuoba Tianfeng and the Tuoba family disciples. The corners of his mouth curled up. Tuoba Tianfeng? Third in the family? How arrogant. If you're so capable, cut the divine crystal and let me see. Also, weren't you trash very arrogant before? Now you're arrogant. See if I don't slap you to death. Tuoba Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. As for the disciples around him, their faces were ashen and filled with despair. Your Tuoba family is really trash. Didn't an elder cut a third of it? You're actually proud of him. In my opinion, he's the biggest idiot. If he cut a little deeper, there might be a divine crystal. But your elder is really too stupid. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. At the end, the dark red divine dragon looked up and laughed. Damn it, how dare you insult our elder Zhang? I'll fight you to the death. The Tuoba family disciples all stood out, their eyes ferocious. Hey, you still dare to jump out? I was just about to look for you. Didn't you say that if we cut out a treasure, you'd eat the stones? Come on, there's a lot of stones on the ground. I'll feed you all one by one. Hearing this, the disciples who stood out were stunned. They had indeed said that. But before that, they didn't think that the dark red divine dragon would be able to cut out a divine crystal. The dark red dragon was powerful, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. In an instant, he threw all the stones on the ground into the mouths of these people. Woo-woo, these people struggled madly, as if they wanted to die. The surrounding crowd was also discussing. They had never thought that the Tuoba family would be defeated one day. The disciples of the Tuoba family were forced to eat stones, and their faces were ashen. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, they even had the urge to run away. However, Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there. Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there, but he was still in a daze. He struggled madly in his heart, not daring to believe it. He was a prodigy, the third prodigy of the Tuoba family. He was powerful, and his spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. Even the older generation of spirit-seeking masters was no match for him. Today, he had even obtained an extraordinarily precious ice and fire dual attribute crystal. He was proud of himself. Next, he was waiting to be respected by tens of thousands of people, and then humiliate the other party. However, he didn't expect that this despicable kid in front of him would obtain a divine crystal. That was something even more precious than a special crystal. That was why he had been standing high above the clouds. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the sky to hell. The ice and fire crystals in front of him were laughable and not worth mentioning at all. He couldn't accept this huge contrast. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said calmly, "Tuoba Tianfeng, the third prodigy? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." What? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Tuoba Tianfeng finally came back to his senses. However, when he thought of his promise, his expression turned ugly. He even wanted to turn around and run. "You want to leave?" The dark red dragon sneered and stopped him. "Are you being shameless? You're not going to keep your promise? You're a prodigy of the Tuoba family. Are all Tuoba family members so untrustworthy?" Behind him, Lin Xian opened his mouth and said, "It's fine if you want to go back on your word. However, from today onwards, the members of the Tuoba family will have to bow to me and stay away from me." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Tuoba Tianfeng roared madly, "Don't even think about it." What kind of status did the Tuoba family have? It was a powerful family of spirit seekers in the eastern wilderness, respected by tens of thousands of people. However, at that moment, they had to bow to a brat and back off. That was a disgrace to the Tuoba family. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let such a thing happen. The dark red dragon sneered, "If you don't want to do that, then hurry up and bark like a dog. How dare you humiliate our big brother Tuoba?" At this moment, the disciples of the Tuoba family stood out again. However, the dark red divine dragon glared at him. "Why? Do you want to eat rocks again? Do you want me to feed you again?" Recalling the frightening scene from before, these disciples did not dare to stand out anymore, and all of them shrank back like turtles. The crowd quickly discussed among themselves as their gazes landed on Tuoba Tianfeng. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. After all, they had nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Now that they could see such a powerful family being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. What Tuoba family? Looks like that's all there is to it. They don't even want to fulfill their promise. What a joke. Yeah, they were said to be on par with the Ouyang family. Now, it seems like they're too far apart. Third genius? They're a disgrace to their family. Such a person should just bang his head against the wall and die. Hearing the discussions around him, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. I, Tuoba Tianfeng, am not someone who goes back on his word. Go ahead and bark." As he said that, he barked. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This guy really dared to bark. Woof. Woof, woof. After barking, Tuoba Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and fainted. Damn, he really barked. This bro must be out of his mind. Sigh, this is unbelievable. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene here. If this news gets out, it'll definitely shock the entire stone gambling convention. The third genius of the Tuoba family barked like a dog. This news is too shocking. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. They were simply crazy. The dark red divine dragon sneered, "Carry this dog and get out of here." The remaining disciples of the Tuoba family did not dare to make a scene. They hurriedly carried Tuoba Tianfeng and left the place dejectedly. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. Among them, a few powerful warriors surrounded Lin Xian. They quickly said, "Young master, are you selling the divine crystal in your hand? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. What treasure do you want? I can exchange it with you. Cultivation techniques, treasured weapons, defensive equipment, or other spiritual medicine? I'm willing to exchange it with you." Even the stall owner had offered a very attractive price. Many people had their eyes on the divine crystal. After all, such a heaven-defying item was hard to come by. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He still had a use for it, so he would not exchange it with anyone, nor would he sell it. After politely rejecting these people, Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the stall owner said, "Young master, if you want to sell it, you can come to the Dian's sacred land. If there's a need, I'll go." Lin Xian nodded and left. After he left, the news spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire stone gambling convention knew that someone had obtained a divine crystal. Moreover, the third genius of the Tuoba family was barking like a dog in public. These two pieces of news were like bombs that blew everyone's minds. The Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritualists. They were very famous in the eastern wilderness. Everyone naturally knew that Tuoba Tianfeng was the third genius. However, they did not expect him to bark like a dog in public after losing a bet. This was truly unbelievable. They were all guessing who could win against Tuoba Tianfeng. Could it be a genius of the Ouyang family, or an elite of the Huangfu family? However, they were all surprised by the outcome. It was an unfamiliar and mysterious young man. They did not know his background. However, he had obtained a divine crystal and defeated Tuoba Tianfeng. Tuoba Tianfeng's loss was justified. Although he was powerful and obtained a rare ice and fire crystal, it was still not comparable to a real divine crystal. Yes, a divine crystal had appeared. Moreover, it was in the hands of a young man. This was really surprising. Who is that kid? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was trying to figure out Lin Xian's identity. When the other experts of the Tuoba family heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Angry, they were too angry. The Tuoba family had always been high and mighty. They had never been humiliated like this. On the other hand, Lin Xian continued to search for strange stones near the Dragon Transformation Gorge. Soon, he arrived at the Dragon Transformation Lake. The lake water was clear, and he could not see the bottom. It was extremely deep. The Dragon Transformation Lake was filled with spiritual qi. It was like a jade crystal embedded in the ground. Not far from the lake, there was a bamboo house. A few bamboos were planted next to the bamboo house, which was full of green jade and lush green. Wild flowers swayed all over the place, and there were a few stones there. Is this also a stall? Lin Xian walked over, puzzled. However, at that moment, a few cold voices came from behind. Over there. It's that kid. Hearing those voices, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and old monster Dugu stopped in their tracks and turned to look. Then, they frowned. This was because the people who had come were none other than the Tuoba family. F***ck, they're still here. Why are they here so soon? The dark red dragon frowned. These people were really annoying. Old monster Dugu reminded him, "Young master, although you defeated Tuoba Tianfeng, you must not be careless. The Tuoba family is famous in the eastern wilderness. They must have a strong foundation and strength." Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood that as well. However, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so he was not afraid of the Tuoba family. Given some time, he could train the heavenly secret child prodigy to a higher level. He could even trample on any seeker family. While Lin Xian and the others were talking, the Tuoba family members caught up. They stared at Lin Xian fiercely, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Kid, you're the one who cut out the divine crystal? You're the one who dared to provoke the Tuoba family? You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to the Tuoba family. If you do, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate." "Spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Also, the previous competition was very fair. Each person chose a stone to gamble on, this is what everyone saw. It's just that your Tuoba family's people aren't good enough and made such an agreement. You can't blame me for making a fool of yourself. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Taba Tianfeng for being too arrogant. He wanted to harm others, but he ended up harming himself instead. You're courting death. Hearing this, the experts of the Tuoba family were furious. They naturally understood this logic, but they couldn't take it lying down. Because they were still the laughingstock of everyone's conversations, they had to do something to prove themselves. Therefore, they targeted Lin Xian. As long as he defeated the other party, he would be able to get back at them for the humiliation he had suffered. Kid, Tuoba Tianfeng wasn't in his best condition earlier, so he lost to you. Do you dare to compete with me again? A middle-aged man shouted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes as purple runes formed a diamond-shaped pattern. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. His time was precious, and he would not casually exchange blows with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The dark red divine dragon sneered. You want to compete with us? Fine, cut out a piece of divine crystal in front of everyone first. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will lose to us if you can't cut out a divine crystal. You. The Tuoba family was so angry that they vomited blood. Was a divine crystal that easy to cut out? They had never cut out a divine crystal in their entire lives, not to mention them, even the elders of their family were unable to cut out a divine crystal. Humph, what divine crystal? You were just lucky to cut it out. I don't believe that you can cut out a second divine crystal. The Tuoba family shouted angrily. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could cut out a divine crystal with his own strength. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to have come across it. Just as they were arguing, a maid in a blue dress suddenly appeared in the bamboo house in front of them. She quickly came forward and said coldly, "Who are you? Don't make a ruckus here and disturb my young Mississippi, your young miss. Who is your young miss? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Tuoba family?" The Tuoba family members were extremely arrogant. The Tuoba family members were already unhappy. Now that someone had stepped out to discipline them, they were about to go crazy. Therefore, they sneered and didn't take the other party seriously. You. The little maid was so angry that her face turned pale. She said angrily, "The Tuoba family is too arrogant. Do you know who my young miss is? Do you know where you are? I don't care who your young miss is. Could it be that she's a fairy? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't meddle in the affairs here. Otherwise, we'll take care of you too." The Tuoba family members said fiercely. She was just a little maid. They didn't take her seriously. Buzz, however, at that moment, the sound of a guqin came from the house. It was like a high mountain and flowing water that streaked across the void. When the sound was heard, the void vibrated and stimulated one's soul. Suddenly, the mysterious sound wave swept toward the Tuoba family. When they heard the sound of the guqin, the Tuoba family members' expressions changed. That was because they could sense that the guqin contained a powerful soul power and a biting cold murderous intent. In the next moment, they didn't dare to be careless and put up their defenses. However, they couldn't stop it at all. Pft. Pft, pft. More than a dozen Tuoba family members vomited blood. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The sound of the guqin had injured their souls. Lin Xian frowned at the side. The dark red divine dragon also had a grave expression. The sound of the guqin was too terrifying. Old Monster Dugu's expression changed drastically. He channeled all his energy to resist the guqin. However, the sound of the guqin was too profound. He couldn't resist it. Fortunately, Lin Xian put up a defense at the critical moment and blocked the sound of the guqin. "Thank you, young master." Old Monster Dugu hurriedly thanked him. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he might have suffered the same fate as the Tuoba family members. His soul would have been injured and he would have vomited blood. As for the Tuoba family members, they were shocked and furious. First of all, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The sound of the guqin had injured more than a dozen of them. That kind of method was heaven-defying. Moreover, the other party dared to attack the Tuoba family. That meant that the other party had nothing to fear. Who was that person? How could he have such a method? One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how dare you attack us here? Don't you know the rules of the Dragon Transformation Lake?" They were furious. Although they couldn't defeat the other party, they wanted to use the rules of the lake to suppress the other party. One had to know that the lake was jointly presided over by the 5 great sage. No matter how powerful a person was, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to break the rules there. However, the young maidservant sneered and said, "Attack? When did I attack you? My family's young miss only played a song." You. The Tuoba family members were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, after that, the pleasant sound of the guqin came from the bamboo house again. It was like a dancing fairy that was intoxicating. They were furious. The other party was clearly attacking them, but they couldn't find any weakness. What was even more detestable was that they were the only ones who were injured. The detestable kid in front of them didn't receive any injuries. Damn it. Are you guys in cahoots? The sound of the guqin was so powerful that they couldn't even withstand it. Naturally, they didn't believe that Lin Xian and the other two could withstand it. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Lin Xian was in cahoots with the people in the bamboo house. Good lad. How dare you team up with others to hurt us? Just you wait. The Tuoba family won't let this go. These people decided to go back and ask the elders to come over. They had to teach Lin Xian a lesson. However, a few elders passed by and sneered when they saw the scene. The Tuoba family is too arrogant. How dare they behave so atrociously here? Don't worry about them. It's good to let them suffer a little. Hearing the elders say this, the Tuoba family felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this was some kind of terrifying dragon's lair or tiger's den? Therefore, they asked, "What's going on here? Is there anything strange?" They really don't know what's good for them. They don't even know where this is. How dare they behave so arrogantly here? An old man sneered, "Since I know your clan's elder, I'll remind you. This is the territory of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You'd better behave yourselves here. Otherwise, no one can save you." What? This is the shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? The Tuoba family was completely dumbfounded. Although the Tuoba family was powerful, they couldn't be compared to a top sacred ground like the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Moreover, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was one of the 5 great sage lands that hosted the Stone Gambling Conference. How dare they behave atrociously here? They were courting death. Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down their faces. More than that. Do you know who's in the bamboo house? She's not an ordinary person. I heard that she's the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare you behave atrociously in front of her? Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This time, the Tuoba family was really panicking. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was the top genius of the younger generation. And the future master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare they behave so arrogantly in front of such a person? Thinking of their previous actions, they wanted to slap themselves in the face. In the next moment, they hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "We didn't know that the sacred ground was here. Please forgive us for our sins. We'll leave now." After saying that, these people no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and the others, and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Because they didn't dare to stay here any longer. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. He whispered, "Young master, let's go. This is not a place we can come to." Although this old Monster Dugu was also incomparably powerful and had few opponents under the almighty level, in front of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he did not dare to be arrogant at all. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear what he said. His gaze was fixed on the bamboo house in front of him. To be honest, when he heard that it was the Jade Lake Saint, he was extremely excited. Because the Jade Lake Saintess was Murong Qingqing. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land was settled before looking for the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would actually show up now? It had been a long time since he last saw Qingqing. Now that he knew that she was here, how could he not be excited? Lovesickness quickly flowed through his body. On the side, the dark red dragon also grinned. It's actually that little girl. I didn't expect her strength to reach such a level. Previously, when Morong Qingqing had parted with them, she had just become a king. But now, a single zither sound could injure more than a dozen powerful 6-star kings. Such strength could be said to be heaven-defying. When old monster Dugu saw that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's expressions didn't change, he immediately became afraid. These two young masters couldn't be thinking of doing something to the Jade Lake Saintess, right? Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Young master, it's best not to act blindly without thinking. This Jade Lake sacred ground is different from the Tuoba family. Don't worry, old man. Nothing will happen, said the dark red dragon. Damn. They really dare to have ideas about the Saintess. Old monster Dugu broke out in cold sweat. These two guys were too bold. How could he know that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not only bold, but they had also killed the Saintess of all beginnings not long ago? Of course, it was impossible for old monster Dugu to know this news. Moreover, it was different this time. The Saintess inside was very likely to be Morong Qingqing. She was Lin Xian's woman. Therefore, there wouldn't be any danger. In front of them, the melodious sound of a zither was very pleasing to the ear. It seemed to pull one's soul into a fairyland. Just from the sound of the zither, one could tell how powerful the cultivation of the person inside was. However, the little maidservant in front of him frowned. Why are you still not leaving? To be honest, she was also very puzzled. The previous zither sound had injured more than a dozen Tuoba family experts. But the three people in front of her were unharmed. She knew her young master's strength, but the three people in front of her were actually able to resist her, which really surprised her. Now, the three of them still hadn't left, which made her even more vigilant. Could it be that these three are up to something? Behind them, the few elders who were strolling around said, "Young man, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you to stay. Yes, not to mention you, even the genius disciples of the sacred lands would be turned away if they wanted to see her. Unless a real saint or saintess comes, they might be able to enter." After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Seniors, don't worry. I won't mess around. I'm just standing here and listening to the zither sound. Can't I? Can you understand it?" The little maid curled her lips. Lin Xian smiled and said, "A little, a little?" As he admired the sound of the zither, he looked around and his gaze landed on a few stones in front of the bamboo house. Runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He looked forward and was surprised. These stones have an extraordinary origin. He realized that the black demonic aura in these stones was denser than that of the divine crystal. "You can understand this too?" the little maid asked. "What's there to not understand? We cut out a divine crystal before," the dark red dragon said proudly. "Cut out a divine crystal? So you're the mysterious seeker soul master that's been rumored recently." Obviously, Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire stone gambling conference, so the beautiful little maid had naturally heard of him. "Yes, how is it? Now you know how powerful we are. Hurry up and invite us in for tea," the dark red dragon said quickly. "No way. It's impossible for you to see my young master. Not to mention you, even the Saint of Thousand Thunder was sent back yesterday." The dark red divine dragon frowned and said, "Kid, someone is probably trying to steal your treasure." Lin Xian's face also darkened. "That guy dared to come here. He's courting death. I let him go last time. The next time I see him, I won't let him go." On the side, old monster Dugu's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. "What? Won't let the 10,000 Thunder Saint off? Heavens, little ancestor, do you know what you're talking about?" That was the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He was the pinnacle existence among the younger generation. Other than the saints of the other sacred lands, not many young people were his match. "Could it be that you want to attack the 10,000 Thunder Saint?" Old monster Dugu couldn't believe it. In fact, old monster Dugu didn't know that this was nothing. It wasn't like Lin Xian hadn't fought the 10,000 Thunder Saint before. Moreover, he had beaten him like a dog. If it weren't for the path protector, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would have died long ago. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the few stones in front of him again. This time, his expression was incomparably solemn. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared in his eyes. He used the God's Eye of weather, emitting a mysterious aura. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he was. These stones all contained a magical power. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly at all. These stones are really not simple. Where did they come from? They actually contain a magical power. You can see it? The little maid at the side was even more surprised. No wonder you can cut out divine crystals. Actually, it's fine to tell you. These stones were obtained from the Primordium Ancient Mine. What? From the Primordium Ancient Mine? Hearing this, Lin Xian was moved. On the side, the dark red divine dragon and old monster Dugu were even more shocked. The Primordium Ancient Mine was a life-forbidden zone, a forbidden area for humans. How did the other party get it? The dark red divine dragon was even more excited. As expected of the Jade Lake sacred ground, they were really generous. They even took out such stones. He had lived for thousands of years, so he naturally knew more. Some sacred grounds had some stones from the Primordium Ancient Mine, but very few people took them out. He hadn't expected that the Jade Lake sacred ground would take the initiative to offer it. As for the beautiful maid, she stared at Lin Xian and asked carefully, "What can you see? Is there anything inside?" She was also very curious. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I can't see it clearly for now. It's covered by a cloud of demonic qi." "Is that so?" "If even you can't see it clearly, I'm afraid very few people can. Unless it's one of those living fossils or a celestial spirit master." Lin Xian wasn't lying. He really couldn't see clearly. Of course, this was also the reason why he did not use his heavenly secret God eyes with his full strength. If he used his Tianji God eyes with all his might, he might be able to see what was inside. However, he didn't dare to use his full strength because once he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the golden light. At that time, his eyes would emit a golden light, and those strange runes would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. With a little deduction, Xianxia knew that his eyes were the heavenly fate God eyes. If this news were to be exposed, the five great sage would probably take action against him first. Therefore, he wouldn't use his full strength. Of course, if he wanted to use it, he would have to isolate everything. On the side, the dark red dragon said again, "Little girl, we've talked so much that we're thirsty. Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? In your dreams. You want to go in for a cup of tea? No way." The little maidservant said angrily. "Unless you can cut out the treasure from these stones, you'd better go back." Hearing these words, old monster Dugu sighed. It was easier said than done to cut out the treasure from these Primordium Ancient Mine stones. He had heard of these stones before. They were very evil, and even those powerful seeker spirit masters often failed to cut them. Very few people could cut out the real thing. Moreover, these stones were very expensive and could be said to be heaven-defying. Ordinary people couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian wouldn't cut the stones now, but he still said calmly, "Let us in. Maybe I'm an old friend of your miss?" "What old friend? Don't even think about getting acquainted with my Mississippi. My miss doesn't have any old friends." "No way, isn't your Miss Morone little girl?" The dark red dragon said with a smile. "What? How do you know my miss name?" This time, the little maidservant was completely stunned. She was very confused and stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude." However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the bamboo house. "Shuang don't be rude." Mississippi hearing this, the little maidservant didn't say anything and stood to the side with her hands down. However, she still stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. In the bamboo house, the voice sounded again. "I wonder which old friend you're talking about. I really do have a few old friends." "Of course it's Tianwu's old friends," Lin Xian said. "What?" Hearing this, the person in the bamboo house exclaimed. Then, the melodious zither music stopped abruptly. After a while, the voice sounded again. I do have a few old friends. I wonder who you're talking about. Miss Morong, how come you can't even recognize us? The dark red dragon said. Come out and take a look. In front of them, a figure walked out of the house. She was wearing a white floor-length dress with pink embroidery on the wide hem. Her arm was wrapped in purple silk, about a zhang long, and her waist was slender, tied with a purple belt inlaid with jadeite. Her jet-black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously on her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. Beside them, old monster Dugu was stunned. Was this the Jade Lake Saint? She was indeed a peerless beauty. A trace of excitement appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was indeed Morong Qingqing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Had she become more outstanding? That's right, the person who came out was Morong Qingqing. Her eyes were like water as she glanced at Lin Xian and the other two. Then, she frowned slightly. She had never seen these three people before, but for some reason, the young man in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling. The flaming dragon horse beside him had a familiar ruffian aura. What's wrong, Qingqing? You don't recognize me? Lin Xian smiled and raised his hand to release a dragon-shaped sword aura. Seeing the dragon-shaped sword aura, Morong Qingqing trembled. She could clearly sense the power of the great dragon sword's soul contained in the sword aura. In other words, the young man in front of her was Lin Xian. No wonder she felt that he was so familiar. Why are you here? Morong Qingqing was so excited that her voice trembled. This scene stunned the little maid and old monster Dugu. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian knew Morong Qingqing. And from the looks of it, they were very familiar with each other. I originally wanted to look for you after some time, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. What, aren't you going to invite me in? Lin Xian said with a smile. Come in quickly. Morong Qingqing also lost her initial calmness. Old man, let's not go in. Let them go in. The dark red dragon said from the side. As for the little maid, she was dumbfounded. She had never seen her young miss so excited before. Old monster Dugu didn't go in either. Instead, he stood at the side. However, his heart was in turmoil. Because he was very curious about the relationship between the two. Could it be that they knew each other before? However, he would never have guessed that the two of them were actually lovers. The interior of the room was very simple, but it had a unique flavor. There was a table with a guqin on it. It had an aura of vicissitudes. At first glance, it was obvious that it had been passed down from ancient times. Brother Xian. Qingqing. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked at each other. Love appeared in their eyes. Then, they hugged each other tightly. As for the little maid outside the room, she secretly peeked into the room. However, when she saw the two of them hugging each other, she was completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? She didn't dare to imagine. Her young lady was the saint of the Jade Lake. She was a high and mighty existence. Moreover, her young lady might not even care about someone like the Saint of Thousand Thunder. But now, an unfamiliar young man was able to gain the favor of her young lady. Moreover, the two of them were hugging each other now. This was too unbelievable. The little maid rubbed her eyes and realized that she wasn't dreaming. It really happened. The next moment, she almost screamed. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon sent her a voice transmission and briefly explained the situation. Only then did the little maid calm down. As Morong Qingqing's maid, she naturally knew some things about Morong Qingqing. She knew that Morong Qingqing came from a faraway island. She also had a sweetheart named Lin Xian. However, she did not expect that the young man before her was the legendary Lin Xian. Looking at his strength, he doesn't seem to be very outstanding. The little maid sized up Lin Xian. However, the spirit-seeking technique is still very powerful. To be able to cut out divine crystals at such a young age, I'm afraid that even those powerful families of spirit-seeking masters don't have many people with such talent. In this aspect, he's a good match for my lady. The little girl began to think about these things now. However, she did not know that Morong Qingqing had already pledged her life to Lin Xian. Inside the house, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing hugged each other for a long time before the two of them slowly separated. Morong Qingqing said, "Shuang guard outside. If there's no special situation, don't let anyone in." "Yes." The little maid nodded. Morong Qingqing waved her hand and a formation enveloped the bamboo house, isolating it from the outside world. "Brother Xian, I missed you." Morong Qingqing raised her small face. "Me too." Lin Xian smiled and gently stroked Morong Qingqing's hair. Then, the two of them briefly recounted their experiences. Morong Qingqing was fine. Her life had been very smooth. After she entered the Jade Lake sacred ground, she was directly favored by the Queen Mother of the West because of her Phoenix bloodline. She was even accepted as a closed-door disciple. Under the vigorous cultivation of the Jade Lake sacred ground, coupled with Morong Qingqing's talent and terrifying bloodline power, her cultivation strength improved rapidly. Now, she had become the holy maiden of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, when Morong Qingqing heard about Lin Xian, she was very nervous. She did not expect that Lin Xian had experienced so many things after she separated from him. In fact, every single one of them made her extremely shocked. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had joined forces with Lu Mingyue to kill the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, she almost exclaimed. The Holy Maiden of All Beginnings was also a holy maiden. As a holy maiden, she knew how powerful a holy maiden could be. But even so, Lin Xian was still able to succeed. It really shocked her to the core. "Big brother Xian, what do you plan to do next?" Morong Qingqing asked. Although Lin Xian was not in danger now, if Lin Xian's identity was exposed, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings would definitely hunt him down. So, she naturally had to support Lu Mingyue. After all, she had worked so hard for so long. She could not return empty-handed. As long as Lu Mingyue becomes the new Holy Maiden, it will be greatly beneficial to her. Lin Xian said. "Perhaps I can help you enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings," Morong Qingqing said at this time. "After this stone gambling assembly, our 5 great sage lands will hold a small gathering. The location of that gathering will not be at the Dragon Transformation Lake, but at the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. At that time I will also be there. You can quickly enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings with me. That is the safest method." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Since he had a way to enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, he still had to make preparations. After all, if he was discovered, he had to have the Black Earth. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself. It was not that he did not believe in Morong Qingqing. Rather, as the Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing had certain restrictions. At the very least, she could not openly oppose the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. After all, this involved the relationship between the two Holy Maidens. Morong Qingqing also understood this point. In the next moment, she lightly tapped her storage ring and took out a blue crystal. It looked like a star in the sky. "Big brother Xian, this is a divine crystal. Since you have a use for it, I will give it to you." Lin Xian smiled and received it. Then, he gently scratched Morong Qingqing's nose. "Girl, you've truly become a blessed girl. You're so rich that you can casually take out a piece of divine crystal. Hee, isn't everything mine yours?" Morong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, she gently placed her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. "Qingqing, wait for me. One day, I will personally go to the Jade Lake Holy Maiden to propose marriage." Morong Qingqing nodded and blushed. Her current status was not ordinary. Although she had already pledged her life to Lin Xian, she still needed the approval of the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings if she wanted to be together forever. However, she believed that with Lin Xian's talent and great dragon sword soul, as long as he was given enough time, there would be no one on this continent who could be a match for Lin Xian. "Oh right, I also have some news about Qiu'er." "Oh yes, I have some news about Qiu'er." "How is she?" Lin Xian asked. Qiu'er was naturally Shinjingqiu. She was also Lin Xian's woman. Furthermore, Morong Qingqing had completely accepted Shinjingqiu's existence. The two of them were even close, as if they were sisters. Qiu'er is very special. She has already become the Xixia Saintess. Let me tell you, Qiuer's bloodline is actually the Khanate constitution. That's a terrifying bloodline constitution. When he heard this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Khanate constitution, as well as the Saint constitution and Divine constitution of the clan of the ancients, were all terrifying constitutions. He did not expect Qiuer to have such a heaven-defying constitution. Not to mention Qiuer, even Morongqingchen's body was frightening. It was the legendary phoenix body. Lin Xian felt a wave of pressure. His two wives were too outstanding. Although he was very talented, he did not have a special constitution or bloodline. However, he would not be discouraged. With the great dragon sword soul in his body, Lin Xian had absolute confidence that he would not lose to anyone, even if it was a divine constitution or a saint constitution. He would not be afraid. Just as the two of them were chatting in the house, a few figures walked in from outside. One of them was a youth who was very eye-catching. His long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an indescribable evil aura about him. His eyes also glowed with a deep purple light, like a purple gemstone. This youth carried a strong sense of confidence, like a god of war. He walked in slowly. There was a purple patch on his thumb, and he was playing with it non-stop at the moment. The purple-haired youth walked quickly towards the bamboo house. Stop right there. Who are you? This is a shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Outsiders should leave immediately. When the little maidservant saw the purple-haired youth walk over, she immediately stood out and said coldly. The purple-haired youth also stopped in his tracks. He was like a true immortal, and his body was surrounded by purple light. I'm the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Tianxi. I have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. The purple-haired young man said in a deep voice. What? Tuoba Tianxi. Hearing this, old man Dugu was extremely shocked. This was the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He was much stronger than Tuoba Tianfeng. Who would have thought that he would actually come now? Humph, the dark red dragon snorted and looked at Tuoba Tianxi unkindly. That little maid, Xianxia, appeared to be very indifferent. After all, she followed Morongqingchen and often saw either saintesses or holy sons. Therefore, she didn't really care about the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. Therefore, she said coldly, go back. My young miss is busy now and won't see you. Is something the matter? Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi frowned. From the looks of it, he was not allowed to enter. His expression immediately turned ugly. As the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, he believed that he was not inferior to those saints and saintesses. Now, he hadn't even seen Morongqingchen's face. How could he be willing to go back? Suddenly, he frowned and said coldly, I really have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. Our young miss really doesn't have time to see you. The little maid snorted. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint was chased away by her. Not to mention Tuoba Tianxi. I'm here to apologize. Previously, a few martial artists of the Tuoba family unintentionally offended the saintess. This time, I'm here with sincerity. I hope you won't stop me. Tuoba Tianxi said in a deep voice. Although he was dissatisfied with this little maid, he still didn't want to do anything. After all, he knew the strength of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. However, the little maid, Xianxia, shook her head and said, go back. Our young miss really won't see you. Humph, Tuoba Tianxi snorted coldly. His expression was unusually cold. A little maid dared to treat him like this. She really didn't know what was good for her. The next moment, he took a step forward. A ball of purple light appeared on his body and circled around him. It was as if the purple deity had descended. At the same time, a huge force emerged and filled the sky. It seemed to have formed a purple mountain, suffocating everyone. You. Feeling the surging force, the little maid, Xianxia's face tightened. How dare you fight here? Do you know where you are and who our young miss is? The other party was too arrogant. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint didn't dare to fight here, but Tuoba Tianxi dared to. He really didn't know what was good for him. Damn, how dare you fight here? You're revolting. The dark red dragon was also angry. His body swayed, and the fiery red light on his body shot into the sky. A terrifying flame aura spread. At the same time, old monster Dugu sighed. However, he also made a move, and his aura gushed out. This was not only the Jade Lake's territory, but also Lin Xian. Lin Xian finally met with Murong Qingqing. At this moment, the two must have a lot to talk about. How could they allow others to disturb them? Therefore, in the next moment, the dark red dragon stood out. The aura on his body was like the sea, blocking the purple mountain in the sky. Old Monster Dugu was like a demon king. Thank you. The little girl, Xianxia, looked at the dark red dragon and Old Monster Dugu gratefully. She now felt that compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families, Lin Xian and the other two were more adorable. A beast dares to block the way. You're really courting death. Tuoba Tianxi looked at the dark red dragon in front of him and sneered. You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. The dark red dragon was angry. He was a divine dragon. Now that he was called a beast, he naturally couldn't stand it. Suddenly, the fiery red flames on his body turned into a red dragon and rushed forward. Boom, the red fiery dragon and the purple mountain collided, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Suddenly, a huge pressure appeared in the sky. That pressure belonged to a mighty figure. Who dares to fight in the dragon transformation lake? A terrifying aura came with a biting cold killing intent. It was about to turn into a purple divine sword and fall from the sky. Buzz, Tuoba Tianxi's face changed. He didn't expect the mighty figure to come out so soon. On the other hand, the dark red dragon snorted. So what if the mighty figure is here? He waved his flames and hit forward, forcing Tuoba Tianxi to retreat and leaving a burn mark on his body. You're courting death. Tuoba Tianxi was furious. How dare the other party hurt him? He was going to attack. Humph, at this moment, the killing intent in the sky became even sharper. It was as if it had materialized and was unbearable. Senior, please wait. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing's voice came from the bamboo house. Then, her body swayed and appeared in the void like a fairy. Since you are friends of the Jade Lake Saintess, I will let you go this time. But if there is a next time, I will kill you. The cold voice disappeared in the sky. The purple divine sword also disappeared. The terrifying killing intent melted like snow. Seeing this, Old Monster Dugu and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now had scared them to death. They did not have the ability to resist the pressure of such a powerful figure. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned ugly. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and even attract a powerful figure. Fortunately, the Jade Lake Saintess came out in the end. Otherwise, he would have been killed here today. Thinking of this, he looked at the dark red divine dragon with a furious expression. The dark red divine dragon snorted. So what if a powerful figure was attracted here? He was not an ordinary person. When the powerful figure attacked, he would have a way to escape. Therefore, he was not afraid. The next moment, the dark red divine dragon stared at Tuoba Tianxi and said coldly, "Boy, get out of here. Otherwise, I will attack again." Lunatic, hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned ugly. If a powerful figure was attracted here again, even the Jade Lake Saintess would not be able to resist. However, he did not care about the dark red divine dragon because Murong Qingqing had come out. The next moment, he looked at Murong Qingqing in the sky and smiled confidently. Jade Lake Saintess, you are indeed beautiful. It is an honor to meet you today. Who are you? Murong Qingqing frowned. She swayed her body and came to the front of the bamboo house. I am Tuoba Tianxi, the #1 young master of the Tuoba family. He was also the #1 seeker spiritual master of the younger generation. Tuoba Tianxi was very confident. Although the Tuoba family was not as powerful as a sacred ground, he believed that with his talent and strength, he would not be weaker than the saints of those sacred grounds. This time, he came to solve the problem of the Tuoba family offending the Jade Lake sacred ground. Moreover, he wanted to meet the Jade Lake Saintess. He wanted to see if he could get her. After all, the Jade Lake Saintess was said to be beautiful. As a top genius of the younger generation, Tuoba Tianxi naturally wanted to meet her. However, Tuoba Tianxi was soon stunned. The reason for that was because he discovered that a handsome man had walked out from behind Murong Qingqing. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them seemed to be very close. This scene made Tuoba Ting extremely uncomfortable. As an extremely talented genius, he would not allow such a thing to happen. He was also pursuing Murong Qingqing, so he was mad when he saw Murong Qingqing with another man. In the next moment, he stared at the handsome young man, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. This handsome young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard about the situation outside, he also came out. When he sensed the killing intent in Tuoba Tianxi's eyes, he snorted coldly. He had yet to find trouble with the other party, and the other party actually dared to release killing intent towards him. He really didn't know what was good for him. "Kid, who are you?" Tuoba Tianxi asked coldly. He didn't know Lin Xian, and from the looks of it, the other party wasn't a holy son. However, how could such a person be together with Murong Qingqing and be on such good terms with her? "My surname is Long. You can call me Brother Long," Lin Xian said calmly. Since he was outside, he naturally had to use a smurf account. He didn't want anyone to know that he was Lin Xian. Surname Long. Hearing this, Tuoba Tianxi furrowed his brows. This person actually dared to ask him to call him Brother Long. He really had a death wish. "What Brother Long? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? You haven't even heard of me?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking unusually calm. He said calmly, "Go back and ask Tuoba Tianfeng who defeated him. I think you'll know my identity soon enough." "What? It's you?" Tuoba Tianxi's face immediately darkened when he heard this. How could he not know that Tuoba Tianfeng had been defeated? What was worse was that Tuoba Tianfeng had barked like a dog on the spot, causing the Tuoba family to lose face and become a laughing stock. The instigator of all this was actually this young man in front of him. How could Tuoba Tianxi not be angry? In the next instant, a cold murderous intent radiated from his eyes. It was so cold that it almost materialized. "Brat, how dare you provoke the Tuoba family? I have to say, you really don't know what's good for you. You'd better kneel down and apologize to the Tuoba family. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll end up in a miserable state." "Humph," this time, before Lin Xian could speak, Murong Qingqing scoffed coldly. She said coldly, "Tuoba Tianxi, watch your attitude. Young Master Long is my friend." Damn it, seeing that even Murong Qingqing had spoken, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned even uglier. His opponent was the Jade Lake Saint. He didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. However, he really felt very uncomfortable holding this breath, and it made him abnormally mad. Therefore, he said, "Brat, do you dare to have a match with me? I'll let you know how powerful the Tuoba family's soul-seeking skill is. Compete with you? I'm not interested." Lin Xian shook his head. He still had to stay with Murong Qingqing for a while. He wasn't interested in fighting with others. "What if I use a divine crystal as a wager?" Tuoba Tianxi refused to give up. He waved his hand and took out a black divine crystal. It was extremely black and emitted a mysterious power. A divine crystal. Old Monster Dugu, Shuang and the others exclaimed when they saw this. They didn't expect Tuoba Tianxi to be so generous as to use a divine crystal as a wager. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He was just thinking about how to find a divine crystal when Tuoba Tianxi came knocking on his door. Since this was the case, how could he not want it? Therefore, he nodded slightly and said, "Since you're here to give me a divine crystal, I'll play with you." "Humph, if you want my divine crystal, let's see what you're capable of." Tuoba Tianxi sneered. As long as Lin Xian agreed to have a match with him, the rest would be easy. He would let Lin Xian know what the Tuoba family's soul-seeking skill was, and the news of the competition between the two swept out like a gust of wind. Instantly, the entire stone gambling event knew about it. Countless people quickly gathered there. Soon, the area around the bamboo hut was filled with people. "Oh my god, another stone gambling event. I heard that the wager this time is a divine crystal. This is too much. Yeah, even the older generation of soul-seeking masters don't dare to gamble like this. Are the young people nowadays so crazy? Are you kidding me? How could an ordinary young person take out such a wager? Didn't you see that purple-haired man? He's Tuoba Tianxi. He's the most powerful person in the younger generation of the Tuoba family. What? It's him? No wonder he's so generous. Obviously, everyone had heard of Tuoba Tianxi's reputation. However, they were soon puzzled. Who dared to make such a bet with Tuoba Tianxi? Could it be someone from the Ouyang clan or the Huangfu clan? Among the three Seeker spiritual master clans, only the Ouyang clan and the Huangfu clan could contend with the Tuoba clan. Neither. Do you remember the mysterious young man who obtained the divine crystal? It's him. What? It's him. No wonder Tuoba Tianxi made a move. That guy made Tuoba Tianfeng bark like a dog in front of everyone. That's a deep grudge. That's right. I think Tuoba Tianxi is here for revenge. After all, the Tuoba clan is not to be trifled with. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian had obtained the divine crystal, many people thought that it was just luck. Moreover, Tuoba Tianxi was too famous. He was far more famous than Tuoba Tianfeng. Many people even said that Tuoba Tianxi was the most promising genius to become a celestial spiritual master in the past 1,000 years. More and more people gathered around. In the end, even Almighties appeared. This made the crowd even more excited. Not only were Almighties present, but many people from the Ouyang and Huangfu clans were also present. Most of the people from the Tuoba clan were present to support Tuoba Tianxi. There were also many talented martial artists and powerful seeker spiritual masters from the Great Sage Land who came to watch the battle. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Tuoba Tianxi was rather calm. He looked coldly at Lin Xian and sneered, "Kid, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You talk too much. You'd better take care of my divine crystal. If you damage it, I won't let you off." Lin Xian said flatly. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue. I'll make you regret it." Tuoba Tianxi said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe that his opponent could beat him in the art of spirit seeking. Lin Xian shrugged. "There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Why don't we choose these stones from the Origin Ancient Mine?" To be honest, these stones were very mysterious. Lin Xian's hands were itching to cut a piece and take a look. However, after Tuoba Tianxi heard that, he sneered disdainfully. "You really are an idiot. Do you know where these stones came from? These are stones from Origin Ancient Mine. Every single one of them has a sky-high price. Can you afford it? Even if you can afford it, can you understand it? Could it be that you can see clearly whether there are treasures inside? Kid, stone gambling is a competition of spirit-seeking skills, not luck. What you're doing is really laughable. How do you know I can't see clearly?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. To be honest, he really wanted to use his heavenly secret divine eyes to see what was so special about the stones from Origin Ancient Mine. Because based on his instincts, Lin Xian felt that there must be something good in these stones. "Why? Don't you dare to go? Or can't afford it?" Lin Xian asked in return. "Humph," Tuoba Tianxi snorted coldly, not bothering to answer. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian was just bluffing. He did not believe that the other party would dare to cut these stones from Origin Ancient Mine. One had to know that as the #1 spirit-seeking master of the younger generation, he did not dare to cut these stones easily, so. He sneered and shook his head. Ridiculous. At this moment, the two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also walked over. They looked at Lin Xian and Tuoba Tianxi and said in a deep voice, "Young masters, these stones from Origin Ancient Mine are indeed a little strange. You can't cut them easily. How about this? We still have a batch of good stones in our hands. They were also obtained from a vein near Origin Ancient Mine. Why don't you cut these stones, young masters?" With that, the two old ladies waved their embroidered robes, and more than a dozen stones appeared on the lawn in front of them. "Okay, thank you very much, senior." Lin Xian nodded with a smile. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi's eyes lit up. Obviously, it seemed that he was also about to make a move. "Why? Are you betting on stones?" At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. That voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. Before everyone could turn around, they saw a figure appear in front of him. It was a handsome young man. He was tall and wore a thunder robe, as if he was the son of the thunder god. He was extraordinarily handsome. The Thousand Thunder Saint. Seeing this young man, many people exclaimed. They did not expect that the position of the Thousand Thunder Saint would also appear. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked at Murong Qingqing and then said with a smile, "Fairy Murong Qingqing, it's really not easy to see you." "Hello." Murong Qingqing was expressionless, but she still nodded slightly. Everyone was a saint and a saintess, so the necessary etiquette was still necessary. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked at Murong Qingqing with a touch of admiration in his eyes. "Brother Thousand Thunder, you're here too," Tuoba Tianxi said loudly at this moment. "Brother Tianxi, you're so lucky to be able to show off your skills in front of Fairy Murong," the Thousand Thunder Saint said with a smile. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Tuoba Tianxi. Everyone was shocked because these two young men were the top of the younger generation. At this moment, the two of them stood side by side, looking down at the world with disdain. Even some of the older generation exclaimed that they were not as good as them. Ouyang Mingfei of the Ouyang family. Huangfu Qian of the Huangfu family. They're all here. Many people cried out in surprise as they saw a handsome man walking over. His robe was whiter than snow, and he looked extremely handsome. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, making people lose their sense of direction. This was Ouyang Mingfei, the genius of the Ouyang family. The other woman had a delicate appearance. She was holding a small green umbrella to block the sun. Her skin was abnormally white, and her eyes were as clear as crystal. She was Huangfu Qian, the little princess of the Huangfu family. The Tuoba family, Ouyang family, and Huangfu family were the three major families of spiritual seeker masters in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the top young geniuses of the three families had appeared at the same time. It was really shocking. Not only that, but there were also a few saints and saintesses behind them. There was the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Thousand Tribulation Saint. 5-Element Saint. It could be said that many of the top young geniuses of the eastern wilderness had appeared here. The surrounding martial artists were really excited because they usually did not see so many geniuses. Not even one of them. Of course, there were two reasons for this. First, these people were here to see Murong Qingqing. After all, Murong Qingqing had just become the Jade Lake Saintess. The saints and saintesses of other sacred grounds naturally wanted to find out the truth. Of course, there were also many young and handsome geniuses who came to express their love. Second, it was because of Tuoba Tianxi. Although the Tuoba family was not a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients, their soul-seeking technique was very magical and peculiar. In some aspects, even the martial artists of the sacred grounds might not be able to compete with them. Therefore, they naturally wanted to watch Tuoba Tianxi fight. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon stepped forward and said loudly, "You've all come at the right time. You can be witnesses in case the other party cheats when he loses. Everyone, listen up. The Tuoba family wants to use a divine gem as a wager. At that time, when he loses, the black divine crystal in his hand will be ours. I'll make this clear in advance." The dark red divine dragon's voice spread clearly in all directions. At this moment, a young man on Tuoba Tianxi's side sneered. "Our brother Tianxi is using a divine gem as a wager. Shouldn't you take out a corresponding wager? Otherwise, wouldn't you be taking advantage of him?" Whoosh, hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. He flipped his palm and took out a fist-sized divine gem that seemed to be burning with golden flames. A divine gem. Many people exclaimed when they saw the divine gem. They did not expect Lin Xian to take out a divine gem so easily. Heavens, who is this guy? How can he take out a divine gem so casually? Yes, and judging from his appearance, he seems to be on good terms with the Jade Lake Saintess. Where did this guy come from? For a moment, many young and handsome geniuses were hostile to Lin Xian. As expected, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder spoke again. He also waved his hand and took out a divine gem that was shining with red light. "Since it's a wager, I'll also join in. I bet that brother Tianxi will win." He looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, kid. Even if I win, I won't make you pay me another divine crystal. I only need you to lead the Jade Lake Saintess from now on. Don't appear by her side. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that the rumor that the 10,000 Thunder Saint son was in love with the Jade Lake Saintess was true. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint son would not take such a great risk and use the precious divine shock as a bet. After Morong Qingchen heard it, her face sank as well. She was just about to retort when Lin Xian shook his head. He then smiled and said, "Sure. However, if I win, that red divine crystal will be mine." He was too happy. 2 divine crystals had appeared all of a sudden. As long as he won, he would have 4 divine crystals in his hands. 4 deity crystals were more than enough to activate the Black Earth. Moreover, he didn't plan on using the Black Earth to do anything earth-shattering. He only needed the Black Earth to defend. 4 divine crystals are enough. Humph, the 10,000 Thunder Saint son snorted. Next to him, Tuoba Tianxi also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, brother 10,000 Thunder. Trust me. That kid was just lucky. He's no match for me." "Of course I believe you." The 10,000 Thunder Saint son nodded and said, "The title of the #1 seeker spiritual master in the younger generation of the Tuoba family is not just for show. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bet a precious divine crystal." "How do you want to bet?" Lin Xian asked. "I won't bully you. Let's decide the winner in one battle," Tuoba Tianxi replied with a confident look on his face. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and then whispered to Morong Qingchen, "Wait and see. I'll defeat them all." A smile appeared on Morong Qingchen's delicate face. "I trust you." This smile made the world lose its color. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many martial artists were even drooling because it was too beautiful. However, what shocked them even more was that the relationship between Lin Xian and Morong Qingchen was beyond ordinary friends. Could it be that there was a special relationship between the two of them? At this moment, many young elites felt their hearts ache. The 10,000 Thunder Saint son's face darkened. He had been to the Dragon Transformation Lake several times. Except for today, he had never seen Morong Qingchen's face. But now, a young boy with an unknown background had gained Morong Qingchen's favor. It really made him furious. Tuoba Tianxi's face also turned ugly. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart. "Kid, you can be proud for a while. When I cut out the divine crystal, everyone will know who the real genius is. I think by then, Fairy Morong will also look at me with new eyes. And you will be trampled under my feet forever." At this moment, a purple light surged out of Tuoba Tianxi's body, forming a mysterious aura that enveloped him. Not only that, but the purple light in his eyes flickered and turned into a solid light that pierced through the void. It gave people a very oppressive feeling. The entire air became condensed, and everyone seemed to be unable to breathe. In the next moment, he took a step forward. The entire ground trembled slightly, and the dozen or so strange stones in front of him also trembled. This scene shocked everyone. In the crowd, Yang Mingfei, who was dressed in white, and Huang Fuqian, who had an ethereal temperament, also looked solemn. They knew that Tuoba Tianxi was about to make a move. They were very dissatisfied with Tuoba Tianxi's arrogance. However, they also knew that Tuoba Tianxi was a very talented and powerful spiritual master. He would not lose to any of them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. This Tuoba Tianxi did have some tricks up his sleeve. With that step just now, more than a dozen purple lights appeared under his feet. It was like an invisible hand that grabbed more than a dozen stones. This caused those stones to tremble with his footsteps. Lin Xian didn't know how to search for spirits. However, he wasn't too worried because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, a legendary pair of eyes. It was a legendary technique that could see through everything in the world, so what if Tuoba Tianxi's eye technique was powerful? It could not be compared to his heavenly secret divine eyes. On the opposite side, Tuoba Tianxi's aura became even more terrifying. It was like a peerless beast that was quickly recovering. Within his purple eyes, there was even a purple flame with a mysterious aura. Buzz! The void trembled. The purple eyes turned into a purple divine red that was dozens of meters long and covered the dozen stones in front of him. Those stones seemed to be dragged by a pair of purple hands. They slowly rose into the air and then spun nonstop. What a terrifying spirit-seeking technique, what a terrifying pupil technique. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They more or less knew about the spirit-seeking technique. Moreover, those powerful spirit-seeking masters had solemn expressions and even felt ashamed of their inferiority. Buzz, after a while, the void trembled. Then, more than a dozen stones fell to the ground without any damage. In the sky, there was another stone floating there. The stone was not big, only the size of a basketball. There were 3 round holes on it, each of which was the size of a walnut. They were distributed on the stone, which was very strange. This was the 3-orifice magical stone. Oh, Yang Mingfei frowned, and his handsome face was full of solemnity. On the side, Huang Fuqian also opened her red lips and said, Tuoba Tianxi is really crazy. He dares to choose this 3-orifice magical stone. What's wrong with this stone? Is there something wrong with it? The other martial artists looked at each other, not knowing the reason. At this moment, an older spirit-seeking master said in a deep voice, this kind of 3-orifice magical stone is very strange. Legend has it that there's either a peerless treasure or nothing inside. It can be said to be 2 extremes. What? It turned out to be like this. If there's no peerless treasure, there'll be nothing. This was really shocking. It seemed that Tuoba Tianxi was determined to choose a peerless treasure. The Holy Sun was also a little worried. Brother Tianxi, are you confident? Trust me, Brother Wanlei. My spirit-seeking technique has broken through again not long ago, so I'm very confident. Well, I'll bet with you. The Saint Son of 10,000 Thunder said with a smile. The other holy sons, holy daughters, mighty figures, and the surrounding martial artists were also shocked. This was really an exciting gamble. This guy is really crazy. Be careful. Even Morong Qingqing looked solemn. Obviously, she also knew how terrifying this 3-orifice magical stone was. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and gave Morong Qingqing a calm look. This time, the old lady from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground stood up and asked in a deep voice, Young master, have you decided to choose this 3-orifice magical stone? That's right, Tuoba Tianxi said. The old woman from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground said again, this 3-orifice strange stone is 4,000 kilograms of crystals. What? 8,000 caddies of crystals? So expensive. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This is really a sky-high price. 8,000 genes of crystal stones, that was a huge sum. Even a king would be able to cultivate for a long time. Now, it was only the price of a piece of stone. Moreover, this stone might not necessarily contain any treasures. Sure enough, stone gambling was exciting. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This price was indeed too expensive. Therefore, in the next moment, he looked at Tuoba Tianxi. Tuoba Tianxi's expression was grave. Clearly, the price was out of his expectations. But this time, he had already boasted. It was impossible to turn back now. Moreover, he was very confident in his soul-seeking technique. In the next moment, he took out a storage ring and tossed it to the old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. There are 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones in here. I hope Senior can take a look. The old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground took the storage ring and probed it with her soul power. Soon, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Now, this 3-orifice strange stone is yours. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the 3-orifice strange stone came to Tuoba Tianxi's feet. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Tuoba Tianxi to really spend 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones to buy a piece of stone. This was too crazy. If nothing was cut out, it would be a huge loss. That's 4,000 kilograms. I can't earn that much in my lifetime. No wonder he's the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He's really rich. F***ck, comparisons are odious. What do you know? If Tuoba Tianxi dares to do this, he must have his reasons. Think about it. If a peerless treasure is cut out, wouldn't he be rich? So, think about it. 4,000 kilograms is not too much. Not too much? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This price was not much for top geniuses like the saints, saintesses, and Tuoba Tianxi. But for ordinary kings like them, this was definitely a shocking price. It was a price that they did not even dare to imagine. Tuoba Tianxi waved his hand and held the three-orifice strange stone in his hand. Then, he smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, it's your turn. I'm curious. Can you afford one of these stones with the money you have? You don't have to worry about it. Lin Xian said indifferently. After which, he took a step forward and slowly arrived in front of the dozens of rocks. Buzz, in the next moment, countless golden auras were released from his body. It was as if he was a deity. It formed a golden cloud and completely enveloped him. Together with it were the dozens of stones. What's going on? What is this kid trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the stones? Oh my god, is he using the spirit-seeking technique? Why haven't we seen this before? Numerous voices of bewilderment sounded. Obviously, they couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also confused. Then, they looked at Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded and gave them a reassuring look. She trusted Lin Xian unconditionally. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground didn't stop their saintess when they saw her like this. However, they were still very vigilant in case Lin Xian suddenly ran away. Lin Xian was not running away. He used the golden aura to cover the stones so that he could fully display his heavenly secret divine eyes. After all, when the heavenly secret divine eyes were fully displayed, it would emit strange runes and golden light. He had to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was discovered. When Tuoba Tianxi saw Lin Xian and the golden light around him, he sneered. What a trick. You think you can find the real strange stone by creating other scenes? What a ridiculous idea. Kid, I don't think you're a spirit-seeking master. You're just a piece of trash who got lucky. You'll eventually show your true form in front of me. Lin Xian did not reply. He was still fully displaying his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light shone and strange runes appeared in his eyes. This caused his eyes to turn completely golden, making him look extremely mystical and mysterious. Fortunately, he had already unleashed a golden sun-like radiance in advance, enveloping the surroundings. Otherwise, his eyes would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. Even so, he had underestimated the golden prodigy. Boom. Boom, boom. The void trembled and the air froze. It was as if there was a pair of mysterious eyes coldly watching the world. At this moment, everyone's soul trembled inexplicably as fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm drenched? It can't be related to this kid, right? F***ck me, this is too strange. Is this kid using some kind of demonic technique? They were all terrified, not understanding what was going on. However, the powerful seeker spirit masters were even more shocked. They all had eye techniques, but their eye techniques were suppressed. Some people's eyes even dimmed like flames that would be extinguished at any moment. What's going on? My eye technique is ineffective? Damn it, what did this kid do? At this moment, even the saints and saintesses had serious expressions. Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian had even more serious expressions. They also felt a pressure from their souls. Tuoba Tianxi's expression was ugly. He originally thought that the other party was just lucky and didn't have any strength. He was a piece of trash. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The other party's aura made him feel uncomfortable. It seemed that Tuoba Tianfeng's defeat wasn't a coincidence, but because the other party was too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he have such a terrifying eye technique? Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and stared ahead. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also surprised. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. They even thought of a legend. Could it be an Earth Spirit Master? Seeker Spirit Master was a very special profession. It was like alchemists and array masters, but those who knew the Lord Spirit technique were even rarer. Since it was a profession, there were ranks. Ordinary Seeker Spirit Masters were divided into 9 ranks. For example, Tuoba Tianxi was a rank 9 Seeker Spirit Master. He was young and stood at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Of course, he was only at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Above Seeker Spirit Masters, there were even more powerful existences. They were Earth Spirit Masters. Earth Spirit Masters were terrifying. Their power and abilities were beyond everyone's imagination. They weren't weaker than peerless powerhouses. Above the Earth Spiritualist, there was the even more mysterious and terrifying Sky Spiritualist. However, Celestial Spirit Masters were very mysterious. They had not appeared for many years, and no one had been able to cultivate to such a heaven-defying level. Lin Xian's current state reminded the two old ladies of an Earth Spirit Master. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes, emitting mysterious runes. Soon, he locked onto a stone among the dozen or so stones. That stone was completely gray and was about a meter tall. Compared to the three-orifice wonder stone that Tuoba had chosen, it could be said to be a giant. However, when Tuoba Tianxi saw this scene, he sneered. "Brat, I originally thought that you were very powerful. I didn't expect that you were just bluffing. Don't think that you can find treasures just because you chose a big stone." He had also examined the stone in Lin Xian's hand, but he didn't find any signs of treasure inside. Therefore, he guessed that it should be a useless rock. Moreover, ordinary spiritual masters wouldn't choose this kind of stone. He didn't expect that the young fellow would choose that kind of stone. Lin Xian ignored this provocation. He turned to look at the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, how much is this stone?" 500 kilograms of crystals, the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land said slowly. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar and discussed animatedly. 1,500 kilograms of crystals was also a sky-high price, but compared to the 4,000 kilograms from before, it was indeed much worse. In other words, even the Jade Lake Holy Land thought that the 1-meter-tall stone was not as good as the three-orifice wonder stone. That was natural. The three-orifice wonder stone was incomparably mysterious and could not be compared to any other stone. Moreover, based on the price alone, it could be seen that the people from the Jade Lake Holy Land did not care much about the 1-meter-tall stone. Discussions sounded one after another. Even Yang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. To be honest, during this process, they had been using their eye skills to observe, but they did not find anything unusual about this 1-meter-tall stone. Therefore, even if they were given two choices, they would not choose this stone. The three-orifice wonder stone that Tuoba Tianxi chose is indeed extraordinary. According to my guess, there's an 80% chance that there's a treasure inside. Yang Mingfei said in a low voice, "But I can't see through that 1-meter-tall stone." "I can't see through it either." Huang Fuqian also frowned. "I didn't see any light inside, nor did I use the spirit-seeking art to sense the aura of divine crystals or rare crystals. If a person's judgment is wrong, it's understandable. But the three of us top-notch spiritual masters didn't discover the secret of that stone. Why did the young fellow choose that stone? Could it be that he was just lucky and didn't know the spirit-seeking art? That's impossible, right? Just now, he clearly used some kind of strange eye technique. The power of that eye technique made even us shudder in fear. It's hard to imagine that he doesn't know the spirit-seeking art. Could it be that his eye skill saw something special? What special thing could it be? Other than divine crystals, there's also ancient spiritual medicine. But even if the ancient spiritual medicine is sealed, we can still find it through the spirit-seeking art." Huang Fuqian frowned. She really couldn't understand. Yang Mingfei said faintly, "Forget it. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Anyway, the two of them will cut the stone soon. We'll know if there's anything inside soon." After the two of them chose, the next step was to cut the stone. Tuoba Tianxi was very confident. He cut the stone first. Crack, 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 the small knife in his hand fell quickly, and the stone kept dancing. Tuoba Tianxi was very careful. Every cut was very precise. After a dozen cuts, a light suddenly lit up from the crack. It was so bright that it shone in the sky. Accompanying it was an aura that shook everyone's hearts. This aura? Is it a divine crystal? An older spiritual master widened his eyes. Heavens, there's really a treasure. It's a divine crystal. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to see this. They didn't expect that someone would cut out a divine crystal so soon. The last time a divine crystal was cut out was not long ago. It was Lin Xian. They didn't expect that only a day later, Tuoba Tianxi would cut out a divine crystal. There was indeed a treasure, and it was a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi was quite lucky. There's indeed a treasure, and it's a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi is quite lucky. Oh, Yang Ming's eyes flickered. On the side, Huang Fuqian snorted softly. The holy son of myriad thunder heaved a sigh of relief. He believed that they had won since the divine crystal was cut out. His red divine crystal was saved, and he thought that the other party would obediently leave Morong Qingqing's side. As Tuoba Tianxi's movements became faster, a sparkling divine crystal appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the countless martial artists present, including the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, the senior mighty figures, and the two grannies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were all surprised. They all looked forward with rapt attention. As expected of the top young God-favored spiritual master. His talent and strength were indeed terrifying. Yes, there were very few people who could cut out a divine crystal, and Tuoba Tianxi seemed to be only about 30 years old. It was indeed shocking to have such an achievement at such a young age. Exclamations were heard one after another. Tuoba Tianxi also raised his chin proudly and looked down at everyone. All of this was within his expectations. Then, he looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Boy, how is it? Do you know my strength now? It's impossible for you to win against me. Now, kneel in front of me obediently, kowtow, and admit your mistake. What's there to be arrogant about? Didn't you just cut out a divine crystal? What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't cut it out before. Besides, judging from the size of your divine crystal, it's not even as big as the one I cut out before." Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, the divine crystal that Tuoba Tianxi cut out was 2 times smaller than Lin Xian's previous one. "Humph, you're stubborn. You were completely lucky to be able to cut out a divine crystal last time. I don't believe that you can cut out a divine crystal this time. That rock of yours is just a piece of trash. Just wait and cry." At this point, not only him, but everyone around looked at Lin Xian. This was because they were very curious about what kind of treasure Lin Xian could produce after making such a big commotion. Hee, the 10,000 Thunder Saint narrowed his eyes. "Brat, hurry up and leave the fairy's side, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was also worried, and a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She also did not expect that this Tuoba Tianxi was actually so impressive, to be able to easily cut out a piece of divine crystal. "Don't worry, I won't lose to him," Lin Xian comforted. He naturally had his reasons for choosing that 1-meter-tall stone. Although he didn't find any light in the stone, it was true that he didn't find any light. However, he deduced that there should be treasures inside, because he felt a heart-palpitating aura from inside. It was as if there was a terrifying existence inside the stone. When Lin Xian had encountered that stone, the great dragon sword soul in his body had automatically operated. Lin Xian had never encountered such a scene before. Therefore, he chose this stone without hesitation. Because he also wanted to see what exactly was inside that could alarm the great dragon sword soul. Crack, crack, the cracks on the stone became bigger and bigger, but no light appeared. Seeing this, Tuoba Tianxi and the disciples of the Tuoba family became complacent again. "I told you, it's definitely a useless stone. You still don't believe it? Look, there's no light. This brat is not good at all. He can't be compared with my big brother Tuoba Tianxi." Tuoba Tianxi's lips also curled into a disdainful smile. This scene was within his expectations. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. He knew that he would definitely win this time. Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. "This shouldn't be, did we really make a mistake?" Lin Xian, on the other hand, was unusually calm. The 1-meter-tall stone in front of him had more and more cracks. Crack, 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 in the end, the entire stone broke into pieces. "There's nothing." Morong Qingqing's face was grave. She did not believe that the book would fail. "Brat, you've already lost. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize." Tuoba Tianxi sneered. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. From now on, stay away from the Jade Lake Saintess, or I'll kill you with my own hands. The disciples of the Tuoba family also sneered. However, Lin Xian snorted. Who said that I lost? Who said that I didn't cut out anything? Open your dog eyes and see what this is. With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the rubble on the ground rolled down, revealing the situation inside. What's this? The disciples were puzzled. They found that there was indeed something in the rubble, but it was different from what they had imagined. It was not a crystal at all, but a claw. It was a claw as big as a human's palm, but it was furry with green hair. There were also 3 sharp fingernails. Is this a demonic beast's claw? How dare a lousy claw be so arrogant? No one would want it even if you gave it to them for free. How dare you compare it with my big brother Tuoba Tianxi's divine crystal? I'm dying of laughter. Kid, I think you're out of your mind. What's this? It's worse than trash. Tuoba Tianxi also sneered. That's right. It's just a piece of trash. Do you really think it can compare with my divine crystal? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man in the crowd suddenly rushed over. He swayed his body and arrived in front of the rubble. He was extremely excited. He stared at the small claw on the ground. What did I just see? It's really that thing. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The old man was so old that his hair almost reached his ankles. However, the aura on his body was abnormally powerful, like a burning furnace of heaven and earth. Whoosh, right at this moment, another old man appeared. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his clothes were old and worn as if they were antiques. However, his eyes were unusually sharp, like 2 heavenly sabers that instantly cut through the void. Heavens, it's really that thing. The old man with the bird's nest hair was even more excited. He directly knelt on the ground and pressed his face against the ground to carefully examine the small green claw. What the hell? What's going on? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. They really did not dare to imagine. Those were 2 old men who were living fossils. It could be said that even mighty figures had to be respectful when they saw them. However, such powerful figures had lost their composure at that moment. Moreover, they were facing a small green claw. More importantly, the small green claw was previously despised by everyone and was regarded as a piece of trash. Kid, did you cut this thing out? The 2 old men looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flickered as if divine flames were dancing in them. Yes. Lin Xian was scared by the 2 of them, but he still nodded. Clang, many of the disciples of the Tuoba family fell to the ground with a dazed look on their faces. Were they blind? Someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for a piece of trash. How was that possible? Tuoba Tianxi's face was pale and his lips were trembling. He could not believe what he was seeing. In his opinion, the claw was a piece of trash that was not worth a single cent. However, someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for it. The value of the claw had exceeded the value of the item. Damn it. That's impossible. How can that item be worth 2 divine gems? Could it be that you're mistaken? Tuoba Tianxi could not help but scream in agitation. Made a mistake? Could it be that you are suspecting this old man? The elder with messy hair stood up and looked at Tuoba Tianxi coldly. This scene gave Tuoba Tianxi a fright. That was because that gaze was too sharp. Kid, which family are you from? How dare you be so unreasonable and question me? Tuoba Tianxi was sweating profusely. He was the top genius of the Tuoba family. However, he was like an ant in front of these living fossils. He could not resist at all. Senior, please stop. At that moment, the 2 elders of the Tuoba family rushed over and apologized. This is the number 1 genius of the Tuoba family. He is still young and doesn't know any better. If he offended you, please forgive him. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family were usually people of high status. However, at this moment, they were apologizing profusely as if they were juniors. They did not dare to be arrogant. Tuoba family? Humph, the younger generation these days is getting worse and worse. They even dare to doubt this old man's words. I'll spare his life for the sake of the Tuoba family. If you doubt me again, I'll kill you. The living fossil with messy hair snorted and ignored those people. Instead, he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, why don't you sell this item to me?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The powerful Tuoba family did not dare to raise their head after being reprimanded. The talented Tuoba Tianxi had shocked everyone by cutting the divine gems. But now, he was defeated. The reason for that was because the item Tuoba Tianxi had taken out was even more frightening. Although they still didn't know what it was, the price of 2 divine crystals had already surpassed Tuoba Tianxi's. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face was frighteningly dark. He didn't expect to be defeated at the last moment. It was so long that it was incomprehensible. The other saints and saintesses were also surprised. Even Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, the situation in front of them changed again. The living fossil whose hair reached his heels also said, 2 divine crystals are nothing. I'll say 3. Little guy, sell it to me. To be honest, Lin Xian was stunned. This was because he didn't know what the little green claws were for. Not to mention him, even Morong Qingqing was extremely surprised. However, she soon revealed a beautiful smile. This time, Lin Xian won again. The 2 old ladies of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground saw that something was wrong and hurriedly went to find the experts of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. At this moment, another voice came from afar. 3 divine crystals and a scroll of top-grade Earthrank Thunder technique. I wonder if little brother is willing? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned and looked back. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face turned green because the bidder was none other than the elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had offered a high price to buy the claws, but he was going against the other party. Wasn't this a slap to his face? The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that even the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground would participate. But soon, they cried out in alarm. Because after this, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect appeared and was willing to buy it at a high price. Not only that, but the Ouyang family, Huangfu family, and 5 Elements sect also sent experts and offered sky-high prices. Buzz, a light flashed in the void, and then a woman in red descended. She was surrounded by colorful clouds, and the lotus platform under her feet flickered. She looked like a fairy who had obtained the Tao. Elder. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing also exclaimed softly. The beautiful woman in palace dress smiled and nodded, then said, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is willing to buy it for 5 divine crystals. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this happiness a little too sudden? Previously, he was still worried about 1 divine crystal, but now, someone actually offered 5 divine crystals to buy the thing he cut out. However, he was still very surprised. Senior, I really want to know what that green claw is. How can it be worth so many crystals? To be honest, he was very surprised. Wasn't that green claw the corpse of a demonic beast? How could it be so valuable? This is indeed the corpse of a demonic beast, but it's not the corpse of an ordinary demonic beast. It has existed for at least 100,000 years. Moreover, it's very likely to be even older, the beautiful woman in red said lightly. What? More than 100,000 years? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder it was so valuable. It turned out that it had existed for so long. One had to know that a great emperor could only live for 10 or 20,000 years. 100,000 years was a very long time ago. Even if it was a treasure, it would have disappeared long ago. But the fact that the little green claw was able to survive was truly shocking. The others were also puzzled. How could something that was 100,000 years old be passed down? Of course, ordinary things can't be passed down, but what if it's sealed in a divine crystal? At this moment, a living fossil said, this claw is not an ordinary claw. It's a claw sealed in a divine crystal. It can be said that it's extremely lucky to have survived until now. Although you can't see the divine crystal now, it's because the divine crystal has exhausted its energy over the endless years. We're also lucky to have cut it out at this time. Otherwise, if we wait for another 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid this little claw won't be able to survive. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. They didn't expect that there would be so many mysteries in a little claw. Lin Xian was also surprised when he found out. However, this thing was useless to him. Therefore, he directly sold it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Firstly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground offered the highest price. Secondly, Morong Qingqing was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. With such a good thing, he naturally wanted to leave it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Lin Xian was grinning from ear to ear now that he had obtained 5 divine crystals. What a great harvest he had today. Not only that, but the nerves of Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint also belonged to him. In total, he had a total of 9 divine crystals in his hands. It was definitely a shocking wealth. Humph. Tuoba Tianxi's complexion was terrifyingly dark. He gnashed his teeth and his body trembled. He couldn't accept this failure. However, now wasn't the time to make a move. He could only coldly snort and quickly leave. The 10,000 lightning holy sun turned into a bolt of lightning and left. He didn't want to be bullied here. However, he also decided to deal with Tuoba Tianxi after the stone gambling convention. Although the others were also envious of the divine crystals, they didn't dare to make a move on Lin Xian right now. Lin Xian was now in high demand. The 10,000 lightning holy ground, 5 elements sect, Ouyang family clan, Huangfu family clan, and other peak powers all extended an olive branch to him. However, Lin Xian tactfully rejected all of them. He still had proper business to attend to, and that was to go to the All Beginnings holy ground. Half a day later, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to see that the All Beginnings holy ground had also sent someone over. Just like the other sects, they had invited Lin Xian to the All Beginnings holy ground as a guest. Lin Xian thought about this request for a moment. Then, he nodded his head and agreed. It just so happened that he wanted to go to the All Beginnings holy ground anyway. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, it couldn't be any better. In the following days, Lin Xian didn't continue to gamble on stones. After all, he was in too much of the limelight right now. Therefore, he decided to stay in Morong Qingqing's small house. The two of them chatted about love and Tao. They passed their days in leisure. Finally, the Grand Stone Gambling Convention came to an end. The experts of the 5 great sage lands, Tuoba family clan, Ouyang family clan, and Huangfu family clan. The peak-seeking spirit masters of these clans had all been invited by the All Beginnings holy ground. Lin Xian was also among them. The All Beginnings holy ground was a peerless holy ground of the southern domain. After entering the All Beginnings holy ground, Lin Xian didn't have the leisure to admire the mountains and rivers. Instead, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was also very excited. Although she was inside the Black Earth, she had already spread her soul power out. She didn't expect Lin Xian to come in so quickly. It was really out of her expectations. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land invited Lin Xian, the 5 great sage clans, and the 3 great spirit master clans inside. He arranged for them to rest on the mountain peak. The purpose of this invitation was, firstly, to allow the great sage to interact with each other. Moreover, there were several stones in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, they asked these peak experts and powerful spirit-seeking masters to examine them. Speculating whether or not there was a treasure inside, and what kind of treasure was inside, Lin Xian also stayed for the time being. However, what he didn't know was that there was an enormous mountain peak in the All Beginnings Holy Land that resembled a giant sword that reached the heavens. This was the peak of the 5th bloodline. Above them were the experts of the 5th bloodline. Among them, in a few huge palaces, there were experts who opened their eyes. Stars flickered in their eyes. Hoo, these experts frowned. Why do I feel Lu Mingyue's presence? Indeed. According to the formation, that slut seems to have come to the All Beginnings Holy Land. How is that possible? We've laid down an inescapable net in the southern region. Not even a fly can fly in. How did she come in? Could it be related to the stone gambling convention? Our holy land has invited a lot of people in the past 2 days. Perhaps that slut is among them. Damn it. We must find her. We must not let her meet the people of the 7th bloodline. Orders were issued one after another. The people of the 5th bloodline began to move in secret. They weren't the only ones. The people of the 7th bloodline were also overjoyed. The people of the fifth bloodline had a formation that could detect Lu Mingyue's whereabouts. Moreover, they were even more attentive than the people of the fifth bloodline. After all, Lu Mingyue was their future hope. Therefore, when Lu Mingyue entered the Holy Land, they sensed her presence. Immediately, they dispatched experts to secretly meet with Lu Mingyue. At night, the starry sky flickered. On the mountain peak, a cool breeze blew. It was somewhat chilly. Lin Xian wasn't together with Murong Qingqing. After all, he was still concealing his identity. As for Murong Qingqing, she was the holy daughter of the Jade Lake Holy Land. In front of everyone, it was impossible for the two of them to be together. Therefore, he chose a mountain peak for himself. How is it? Is it done? Lin Xian asked. It's done. I've already sent a sound transmission to the people of the seventh bloodline. I believe they will come to pick me up soon. Lu Mingyue's voice transmitted from the Black Earth. Boom, however, at that moment, the space above their heads started to ripple rapidly like seawater. A mysterious power surged out in all directions. Immediately after, a black-cloaked man appeared in the sky. He was like a ghost. Incomparably black holes flickered around him. Although he was incomparably powerful, he concealed his aura very well. He didn't alarm the other experts. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. He instantly sensed the black-cloaked man. In the next instant, he raised his head and his pupils shrank. He's here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the other party to find him so quickly. Judging from the killing intent, it was definitely not from Lu Mingyue's sect. It should be someone from the fifth bloodline. Lu Mingyue, UB*TCH. I didn't expect you to be able to come here. It's really beyond my expectations. However, I won't let you meet the people of the seventh bloodline. A cold voice sounded, carrying a biting cold killing intent. Then, black-cloaked figures appeared in all directions on the mountain peak. Those people's auras were terrifying and powerful. They formed seals with their palms, and a strange energy was emitted. It formed a huge formation that enveloped the entire mountain range. Oh no! Seeing this formation, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense that this was a kind of isolation formation. They were fighting here, and the people outside shouldn't be able to sense it. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the dark red dragon and had it break the formation. At the same time, Lin Xian let out a long roar. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a shocking sword chi rushed upward. Boom, however, the black-cloaked man above shouted coldly. He clapped his palms, and a huge hand appeared out of thin air. Like a mountain, it collided with the shocking sword chi. Then, the sword chi that filled the sky was shattered. Along with it came the pressure of an almighty, as well as a terrifying power. It's useless. In front of me, you're like ants. Today, you're not going anywhere. Kill them. With that order, the black-cloaked men around him moved quickly. Boom boom boom, half of the black-cloaked men formed seals with their palms to maintain the formation. The other half of the black-robed men unleashed powerful energy, transforming into bolts of black lightning that charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and dozens of sword chi flew out. At the same time, Lu Mingyue also came out of the black earth and displayed her powerful strength. Boom boom boom, the collision between the two was earth-shattering. However, the array formation concealed everything. From the outside, the entire mountain was quiet and there was not the slightest movement. The auras of these figures were also very powerful. Their target was also the mountain where Lin Xian was. Lu Mingyue should be on that mountain. They could not sense Lu Mingyue's aura. Could something have happened? Let's speed up. The figures looked anxious. They realized that Lu Mingyue's aura had been concealed, which gave them a bad feeling. In the next moment, they could not help but speed up. However, they were soon stopped by someone. Junior brothers and sisters, where are you going? An old voice sounded. Senior brother Lu. Damn it, you people from the fifth bloodline have also received the news. Hee, I advise you not to go. Lu Mingyue is also a sinner of our sacred ground. For such a person, we should capture and kill her on the spot. How dare you? One of the middle-aged men shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The void fluctuated, and an old man appeared. Although he was old, his eyes were shining with a powerful aura. He was wearing a dark blue Taoist robe with mysterious Taoist patterns on it. With a light stomp of his foot, blue ripples spread out like seawater, forming a domain. It quickly enveloped the entire surroundings. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the experts from the seventh bloodline constricted. Everyone, break out of the encirclement. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Then, the few of them moved and rushed in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The old man in the blue star robe sneered, and the center of his eyes became illusory. Then, in the void, streaks of blue ripples spun rapidly like ocean waves, completely trapping the experts of the seven lineages. On the mountain peak below, Lin Xian held the demon sword in his hand and blocked the attacks of the 6 men in black. He quickly asked, why haven't the people from the 5th bloodline arrived yet? Bang! Lu Mingyue waved her palm and sent the 3 of them flying. At the same time, she said, according to the time, they should be here soon. Could it be that an accident has happened? After hearing this, the old man in black sneered disdainfully, don't count on the people from the 7th bloodline. They won't come. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people of the 5th bloodline had intercepted them. This was not good news at all. After all, this place was none other than the All Beginnings Holy Land. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to contend with these people in the Holy Land's territory. Therefore, they had to break out. As soon as the people of the 7th bloodline arrived, Lu Mingyue would meet them, and Lin Xian would leave on the Black Earth. Kill. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and unleashed an ultimate strike. The terrifying sword chi whistled and let out a roar that made one's heart tremble. Then, like a long dragon, it swept across the sky. Pung pung pung, the 6 black-clothed men beside him were sent flying by the sword. Damn it, how can this kid be so powerful? The 6 black-clothed men's faces were incomparably solemn. Humph, in the sky, the black-robed mighty figure snorted coldly. He had also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, the mighty figure in black decided to do it himself. He stretched out his palm, and the black palm rapidly enlarged. It was incomparably black, resembling a primordial devil mountain. Its aura was terrifying as it rapidly pressed downwards. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light. He quickly dodged and stabbed out with his sword. Humph, the black-robed mighty figure sneered disdainfully. He was powerful, and his opponent was merely a little king. How dare he attack him? He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he pressed down with his palm. Instantly, the incomparably black devil palm turned into black flames and rushed toward the sword chi. Boom! The collision between the two was earth-shattering. One after another, pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. In the end, the sword chi was shattered. As for the pitch-black devil palm, it also flew for a while before disappearing into the void. He was actually able to block it? The black-robed mighty figure furrowed his brows. A little king was able to block his attack. It was simply too inconceivable. No wonder you could come to the Holy Land. As expected, you have some skills. However, do you think you can defeat me with just this? The black-robed mighty figure sneered. Then, his body shone with light. Strands of primal chaos energy appeared and formed 8 primal chaos heads. They were incomparably malevolent, just like demonic beasts. A terrifying primal chaos energy filled the sky. Then, the wonton head spat out 8 primal chaos demonic figures. Each of them wielded a sword and saber. They were incomparably powerful and charged toward Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. He also had a wonton clone standing in front of him. Suddenly, 3 clones rapidly appeared. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Countless rays of light flashed in the sky, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Damn it! You actually know how to use the primal chaos secret technique. The black-robed mighty figure's expression changed. He was too shocked. Meat stew was a secret technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. How could his opponent know how to use it? Could it be that slut Lu Mingyue gave it to him? The black-robed mighty figure's expression turned cold. He had decided that he had to kill his opponent. He could not allow the secret technique to be spread. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was rapidly breaking through the array formation. Although the array formation formed by the black-robed men was profound, it still had flaws in front of the dark red divine dragon. Crack, not long after, a small crack appeared on the entire formation due to the dark red Shenong. Although it was only a small crack, it was more than enough. The dark red dragon roared, and a terrifying dragon roar transmitted through the crack. Roar, a single roar caused the earth to tremble. In an instant, the roar rushed out of the array formation and spread throughout the All Beginnings Holy Land. At this moment, countless powerful auras surged. One figure after another flew into the sky. They were all extremely shocked. What's going on with this roar? Could it be that a demonic beast has entered? Damn it! Who is it that dares to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land? Furious roars resounded one after another. Everyone became even more puzzled. Damn it! Inside the array formation, the black-robed mighty figure's expression was incomparably unsightly. He had not expected that the other party would be able to break through their array formation so quickly. Moreover, his voice was transmitted outside. This was something that he had not expected. Kill. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to kill Lu Mingyue as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would become troublesome once the people from the 7th bloodline arrived. Therefore, the black-robed mighty figure turned into a streak of light. With a pitch-black death scythe in his hand, he rapidly slashed toward Lu Mingyue. Buzz. As for Lin Xian, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and arrived beside Lu Mingyue in advance. Then, he used the black earth to store Lu Mingyue. Shua. In the next instant, he disappeared into the void. Just as he disappeared, a black death scythe appeared and cut through the void. Ah! Damn brat! Get out here! The black-robed mighty figure roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. The surrounding black-robed mighty figures also joined forces to kill Lin Xian. Shock. None of them were a match for Lin Xian. Roar. At this time, the crimson divine dragon roared twice more. Its voice was vast and mighty, spreading for thousands of miles. It was like thunder, causing one's soul to tremble. What a terrifying roar! What kind of monster beast is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Everyone was shocked. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists, they were finally unable to sit still. They followed the sound and quickly flew towards the mountain peak. Not far away, the expressions of the experts from the 7th bloodline also changed. Could it be Mingyue? Humph, the star-robed old man's expression was ice-cold. He had naturally discovered that the direction the roar was coming from was where Lu Mingyue was. However, wasn't that place already surrounded by almighty experts? How could there still be a change? He truly couldn't understand. But before long, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distance. An enormous aura rapidly burst forth and flew over. It's someone from the 7th bloodline. Seeing this scene, the star-robed old man's expression became even more gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult for him to succeed today. Thus, he sighed and disappeared into the void. As he disappeared, the star-like vortexes in the sky also rapidly disappeared. We're saved. The experts from the 7th bloodline breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do about it. Their senior brother was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, their senior brother still had misgivings about the rules of the Holy Land and didn't openly attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. In the next instant, they turned into streaks of light and flew forward. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful auras descended one after another. Moreover, the array formation formed by the black-robed men shattered. When the black-robed almighty expert saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth and revealed an unwilling expression. But in the end, he still turned into countless strands of demonic energy that wrapped around the black-robed men and disappeared into the void. Who are you? Who allowed you to fight here? Sensing the remnant energy fluctuations in the air, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists that had rushed over had gloomy expressions. But at this time, Lin Xian controlled the black earth and a beautiful figure appeared. It was Lu Mingyue. As soon as she appeared, she flew into the sky and shouted, "Master! Disciple!" A middle-aged woman wearing a red dress appeared. Her body emitted a monstrous aura. She looked at Lu Mingyue and said excitedly, "Good, good. It's good that you're back." Whoosh, following the appearance of the woman in red, more than 10 mighty figures appeared in the surroundings. They descended and protected Lu Mingyue firmly. At this time, the cultivators from the other factions also arrived, as well as guests from the other holy lands. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. That woman is... How? B. The martial artists of the other factions gnashed their teeth, their expressions abnormally cold. The people of the fifth bloodline had also arrived. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Soon, an expert from the fifth bloodline snorted coldly. "Humph, what's the use of coming back? She's a sinner of the Holy Land. You'll still be punished if you come back." "That's right. She has committed a capital offense. You've already become someone else's maid. You don't deserve to be the new saintess." Cold shouts came one after another. However, the woman in red snorted and said, "If any of you have a problem with that, I'll fight with him." At this point, she grasped the red hidden sword at her waist. Suddenly, her aura erupted like a volcano and swept across the sky. The area was dyed red in an instant. Bang! Bang, bang! Many people turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. They couldn't bear this terrifying aura. Peerless Almighty, this red-robed woman was actually a peerless Almighty. Her terrifying aura suppressed the void like a divine monument. "Du Hongling, although you're a peerless Almighty, don't bully others. We're not afraid of you." "That's right. You're no match for us in terms of strength. Besides, we won't bully others. We'll speak with facts. Lu Mingyue is indeed not suitable to be the new saintess. Besides, I think it's a mistake for her to stay in the Holy Land. You should expel her." "Do you think you can expel her just because you want to?" The woman in red, Du Hongling, snorted coldly. "News about my disciple has spread throughout the eastern wilderness. What happened before was all because of Xianxia from the fifth tribe. My disciple wasn't captured at all, and she's not a traitor of the Holy Land. So, if you're not convinced, fight me. I, Du Hongling, am not afraid of you." At this point, the aura on her body became sharp again. The clouds in the sky churned, and the red light turned into 3 huge longswords. Each of them was tens of thousands of miles long, and they circled in the void like giant dragons. The surrounding kings turned pale when they saw the scene. If they fought, the entire mountain range would be destroyed, and they wouldn't be spared. Lin Xian stood at the side. Looking at this scene, he was extremely shocked. Is this Lu Mingyue's master? What a domineering woman. However, he was relieved. With such a powerful master, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lu Mingyue to become the saintess. "Humph, Du Hongling, you're too presumptuous." At this moment, the void rippled again, and the star-robed elder from before appeared again. With his appearance, a middle-aged man with a yellow face appeared beside him. He was wearing a yellow robe, and his face was sallow. He looked very ordinary. However, the moment he appeared, the faces of the people from the Holy Land changed. "Ma Yuanshan, you actually came out of seclusion." Du Hongling's expression was also very serious. Ma Yuanshan was the middle-aged man with a sallow face. He was also a peerless Almighty. Thus, his appearance caused the entire scene to change once again. The two peerless Almighties confronted each other, and their terrifying auras kept rising. They collided in the void, and each blow tore the void. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. However, at this tense moment, the stars in the sky flickered, and then emitted light, condensing into a human face. "Both of you, stop. Come with me." There was a vast pressure in this voice, like a god looking down on the mortals. Seeing the starry face, the two peerless Almighties looked serious. They quickly restrained their auras. As for the surrounding Holy Land's cultivators, they respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to the Holy Master." This starry face was actually condensed by the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master. Lin Xian was also very nervous. The strength of a holy land's holy master was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to revolve rapidly to resist the pressure in the sky. Fortunately, the face of the Holy Lord of all beginnings in the sky quickly disappeared. Then, Du Hongling, Ma Yuanshan, and the surrounding people all soared into the sky and flew into the distance. From the looks of it, they should be going to the Holy Lord to judge. As for the others, their eyes flickered. Many of them looked at Lin Xian because they didn't expect Lin Xian to be with Lu Mingyue. This was even more shocking. For a time, many people guessed Lin Xian's true identity. Morong Qingqing was also very worried. However, Lin Xian told her not to come over for the time being. Lin Xian had 9 divine crystals in his hands. Even in the holy land of all beginnings, he had the ability to protect himself. Therefore, he didn't want Morong Qingqing to be involved in this maelstrom. Big brother Xian, be careful. If you can't handle it, leave early, Morong Qingqing said with concern. In the latter half of the night, many people wandered around the mountain peak where Lin Xian was. However, in the end, they didn't make a move. It was as if they were afraid of something. The next day, the people of the 7th branch came. They were very grateful that Lin Xian had escorted Lu Mingyue back. Moreover, they passed on Lu Mingyue's words. They said that they would definitely fulfill the agreement between the two of them. However, they would have to wait for some time. At the same time, the people of the 7th branch also gave Lin Xian some earth-tier treasures and some crystals. From the looks of it, it was quite a sumptuous gift. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to accept these things. He had escorted Lu Mingyue back for the reward. Of course, this reward was only a little bit of interest. The real benefits would have to wait until Lu Mingyue became the holy maiden of all beginnings. However, it would be soon. Soon, the people of the 7th branch left. However, half a day later, several more people arrived. Seeing these people, Lin Xian frowned because they were people of the 5th branch. These were the disciples of the 5th bloodline. The one in the lead wore a green robe, and his expression was unusually cold. He walked up to Lin Xian and looked at him coldly. Then, he asked, "Are you the one who escorted senior sister Lu here?" Although it was only one sentence, it surprised Lin Xian. Because just yesterday, the people of the 5th branch had called Lu Mingyue AB*TCH, but today, they had already changed their way of addressing her as senior sister Lu. It seemed that Lu Mingyue had been re-accepted. This was good news for Lin Xian. However, he couldn't understand why the people from the 5th bloodline had come. Logically speaking, they should be thanking the people from the 7th bloodline. Could it be that the people from the 5th bloodline were looking for trouble? In the next moment, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, it's me. Who are you, and what do you want? We are naturally disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The green-robed youth said coldly, you escorted senior sister Lu back, which is a great contribution. We naturally have to treat you well. We've already prepared a banquet. Brother, if you don't have enough, why don't you come with us? Rest assured, we won't do anything to you. We just want to thank you properly. Thank me? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These people were clearly people from the 5th bloodline. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. How could it be that they were purely thanking him? Most likely, this was a trap. They wanted to bring him over so that they could attack him. Because of that, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need. I still have some matters to attend to. There's no need for a banquet. How could that be? Right at this moment, a pink-clothed woman stood forward and arrogantly said, Our All Beginnings Holy Land will not owe anyone a favor. If you don't go, wouldn't it seem like we're lacking in hospitality? You've already treated me very well. There's no need for an additional banquet. Furthermore, I still have other matters to attend to. Thus, it's better that you all return. Lin Xian shook his head and refused. Brother, are you not going to give us face? Hearing those words, the expressions of the several people sank. Our elder has already spoken. No matter what, we must invite brother over today. If you don't give us face like this, won't we be punished when we return? That's right. Even if we have to tie you up, we must bring you out today. The pink-clothed woman became even more aggressive. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Xian refused again, they would attack him. Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? Are you all going to attack me because I'm not willing to go? Attack? Brother, you must be joking. We're not attacking you. We're only inviting brother over. Men, come and escort brother away, the green-clothed man sneered. The young man in the green robe laughed coldly. 2 more disciples walked out from behind him. Their auras surged and terrifying light shrouded Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. His body trembled, and he shattered the 2 illusory hands. Your All Beginnings Holy Land's way of receiving guests is truly special. It's good that you know. This is only a warning. If you don't obediently leave with us, we won't do it again. Next time, it won't be so easy. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to resist, the green-cloaked man's expression sank. In the next instant, he coldly said, "Take him away. Brat, obediently leave with us." The 2 disciples sneered. They quickly rushed toward Lin Xian from the left and right. Scram! Lin Xian snorted coldly and kicked out with his leg. Pung, pung. The 2 disciples screamed miserably and were sent flying. You dare attack me? Seeing this, the pink-clothed woman shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She truly didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them in their holy land. They were truly reckless. Whoosh! In the next instant, she pulled out a red whip from her waist and lashed it forward. Whoosh! The red whip expanded in the wind, turning into a red flood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stretched out his palm and used the dragon-capturing hand. A dragon-shaped claw appeared on his palm, and he grabbed forward. He grabbed the red flood dragon with his palm. The flood dragon struggled with all its might, flipping and slapping the void, but it couldn't break free. Damn it! Seeing this, the pink-clothed woman's face turned pale. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that he could grab her long whip so easily. Damn it, let go of me! The pink-clothed woman stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't pull back her long whip at all. Junior sister, let me help you. The green-clothed man saw this and roared angrily. He flipped his palm, and a turquoise long saber appeared in his hand. Boom! He swung his saber, and a green saber light that was 100 feet long shone in the air. It even carried a turquoise flame. Lin Xian raised his other hand, and a huge light sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with murderous intent, and it emitted a terrifying whistling sound. He swung his sword, and the turquoise saber light collided. A terrifying sound was heard, and intense light burst forth in the air. Crack! A terrifying sound whistled through the air, and an intense radiance burst forth in the air. Crack! The 300-meter-long dark green saber light was instantly shattered into pieces. Pung! 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 The green-robed youth retreated continuously with a shocked expression. His opponent's strength was simply too great. A single sword strike had forced him back. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? The green-robed youth's expression turned gloomy. But in the next moment, he arrived beside the pink-robed woman and quickly transmitted his voice to her. Junior sister, I have an idea. When the pink-robed woman heard this idea, her face turned red. But soon after, she clenched her teeth and agreed. After all, they had to eliminate the other party today. In the next instant, the pink-robed woman gnashed her teeth, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Then, her lily-white hands began to tear apart her clothes. Chee, chee. Soon, her pink dress was torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. Under the illumination of the sun, her skin looked so delicate that it could be torn apart. This scene was extremely alluring. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Ah! Right at this moment, the pink-robed woman shrieked. Then, she hugged her body and retreated. Men! Save me! I'm being indecent, the pink-robed woman shrieked. As for the green-robed man, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he started to play along. He crazily roared, "Damned brat! You dare to be so rude to my junior sister?" He was a 6-star king. At this moment, he circulated his spiritual energy and shouted. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions like waves. What's going on? His voice attracted the attention of many people. Countless rays of light flew over from the sky. These were the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. They had been attracted by that voice. Fellow brothers, you've come at the right time. This brat is too hateful. He actually wants to molest my junior sister. What? Hearing this, the disciples that had rushed over were all enraged. They all glared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. Several aged figures also appeared in the sky. What's going on? A dignified voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man wearing red robes. His aura was powerful. Reporting to Deacon Wang, my junior sister and I have received orders to invite that brat down there for a meal. I didn't expect that brat to have evil intentions after seeing my junior sister's beauty. He wanted to molest her. We had good intentions, but we didn't expect him to be so vicious. That damned bastard. He's simply too arrogant. He actually dares to commit murder in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Take him down and avenge junior sister. F***ck, we must cripple his cultivation. Chop off his limbs and feed him to the dogs. Cold shouts could be heard from the crowd. Most of these people were disciples of the fifth bloodline, and were hiding in the crowd, shouting non-stop. Obviously, this was all premeditated. This matter caused an uproar, and more martial artists rushed over. Soon, the entire mountain range was completely surrounded. Brat, although you've done a meritorious deed by escorting Lu Mingyue back, you're too arrogant. Therefore, you must be punished today. Kneel down obediently and accept your punishment. I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. The red-robed middle-aged man stood up, his voice cold. He was also from the fifth bloodline. Stop. At this time, the people of the seventh branch also arrived. They said, "What are you doing? This young master is a guest of our seventh branch." Guests? What a joke. He's no longer a disciple of our fifth bloodline. Can't I touch him? The red-robed middle-aged man sneered. What's going on? Seeing the woman in pink in front of him, the people of the seventh bloodline frowned. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "It's obvious that this is a show. Their goal is to capture me." That woman's clothes were torn by her own hands. What? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The people of the fifth bloodline sneered, "What kind of joke is this? You're obviously quibbling. Why would my junior sister frame you? You have to know that we've never known you. This time, we're just inviting you out of kindness." That's right, we have no reason to frame you. Brat, you're so young, but you're so vicious. If such a person continues to grow, he'll be a scourge. Why don't we get rid of him today? Cold shouts came one after another. Immediately after, several huge figures stood out and locked onto Lin Xian. The middle-aged man said, "Is the seventh bloodline going to interfere in this matter?" What? The people of the seventh bloodline frowned and hesitated. Because they didn't know if Lin Xian had really done anything to her. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Lin Xian didn't expect the people of the seventh bloodline to help him with all their might. He sneered, looked forward, and said loudly, "Why did you frame me?" It's very simple. Because I escorted Lu Mingyue back. You're dissatisfied and can't do anything to her, so you can only vent your anger on me. How dare you? The fifth bloodline is open and aboveboard. Why would we attack a stranger? You're obviously quibbling. Men, take him down. The middle-aged man roared. Immediately, two figures rushed out in front of him and charged towards Lin Xian. Light flickered on their bodies. They were very powerful. Every step they took cracked the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian. Two large hands stretched out, and huge palms of light appeared. Killing intent surged like two huge demonic beasts that enveloped Lin Xian. For a moment, the entire sky shone with light. A terrifying aura surged and completely sealed Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors also cried out in surprise. Among them, the people of the fifth bloodline cheered with all their might. In their opinion, the other party was definitely going to die. Bang bang, however, Lin Xian sneered twice. He used the great dragon sword soul. Terrifying aura surged and condensed into a huge golden thunder hammer in his hand. Golden light flickered, and the huge thunder hammer surged with terrifying power and rushed out of the void. Lin Xian waved the golden thunder hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Soon, an intense collision sounded in the sky. The two powerhouses of the fifth bloodline were sent flying and vomited blood. So powerful, the surrounding crowd exclaimed, while the people of the fifth bloodline gritted their teeth in a daze. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. How dare you? The middle-aged man was also angry. He shouted coldly, "How dare you hit the martial artists of our sacred land in broad daylight? This is unforgivable. Men, kill him on the spot." His cold voice, carrying a biting cold-killing intent, echoed in all directions. Oh no, the people of the seventh bloodline also had ugly expressions and frowned. No one saw what happened before. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation. But now, Lin Xian had injured two sacred land martial artists in public, and everyone saw it. There was no way to quibble. The seventh bloodline couldn't do anything now. Looking at the four figures, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and a boundless chill spread out from his body. Crack! 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 Wherever the chill passed, the void froze. The four fifth lineage elites turned pale and tried to escape. But in an instant, they were frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying chill aura! It's so cold. When the surrounding sacred land martial artists saw this, their scalps went numb and they retreated. This move was too terrifying. It froze four elites in an instant. Humph, the middle-aged man snorted. He could tell that Lin Xian was powerful. Now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll kill you personally. As he spoke, chaotic chi emerged from his body and formed a chaotic sun behind him. It bloomed with thousands of rays of light. A terrifying aura filled the air and endless chaotic light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Kill! With a roar, 5 giant golden crows appeared from the chaotic sun behind him. Each of them was 100 feet long and looked as though they were made of gold. They were lifelike. They spread their wings and flew toward Lin Xian, bringing with them a sky full of flowing light. In the distance, the sacred land martial artists were suppressed by this boundless aura. Their bodies trembled and they could not stand still. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5 golden crows quickly approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and raised his hand. Endless chill aura gathered on his left hand and formed a blue bow. Black flames danced on his right hand and formed a black arrow. Arching the bow to shoot the golden crows, boom. Boom, boom. He released 5 arrows in a row. The 5 black arrows were like hell's divine spears. They burned with boundless black heat and pierced through the golden crows, blowing them up. In the sky, violent energy explosions swept out in all directions. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even contend with him. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and turned into a ray of flowing light, rushing over quickly. In the palm of his hand, chaotic chi swirled and formed a huge chaotic vortex. Accompanied by the power of the chaotic sun, it shot out quickly. Pung, the void was like a mirror, shattering right away. Furthermore, the cracks were spreading rapidly, trying to swallow Lin Xian whole. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flickered, instantly leaving his original spot and appearing in another direction. He drew the bow in his hand again. Wung, a black arrow shot out, causing the void to tremble as it flew towards the middle-aged man. Ka ka ka, the void was directly pierced through, creating a pitch-black ravine. The middle-aged man was shocked. He waved his hands, and the light of chaos formed 7 shields in front of him. At the same time, a green armor appeared on his body, shining brightly. Boom, however, the arrow in the sky contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. Like a hot knife through butter, it easily pierced through the 7 chaos shields. Then, it pierced through the middle-aged man. Ah, The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as his shoulder was pierced through and he flew backward. In the end, he was nailed to a mountain peak. Blood dripped from the sky, and screams reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The people of the fifth bloodline gasped, and their eyes were filled with fear. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He could be said to be at the peak of 6-star kings, but he was easily injured. He could not fight back at all. What was the background of that young man in front of him? Why was his combat strength so terrifying? For a moment, they were terrified and did not dare to look at him again. Humph. How dare you make a move in the sacred land? You're courting death. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a large number of figures appeared. There were young prodigies, middle-aged men, and even pale old men. Without exception, they were all powerhouses of the fifth bloodline. As soon as these people appeared, they sealed off the surroundings and directly trapped Lin Xian. This time, they would definitely not let him escape. It's over. This kid is definitely dead. That's right. The young prodigies and the elders of the fifth bloodline have all appeared. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to escape no matter how heaven-defying he is. There's nothing they can do. This kid sent Lu Mingyue back. It can be said that he has completely angered the fifth bloodline. It's normal for the people of the fifth bloodline to want to kill him now. Discussions sounded one after another. This time, not only the people of the fifth bloodline, but also the powerhouses of the 5 great sage lands and the people of the 3 seeker spiritual master clans in the distance. Because the commotion here was too big, it directly alarmed them. When they learned that it was the people of the fifth bloodline who attacked Lin Xian, many of them immediately sneered. Among them, especially Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint. They all looked down with sneers on their faces. I told you, this kid is not a good person at all. Look, he actually wants to violate the female disciple of the sacred land of rights. Such a person can't be left in this world. I think it's better to kill him directly. The Thousand Thunder Saint said coldly. On the other side, Tuoba Tianxi also sneered. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, looked solemn. She did not believe that Lin Xian would do such a thing. He must have been framed. Therefore, she stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Stop, there must be a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? The female disciple who was bullied is right below. The evidence is conclusive. Moreover, this kid injured the cultivators of our sacred land in public. Everyone saw it. There is no misunderstanding at all. At this time, an elder of the fifth bloodline stepped forward and said coldly. Jade Lake Saintess, although you are an honored guest, this matter is the matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land. I hope you won't interfere. Saintess. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Land also stepped forward to dissuade her. Indeed, with their current status, it was not good for them to interfere. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. However, she decided that she would not let these people hurt Lin Xian in the slightest. Fairy Morong is the Jade Lake Saintess. It is not convenient for her to interfere. What about me? At this time, another ice-cold voice sounded. Lu Mingyue. Everyone turned around and saw a fairy-like figure appear. That's right, it was Lu Mingyue. At this time, she had already recovered her status as a saintess candidate. Moreover, it would not be long before she became a true saintess. Therefore, her appearance naturally caused a commotion among the crowd. Lu Mingyue said indifferently, I understand him. He would not do such a thing. I think there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The evidence is conclusive. The elder of the fifth bloodline sneered. That's right. He dares to bully the people of our fifth bloodline. We must kill this kid. The people of the fifth bloodline also roared in anger. Conclusive? Lin Xian smiled. Are you sure the evidence is conclusive? Of course. The person is already here. How could it be false? That elder snorted coldly. Fine. Since you want evidence, I will show you the evidence. Sure. Since you want evidence, I'll show you. Then, Lin Xian said, Ruffian dragon, take that thing out. I've already prepared it. The dark red divine dragon sneered. They had felt that something was amiss when they saw the scene earlier. Thus, they directly used memory crystals to record the scene from before. The next moment, the dark red divine dragon tossed out its claw, and a translucent blue crystal floated in the void. It shone brightly and was projected into the air. "That's a memory crystal," Huang Fuqian exclaimed. "It seems like the truth is about to be revealed," Yang Mingfei said in a low voice. Sure enough, the memory crystal's projection showed the scene of the pink lady tearing her clothes apart. The faces of the people from the fifth bloodline darkened. They did not expect Lin Xian to have a memory crystal. "I've already given you the evidence you wanted. Now, are you still going to say that I'm the one who molested her?" Lin Xian said calmly. The elder was so angry that his body trembled. This slap to his face was too loud. "Humph. What's going on?" Morong Qingqing shouted coldly. Lu Mingyue's face darkened. "Is this what you mean by molesting?" "Humph, it seems like you don't know the rules. Is the law enforcement hall here?" Lu Mingyue shouted loudly. "Here." 3 martial artists in black armor appeared in the sky. Their auras were as cold as ice. These 2 disciples framed a distinguished guest and brought shame to the sacred land. "Take them away and discipline them." "Yes." The 3 martial artists from the law enforcement hall descended and took the pink lady and the green-robed youth away. "Elder, save me." The 2 of them screamed, their faces pale. They did not expect this to happen. "How dare you?" The elder from the 5th bloodline shouted angrily. "What? You want to violate the sacred land's rules?" Lu Mingyue said coldly. Damn it, the elder from the 5th bloodline gritted his teeth and could only watch as the law enforcement hall took them away. He had no choice. Although he was an elder, he did not dare to openly defy the rules of the Holy Land. The other members of the 5th bloodline were trembling with anger. However, they had no intention of letting Lin Xian off the hook. In the next moment, those people all stared at Lin Xian. The elder from the 5th faction gritted his teeth and said, "Those 2 disciples lied about this matter. But what about the matter of this brat injuring my disciple? He openly committed murder in the Holy Land. Such a person must not be allowed to live." However, Lin Xian sneered and said, "It's just a spar. Furthermore, it was you guys who made the first move." Hearing this, the 5th bloodline was so angry that he coughed up blood. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing they could beat him up. "Really? Spar? Alright, I'll spar with you. If I injure you badly, I don't think anyone will blame me, right?" At this moment, a young man walked out from the crowd of the 5th bloodline. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He gave off an unusually sharp feeling. "Xianxia, he's actually going to attack. He's one of the candidate saints. He's powerful and unfathomable. Legend has it that he's not weaker than a true candidate saint." As soon as the black-haired young man appeared, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Xianxia stood in the void and looked down at Lin Xian. He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Let's do it. We're just sparring. Don't worry, I won't kill you." There was a trace of biting cold killing intent in his words that shook the void. "Haha, this kid is scared. I didn't expect my senior brother Xianxia to attack. Senior brother Xiao, go for it. Cripple him." The disciples of the 5th bloodline shouted crazily. The elders did not stop them. They also watched with cold smiles on their faces. "What, you think a candidate saint can take me down?" Lin Xian snorted. "Since you want to spar, I'll grant you your wish." With that, he took a step forward and his aura erupted. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. "You're indeed powerful. However, you're not my match," Xianxia said coldly in the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain. He was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. His strength was powerful and unfathomable. His opponent was only a nameless junior. Was he even qualified to fight with him? Whoosh, in the next instant, he stretched out his hand. A cyan flame danced in the center of his palm. The cyan flame was like a divine flame. It illuminated the void and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh, soon after, Xianxia waved his hand. The cyan flame rushed out of his palm. A green light sprinkled down, and instantly, the water in the huge lake below was completely evaporated. The terrifying heat was so intense that even the void couldn't withstand it. Cyan Lotus Flame. Xianxia actually used Cyan Lotus Flame. It seems like he's determined to kill his opponent. What? That's a flame that only an almighty expert can possess. I didn't expect Xianxia to possess such a flame. Could it be that he really has strength comparable to a candidate saint? Cries of surprise were heard one after another. Evidently, the cyan flames had caused the surrounding people to be extremely shocked. Boom, Lin Xian quickly counterattacked. He waved his hand. Blue cold air revolved around his palm. A cold palm of ice soared into the sky. Ka, the blue palm was like an ancient iceberg. It streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. The power of ice? But it's useless. My cyan lotus flame isn't something you can imagine. Xianxia had a calm expression. Ordinary ice wouldn't be able to block his cyan lotus flame. His opponent would definitely be burned to ashes by his flames. Boom, but in the next instant, he was stunned. The huge fireball he had shot out was frozen. It turned into a block of ice and fell from the sky. Not only that, but the blue ice divine palm didn't lose any power. It rapidly grabbed at him. How could this be? Xianxia's expression changed for the first time. He was stunned. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. This was especially true for the disciples of the fifth bloodline. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to break through the cyan lotus flame so easily. Whoosh, in the sky, Xianxia's body swayed. He turned into a cyan phantom and flashed rapidly in the void. However, the ice divine palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it completely enveloped the entire sky. Boom, 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 in an instant, the sky above his head was completely frozen. Xianxia's body was also wrapped in countless cold air. Get lost, Xianxia roared. The flames in his body were like a sea of fire. They suddenly erupted. He resisted the surrounding cold air and quickly broke out of the encirclement. His hair was covered in blue ice. His face was abnormally ferocious. He was furious. He was too furious. The surrounding warriors were all astonished. Lin Xian's battle prowess was simply too frightening. Kid, you've completely angered me. Xianxia's voice was cold. I just wanted to play with you, but now I've changed my mind. In the next moment, he roared and formed a seal with both hands. Countless green flames gathered in front of him, forming 18 green lotus flowers. Each lotus flower seemed real and carried a terrifying heat. All of them flew toward Lin Xian. Clear lotus burning the sky. Kid, go to hell. Xianxia roared and waved his palm quickly. This was his strongest move. Once it was used, the entire sky would be burned clean. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to resist it. As expected, as soon as the 18 green lotus flowers appeared, the ice in the sky melted instantly. Not only that, the 18 lotus flowers formed a formation and enveloped Lin Xian, trying to refine him. Clear lotus burning the sky? Lin Xian sneered. It's just the light of a firefly. I'll break you now. In the next moment, his eyes became sharp. The great dragon sword soul was activated quickly, and a long ice sword appeared in front of him. As he swung the sword, a terrifying ice aura filled the air. The sharp sword light cut through the void. Boom, 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 the sword chi slashed down, and the 18 lotus flowers in the sky were all shattered. The terrifying sword light flashed in the sky and slashed toward Xianxia. What? They're all shattered. How is this possible? When the people of the fifth lineage saw this, they went crazy. Those were 18 lotus flowers, a terrifying technique that could burn the heavens, but now, it was broken by a sword? This shocked them and they could not believe it. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his secret technique to be broken in an instant. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that the sword light was too sharp. It was as if it could cut him in half. Damn it! He roared angrily and turned into a bolt of green lightning. He dashed to the left in an instant, trying to dodge the sword. However, as soon as Xianxia moved, mysterious runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. The ice sword in his hand slashed out once more. This sword directly sealed off Xianxia's path of retreat, and quickly arrived at his side. Xianxia's face turned green because he couldn't block this sword at all. The terrifying murderous aura caused his entire body to turn cold. He could imagine that the next sword strike would pierce through him. Elder, save me! At the moment of crisis, Xianxia could no longer care about his face. He shouted loudly, abnormally frightened. Humph! The elder of the fifth branch's face darkened when he saw this. With a wave of her embroidered robe, a red light suddenly turned into a huge mountain, blocking Xianxia and the terrifying sword Qi. Clang! In the next moment, the black demonic sword collided with the red sleeve, producing a shocking sound. Boom! Boom! In the void, countless cracks appeared, and an energy shockwave blasted Xianxia away. Puff! Xianxia's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, an elder stepped in and saved his life. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They couldn't believe that the extremely powerful Xianxia, one of the candidates of the chosen saint, couldn't even block one sword strike from the other party. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Could it be that he has the strength of a chosen saint? No wonder he could escort Lu Mingyue back to the sacred land. Discussions broke out, but the faces of the people of the fifth branch were terrifyingly dark. This is the genius of your fifth branch? He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Lin Xian said calmly. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm, as if the attack just now was just a casual move to him. Even so, the commotion caused by this was still unbelievable. Kid, you're too arrogant. At this moment, an elder of the fifth branch stood out. His entire body was surging with murderous aura, as if he was the god of death. That's enough. Stop pretending. You've come up with so many excuses just to kill me. Come on, just do it. Lin Xian shouted coldly, completely disregarding the people of the fifth branch. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself and had the ability to protect himself. Today, he's going to turn the sky and earth upside down. Humph. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. An elder sneered. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian like a monstrous demon claw. Buzz. Old thing, you're alone. You're not enough. Lin Xian laughed and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. The terrifying sword Qi was like a divine sword that cut the sky open. Then, the monstrous demon claw was also split open, revealing deep white bones. Ah! The elder of the fifth branch screamed and retreated while holding his palm. His face was unusually ferocious. It was too fierce. He couldn't withstand the sword technique at all. However, the next moment, he roared crazily, "All of you, go and kill him." The surrounding crowd was stunned. They didn't expect that even the elder was no match for him. When the people of the fifth branch heard this, they roared and rushed over. In an instant, more than a dozen figures came to Lin Xian's side. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this, Lu Mingyue and Morong Qingqing also shouted. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with anger and she wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian transmitted his voice and told her not to attack. He also asked Lu Mingyue to step aside and watch. Today's battle didn't require their help. Facing the dozen people who rushed over, Lin Xian swung his demonic sword. The half-moon demonic sword's aura drew a black moonlight and instantly sent the dozen people flying. Go, however, more people were unable to do so. The battle broke out. In an instant, the mountain peak under their feet was split in half and shattered into countless pieces of gravel. However, in just a moment, the young disciples all spat out blood and flew back. None of them could resist. Damn it, he's too strong. Many people screamed and their eyes were filled with fear. Because they had never seen such a powerful young man except for the saint-level figures. But the people of the fifth branch were not reconciled at all. At this time, 3 elders appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. This scene was too shocking. 3 elder-level existences were very powerful. Although they weren't almighties, they were still the top existence among the 6-star kings. That combat power was incomparably terrifying. Perhaps only a true saint could resist it. However, with the 3 elders attacking together, even an ordinary saint would not be able to contend against them. But now, such a lineup was actually dealing with a young man. When the other martial artists saw this scene, they discussed animatedly. And the people of the 5th branch of the great sage frowned because this scene was really beyond their expectations. Tuoba Tianxi, the myriad thunder saint, and the other saints and saintesses' eyes flickered incomparably. They stared fixedly at Lin Xian because the other party's strength was too terrifying and had definitely reached their level. As for Morong Qingqing, she was extremely worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, Lin Xian had sent her a voice transmission earlier. Thus, she couldn't make a move right now. Moreover, the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also holding her back. After all, this matter was related to the All Beginnings Holy Land. If the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground rashly got involved, the impact would be huge. As for Lin Xian, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at the 3 elders and sneered. Is there no one else in your All Beginnings Holy Land? You actually sent 3 elders to kill a youngster like me? How laughable. How lamentable. Fine. Since no one in the younger generation is my match, I will play with you 3 old fellows. I'd like to see if the 3 of you old fellows are trash as well. After saying that, Lin Xian pointed the demonic sword in his hand at the sky. Immediately, countless black lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation. Brat, you are courting death. The 3 elders from the 5th bloodline had gloomy expressions. Indeed, with their status, joining hands to deal with a youngster was truly shameful. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. However, there was nothing they could do. Their 5th bloodline's genius, their holy son candidate, had been sent flying by a single sword strike. Apart from him, they couldn't find another youngster who could contend against him. The All Beginnings Holy Son could definitely contend against him. However, the All Beginnings Holy Son wasn't someone from their 5th bloodline. Moreover, he wasn't in the All Beginnings Holy Land right now. Thus, they could only take action themselves. Even if they were looked down upon, they still had to take action. After all, Lin Xian's strength and talent were too terrifying. He had reached the Holy Sun level at such a young age. If they didn't eliminate such a person, he would become a disaster for their 5th bloodline in the future. Brat, you are too arrogant. You have injured so many experts of our sacred ground. No matter what, we won't let you leave today. Kneel down and accept your death. 3 furious roars sounded. Then, the 3 elders' eyes blossomed with cold light. Their auras suddenly erupted. They formed 3 kings' domains and completely sealed off Lin Xian. Lin Xian madly laughed in disdain. 3 shameless old fellows. Isn't it because you are afraid of me? Since you want to fight, bring it on. Kill, Lin Xian roared and took the initiative to attack. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the sky. They were like stars, cutting through the void. A bright light shone, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sword light instantly enveloped the 3 elders of the 5th branch. You're courting death. The 3 elders of the 5th branch were completely enraged. This guy was too arrogant. He wanted to challenge the 3 of them by himself? You really don't know what death is. The surrounding Chosens and Skyprides were also extremely shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that Lin Xian was simply too arrogant. This brat is too arrogant. He definitely won't win. Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and snorted. Of course not. Each of the 3 elders is comparable to a holy sun. When the 3 of them join forces, their strength is extremely powerful. Even a real holy sun may not be able to contend against them. That brat definitely won't be able to stop it. The myriad thunder Saint Sun also sneered. Up in the sky, the 3 elders roared furiously. Then, one of them counterattacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue river. The waves were hundreds of feet high and collided with the sword light in the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless shocked voices sounded in the sky. This superpower was too terrifying. However, before they could finish their exclamations, there was a shocking change in the void. The hundreds of feet high wave was split open by the sword, creating a vacuum area. Then, thousands of sword rays swept across and completely shattered it. The terrifying demonic sword whistled and the shocking rainbow continued to move toward the three elders. Humph, the elder who attacked was shocked, while the other two elders snorted coldly, their faces extremely gloomy. The next moment, powerful chaotic chi exuded from their bodies, crushing the void like countless mountains. Buzz, in the sky, a ghostly claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing downward like a mountain. The void was instantly torn apart, and a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Xian. On the other side, another elder made his move. A sharp saber light shone like a shocking divine rainbow and quickly slashed down. The two elders attacked together and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. The demonic sword flickered and directly shattered the saber light. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The Armageddon Black Dragon fist turned into a black dragon and blasted toward the terrifying ghostly claw. Boom, a destructive and violent aura shrouded the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying ghostly claw was instantly penetrated. The two sides were evenly matched in this attack. However, this made everyone even more shocked. That previous attack had been unleashed by two elders, but Lin Xian had blocked it all by himself. This was too heaven-defying. Damn it! This kid is too evil. Let's attack together and kill him. The three elders looked at each other and finally decided to be shameless and attack together. Whoosh, elder number 1 moved his hands, and suddenly, a terrifying chaotic light shone, forming a huge light palm that tore through the void. In an instant, the terrifying light palm charged toward Lin Xian like the palm of a demon king. It was abnormally terrifying. Not only that, but the entire space was also completely sealed. Elder number 2 roared angrily. The red light on his body surged into the sky like a volcano erupting. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. He unleashed a sea of fire. The blazing flames pierced through the void and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Elder number 3 moved his hands and formed a large green bell. It kept expanding like a huge mountain, dazzling and eye-catching. On its surface, runes were shining. The large bell shook gently. Suddenly, the runes in the sky rippled like stars. Boom, the terrifying green seed directly enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying power blasted black holes in the void. The three elders attacked together. The momentum was too shocking. Even the saints and saintesses who were watching the battle from afar changed their expressions. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was even more nervous. Even a saint would have a hard time facing such a terrifying attack. She didn't know if Lin Xian could block it. In front, endless light shone, and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. The sky was filled with a sea of fire. The light of spiritual power burst out together, causing the entire sky to tremble. The countless mountains below were filled with rolling boulders, as if they would collapse at any time. Kill, Lin Xian also roared angrily. He felt a great threat. One had to know that each of the three elders was comparable to a saint. At this moment, the three of them were indeed very powerful. Therefore, for a moment, his eyes shone with a shocking light. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept surging, letting out a dragon's roar. Boom! That divine furnace was 1,000 feet tall and resembled a blazing divine mountain. There was a vivid and lifelike phoenix engraved on it. Heat waves filled the sky, causing large black cracks to appear in the void. In the end, the blazing divine furnace collided with the large green bell. An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Many cultivators fainted. As for the remaining cultivators, they were bitterly persevering. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. More experts shot out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings, preventing them from being hit by the shockwaves. Resisting the large green bell in the sky, Lin Xian activated Sea God Ice once more. The terrifying power of ice transformed into an ice phoenix that rapidly rushed out of his body and collided with the sea of flames in the sky. As ice and fire collided, a terrifying power filled the entire sky. Lin Xian's fighting spirit sword. Terrifying sword energy soared into the sky. The nine-nether devil sword in his hand slashed out. Sharp sword lights collided with the large palm of light, each strike capable of devouring the heavens and splitting the earth. The four people's battle shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire world to explode. Not only that, but the terrifying energy also activated the All Beginnings Holy Lands array formation. A terrifying array formation emerged, protecting the surrounding mountains and rivers. Who is this brat? He's too terrifying. He can actually contend against the three elders for such a long time. Heavens, could it be that his strength has already surpassed a saint's sons? Impossible. What kind of people are saint sons? They are all world-shaking peerless geniuses. However, even saint sons are divided into strong and weak ones. This brat's strength can be considered relatively strong among saint sons. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was clear that this scene had left everyone dumbfounded. The three elders were also extremely shocked. They couldn't take down the other party in a short period of time. This caused them to lose face. One had to know that the three of them had shamelessly joined hands. They originally thought that they could easily kill the other party if they joined hands. But they didn't expect that the other party would be so strong. They could only fight to a draw. Buzz, at this time, a black light suddenly appeared. Like a ghost, it arrived behind Lin Xian. Then, the terrifying gray palm slapped out towards Lin Xian's back. The silhouette appeared. It was also an old man. His hands were covered in gray mist, and he viciously slapped at Lin Xian. Boom, a low voice sounded out, and then countless clouds of fog erupted, covering the area in front of them. It hit. The disciples of the fifth bloodline cheered, while the others cried out in surprise. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, Tuoba Tianxi, and the others sneered. After being hit by such a violent palm of light, even a saint would be severely injured, if not killed. This kid is dead for sure. Morong Qingqing cried out in alarm. His figure flashed and he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by the people beside him. At this moment, an elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly said, "Don't get too excited. His aura is still there." Upon hearing this, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sensed her surroundings. Indeed, she could still sense Lin Xian's aura. This put her at ease. The others also looked over. Naturally, they could also sense Lin Xian's aura. However, in their opinion, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Being besieged by four elders, even if the saint was severely injured, he would definitely die. The gray mist that filled the sky dissipated, and then the situation inside emerged. But very soon, everyone was stunned. Even their eyeballs were about to fall out, because Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of cold metal armor. He looked like a god of war, unstoppable. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his aura did not weaken much. How is this possible? He's not seriously injured? Just a minor injury? Damn it, how could this be? How did he block that palm strike? Exclamations were heard. Everyone could not believe it. The gray-robed elder who attacked also narrowed his eyes. His palm was absolutely terrifying. Even the saint could not block it, but how did the other party block it? Damn it, there's something wrong with his armor. The four elders' faces were unusually gloomy. They did not expect the other party to have such a powerful armor. Humph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the black armor blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, that palm would definitely have severely injured him. A bunch of shameless old men. How dare you be so shameless? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Four elders had attacked him. This was too much pressure for him. Therefore, he summoned the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was already furious. As soon as it appeared, it pointed to the front and roared. Damn you four old fools, how shameless can you be? How old are you? You should be 5,000 or 6,000 years old, right? You actually joined forces to attack a young man in his 20s. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The dark red divine dragon howled crazily, and its voice traveled thousands of miles. The four elders' faces darkened, and they were so angry that they vomited blood. Where did this beast come from? How dare he spout such nonsense here? F***ck. You're the beast. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. It slapped out with its claw, and suddenly, a dark red beast claw appeared in the void. It covered the sky and the earth and sent the elder flying. Boom, boom, the old man who spoke arrogantly fell to the ground like a meteor. He smashed the ground into pieces, and a terrifying deep pit appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His strength was too terrifying. He was not inferior to the saint at all. They did not expect a demonic beast to have such powerful strength. Kill, the two sides fought again because there was nothing left to say. They could only defeat each other. Previously, Xianxia fought 1 against 3, and both sides were tied. Now that it was 2 against 4, the four elders were directly suppressed. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or the dark red divine dragon, they were not existences that they could imagine. Xianxia had the crimson sword soul, and his combat strength was abnormally strong. The four elders' arms were numb, and the blood in their bodies was shaken. The dark red divine dragon was also extremely terrifying. Firstly, he was a divine dragon with a strong physique and many secret techniques. Secondly, he used to be an almighty. Although his cultivation level had dropped, he had recovered to a 6-star king. He was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he had completely suppressed the two elders. Everyone was shocked and their mouths twitched. Was he still human? Even the four elders could not suppress him. Boom, boom. Boom, after dozens of moves, the four elders were directly blasted away. All of them were seriously injured, and one of the elders was even more miserable. There was a terrifying crack on his shoulder. His bones were exposed, and his body was almost split in half. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. At this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. These auras were like gods and demons that made people tremble. At this moment, even the saints, saintesses, and skyprites frowned. Almighty! Morong Qingqing clenched her fists. She did not expect that even the Almighty would appear. Qingqing, don't do anything. I might have to leave this place early. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Sensing the auras of the Almighty, Xianxia quickly sent a voice transmission to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded. She believed in Xianxia. Xianxia then sent a voice transmission to Lu Mingyue. When you become the saintess, remember our agreement. I hope you won't go back on your words. Don't worry, when I become the saintess, I'll definitely thank you. Lu Mingyue also responded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, a powerful aura descended as if night had fallen. The terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Finally, 3 figures appeared. They were like demon kings floating in the void. Each of them was unreachable. People could only look up to them. Almighty! That's great, the Almighty is here. The people of the 5th lineage were extremely excited and cheered. This is the Almighty of the 5th lineage. He's their elite. Now that their Almighty was here, they could definitely crush the other party. Young man, you've gone too far. One of the Almighty in purple spoke. His voice was like heavenly thunder, rolling over. Now, capture him and come back with me. His voice was low and there was an unquestionable tone. What a joke. Who are you? Why should I go back with you? Even in the face of the Almighty, Xianxia was not afraid. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They could not believe it. Is this kid crazy? How dare he defy the Almighty? The people of the 5th lineage sneered, haha, this kid is dead. How dare he provoke the Almighty? He's definitely going to die. Sure enough, in the sky, the Almighty in purple frowned when he heard Xianxia's words. He coldly snorted, reckless fool. In the next moment, he stretched out a finger and pressed it downward. From the looks of it, it was as if an adult was going to crush an ant to death. A finger fell and then became bigger. In the end, it was like a divine pillar that reached the heavens, descending from the sky. Mysterious runes appeared on his finger, emitting a terrifying aura. The sea of clouds in the sky was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared. The entire void shattered like a mirror. In an instant, the terrifying heaven-piercing finger arrived above Lin Xian and was about to mercilessly descend. Ah! Lin Xian roared. The nine-held devil sword in his hand quickly grew bigger, turning into a huge pitch-black devil sword. Boom, then, he waved the huge demonic sword. The demonic sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. The sword light soared into the sky and collided with the Tong Tian palm. Boom! Boom, there was a huge explosion in the sky, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Endless clouds surged like waves. Everyone kept retreating because they could not withstand the aftermath at all. Formations appeared in the surrounding mountains and rivers. They kept flickering and resisting the terrifying energy storm. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky at the center. It gradually expanded as if it was going to devour the entire space. Crack! Crack, crack! 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 Under everyone's shocked gaze, cracks appeared on the heaven-piercing finger and quickly spread throughout it. Crack, finally, it exploded into pieces with a crisp sound. What? The attack of the Almighty was blocked? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it at all. The Thousand Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Tianxi even widened their eyes. Especially the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun. He was a saint, but even he could not compete with a true Almighty. But now, a nameless kid in front of him had blocked the attack of a Almighty, that was a Almighty with extraordinary means. His strength was at least at the level of a 7-star king. He was definitely above everyone else. Even so, he was still blocked. In the air, the purple-clothed Almighty's face was gloomy. This scene was also beyond his expectations. Bang! Bang, bang! Lin Xian kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by this attack. However, he had also blocked that terrifying finger. However, he still looked up to the sky and laughed. What Almighty? You're just SOSO. If you dare to stop me today, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded in all directions. It was as if he was the god of death. Humph! You're courting death. The purple-clothed Almighty was furious. He did not use his full strength in the previous attack. In his opinion, the other party was just an ant that was not worthy of his full strength. But now, the other party was so arrogant. He even provoked him. He could not stand it, so he decided to kill the other party again. Boom, he flicked 2 fingers, which turned into a huge flood dragon that hovered in the air. It formed a terrifying energy storm that charged toward Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it could kill any expert below the Almighty. Boom, Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated to the extreme. He waved the demonic sword to resist. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Then, the 2 flood dragons were shattered. However, Lin Xian's body was also sent flying thousands of miles away. What? It shattered again. Everyone was stunned. If the previous time was a coincidence and the Almighty did not use his full strength, how could they explain this time? Although Lin Xian was sent flying and injured, he did not die. This meant that the other party was able to fight against the Almighty. Thinking of this, they could not believe it. Ha 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 ha, you want to kill me? Impossible. Lin Xian sneered. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The black armor on his body emitted a cold light. It was this armor that blocked most of the Almighty's attack. Almighty? How arrogant. Then you can try to take my sword. Lin Xian blocked 2 consecutive attacks from the Almighty and finally decided to take the initiative to attack. What? He's going to attack the Almighty. Heavens, is he crazy? What a reckless guy. Does he really think that he can fight against the Almighty just because he blocked 2 attacks from the Almighty? Just wait and see. He will definitely be killed. The people of the fifth lineage snorted. In the crowd, Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Saint gritted their teeth because they could not accept the fact that the other party was stronger than them. Buzz, on Lin Xian's side, the dragon sword realm was displayed. Tens of thousands of sword lights quickly gathered. Then, they merged with the demonic sword. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The shocking sword light flashed in the air and turned into a light wave that quickly rushed toward the Almighty. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The Almighty in purple sneered disdainfully with a trace of contempt in his eyes. He did not think that the other party could really fight against him, so he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. However, when he felt the sharp sword light, his expression finally changed. Because this sword light was too sharp, it made him feel a sense of pain. Poof, the sword light flashed, and then blood spurted out and dripped into the void. The palm of the mighty figure in purple was cut open, revealing deep white bones. Ah! Damn it! The mighty figure in purple was furious. He clenched his fist and crushed the shocking sword light. However, he was still injured. The wound on his palm could not be healed at all. There was still the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul on it. He really injured the mighty figure. Seeing the bloody scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of person was this? He was too fierce, the people of the fifth lineage could not believe it. As for the myriad Thunder Sage and Tuoba Tianxi, they trembled and almost fell from the sky. This kind of strength had definitely surpassed them. Kid, you have completely angered me. The mighty figure in purple looked ferocious. Being injured by an ant made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying light flashed around him, and then flames gushed out from the sky, forming an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! Boom, boom. Golden light flashed, and then golden lotuses quickly appeared in the void with monstrous flames. They were like divine spears, shining brightly. The sky was full of golden lotuses, like golden flames floating in the air, covering the entire sky. Domain, this is the mighty figure's domain. He actually used his own domain. It seemed that the mighty figure in purple wanted to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to kill him in one move. Kid, go to hell. The mighty figure in purple sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless golden lotuses in the sky turned into golden sword rainbows and rushed toward Lin Xian. Looking at the golden lotuses in the sky, Lin Xian's expression was grave. This attack made him feel that his life was in danger. He did not dare to be careless and raised his combat strength to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul rotated quickly in his body, emitting a cold light. Not only that, sword chi quickly appeared on the surface of the black armor, forming a sword chi battle armor. The double layer of defense greatly increased Lin Xian's defensive capabilities. This time, Lin Xian gripped the nine-hell devil sword with both hands. The pitch-black demonic sword shone with an icy cold radiance. Soon after, it expanded rapidly and eventually turned into a demonic sword that was 1,000 feet long. Chop, the 100-meter-long giant sword slashed down, and the terrifying power and the attack intertwined in the air. The entire sky was completely blown apart. The dazzling golden lotuses were also impacted. The two collided and destroyed each other. However, there were simply too many golden lotuses. Many of them still managed to get close to Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! The golden lotus and Lin Xian's sword chi collided with each other, creating a dazzling light. Then, the golden lotus tore apart the sword chi and smashed onto the black battle armor. Immediately, Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing exclaimed with deep concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, the myriad Thunder Saint, Tuoba Tianxi, and the people of the fifth bloodline laughed maniacally. They knew that Lin Xian was doomed this time, however, Lin Xian roared. Golden runes shone in his eyes, making him look mysterious. His body suddenly erupted, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow to protect his body. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura increased again. Damn it! Impossible. This kid is still severely injured. How can his strength still increase? The people of the fifth bloodline looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. The others were also stunned because this scene was completely beyond their understanding. Only the dark red divine dragon laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, the dragon's soul has been activated. What a blessing in disguise. Kid, let's fight. Let them know the power of the great dragon sword soul. Sure enough, the great dragon sword soul appeared and circled around Lin Xian's body. It kept extending. In the end, it even covered the demonic sword and Lin Xian's arm completely. At this moment, Lin Xian looked extraordinary. A true dragon coiled around his body and its powerful aura tore the sky and the earth. The golden lotuses around him were also blasted away in an instant. Many of them were directly split by the sword chi. This kind of majestic scene shocked everyone. In the air, a large area of golden lotuses were destroyed. The terrifying sword chi rushed through the entire sky and quickly attacked the mighty figure in purple. Humph, the mighty figure in purple snorted. He did not expect that not only was his opponent not dead, but his combat strength had also increased. Even he was shocked by this combat strength. In the next moment, he clapped his palms. The purple palm shadows were like two purple mountains, swaying rapidly in the air. They blasted onto the sword chi. Boom! Boom, boom. Many of the sword chi were slapped away. However, the mighty figure in purple was also shocked. Because his arm was already numb from the shock, the power of this sword chi was much stronger than before. Even he had to deal with it carefully. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The nine-nethered demonic sword in his hand expanded once more, becoming a giant sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, it mercilessly slashed down. In the sky, a huge true dragon phantom was formed, and it quickly swept out. Pung, this time, the mighty figure in purple was finally sent flying. The void shattered. The mighty figure in purple was sent flying, leaving behind a pool of blood in the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? A puny little king sent a mighty figure flying. This is really too shocking. Ah! Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The mighty figure in purple flew over from afar and instantly arrived in front of Su Xiaoxiao. The baleful aura on his body soared to the sky. He was like a killing god. But at the same time, the other two mighty figures could no longer watch. They took a step forward and formed a triangle, firmly surrounding Lin Xian. Brat, it's over. Although you're very strong and have heaven-defying talent, you're too stupid. The All Beginnings Holy Land is not something you can provoke. So what if you're strong? Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of geniuses. It's just that the number of geniuses that can survive is few and far between. You're also nothing. The three mighty figures' voices were ice-cold. Their killing intent formed a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, the three of them attacked together. Their powerful strength instantly caused the sky to explode. No! Morong Qingqing cried out in alarm. She wanted to rush forward and rescue Lin Xian. However, she was stopped by an elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land. There were three mighty figures in front of her. With their berserk auras, even Morong Qingqing wouldn't be able to do anything if she rushed forward. Instead, she might be killed. Damn it! Lu Mingyue's complexion turned gloomy as she saw this. After all, Lin Xian had helped her a lot. She didn't expect that he would be killed now. Ha 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 ha, this brat was so arrogant. Now, he's finally dead. He dares to oppose my fifth bloodline? He's truly reckless. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Ha 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 ha, this brat was so arrogant. Now he's finally dead. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Humph, in the distance, Tuoba Tianxi and the Thousand Thunder Sage also revealed a ferocious look. Great, this brat is finally dead. Otherwise, the fact that he was still alive would be a huge pressure to them. Boom, however, at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the huge energy storm and black hole in front of them. Then, more and more cracks appeared in the space, like a spider web crawling into the distance. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura, as if a peerless divine beast had crawled out of the black hole. What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? The elders from the fifth branch looked extremely solemn. Their hearts were pounding, as if the thing in front of them was a huge threat to them. Not to mention these people, even the three Almighties frowned. They also felt a chill run down their spines. Boom, in the next moment, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a powerful storm swept in all directions. Then, the black hole, terrifying cracks, and dazzling light all over the sky were blasted away. A pitch-black, quaint spaceship was suspended in the sky. It was covered with sword marks and saber scars, and there was a strong desolate aura around it. What's that? Everyone looked at the pitch-black spaceship in shock. It's a spirit boat. Yes, it's a spirit boat, but it doesn't look like an ordinary one. The aura on it is too strange. Why does it seem like an ancient object? At this moment, everyone stared in front of them, bewildered. The three Almighties frowned even more. As Almighties, their perception was more certain. That hair-raising and heart-pounding feeling from before had come from this black spirit boat. Humph. The attack of three Almighties is nothing more than this. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black spirit boat. Hearing this voice, many people were stunned because they were very familiar with this voice. It was Lin Xian's voice. What? How is that possible? That brat is not dead? Damn it, I don't believe it. That's the attack of three Almighties. Even a top saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could he possibly withstand it? Not to mention a saint, even an Almighty would not be able to withstand the combined attack of three Almighties. The people of the fifth branch were going crazy. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly, their faces full of shock. Damn it, could it be that there's something wrong with that spirit boat? In the next moment, everyone stared at the black spirit boat in front of him. Tuoba Tianxi and the 10,000 lightning holy sons' faces twisted. Ouyang Mingfei, Huang Fuqian, and even Lu Mingyue were shocked. As for Morong Qingchen, she let out a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on her face. He recognized that black spaceship. It was the Black Earth. Previously, she had taken the Black Earth ship with Lin Xian from the Sky Martial continent to the True Spirit continent. Morong Qingchen knew a little about the terror of the Black Earth. However, it required too much energy to activate it. She did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to activate it now. Inside the Black Earth ship, Lin Xian was wearing battle armor, his face somewhat pale. A dark red divine dragon stood in front of him, and Black Earth floated beside it. There was a small formation in front of him. Two divine crystals were embedded in a groove, flickering with light. Even if Lin Xian was strong, he would not be able to withstand the combined attack of three Almighties. Unless he became a true Almighty. However, he was only a 5-star king now. Therefore, at the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the Black Earth ship. With the powerful defense of the Black Earth ship, the attacks of the three Almighties naturally could not cause any harm to it. Outside, the three Almighties' expressions were incomparably cold. Their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the Black Earth ship in front of him. The three exchanged glances and attacked again in the next moment. They could not tolerate an ant daring to be so arrogant in front of them. Ice River roar. The purple-clothed Almighty roared towards the sky. Boundless icy aura burst forth from his body, forming a storm that filled the sky, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. The terrifying ice storm quickly rushed towards the Black Earth ship. Doomsday banishment. Another Almighty waved his hands, creating a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and countless huge lightning bolts descended, drowning the Black Earth ship. The lightning bolts were powerful as they continuously attacked the Black Earth ship. The terrifying energy drowned the front. Sword of the Wind God. The third Almighty roared. The wind that filled the sky condensed in his hand, turning into a long sword of wind. It was 100 feet long, and then it slashed down, ruthlessly slashing the Black Earth ship. Clang! 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 A deafening sound rang out. The void in front of them split open again, and a huge crack appeared. It was like a giant beast that devoured the sky, completely swallowing the Black Earth ship. Humph! The three Almighties snorted coldly, and their eyes flickered as they looked forward. Behind them, the people from the fifth lineage sneered. Humph! It's time for him to die. I don't believe that he can resist. There's no way he can resist. No one can resist the full strength of three almighties. Many people revealed ferocious expressions, but in the next moment, they were all stunned. Even the three almighties were dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. The huge black hole in front of them quickly disappeared, and the terrifying crack gradually healed. All the energy storm dissipated, and there, the black ship floated in the void, exactly the same as before. There wasn't even a trace of a scar on it. How is this possible? Everyone subconsciously shook their heads, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes hard and found that it was really so. The three terrifying attacks didn't even leave a trace of a scar on the spirit ship. Damn it, how is this possible? That was the full strength attack of three almighties. Impossible, what grade is the spirit ship? How can it be so strong? Even a top-grade Earth-grade spirit ship doesn't have such a defense, right? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the Black Earth ship, Xianxia snorted coldly. Hey two, can we attack? These three old fools were too despicable. With the current number of divine crystals, we can attack, but it's only one attack. After one attack, the energy will be extinguished, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Isn't there a formation? Open the formation and absorb the energy from the outside world. We can absorb the energy from the outside world, but it can only maintain the balance. Heitu shook his head, but then said, although the Black Earth ship can't be used as a mechanic, it's not impossible to kill almighties. Hearing Xianxia's words, Heitu shook his head. But then he said, although the Black Earth can't attack, it's not impossible to kill a supreme being. Oh, you have another method? Xian was surprised. What method? He asked. If he could kill a supreme being, that would be great. He could kill the other party's arrogance. Of course. Don't forget, there are still many powerful corpses in the Black Earth. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. They were incomparably terrifying. If he could stimulate their killing intent, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to withstand it. Is it easy to operate? Xian asked. No problem, but he would need to waste some divine crystals. Heitu said, you just need to set up an array formation and guide it. Okay. Xian nodded. He still had a lot of divine crystals in his hands, so he could kill one or two supreme beings. He was furious. These three supreme beings were taking advantage of their seniority to attack him with all their strength. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, he would be in danger today. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, he had to take it. In the next moment, Xian's cold voice sounded again, echoing in the entire space. All beginnings Holy Land? What a big deal. Three mighty figures are chasing after a mere king. You guys are really shameless. You guys are shameless to the extreme. However, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Today, I'll go against the heavens and kill a supreme being. Humph, as soon as he spoke, the three almighties snorted. When they heard the last part, disdain appeared in their eyes. The cultivators of the fifth bloodline behind them discussed spiritedly, their faces full of ridicule. What did he say? He wants to kill a supreme being? What a joke. Who does he think he is? He's just relying on a spirit boat to temporarily save his life. What's there to be arrogant about? What was there to be arrogant about? Morong Qingqing couldn't bear to listen anymore. She said coldly, as far as I know, that young master is only in his 20s and is only a 5-star king. However, his combat strength has reached the level of a saint. Moreover, he's a peak existence among the saints. Not only that, but he can even contend against mighty figures. Can you do that? Shut up if you can't do it. Hearing this, the people of the fifth bloodline lost their temper. Indeed, they were just talking. The other party's strength was stronger than their saint of all beginnings. Even in the eastern wilderness, there weren't many people of the same generation as him. Moreover, it was Morong Qingqing who said that, so they couldn't refute her. After all, Morong Qingqing was also a holy maiden. Her status was absolutely transcendent, and it was not something they could resist. Therefore, the people from the fifth bloodline could only shut their mouths, their faces dark with anger. There were even a few elders who were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, I'm so angry. Several elders roared towards the sky. However, at this moment, another change occurred in front of him. Up ahead, the black earth suddenly emitted a jet-black light that enveloped the purple-robed mighty figure. Whoosh, then, the purple-robed almighty figure disappeared into the void. Damn it! What happened? The other two mighty figures were also stunned. They didn't know what had happened at all. The surrounding people were in an uproar because it happened too quickly. The purple-robed lord had disappeared in an instant. They didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, the purple-robed lord was already gone. Buzz, inside the black earth, there was a flash of light, and the purple-robed mighty figure appeared. Boom, the purple-robed mighty figure was also very surprised. He felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying spatial power, and then his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he instantly activated the battle armor in his body. A set of purple armor appeared and enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he looked around cautiously. When he found that he was inside the spirit ship and saw Lin Xian and the others in front of him, he immediately laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha, boy, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you bring me here? I originally thought that if I couldn't break the spirit ship's defense, how could I deal with you? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. He was simply too happy because the black spirit boat was too strange. The three of them couldn't even break it with their hands. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to kill the purple-robed lord today, but he didn't expect the purple-robed lord to drag him into the spirit ship. This way, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the purple-robed lord. Humph. You still want to kill me? I'll kill you first today. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then said, Hey too, do it. You still want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you. The purple-robed mighty figure laughed wildly. He lowered his palm and was about to charge over. However, Heitu quickly cast a formation. Suddenly, countless mysterious runes lit up on the ground in front of him, enveloping the purple-robed mighty figure. Not only that, but a huge figure also appeared in front of him. Retreat! At the same time, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly retreated. They came to a secret room inside the black earth and watched quietly. Humph, insignificant skill. You want to stop me with a formation? The purple-robed mighty figure looked at the runes around him and sneered in disdain. But in the next moment, he was stunned. His body even began to tremble. That was because a figure appeared in front of him. A 2-meter-tall figure stood there, cold as ice, like a statue. He emitted an icy aura like a god looking down on all living beings. Damn it! Who is this? There was someone else in the spirit ship. The purple-robed mighty figure was terrified because the aura emitted by the other party made him feel a trace of fear. He had never experienced such fear before. I don't care who you are. Die! The purple-robed mighty figure roared and struck out with both palms. His terrifying palms carried a shocking force as they blasted towards the statue-like figure in front of him. What an idiot! In the secret room, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sneered when they saw this scene. That was because the statue-like figure was none other than the corpse of an invincible king. Such an invincible king was extremely terrifying. Even though he was dead, his aura was still terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary mighty figure could withstand. Boom, sure enough, in the next moment, the purple-robed mighty figure's palm struck the invincible king's corpse, making a sonorous sound. His palm did not cause any damage at all, but it stimulated the murderous aura in the invincible king's body. Buzz buzz buzz, countless murderous auras surged out like a flood, turning into divine rainbows that pierced in all directions. Poof, the purple-robed mighty figure was the first to bear the brunt. Immediately, the armor on the purple-clothed mighty figure shone with a dazzling light. However, it was useless. Those divine rainbows instantly pierced through the purple-clothed mighty figure's body like cutting beams. Damn it, how is this possible? The purple-clothed mighty figure's eyes widened. He looked at the dozen or so wounds on his body in shock. What kind of attack could kill him in an instant? Who was that figure in front of him? Why was he even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure? Plop, the purple-clothed mighty figure fell to the ground before he could figure it out. In front of this murderous aura, the purple-clothed mighty figure was killed without any ability to resist. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Xian also gasped. These invincible kings were too terrifying. They had been dead for so long, but the murderous aura in their bodies was still so terrifying. He really wondered how powerful they were when they were alive. Moreover, this was only a king. It was said that there were saints above kings, and above saints were unparalleled emperors. How terrifying was the combat strength of a great emperor? It was simply unimaginable. It wasn't until a long time later that the murderous aura in the hall disappeared. Meanwhile, He Tu activated the array formation and moved the corpse of the invincible king away. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out. They looked at the purple-clothed mighty figure's corpse and sneered. Then, Lin Xian took off the purple-clothed mighty figure's storage ring. Outside, everyone was panicking because some time had passed. The purple-clothed mighty figure still hadn't appeared, which made them a little worried. However, one of the mighty figures spoke, "Don't worry, no matter how strong that kid is, it's impossible for him to kill a mighty figure. He doesn't have that strength at all." That's right, the strength of a mighty figure is incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, the purple-clothed mighty figure has a powerful armor and many secret techniques and treasures in his hands. He can definitely protect himself. He might even succeed in killing the other party. Hearing these words, the people of the fifth lineage heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all sneered. That's right, who does that kid think he is? How dare he fight against a mighty figure? Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure appeared. He appeared. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked over. Then, the void cracked open and a purple figure appeared. It was the purple-robed mighty figure from before. However, the mighty figure in purple no longer had any signs of life. There were dozens of bull-sized wounds on his body. Terrifying blood dripped down from the void. What? How is this possible? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They couldn't believe it. As for the two almighties, they cried out in alarm. Like lightning, they arrived in front of the purple-robed mighty figure. In the next moment, he extended his soul spirit and carefully inspected it. Soon, they screamed, "Killed! This is impossible!" What? He was killed. The people of the fifth bloodline went crazy, and the surrounding people were even more terrified. A mighty figure was killed? This was truly a shocking matter. Moreover, he had been killed by a 5-star king. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story, an impossible thing. But now, it had truly appeared before them. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. The fifth bloodline's elder went mad, unable to accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? That's a mighty figure. How could that kid kill him? The other disciples of the fifth bloodline also shouted crazily as if they had gone mad. This can't be true. The Thousand Thunder Saint and Tuoba Tianxi also kept shaking their heads with a trace of horror in their eyes. Not to mention them, even Lu Mingyue was shocked. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. Even the elders of the 5 great sage bloodlines next to her were all stunned. Because this scene was simply too shocking. A mighty figure was beyond ordinary kings and was abnormally powerful. Below the mighty figure level, very few people could kill a mighty figure. But now, the young man in front of them had done it. Moreover, the other party was only a 5-star king. This was simply too shocking. Ah! Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you. Among them, a green-robed mighty figure roared crazily. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he slashed forward. He stared at the black spirit boat. Kill me? Okay, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xian's cold voice came from the spirit boat. In the next moment, a black light turned into a shocking lightning bolt and instantly enveloped the green-robed mighty figure. Buzz, in an instant, the green-robed mighty figure's body also disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, the people of the fifth bloodline were extremely nervous. Because when the purple-robed mighty figure was killed earlier, he had disappeared into thin air. When he came out, he had already become a corpse. Now that the green-robed mighty figure was also enveloped, who knew what the consequences would be, they did not dare to imagine. The surrounding martial artists and the people of the 5 great sage bloodlines also held their breaths. Because if the green-robed mighty figure was killed, it would pierce through the heavens, a 5-star king killing 2 mighty figures in a row. This would definitely be a big event that would shock the entire eastern wilderness. Everyone waited nervously. Not long after, a green figure appeared in the void. It was the green-robed mighty figure from before. What? He's killed again. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The people of the 5th bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces darkened as they roared crazily. That was because the green-robed mighty figure was also killed. No. Who can tell me what's going on? The people of the 5th bloodline roared crazily. The others were also dumbfounded. To be able to kill 2 almighties in a row, what kind of technique was that? Unless it was a peerless mighty figure, could it be that there was a peerless mighty figure in this spirit boat? Thinking of this, they were extremely terrified. Whoosh, the last surviving mighty figure turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. Because he did not dare to stay here any longer. If he was hit by a black light, he would also disappear. Once he entered the spirit boat, one could imagine his fate. It would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, he still fled in advance. Haha, what mighty figure! What a piece of trash! Seeing that the other party had fled, Xianxia sneered disdainfully. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb, and the people of the 5th bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Shameful, this was too shameful. This was their sacred ground, their main battlefield, and they had sent out 3 mighty figures, but they could not do anything to the other party. Even the 2 mighty figures on their side were killed by the other party. This was definitely a shocking slap in the face, and it made them speechless. Damn that kid, he's too strange. There must be something incredible in this spirit boat. Hurry up and invite the peerless mighty figure of the 5th bloodline. Many people exclaimed. Especially the people of the 5th bloodline, they were really crazy. Because now, ordinary mighty figures could not suppress the situation at all. They had to invite a peerless mighty figure to kill the other party. Boom. Boom, boom. In the distance, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the 5th bloodline's mountain peak. Then, multicolored light surged into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. A figure appeared in the sky. The aura on his body was like a wave, rapidly beating in all directions. Ancestor. Seeing that figure, the people of the 5th bloodline became excited again. They all knelt in the sky. This was because the person who had appeared was none other than their 5th bloodline's peerless almighty. The remaining cultivators were also shocked. Morong Qingqing also became nervous. Although she knew that the Black Earth was powerful, she didn't know if it could contend against a peerless almighty. However, she guessed that Xianxia should be preparing to leave. Indeed, Xianxia was preparing to leave. Although the Black Earth was powerful, it could only protect itself. His current divine crystals couldn't contend against a peerless almighty unless he had more energy. Only then could he contend against a peerless almighty. All beginnings holy land? The 5th bloodline is only SOSO. Not only are the younger ones useless, but the older ones are also trash. Since there are no challenges, this young master will be leaving. Xianxia coldly snorted. Then, the Black Earth shone brightly and prepared to take off. However, at this moment, the peerless almighty in the distance took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of them. His speed was simply too fast. It was no different from teleportation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. As expected of a peerless almighty. His strength far surpassed ordinary almighties. Just this terrifying speed alone was something that the almighties present couldn't even catch. You want to leave? How is that possible? You killed 2 of my 5th bloodline's almighties and you want to leave just like that? Don't you think you're too naive? What naive? Am I not naive when I was killed by you? Only you can kill others, but others can't kill you? What kind of logic is that? Xianxia coldly snorted. Now that he was inside the Black Earth, he didn't fear a peerless almighty. Thus, he coldly said, "Old man, I advise you to hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if you anger me, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you." Hearing this, many people almost fell from the sky. Insolent, this was too insolent. A puny 5-star king actually dared to threaten to kill a peerless almighty. After hearing this, the peerless almighty sneered in disdain. "Little doll, do you know what a peerless expert is? Do you know what realm an almighty's strength has reached? Don't think that you can strut around just because you have a powerful spirit boat. If I want to crush you to death, all I need is one look." "Just a look? Do you think you're very powerful? How old are you? What's your strength? What age am I? What's my strength? If we fight at the same level, I can guarantee that I'll kill you like a dog." Lin Xian's voice resounded in the air. "You're courting death. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to speak to a peerless almighty like that? Hurry up and slap him." The members of the fifth bloodline roared in anger. They would not allow anyone to insult the peerless almighty of their fifth bloodline. However, Lin Xian sneered, "I'm arrogant? You guys are too ignorant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a peerless almighty? Alright, let me ask you, how old is your peerless almighty this year?" "I'm 3,200 years old." The peerless almighty snorted. Lin Xian sneered, 3,200 years old, and you're only a peerless almighty? Then let me ask you, I'm 24 years old this year. I want to know, how strong were you when you were 24 years old? Were you able to fight against a mighty and stand at the top of the saints? Humph, hearing this, the peerless almighty snorted coldly, his expression ugly. Meanwhile, the others were silent. From the looks of it, the peerless almighty probably couldn't reach Lin Xian's level when he was 24 years old. At this moment, an elder of the fifth bloodline sneered, "You're powerful now, but so what? A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing in the end. Who knows if you can live to 3,000 years old? What's the point of saying so much? Let me ask you, can you reach my combat power when you're 24 years old?" Seeing that the elder was silent, Lin Xian sneered, "If you can't, then I don't know what you have to be so arrogant about. I started practicing martial arts when I was 15 years old, and I'm 24 years old now. It's been less than 10 years. I started from the very beginning, and now I can fight against a mighty. It's only been less than 10 years. I'm confident that I won't need 3,000 years. Give me another 10 years, and I'll become a peerless almighty. By then, I'll kill you as easily as killing a dog." What? Started at 15 years old, and now it's been less than 10 years? Heavens, how is that possible? Bulsh asterisk T, he must be Bulsh asterisk Ting. Even the saints and saintesses of the great sage land and the peerless prodigies of the clan of the ancients couldn't have started practicing martial arts when they were 15 years old. Furious roars sounded from the surroundings. They simply did not believe Lin Xian's words. Even the top prodigies of the eastern wilderness usually started practicing martial arts when they were 5 or 6 years old. Even the peerless prodigies of the clan of the ancients were soaked in all sorts of heavenly treasures and peerless spiritual medicines when they were born. They had built a solid foundation since they were young. There were even peerless almighties who unblocked their meridians. It could be said that they started practicing martial arts from the moment they were born. In addition, those prodigies had incredible talent and top-notch resources. That was why these prodigies were able to shine in their 20s and 30s. They had great power that surpassed the older generation. Even so, they had cultivated for 20 to 30 years, or even 40 to 50 years. However, the young man in front of them had started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, and now he was 24 years old. It hadn't even been 10 years. He had surpassed most of the prodigies. That was just too unbelievable, because they had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the young man had said that he would become a peerless almighty within 10 years. How was that possible? Compared to the young man who started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, his combat power was even more incredible. A peerless almighty was an extremely terrifying existence. Didn't they see that the peerless almighty in front of them was already 3,200 years old? He had cultivated for more than 3,000 years to become a peerless almighty. But the young man wanted to become a peerless almighty within 10 years. That was definitely a joke, moreover, it was an impossible joke. Kid, you're too ignorant. Do you really think that peerless almighties are cabbages? I bet that you'll never become a peerless almighty in your lifetime. That's right. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say such big words? Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Disdainful voices rang out. Even Tuoba Tianxi and the 10,000 Thunder Saint in the crowd had mocking looks on their faces. Disdainful voices rang out one after another. Even Tuoba Tianxi and the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun revealed mocking expressions. This person had actually cultivated to become a peerless almighty in 10 years? What an idiot, however, Lin Xian coldly said, do you dare to reveal your name? Within 10 years, I will personally pay a visit to the All Beginnings Holy Land and kill you. As soon as these words were spoken, the world lost its color and the winds changed. Endless gales swept up as sword energy pierced through the world. This terrifying scene caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. In their opinion, this person was too arrogant. However, this person did have the qualifications to be arrogant. This aura was no weaker than that of a true almighty. It was definitely the combat strength of a peak saint. Moreover, this person's origin was extremely mysterious. Even now, they still didn't know what sect he was from. What sort of background did he have? However, the peerless almighty sneered disdainfully. His eyes were filled with contempt. This was because as a peerless almighty, he knew how difficult and terrifying it was to become a peerless almighty. Although he wasn't a saint in the past, he was still a peak genius. He had spent nearly 2,000 years to become a peerless almighty. Moreover, he had been stuck in the realm of peerless almighty for 1,000 years, he was still unable to break through. 3,000 years was an extremely long period of time. Moreover, according to what he knew, even saints and saintesses would need several hundred years to become peerless almighty. Yet, this person wanted to use 10 years to become a peerless almighty? This was simply a fantasy. Brat, you are too ignorant. Once you cultivate further, you will understand how difficult it is to become a peerless almighty. As for this old man's name, I can tell you. I am called Daoist Qianji, I will accept this agreement. I will wait for you to kill me within 10 years. However, whether or not you can make it out alive is another matter. After saying this, the peerless almighty sneered and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying light soared into the sky, piercing through the entire sky. A huge palm of light instantly grabbed at the black earth. Damn it, old man. Too shameless. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Lu Mingyue's expressions changed when they saw the scene. This was because they did not expect this peerless almighty to suddenly make a move. Moreover, there were no signs at all. It was too sudden, the others were also stunned. Then, an uproar broke out. The fifth bloodline's people cried out in alarm, laughing loudly. It was because they knew that as long as an exceptional power took action, the other party would definitely die. Humph, daring to go against my fifth bloodline, this is your fate, cold laughter could be heard. In front of them, a huge palm of light emitted a terrifying power that enveloped the black earth. Boom! Boom! At the next moment, a terrifying sound was heard as the void in front of him exploded. An incomparably dark black hole rapidly expanded. That place was filled with violent storms. It was exceptionally terrifying. Even an almighty wouldn't dare to touch it. Humph! You're just an ant. You want to become a mighty figure in 10 years? What a joke! The peerless almighty snorted in disdain. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. A shocked expression even appeared on his face. The reason for that was because an ice-cold voice sounded from the black hole. Damned old man, I'll remember you. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. How could the other party not be dead? How was that possible? That was an attack from a peerless almighty. That palm should have killed even an almighty. However, the other party was still alive. It was too unbelievable. No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. Heavens, what's going on? The fifth bloodline's people shouted frantically. This result was too shocking. They couldn't accept it. Even the peerless almighty's expression changed. That was because this result was also beyond his expectations. Impossible. That was his first reaction because he was very confident in his own strength. No matter how powerful the other party's spirit boat was, it couldn't withstand it. However, what was going on now, he couldn't understand. In the next moment, he turned his head, and his gaze pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Buzz, he saw a black spirit boat quickly appear in the black hole. It still emitted an ancient aura. There were no changes. What? It's fine. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The Peerless Almighty's body was also trembling slightly. That was because the spirit boat was completely fine. That was too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Peerless Almighty was furious and prepared to attack again. However, at that moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "Old man, just you wait. Within 10 years, I will personally come and take your life." With that, the black earth shone brightly and disappeared into the void. Boom, the moment the black earth disappeared, the huge palm of light slammed down again, shattering the void once more. Immediately, the black hole became even larger and even spread in all directions. It completely swallowed some mountain ranges and the sky. That palm was even more terrifying than before. However, it didn't have any effect at all. That was because the black earth had already broken through the void and disappeared. Search for him. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. Search all of them. We can't let that kid leave. The Peerless Almighty roared crazily. His face was abnormally ferocious. Immediately, the warriors of the fifth bloodline behind him quickly rose into the air and searched in all directions. That was because the Peerless Almighty was simply too shocked. That spirit boat of his opponents was incomparably strange. It was actually able to withstand the attack of a Peerless Almighty. Without a doubt, it was an incomparably heaven-defying treasure. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was the other party's talent. The other party had cultivated for less than 10 years, yet he had already reached the peak of the Holy Suns. He was definitely a terrifying monster. If the other party was allowed to continue cultivating like this, he would definitely become a Peerless Almighty one day. Furthermore, that wouldn't take too long. He estimated that it would only take him 100 years. That was because such a monster's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the faster his cultivation speed would surpass that of other kings. Therefore, he would most likely become a Peerless Almighty in 100 years. At that time, the other party would definitely come to kill him. In a battle of the same cultivation level, the Peerless Almighty didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Therefore, he had to find the other party and eliminate him. Otherwise, if the other party were to mature in the future, not only would it be a disaster for him, but it would also be a disaster for the entire All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, it was impossible for such a person to only become a Peerless Almighty. If the other party's cultivation base advanced, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster if he attacked the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, the Peerless Almighty couldn't allow such a disaster to happen. He had to go all out and kill the other party now. In the sky, numerous figures quickly set off. In the sky, one figure after another quickly set off. It wasn't just the fifth bloodline. In the end, the entire All Beginnings Holy Land was alarmed. The other cultivators also quickly received the order and prepared to search for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was too terrifying. It was enough to threaten the entire Holy Land. Lin Xian was actually this terrifying. In the crowd, Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. She had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so terrifying. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for her. With such a powerful ally, she would probably receive a lot of support in the Holy Land in the future. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a smile. She also secretly transmitted her voice to the seventh bloodline, telling them not to search for Lin Xian. As for the people from the other 5 great sage lands, they were completely stunned. This was because Lin Xian's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. This was especially true for Tuoba Tianxi, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, and the others. Lin Xian's strength and talent had already far surpassed theirs. Although they were also prodigies, compared to Lin Xian, they paled in comparison. The other holy sons and holy daughters also had grave expressions. As for the elder-level people, they were all frowning. Such a person could be said to be a peerless prodigy. If he were to mature, he would definitely become a powerful enemy on their path to becoming a great emperor. Morong Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Now that Lin Xian was able to leave, she was also relieved. On the other side, Lin Xian controlled the black earth and directly jumped through the void, arriving several 100,000 miles away. Then, with a few more jumps, he arrived 1,000,000 miles away. After that, the black earth entered the vast mountains below and hid. Whoosh, it was only now that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian didn't plan on leaving immediately. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. It would definitely shake the entire southern region. It might even cause a storm in the entire eastern wasteland. Thus, it was best for him to enter seclusion and cultivate here. He would come out after the storm passed. He had consumed 6 divine crystals. He only had 3 left. How to use these 3 pieces was a problem. At this moment, He Tu floated over and said, "Kid, if you don't plan on directly absorbing the energy in these 3 divine crystals, I have another way. I'll give you a special benefit." Special benefits? What benefits? Lin Xian asked. Not only is the Black Earth's defense powerful, there are also various training grounds. One of them is called the 0-degree space. It's incomparably magical. It can condense people who are exactly the same as you to fight. Exactly the same? Lin Xian was surprised. Exactly the same? Yes, that's right. Combat awareness, your cultivation base, and experience in fighting above your level, everything is the same. He Tu continued, fighting with an exact copy of yourself and feeling the limits of life and death will definitely bring you great benefits. However, opening that null space requires divine crystals. No problem. Is 3 enough? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said without any hesitation. Fighting with an identical version of himself was definitely a very precious experience, because this way, he could make up for his shortcomings. Find out where he needed to improve. He Tu took the 3 pieces of divine crystals and floated inside. Not long after, the entire black earth trembled slightly. Then, a black light enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. The surrounding scenery completely changed. It was as if he had jumped out of the black earth and arrived in a special space. His surroundings were gray, and he couldn't see the limits of this space. However, with Lin Xian's senses, it could support him to fight with all his strength. Buzz, at this moment, the space in front of him fluctuated, and a figure appeared. Seeing this person, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This person looked exactly the same as him. His clothes, hair, eyes, and temperament were all the same. If one didn't know better, they would think that another him had appeared. Seeing an enemy who was exactly the same as him, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. The spiritual power in his body quickly circulated, and sword qi rushed out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light that slashed forward. See God Ice? It's useless. I can do it too. In front of him, the enemy who looked exactly like Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As he spoke, endless cold air gushed out of his body, turning into a blue ice sword that also slashed forward. Sea God Ice versus Sea God Ice. The 2 huge ice swords collided. The air shook violently, and invisible cold air exploded. In this exchange, the 2 of them were evenly matched, sharing the limelight. Yes. It's exactly the same. Lin Xian was astonished when he sensed the other party's strength and the terrifying icy aura. Sea God Ice was an ice treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. He didn't expect the opponent to be able to simulate it. And the power was exactly the same. This 0-degree space was really amazing. It could actually simulate such a realistic enemy. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Boom, however, at the same time, the enemy's mouth curled into a sinister smile. At the same time, his fist turned into a black dragon and rushed out. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The terrifying fist turned into a ferocious black dragon, and a destructive aura floated between heaven and earth. Not only was the Armageddon black dragon fist exactly the same, but even the timing and angle of the attack were exactly the same. In other words, not only could the opponent simulate Lin Xian's strength, but he could also simulate Lin Xian's combat experience. Boom, boom. Boom, roar, in the sky, the two black dragons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Thunder fell, and a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. It was as if two real dragons were fighting each other. Whoosh! What surprised Lin Xian even more was that after the figure used the sea god's ice and the Armageddon black dragon fist, 6 illusory figures appeared in front of him again. Each of them was formed by sword chi. They were like 6 peerless divine swords that emitted a terrifying aura. 6 god sword technique, chaos doppelganger. The 2 ultimate skills were used at the same time. Then, the human figure and the 6 sword phantoms quickly attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and also used chaos doppelganger and 6 god sword technique. At the same time, 6 sword shadows appeared beside him. Each of them was extremely sharp, as if a sword immortal had descended. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. Kill! With a roar, the two collided. Countless sword chi streaked across the sky, and a destructive aura pierced through the 9 heavens. Buzz! At this moment, a huge sword light quickly condensed among the sword shadows in the sky. It was shining with a pitch-black light. The sword soared into the sky and quickly slashed down. The sword chi was sharp and contained a murderous aura. However, there was no aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged the attack, dodging the attack. However, he was getting more and more excited. That was because he discovered that although his opponent was as powerful and sharp as him, and even had the same battle experience and awareness as him, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was different. However, there was no aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his opponent's sword techniques. In other words, although the 0-degree space could simulate everything, it couldn't simulate the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Perhaps this is a way to improve myself and the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose up. Soon after, the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body erupted, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A powerful sword ripple transformed into a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Following that, Lin Xian fought with his opponent with all his strength. Every time he fought, he used his full strength. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time, they were no longer evenly matched. Lin Xian's attacks were even sharper, and he was able to break through his opponent's attacks. If not for the fact that his opponent could also execute Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, he would have killed his opponent long ago. However, Lin Xian didn't lower his guard. He was observing how his opponent would deal with the danger. How his opponent would react. Because his opponent was exactly the same as him, his opponent's reaction would definitely become his experience. Boom! Boom, boom. Half a day later, Lin Xian transformed into a sword chi dragon and pierced through his opponent. Then, he floated in the sky and closed his eyes, recalling the previous battle to improve himself. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! Not long after, another fluctuation appeared in front of him, and 2 people that looked exactly like Lin Xian appeared. Each of them was as powerful as him. Boom! Boom, boom! The battle was exceptionally intense. One day later, Lin Xian killed 2 enemies that looked exactly like him. However, his body was also injured. This time, he gained even more benefits and experience. Soon, 3 enemies that looked exactly like him appeared. Just like this, Lin Xian entered an endless battle. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. The matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land quickly spread out, causing an uproar in the entire southern region. Soon, the entire eastern wilderness was shocked. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land and even killed 2 supreme elders. This was simply too shocking. For a time, all kinds of news spread everywhere. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Although Lin Xian had previously concealed his identity, after careful analysis by many experts, they discovered that the mysterious youth they spoke of was most likely Lin Xian. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The All Beginnings Holy Land was even more furious. They issued a kill order and chased after Lin Xian with all their strength. As for Lin Xian, he was engaged in an intense battle in the Black Earth. Half a month had already passed, and Lin Xian's body was riddled with scars. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. His entire body was covered in blood, but his eyes were shining brightly. In front of him, there were 7 people who looked exactly like him, and each of them was extremely terrifying. To be honest, if not for the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian would not have been able to deal with the 7 people who were as strong as him. But now, even with the great dragon sword spirit, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. The 7 people who looked exactly like him were simply heaven-defying existences. They could even easily kill Supreme Elders. However, he would not give up. In the next instant, a golden vortex appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Buzz, after activating his heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian turned into a shocking sword light and charged forward. At the front, the 7 figures snorted coldly. Every single one of them unleashed their most powerful ultimate skills to kill the other party. Sea God's Ice, 6 God Sword Techniques, Demonic Hell Flame, and the terrifying Azure Dragon True Phoenix. All kinds of illusory attacks rained down on Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. As for Lin Xian, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge the attacks. With his heavenly secret divine eyes, he was able to capture the trajectories of these attacks. He could even predict them in advance. Thus, after 3 days and 3 nights of intense battle, Lin Xian killed all 7 people who looked exactly like him. Whoosh, the wounds on his body were extremely horrifying. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. Lin Xian even felt that the power in his body was disappearing. In front of him, the void rippled and 8 figures appeared. They looked exactly like Lin Xian. Fight, other than that, there was no need to say anything else. However, it had already been half a month since Lin Xian had started fighting. He had not rested in the middle, so he was already exhausted. Now that he was facing 8 people who looked exactly like him, he was in a very difficult battle. In the end, he killed 6 of them. However, his heart was also pierced by them. Buzz, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and controlled the 2 illusory figures. Then, he smashed the heads of the 2 figures with a punch. However, his body was also out of the blank space. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed and appeared in the Hall of the Black Earth once again. Hei-Tu floated up with a look of surprise. Kid, you're out? How many levels did you reach? If each figure is counted as a level, I should have reached the 8th level. The 8th level? Heavens! You're too heaven-defying. Hei-Tu was also extremely shocked. He knew how terrifying the blank space was. Those were 8 enemies who were the same as him. How could they survive? One had to know that some people could not even defeat one of them. At most, it would be a draw. Now, Lin Xian had passed 7 levels in a row and even tied the 8th level. It was indeed a heaven-defying feat. Alright, you should rest. This time, you'll definitely benefit greatly. Hei-Tu did not disturb Lin Xian anymore. Instead, he let him go into seclusion. Lin Xian nodded and went into seclusion to comprehend the various intense battles before. 3 days later, a surge of energy erupted. Lin Xian successfully broke through to become a 6-star king. The great dragon sword soul in his body had also become abnormally powerful. Not only that, Lin Xian's combat experience had definitely surpassed before. Now, he could completely kill Almighties alone. One had to know that half a month ago, Lin Xian could only contend against Almighties. He could not kill Almighties at all. Now, only half a month had passed, and he had the strength to kill Almighties alone. If this kind of heaven-defying growth were to spread, it would definitely make all the warriors in the eastern wilderness go crazy. In the next half a month, Lin Xian continued to consolidate his cultivation. After a month, he came out of seclusion and decided to go out and take a look. Now that he had understood the situation in the southern region, Lin Xian did not plan to stay in the southern region any longer. He wanted to leave the southern region and go to other places in the eastern wilderness. However, he did not want to fly there because it would take more than 10 years. Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation array. He had gradually gained an understanding of the eastern wilderness. He knew that only the remote antiquity aristocratic families and the great sage had super teleportation arrays. In the other continents of the eastern wilderness, there were also some hidden super teleportation arrays for experts to use. Lin Xian's destination this time was a hidden super teleportation array. After going out, Lin Xian asked around and found out that there was a super teleportation array in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Therefore, he decided to go to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. However, the Thousand Spirit Mountain range was not simple. It was a very famous mountain range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was continuous and terrifying. There were all kinds of monster kings running amok in it. Ordinary monster kings did not dare to enter. Even almighties sometimes did not dare to enter the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. One could imagine how terrifying the Thousand Spirit Mountain range was. Lin Xian's destination was the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. He turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared from the city, flying towards the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. In the vast barren mountains, a figure was shuttling rapidly like a ghost. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He was flying in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, heading towards the super teleportation array. Demon Slaying Sword Array. Lin Xian analyzed the array in his mind as he flew at high speed. The Annihilation Sword Array was a top-notch martial art. He had found it in the storage rings of the two almighties that he had killed. At this moment, he was comprehending the profound sword formation. Although the sword array was profound, it was not difficult for Lin Xian to cultivate it with his heaven-defying talent. However, this sword formation still needed some special conditions to be able to be completed. This was also why the almighties had not used the demon-slaying sword array. To cultivate the Annihilation Sword Array, one not only needed talent and strength, but also demonic beasts. One needed to use the powerful blood essence and souls of demonic beasts to pour into the demon-slaying sword array. Only then could one cultivate it successfully. Moreover, a lot of demonic beasts were needed. Some of them were even rare demonic beasts on the heaven and earth roll. Even the purple-clothed elder, who was an almighty of the All Beginnings Holy Land, had not collected all of them. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate the demon-slaying array. However, if one could successfully cultivate it, according to the description, one would possess heaven-defying might. Lin Xian didn't mind this difficulty. After all, he knew that cultivating a sword array wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. And he would not give up. Now, he was flying in Wanling Mountain. When he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would naturally attack. According to his estimation, his identity had probably been exposed. After all, those people should be able to guess it with more analysis. At that time, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline would definitely not let him off. He was afraid that the Wavering Light Sacred Land would not let him off. He needed to have enough ability to protect himself in order to survive the siege of so many holy lands. Furthermore, there was one more thing. He had to be strong because he was going to marry Murong Qingqing. If he did not have enough strength, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground would not have married Murong Qingqing to him. Along the way, Lin Xian killed 13 powerful demonic beast kings. He used their blood and demonic souls as the first batch of energy to activate the demon-slaying sword array. However, there was a group of people flying rapidly on several mountain tops not far from where they were. Wanling Mountain was dangerous, but it didn't stop cultivators from yearning for this place. This was because there were all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs in Wanling Mountain. Moreover, although the demonic beast kings were ferocious, their bodies were full of treasures. Scales, teeth, horns, and other things could be used to make weapons. Demonic cores and blood could be used for cultivation. Therefore, there would always be a large number of cultivators entering Wanling Mountain. Looking at the people moving rapidly ahead, they should be such cultivators. However, their current state wasn't good. Furthermore, they seemed to be in a very sorry state. Every one of them was injured. Their clothes were tattered and their hair was disheveled. It was as if they had just experienced a great battle. There were two figures in the lead. One was a white-haired old man and the other was a young woman wearing green battle armor. Based on their identities and attire, they should be the leaders of this group of cultivators. However, the young woman was also in a very sorry state at this moment. Her aura was extremely chaotic. If not for the white-haired old man's king's domain, she probably wouldn't be able to fly. "Grandpa, that bastard is almost here. What should we do?" The young woman in green used her soul power to check the situation behind her. Her delicate face turned even paler. D***. Why would an earth demon appear in this place? That's a powerful 7-star demon king. The young woman in green sounded like she was about to cry. It was obvious that the earth demon behind them had terrified them. The other cultivators also looked solemn. Their scalps were numb. They only cared about running forward crazily. As for the white-haired old man, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This earth demon beast was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, it was good at burrowing into the ground. They probably couldn't escape at all. Looking at his beloved granddaughter, the white-haired old man sighed. The light in his eyes gradually became sharp. "Schwer, bring the others and leave Wanling Mountain first. I'll stop that earth demon beast for a while. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay. Also, don't come to Wanling Mountain for a year," the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. "No. Grandfather, you can't stay here." When the young woman in green heard this, she immediately shook her head frantically. The other cultivators also quickly tried to persuade the white-haired old man. Although the white-haired old man was powerful, he couldn't fight against such a powerful earth demon beast. "Don't worry. No matter what, I'm a top 6-star king. Although I can't kill that beast, it's not a problem for me to fight against it. Moreover, if it doesn't work, I have the ability to protect myself and escape." However, the young woman in green shook her head. "Grandfather, don't lie to me. That earth demon beast is a terrifying 7-star demon king. Even an almighty can't do anything to it. You're just courting death if you stay here. I don't want you to lose your life for us." Then, the other cultivators fell silent. The young woman in green was right. The earth demon beast was extremely terrifying. Even an almighty might not be able to fight against it. If the white-haired old man stayed, the consequences would be dire. He might even be torn in half by the earth demon beast. However, at this moment, these people frowned. They realized that there was smoke floating around them. There was also the fragrance of barbecued meat. "Someone is starting a fire," the young woman in green exclaimed. She was extremely surprised. The white-haired old man was also surprised. They were indeed surprised because this fragrance could attract some demonic beasts and cause a huge battle. However, the other party did not care at all and allowed the fragrance to float around. It was obvious that the other party was an expert and was not afraid of attracting demonic beasts. Thinking of this, a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. "Let's go." The white-haired old man waved his hand and led the dozen or so cultivators forward quickly. The fragrance of meat and smoke in front of them became thicker and thicker. They could even see flames ahead. Moreover, there was the smell of blood in the surroundings. Obviously, some demonic beasts had been killed here. The trenches on the ground were even more shocking. There was still a trace of very strong sword chi left on them. The woman in green and the other kings could not sense it. They only felt that there was a huge battle around them. However, the white-haired old man's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. This was because he felt a sense of horror from the sword chi. Although he was a peak 6-star king, he could not resist at all in front of the sword chi. Even his body began to tremble slightly. "Who is it? It's so terrifying. Could it be an almighty?" He was extremely shocked. Meanwhile, the woman in green and the dozen or so cultivators continued to fly forward. Soon, they were stunned. This was because there was indeed someone beside the fire. It was a young man in a red robe. He did not look very old, only in his 20s. At this moment, he was holding a cup of spirit wine and eating a piece of golden roasted meat with relish. Beside him was a red snake that was more than a meter long and a snow-white monkey. They were all eating golden roasted meat. This scene surprised everyone. However, when they quickly glanced at the red-robed young man, they revealed disappointed expressions. This was because the red-robed young man's aura was only that of a 6-star king. Although such a person was very powerful among the younger generation, he could not fight against the earth devil beast behind them. The woman in green and the others were extremely disappointed. Among them, someone even shook his head. Sigh, this young man is too arrogant. He's a 6-star king, and he dares to roast meat in the forest? Isn't he afraid of attracting other powerful demon kings? He's too young. He's probably a genius disciple of some family. Although he has some talent, he has no experience in surviving in the wild. Some people shook their heads and ignored the red-robed young man. They prepared to flee for their lives again. However, at that moment, the white-haired old man arrived before them. When he saw the red-clothed young man, his body trembled. This was because he could sense a remnant sword chi from the other party's body. Could it be that those sword scars were left behind by this young man? Thinking of this, the white-haired old man was terrified. Grandpa, let's go. There's nothing to see. He's just an expert of the younger generation. He can't provide us with any help at all. The green-clothed woman shook her head. That's right, elder. Let's go quickly. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid that beast will come. Everyone said. However, the white-haired old man did not listen. He only looked at the red-robed man in front of him. The red-robed young man's expression was calm, and he didn't even look around. He just slowly tasted the roasted meat. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Soon, he walked forward. However, when he came to the side of the red-robed youth, he suddenly knelt down with a plop. What? The green-clothed woman and the dozen or so martial artists behind her were all stunned by this scene. They didn't expect the white-haired old man to kneel to a young man. It was too shocking. Grandpa, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you kneeling to a young man? He's not strong at all. He can't provide us with any help. Elder, let's go quickly. The martial artists behind them were puzzled. The red-robed young man in front of them also frowned. Because he didn't expect the white-haired old man in front of him to kneel directly. That's right, the red-robed young man was naturally Xianxia. He was cultivating the demon-slaying sword array while he hurried on his way. At this moment, he was resting. He naturally noticed the arrival of the dozen or so people, but he didn't pay attention to them. Because he didn't know them at all, he didn't need to pay attention to them. However, he didn't expect the old man in front of him to kneel directly. Naturally, he knew what the old man meant. Looking at their miserable expressions and the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they had encountered some kind of powerful demon king. There was no way for them to escape, so they could only find an expert to help them. Young hero, please save us. Save our lives. We'll definitely repay you. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice again. Repay? Sure, what do you have to repay me? Xian asked indifferently. We have some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, some heaven and earth treasures, and the cores of demon beasts. As long as you're willing, you can take them all. Young hero, please help us. What? Grandpa, are you crazy? This is something that we worked hard for over a month to get. Hearing this, the green-robed young girl screamed. They risked their lives for more than a month to get these things. Now, they were going to give them all to someone else. Moreover, it was a red-robed young man who didn't look very strong. Naturally, she couldn't accept this. Shut up. The white-haired old man shouted coldly. Then, he turned around and continued, Young hero, please don't take offense. My granddaughter is inexperienced and doesn't know how powerful you are. If she offended you, I'll bring her to apologize. Well, did you get a wood attribute demon core? Give it to me and I can save your lives, Xian said in a deep voice. Okay, thank you, young hero. I'll get it now. Hearing this, the white-haired old man was overjoyed. He quickly turned around and was about to take out the demon core. However, the green-robed young girl was still unwilling to give up. Grandpa, that would attribute demon core was hard for us to get. It's close to the demon core of a 7-star demon king. Why give it to this guy? This guy doesn't look very strong. He can't deal with the earth magic beast. It's a waste to give him the wood attribute demon core. Why don't we run away? If we're lucky, we might be able to escape. However, the white-haired old man ignored his granddaughter. Instead, he took out a fist-sized demon core that was shining with green light from his storage ring. He gave it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and nodded. He said indifferently, "Okay, you can go now. I'll block the danger behind you." What? We can go now? Let us go after you've taken the items. What if you run away too? Kid, I think you're a liar. Schwerer. Shut up. The white-haired elder shouted coldly. He had gone through so much trouble to invite the other party. If his granddaughter angered the other party, none of them would be able to escape. The lady in green was furious and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, the ground started to tremble rapidly. Cracks appeared under their feet and quickly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the lady in green could no longer say anything and screamed. The other dozen or so martial artists all had terrified looks in their eyes because they knew that the Earth Devil Beast was coming. The white-haired elder was also shocked, but then he said in a low voice, "This isn't the Earth Devil's real body. It's a clone formed by the demonic chi on his body and the rocks on the ground. We still have hope of escaping." Hearing that it was a clone, these people were not careless. Even if it was a clone, it was still very strong. They would need to use all their strength to deal with it. Boom, indeed, in the next moment, the ground cracked open and a huge pit appeared. Then, the demonic chi and the huge rocks formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and claws and roared crazily. Formation! Attack with me! The white-haired elder shouted. Immediately, the warriors behind him stepped on mysterious runes and started to form a huge formation, ready to fight against the enemy together. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his arm and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless icy auras spread out rapidly, instantly freezing the clones of the demonic beasts in front of them. Crack! 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 Once the icy aura was released, the surroundings were covered in ice. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The white-haired elder, the lady in green, and the other kings were all trembling. They felt like they were being frozen. As for the clone in front, it was instantly frozen into a block of ice without any resistance. Boom, then, Lin Xian waved his finger. Suddenly, the huge block of ice in front of them shattered, forming ice shards on the ground. As for the Earth Devil Beast's clone, it was instantly killed. What? How is this possible? The lady in green was stunned. The other kings were all stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the Earth Devil Beast's clone. His strength was incomparably strong. Even if all of them fought with all their strength, they would only be able to fight to a draw. But now, the young man in front of him had easily gotten rid of an Earth Devil Beast's clone with a wave of his hand. They couldn't believe it. The white-haired old man was also extremely shocked, but he soon became excited. Because he realized that he had guessed correctly. The young man in front of him was definitely terrifyingly powerful. It was very likely that he was a saint of some great sect or a peerless genius of a clan of the ancients. He knew that these people were able to protect their lives, and the green woman was also extremely scared. Only now did she know why her grandfather was so humble. The strength of the young man in front of them was far beyond their imagination. Thus, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Young master, I've offended you before. I hope you won't blame me. It's nothing, you guys can go. As for the Earth Devil Beast in the back, I'll help you block it." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey with him. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. Haha, kid, you've gained quite a lot this time. Not only did you get a wood-type demonic core, but you also know the whereabouts of the Earth Devil Beast. The dark red divine dragon laughed. That's right. The Earth Devil Beast was an Earth-type demonic beast, and it seemed to be a 7-star demonic king. If he could get its blood demonic soul, then he could use the demon-slaying sword formation. In the future, as he collected more demonic souls, the demon-slaying sword formation would become more and more powerful. Lin Xian was very surprised. He didn't expect to encounter an Earth Devil Beast here. He was really lucky. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why he helped those people. Boom. Boom, boom. Angry roars came from a distance in the forest. Obviously, it was from an earth devil beast. When he discovered that his clone had been killed, he was incomparably furious. How could he allow the prey he had set his eyes on to escape? Therefore, he roared like a madman. Not only that, but he also increased his speed. Once he used the earth-burrowing technique, he traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Roar! Soon, he sensed a human's aura in front of him flying toward him. This made him extremely furious. Someone actually dared to walk toward him. He was courting death. In the next moment, he directly attacked. The merciless earthquake caused cracks to spread. A large rock hand condensed in front of him and quickly slapped forward. The rock hand was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun. It carried a thick demonic aura, showing its incomparably powerful strength. Boom! In an instant, it covered Lin Xian and was about to land mercilessly. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a powerful icy aura instantly surged out. Then, a blue giant sword soared into the sky. Boom! Boom, boom. In the next moment, countless frost formed on the sky-covering hand, and the speed of its descent became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the sky. Then, the blue sword light flashed and split the rock hand in half. Boom! At this moment, the ground cracked open, and a huge creature appeared on the ground. It was like a large lizard, and its body was covered in gray scales. However, it wasn't a lizard, but an earth devil beast. The aura on its body was monstrous, as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. Human, come and die, the earth devil beast let out a cold voice, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Humph, Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. This earth devil beast happened to be one of the demonic beasts he needed, so he directly attacked. Sword chi flickered on his body, and the dragon sword domain appeared in the air, enveloping the front. Terrifying sword light filled the sky. It pierced through the void and slashed downwards. You're just an ant, yet you dare to attack me? You're courting death, the earth devil beast sneered. It naturally felt that Lin Xian's cultivation was only a 6-star king. Such a person was an ant in front of it. It wasn't enough to fill the gap between its teeth, and it actually dared to attack it. Therefore, endless demonic aura spread out from its body, and the ground around it cracked open, forming a huge rock giant that charged forward. Boom! The rock giant continued to expand until it was 1,000 feet tall, and it collided with the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard. Cracks appeared in the void, and large areas of the forest collapsed. The endless ground also cracked open, and ravines appeared one after another. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He controlled the dragon sword domain and attacked again. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain changed. Countless sword chi condensed and then formed 2 dragon claws that grabbed at the huge rock giant. The 2 dragon claws were extremely real, as if a true dragon had awakened. The 2 dragon claws were incomparably real, as if a real dragon had awakened. Then, he pierced through the void and grabbed at the rock giant. 2 transparent holes appeared on the rock giant's body. Then, it turned into countless boulders and scattered on the ground. Not only that, Lin Xian controlled his 2 dragon claws to grab the earth devil beast. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, and the void was about to collapse. What a powerful physique, as expected of a 7-star demon king, Lin Xian gasped in amazement. His claw could crush an ordinary demon monarch willow star. However, the earth devil beast before him was actually not injured at all. It was merely sent flying. One could imagine how powerful the earth devil beast's physique was. It was definitely more than 10 times stronger than a 6-star demon king. Courting death, damned human, you've angered me, the earth devil beast roared crazily. A mere human ant dared to send it flying? This was an unforgivable crime. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black flames that swept forward. Hoo-hoo! The gray flames engulfed the 2 dragon claws formed by the sword chi and quickly melted them. Soon, the dragon claw was burned clean. Not only that, but the gray flames also flew towards Lin Xian, wanting to refine him as well. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the devil sword chopped down. The terrifying great dragon sword chi surged out quickly, and the sharp sword light directly extinguished the gray flames that filled the sky. At the same time, the sea god's ice gushed out crazily, forming an icy wind that flew in the sky. The boundless icy aura rushed towards the demonic beasts below. Ka ka ka, the earth devil beast spat out balls of black flames to fight back. However, his movements were restricted to a certain space. Lin Xian, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, directly arriving behind the earth devil beast. The devil sword transformed into a black dragon, swallowing and spitting out light as it pierced towards the earth devil beast's weak spots. This earth devil beast's weak point was hidden very well. Ordinary people would not be able to discover it. Even a mighty figure might not be able to discover it. However, Lin Xian was different. He possessed the heavenly fate divine eyes. Nothing could be hidden from those eyes. Wang, the sword chi pierced through the sky and pierced the earth devil beast's vitals, breaking through its defenses. Blood spurted out as the earth devil beast's body was sent flying. Boom! Boom! 2 mountain peaks in the distance were knocked down by the huge body of the earth devil beast and collapsed. The ground cracked open, and a terrifying crater appeared. Countless rocks smashed into the earth devil beast's body, drowning it. Roar, an earth-shattering sound came from the rubble. Then, the boulders were smashed apart and turned into dust. The enormous body of the earth devil beast appeared once again. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with boundless fury. This time, it was truly furious. With a wave of the beast's claw, it spread out for thousands of miles, turning into a gigantic claw that slammed down viciously. Not only that, but his body also emitted gray flames that formed a gray mist that corroded the void. This was a terrifying poison. Even if a powerful being inhaled it, they would be poisoned. 2 different types of attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Dang, the gray claw slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, Lin Xian summoned the mystic jade armor in time. Although he was sent flying, he did not suffer much damage. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and appeared in front of the earth devil beast again. The gray claw that had materialized was directly sliced into 2 halves. Roar, the earth devil beast was rolling on the ground in pain. Its huge body rolled on the ground, shattering forests and mountains one after another. It was furious and terrified at the same time. One had to know that it was a 7-star demon king with a strong physique. Even a powerful being of the same level might not be able to break through its defenses. But now, a 6-star king had actually broken through his defenses so easily. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too sharp. It had never seen anything like it in its life. It did not know that Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was unparalleled in the world. In addition, his strength had increased greatly. Now, he had the strength to kill powerful beings. Therefore, although the earth devil beast was strong, it was still at a disadvantage in the hands of Lin Xian. Roar, damn human, I'll remember you, the earth devil beast roared and turned to escape. Boundless demon chi wrapped around its huge body and flew into the distance. To be honest, it was really scared. It had never seen such a powerful human. Moreover, the other party was too young. It knew that this was the top young genius of the human race. It might not be able to fight against him. As a demon beast, it was very cunning. Therefore, it did not fight against him at all. Instead, it turned to escape. Boom, however, just as it was about to escape, a dark red figure appeared in the sky. Then, a red light rolled over like a river. It directly hit its body and sent it flying. Boom, the earth devil beast's huge body was sent flying again. It roared crazily. It was really aggrieved. Because it did not see clearly what had sent it flying. Moreover, as a 7-star demon king, it was the overlord of this forest. But now, it was sent flying twice in just a few moments. Moreover, one of its claws was chopped off. It had not encountered such a serious injury in hundreds of years. Damn it, what the hell is this? Get out here, the earth devil beast got up and roared crazily. Its eyes were staring straight ahead. In front of it, a red light appeared, and the figure of a dark red dragon appeared. It was the dragon that used its dragon tail to send the earth devil beast flying to prevent it from escaping. A puny earth devil beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Roar! The earth devil beast was so angry that it vomited blood. A damn snake dared to look down on it, it could not tolerate it, therefore, in the next moment, the earth devil beast stretched its neck. Its head was extremely ferocious and instantly arrived in front of the dark red dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the dark red dragon. Crawling snake, go to hell! The earth devil beast's mouth was so big that it covered the sky as if it could swallow the sky. It directly enveloped the dark red dragon. I'll beat you. The dark red dragon was also angry. How dare the other party call it a snake? He really didn't know what to do, therefore, in the next moment, its body quickly enlarged and became 100 feet long divine dragon. The terrifying dragon scales shone with a cold light in the air. In the next moment, its body collided with the bloody mouth, and a shocking collision sound was heard. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the earth devil beast screamed and was sent flying again. Not only that, its teeth were shattered. Shocking, it was too shocking, its teeth could be said to be very sharp and could crush earth-grade treasures. Dragons! You're actually a dragon! The earth devil beast held out in a frenzy. He had not expected to meet a member of the dragon race here. Aren't they legendary creatures that only existed in ancient times? They should be extinct now. But why are they here now? He was too shocked. As a 7-star demon king, he knew more. Although the powerful demon kings now had the bloodline of dragons, they were not real dragons. They were fled dragons. Real dragons only existed in ancient times. Now, they could not be seen at all. But he did not expect to see a real dragon now. A dragon that only existed in legends, soaring in the sky. This made it extremely terrified. Damn it. Who is this kid? Why does he have a dragon by his side? The earth devil did not dare to think. He turned into a demon cloud and flew in another direction. He knew that he could not continue fighting because he could not fight at all. If the two of them worked together, they could definitely kill him. So, he had to escape. However, in the next moment, he was stunned because there was a white, furry little monkey in front of him, blocking his way. Woo woo woo. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing, telling the earth devil beast to obediently give up and not run away. This directly ignited the earth devil's anger. I can't defeat the human brat, and I can't defeat the mystical dragon. You're just a little white monkey, and you're so tiny at that. How dare you block my way, you're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. So in the next moment, the earth devil roared and spat out a ball of flames that swept forward. He was Demon King Qixing. Since when did a little monkey dare to block his way? But in the next moment, the little white monkey's body swayed and turned into a white bolt of lightning, instantly dodging the flames that filled the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the earth devil. He stretched out his furry paw and slapped the earth devil's face. Instantly, the earth devil felt the sky darken and he became dizzy. Before he fainted, he was still thinking. What kind of monkey is this? It's too evil. Who is that young man? Why does he have so many mutated creatures around him? Each of them is a legendary existence. Bang! At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The demon sword in his hand turned into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed the earth devil's body. Immediately, a deep gash appeared in the ground, and the earth devil beast fell to the ground. However, the earth devil was a 7-star demon king and was extremely powerful. So, this attack was not enough to kill him. However, Lin Xian did not intend to waste his breath. He immediately joined forces with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey. The three of them were extremely powerful. A single earth devil beast was no match for him. Half a day later, the earth devil beast was killed, and blood flowed everywhere. Lin Xian didn't let go of this opportunity and immediately practiced the demon-slaying sword formation. Streaks of mysterious sword runes appeared and merged with the blood. The earth devil beast's demon soul was extracted and integrated into the sword array. Demon-breaking demon sword formation. Lin Xian stood at the center of the sword formation, looking like a sword demon, capable of tearing apart the heavens and splitting the earth. In the city closest to Wanling Mountain, there was such a piece of news. It was said that a mysterious young expert had appeared in Wanling Mountain. His strength was unfathomable and far exceeded the older generation. It was even rumored that he had killed the Earth Devil's avatar with a gentle wave of his hand. What? He killed the Earth Devil's avatar so easily? How is that possible? Isn't the Earth Devil a 7-star demon king? No matter how powerful the younger generation is, they can't defeat an almighty level beast. Are you kidding? Who said it's a joke? This news came from the Lu Mansion. Yes, it is said that the elders of the Lu Mansion brought people to Wanling Mountain to collect spiritual herbs. In the end, they were chased by the Earth Devil. That's right. A red-robed youth saved them. Could it be true? Everyone was discussing. Because the Lu Mansion was one of the top families in the city, their words should not be wrong. What does the mysterious youth look like? Where is his sect? At this moment, someone asked. This person's voice was young, but his face could not be seen. This was because he was wearing a large black robe that covered his entire body. His skin was pale and his eyes were twinkling like stars. I heard that he is also a youth in his 20s. He is wearing a red robe. I don't know the details. If you want to know the details, then go to the Lu Mansion. The news came from there. Lu Mansion, the mysterious black-robed man said plainly. Then, his body swayed and turned into a green smoke, disappearing on the spot. The Lu Mansion was one of the top families in the city. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a palace. It was the white-haired old man who had asked Lin Xian for help previously. Standing beside him was a green-clothed woman. It was the lady named Shuer from before. Grandpa, that red-robed youth, which sacred grounds genius is he from? Isn't he a little too powerful? Can he really defeat the Earth Devil beast? After hearing that, the white-haired old man shook his head slightly. The Earth Devil is a real 7-star demon king. Its strength is terrifying. It is equivalent to a human almighty. Although that red-robed youth is powerful, it is still impossible for him to kill a demon king of the almighty level. Even a saint can't kill a demon king. Will he be in danger? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the lady in green was a little worried. Shuer, regarding that young master, you should stop asking. You are not from the same world. The white-haired old man sighed. At least you have some self-awareness. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Who is it? Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the lady in green were both shocked. The white-haired old man roared. His voice was like a wave that spread in all directions. He was too shocked. He did not expect that someone would come to his side without him noticing. The person who came was definitely an expert. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to roar and attract the experts of his family. It is useless. Stop struggling. The entire palace is covered by my domain. You can't spread the news. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the void in the palace fluctuated and a figure came out. It was a black-robed man. Even his head was covered by a large cloak, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Who are you? What are you doing here? The white-haired old man asked coldly. His muscles were tense and the spiritual energy in his body was circulating rapidly. As long as the other party made any dangerous moves, he would explode immediately. She had never imagined that such a strange person would appear in her home. The black-robed man didn't speak any superfluous words. Instead, he coldly said, "Tell me everything you know about that red-clothed youth. Don't miss a single detail." What? You are looking for that red-cloaked youth? The white-haired old man was stunned. He hadn't expected that this black-robed man would come for their benefactor. As for the green-cloaked woman, she coldly snorted. You want to inquire about that red-cloaked youth? Dream on. Humph, it seems that you still don't understand your current situation. The black-robed man sneered. Then, he stretched out his pale hand and gently waved it. Ah! The green-cloaked woman immediately cried out in alarm. She felt the surrounding air solidify. It was as if an invisible cage had bound her body. Then, a mysterious power pulled her to the black-robed man's side. Buzz, in the next instant, countless golden rays of light appeared and enveloped the woman. The golden rays of light were like thunder and instantly cut open the green-clothed woman's clothes. Bloody wounds appeared on her snow-white skin. Ah! The green-clothed woman screamed. She was incomparably frightened and in pain. The white-haired old man also angrily roared, "Stop! If you dare to harm my Schwer's life, I will fight you to the death." He hadn't expected that this mysterious black-robed man would be so arrogant and instantly control Schwer. "Enough with the nonsense. I will give you a chance. Tell me everything you know about that red-clothed youth. Otherwise, your granddaughter will lose her life." "Fine, I will tell you everything." The white-haired old man clenched his teeth. He had no other choice but to tell the black-robed man everything he knew. After hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes flickered. "You are saying that there is a dark red snake beside him? It seems that it should be him. Brat, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you. Since you dare to cause trouble in my All Beginnings holy land, there will be no way for you to survive." "What? You are someone from the All Beginnings holy land?" The white-haired old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that this mysterious black-robed man would be an expert from the All Beginnings holy land. "Humph, you know too much," the black-robed man coldly snorted. Then, he waved his hand. Countless golden rays of light instantly pierced through the green-clothed woman. "No, damn it! I will fight you to the death." When the white-haired old man saw this scene, he roared madly. He didn't expect that the red-clothed young man would still make a move after he revealed his information. In the next moment, he roared and struck out with both palms. With a wave of his sleeves, two massive palms struck forward. A wave-like shadow appeared between the palms of the raging waves. "Humph, he was overestimating himself," the black-robed man smiled contemptuously. Then, with a flick of his finger, a golden ray of light turned into a huge golden saber and slashed forward. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was directly cut open. Not only that, but the white-haired old man's body also stiffened. A bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows, and blood quickly flowed out. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. "A piece of trash actually wants to fight with me?" the black-robed man sneered and shook his head. Then, he ignored the two of them. His entire body instantly disappeared. At the same time, the king's domain outside the palace disappeared in an instant. Wanling Mountain Range. Lin Xian flew rapidly. He was already very close to the depths of Wanling Mountain Range. However, the closer he got to the depths, the slower he became. That was because he felt an unknown pressure. The number of monster kings here was obviously much fewer than outside, but their auras were much stronger than outside. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. Just the monster chi that they emitted was unbearable for ordinary kings. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. His physique was strong. Once the great dragon sword soul was released, it could destroy the pressure. That was why he could continue moving forward. However, he was still very careful. That was because many of the monster kings here lived in groups. Once those monster kings came out, they were extremely terrifying. Even an almighty would have to retreat. Lin Xian usually didn't provoke such monster kings who lived in groups. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Obviously, he was very satisfied because not long ago, she had refined the earth demon's monster soul and blood and completed the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. The demon-slaying sword formation was extremely terrifying. Even if she didn't use the great dragon sword soul, not many people below the Almighty could resist the demon-slaying sword formation. Moreover, this was only the most basic demon-slaying sword formation. As he killed more monster beasts and obtained more monster souls, the power of the demon-slaying sword formation would gradually increase. Soon, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the super teleportation formation. By then, he would be able to activate the teleportation formation and leave the southern region. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings with his soul power. However, he soon frowned. That was because he felt an extremely majestic aura coming towards him at a fast speed. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect to find other people in the depths of Wanling Mountain Range. Moreover, the aura was very strong. It should be an almighty. Lin Xian didn't know who was coming, so his figure flashed and he prepared to change his path. However, he realized that the moment he changed his path, the Almighty in the distance also changed his path and was still coming towards him. Humph, seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Obviously, this person was coming for him. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and there was a sharp look in his eyes. Whoosh, before long, the void flashed and a figure appeared not far in front of Lin Xian. It was a black-robed man. The wide black robe covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his appearance. One could only see an ice-cold gaze. It was like the boundless starry sky, deep and mysterious. Brat, it's really you, however, you are quite good at hiding. You actually came to the depths of Wanling mountain range. Ordinary people wouldn't think of this. The mysterious black-robed man said coldly. Who are you? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the black-robed man coldly snorted. What do I have to hide? Brat, you are quite stubborn. You dared to come to my All Beginnings Holy Land's market. Do you really think you can leave like this, All Beginnings Holy Land? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect this person to be someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The fact that the other party was able to find this place was beyond his expectations. Then, he coldly asked, are you from the fifth bloodline? That's right, I am from the fifth bloodline. Since you dared to kill an almighty from my fifth bloodline, today will be the day you die. You know that I can kill an almighty, yet you still dare to chase after me? I have to say that you are really an idiot. Lin Xian sneered. He could feel that the mysterious black-robed man's aura and cultivation had reached the level of an almighty. It was clear that this person was a powerhouse. But so what? His cultivation had already broken through. In addition to the demon-slaying sword array he had just learned, he could kill an almighty by himself. As for the black-robed man, he didn't know this. He coldly laughed and said, I've already asked. You used a special spirit boat to kill an almighty. With your strength alone, it is impossible for you to contend against an almighty. The cultivation of a 6-star king, it seems like you broke through again. Previously, I received news that you were only a 5-star king. I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. Brat, you are truly amazing. However, you are still nothing in front of me. I advise you to obediently sever your own arms and cripple your own cultivation. Then, kneel before me and follow me back to the All Beginnings Holy Land. When I'm in a good mood, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. Ridiculous. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Are you done speaking? If you are, you can scram. Brat, you are truly seeking death. I don't believe that such a powerful spirit boat can be used without limit. After saying this, the black-robed man coldly snorted. His body emitted a powerful aura. Strong wind swept through the surroundings, causing his black robes to flutter loudly. The cloak covering his head was also blown away, revealing a handsome and young face. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. This person was younger than he had imagined. The other party seemed to be in his 30s. However, Lin Xian knew that this person couldn't possibly be that young. After all, he had never seen a 30-year-old almighty before. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, I am 142 years old this year. I am the youngest almighty of the 5th bloodline. When I was your age, I was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Now, I have already become an almighty. In terms of talent, I don't lose to you. In terms of strength, you are inferior to me. What qualifications do you think you have to be arrogant in front of me? The black-robed man said coldly. That's why I said, brat, you'd better surrender obediently. The youngest almighty? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He hadn't expected that the black-robed man in front of him would also be a genius. Moreover, he was a candidate of the previous generation. If that was the case, things would become even more interesting. In the next instant, he moved his body. Crackling sounds came from his body. Lin Xian indifferently said, I just broke through and needed an opponent. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Since that's the case, I will accept you. Remember my name. My name is Xianxia. I will be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Then, a golden radiance appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, forming a huge energy shield that enveloped the entire space. Xianxia, on the other hand, was floating in the void. His robe fluttered and his handsome face shone brightly. I've already used my domain to seal this space. You can fight to your heart's content. You don't have to worry about disturbing the other monster kings. I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll make my move. Xianxia said calmly. I hope you can grasp this opportunity. Within these 3 moves, use your strongest move, because once these 3 moves pass, you won't have any power to fight back. Humph, hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This guy was really confident. However, Xianxia did have the right to be confident. The other party was a mighty figure, and he was only a little over 100 years old. A mighty figure at this age could be said to be a peerless genius. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Giving me 3 moves? Good, since you're so courteous, I'll accept it. Lin Xian sneered. Then, the light in his eyes became brighter and a sharp aura exuded from his body. A pitch-black demon sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made of black jade, and there were mysterious demon runes on it. Buzz, in the next instant, Lin Xian made his move. A sword radiance shot up into the sky. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword and slashed down like a rainbow. Boom, just as the sword was about to land, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, the sword chi was covered with dragon scales. It looked like a huge dragon that appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. This was because he realized that the sword chi's aura was too powerful. It was not much different from the power of an almighty being. This change made Xianxua's face change. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Boom, he was struck by the lightning and was sent flying. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Brat, you're courting death, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. His deep eyes were red and filled with strong murderous intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed coldly. The youngest almighty? The successor of the previous generation? How awe-inspiring, but why can't you even block one of my attacks? Oh right, you said you'd give me 3 moves. This is only the first move. There are 2 more moves left. I hope you won't fight back. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. He roared crazily. Brat, you're courting death, you've successfully angered me. I take back what I said. But I've decided that I'll make you beg for death. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia moved. Violent energy surged out of his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. He threw out a punch. His fist was glowing. The void trembled. The golden light on Xianxua's body was like a golden flame that lit up the entire sky. Boom, the terrifying fist blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with the 9 darkness demonic sword. The black sword light seemed to have rushed out from hell. It carried a cold aura and violent power. In the next moment, it collided with the golden fist. The collision of the 2 caused an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding forests and mountains were instantly sent flying. Nothing could stop the aftermath of the explosion. Xianxua's face darkened because he realized that his fist had been blocked by Lin Xian's sword. This made him even more surprised. If he had been careless and allowed Lin Xian to sneak attack him, he had used all his strength now. However, Lin Xian was still able to block his fist. This really surprised him. Humph, Xianxia snorted. His body shone with golden light. Then, his body enlarged and turned into a giant. Not only that, golden light condensed on both sides of his body, forming 3 heads and 6 arms. This was a magical divine power. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a golden divine ape that had 3 heads and 6 arms. That kind of divine power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian did not expect Xianxia to have such a divine power. He had to admit that Xianxia was the successor of the previous generation. He had become a mighty figure at the age of 100. He definitely had the right to be proud. This kind of power was still terrifying. Even those mighty figures who had lived for thousands of years might not be able to unleash such power. Xianxia unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 palms quickly formed a whirlpool and pressed down on Lin Xian. The void cracked in an instant. This kind of divine power attack was too shocking. If he was not careful, he might be killed by the golden vortex. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Facing the 6 vortexes and the terrifying 3 heads and 6 arms, he snorted coldly. Light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, countless sword runes spread out in all directions. A huge sword array was quickly formed. The sword array was blood red and it had a strong murderous aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared. The pungent smell of blood made Xianxia frown. Demon-slaying sword array, kill, Lin Xian snorted coldly as the blood-red sword aura flashed. Then, a terrifying blood-red sword aura shot up into the sky and slashed forward. Boom boom boom, the 6 huge golden vortexes were blocked and hit by the blood-red sword aura. Some of them flew backward and some were split open. This is the demon-slaying sword array. You have cultivated the demon-slaying sword array. Xianxia's face changed when he saw the blood-red sword array. Obviously, he had heard of the demon-slaying sword array. However, he knew that it was difficult to cultivate the demon-slaying sword array. Even the members of the 5th bloodline who possessed such a formation were unable to use it. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered it. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian must have gotten the array from the 5th line, however, it had only been slightly more than a month and Lin Xian had already mastered it. Lin Xian's incredible speed was unbelievable. Impossible. Damn it. That's impossible, Xianxia roared crazily. However, he soon calmed down. He was also a peerless genius. He knew that even if Lin Xian had mastered the demon-slaying sword array, he had not cultivated it for long. Lin Xian did not have many monster souls and could not unleash the true power of the demon-slaying sword array. And this was also his chance. Therefore, Xianxia sneered. Kid, I don't know how you managed to cultivate it, but do you think you can defeat me with this newly formed array? You are too naive. I have cultivated the 3-head 6-arms superpower for more than 100 years. It is not something that your newly formed demon-slaying sword array can defend against. So, go to hell, Xianxia sneered and threw out a punch. Suddenly, the terrifying golden fist was like a huge golden mountain, rushing out quickly. This display was too powerful. It was not just one fist, but 6 fists roaring in the air. It was as if 6 peerless golden flood dragons were stirring the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed powerful. This 3-head 6-arms mystique made him feel rather troubled. If it were an ordinary King Realm expert, they might not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Xian was different. Not only did he have the demon-slaying sword array, but he also had the great dragon sword soul. Even though he had just started cultivating the demon-slaying sword formation and was unable to unleash its full power, he still had the great dragon sword soul. The powerful might of the great dragon sword soul was enough to make up for all the deficiencies. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body began to circulate, and the demon-slaying sword formation beneath his feet began to vibrate violently. Then, a ray of sword chi rushed out and turned into a blood dragon, roaring. Boom, with a roar, the entire void shook violently, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. The peerless sword chi turned into a true dragon, waving its tail in the air and directly contending against the 6 golden fists. An intense collision sounded. The void was torn apart, and large cracks appeared one after another. It was unknown just how many li they extended. What? How could his sword chi be so powerful? Xianxia frowned again. According to his speculation, the demon-slaying sword formation should not have been so powerful when it was first formed. However, how could his opponent block his 6 fists with just one ray of sword chi? This level of sword chi was too terrifying. Kill, Xianxia roared, and the golden light on his body turned into balls of golden flames, burning fiercely. The 6 fists looked as if they were cast in gold, and mysterious runes appeared on them. Incomparably violent energy was being waved around rapidly. In an instant, the void was shattered. The golden flames were like a divine furnace, releasing a terrifying temperature. At this moment, Xianxia was too powerful. He was like a golden god of war, unstoppable. Buzz, Lin Xian activated the demon-slaying sword formation, and immediately, rays of sword chi rushed out like a huge blood dragon, dancing rapidly. However, that was not all. Another ray of crimson sword chi shot up to the sky, and it turned into a crimson-white tiger. It roared ferociously, and its murderous aura was like that of a god of death. The blood-red tiger let out a roar and charged towards Xianxia. Get lost. Seeing this, Xianxia roared. He waved his 6 arms and his 3 heads emitted a dazzling radiance. Instantly, the crimson-white tiger was torn apart. Boom, however, as soon as his attack landed, another huge crimson-black tortoise shot up to the sky. Its huge body was like a huge pot lid, covering the entire sky. As the tortoise fell, the surrounding mountains collapsed, unable to withstand its power. Clang, clang. Clang, Xianxia felt an immense pressure. The crimson-black tortoise above him was like a real divine beast, and it weighed billions of pounds, causing him to feel pain all over his body. Even the golden flames on her body had dimmed. Damn it! What kind of superpower is this? Xianxia roared crazily, and his face was filled with shock. This was because he realized that this was different from the demon-slaying sword formation that he knew. Boom, the huge crimson-black tortoise came crashing down. Even though Xianxia was extremely powerful, he was still sent flying. He landed 3,000 meters below the ground. Frightening cracks spread in all directions as the golden flames on his body dimmed. In fact, cracks had even appeared on his golden body. From this, one could imagine how frightening that attack earlier was. Kid, I'm going to kill you, Xianxia roared and charged up from 3,000 meters below the ground. His body was covered in gold, as if he was indestructible. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were many cracks on his golden body. It was like broken porcelain, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword chi. Kill me? You won't have the chance, Lin Xian snorted. I now have the strength to kill a mighty. You're no match for me. He was very confident, and he waved his arm. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword formation shone brightly again. Every sword chi was like a comet, shining brightly. It caused the surrounding space to crack. The entire demon-slaying sword formation carried tens of thousands of sword chi, and it was a few thousand meters long, completely drowning Xianxia. Boom! Boom, boom. Continuous explosions were heard, and terrifying energy roared. Fortunately, before this, the space was still sealed by Xianxia. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would definitely attract the powerful monster kings around. But now, the threat was eliminated. When the tens of thousands of sword chi disappeared, Xianxia fell to the ground, dying. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful that even he couldn't compete with him. But how was that possible? He was a mighty one, the youngest mighty one. He had the potential to become a peerless almighty, he might even become a sage in the future, but now, a young man in his 20s with the cultivation of a 6-star king had defeated him. He couldn't accept it. Perhaps even the current saint of all beginnings couldn't do this, but Xianxia did it. What realm had the red-robed young man reached? What kind of heaven-defying existence was he? Xianxia didn't dare to imagine. He wanted to report the news to the sect because if such an enemy grew up, it would definitely be a disaster, but he had no more hope. Another sharp sword light pierced through his body. Xianxia felt the vitality in his body flowing quickly. In the next moment, he couldn't feel anything. His head had been chopped off, and his soul had been destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. This powerful being of the 5th lineage, the youngest almighty being, was killed by Lin Xian at this very moment. If others knew the news, they would go crazy and be extremely shocked. Because it was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew the demon-slaying sword formation. Although the battle was very short, he used all his strength in every attack. He didn't have any carelessness. After all, Xianxia was a very difficult opponent. Because of that, he used all his strength and made the battle end so quickly. After all, in a battle between experts, sometimes one move could determine the winner. After killing Xianxia raised his hand and shot out a pitch-black flame, burning Xianxia's body to ashes. In the next moment, he turned around and continued to head toward the depths of Thousand Spirit Mountain. 2 days later, Lin Xian used the super teleportation formation to leave the southern region. Because of the teleportation formation, Lin Xian came to the western region of the eastern wilderness. His next goal was simple, which was to continue to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible to become a true almighty. Therefore, after coming to the western region, Lin Xian also went to the mountains and swamps to look for heaven and earth treasures. He cultivated here for half a year. In this half a year, his realm was very stable, and his strength was also slowly increasing. Not only that, but the entire eastern wasteland also gradually calmed down. That was because the All Beginnings Holy Land was frantically searching for Lin Xian. However, they were unable to find him in the end. It was the same for the Wavering Light Sacred Land. They couldn't find anyone, so they could only grit their teeth in anger. Not only that, but the All Beginnings Holy Land also released new information. With her great talent and outstanding strength, Lu Mingyue became the new saintess of All Beginnings. This news spread across the entire eastern wilderness. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. As for the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline, they were enraged to the point of going crazy. Their peerless experts even smashed several dozen mountain peaks in succession. But no matter what, they couldn't change this fact. Lin Xian, who was far away in the western regions, also received the news. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. Lu Mingyue had become the new saintess, so it was time to reap the benefits. Indeed, as soon as Lu Mingyue became the saintess, she began to fulfill her promise. She was also looking for Lin Xian. Lin Xian set off and once again teleported back to the southern regions. He met with Lu Mingyue. This time, they met in the depths of the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. This was because the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline were currently in a frenzy. As long as they had any news about Lin Xian, they would send out supreme experts. Even those peerless supreme experts were crazily attacking. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't go to the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, he invited Lu Mingyue to meet him in the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. After not seeing her for half a year, Lu Mingyue had become even more outstanding. Her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. Around her, streams of primal chaos energy drooped down and enveloped her like multicolored light. Lu Mingyue extended her jade-like hand and took out a small box. She slowly opened it. The multicolored light inside rushed into the clouds, illuminating the sky. Here are 10 pieces of nerves. 10 pieces of divine crystals. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. His gaze became somewhat fiery. He couldn't help but admit that Lu Mingyue was truly generous. It seemed that helping Lu Mingyue become the new saintess was the correct choice. One had to know that he had risked his life and offended so many major powers and powerful characters in order to obtain 9 pieces of divine crystals. But now, Lu Mingyue had given him 10 pieces of divine crystals. This happiness had come too suddenly. Not only that, but Lu Mingyue also took out a second box. This box contained all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, weapons, and defensive equipment. I can't give you the cultivation technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. So, I'm giving you these heavenly treasures as compensation. Then, she gave Lin Xian a white jade pendant. This jade pendant can transmit information to me. If you need me for anything in the future, you can use this jade pendant to transmit information to me. Of course, the distance is within 100,000 miles. Finally, I'm giving you 2 mineral veins. As for what you can dig out from them, that will depend on your luck. Holy shit. 2 mineral veins, this chick's hands were simply too big. One had to know that mineral veins were different from divine crystals. They were tangible, but mineral veins couldn't be probed to see how many things were inside. It could be said that every mineral vein was the lifeline of a holy land. He didn't expect Lu Mingyue to give him 2 mineral veins. Of course, he knew that these definitely weren't the best mineral veins in the All Beginnings Holy Land. They might just be 2 ordinary mineral veins. But no matter what, Lin Xian's harvest was enormous. It far surpassed his expectations. Oh, that's right. You shouldn't appear in the southern region for the next period of time. Of course, you shouldn't attract too much attention in the eastern wasteland. That's because many people are looking for you. Among them are the peerless experts of our All Beginnings Holy Land's fifth bloodline. There are also people from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even the All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun are looking for you. The All Beginnings Saint Sun and the Wavering Light Saint Sun? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. They actually dare to look for me? They are truly blind. Don't worry. As long as they dare to come, I'll definitely kill them. Don't be careless. Although I know you're very strong, I still have to warn you. The disparity between Saint Suns is enormous. People like the All Thunder Saint Sun are only the most ordinary Saint Suns. They can't contend against Almighties. However, there are some peak Saint Suns who can even kill Almighties. For example, the Wavering Light Saint Sun. The Wavering Light Saint Sun could kill Almighties? The Alcade Saint could kill a powerhouse? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected the Alcade Saint to be so powerful. That's right. He can indeed kill powerhouses. Furthermore, no one knows the limit of the Alcade Saint's strength because no one has ever seen him fight with his full strength. When he killed a powerhouse, he appeared to be very relaxed. Lin Xian was astonished. The Alcade Saint was truly a ferocious person. I want to know how many people in the Eastern Wasteland have such strength. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He discovered that the Eastern Wasteland had given him too much of a shock. He had originally thought that with his current strength, he would be able to surpass all of the Eastern Wasteland's younger generation. But now, it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. There wouldn't be too many, but there wouldn't be too few either. For example, the Alcade Sacred Ground, the Dowie Sacred Ground, the Yi family, the Gu family, and other ancient families might have one or two heaven-defying geniuses who can kill powerhouses. So, you should be careful. Furthermore, the cultivation of these saints and saintesses is extremely powerful. Who knows, they might break through at any time. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had a fortuitous encounter. The other saints and saintesses also had all sorts of natural treasures. Perhaps these people would also break through. At that time, they would become a great enemy. Lin Xian also understood this. Thus, he said, don't worry. I'll keep a low profile for now. Following this, Lin Xian went to the two ore veins that Lu Mingyue had left for him. He used his heavenly secret divine eye to dig out some stones and sealed the rest with a great array. He would come back later. After doing all this, Lin Xian used the super teleportation array and arrived at the Eastern Wasteland's Western Wasteland to cultivate. However, on this day, the place he was cultivating had changed. There were several powerful fluctuations in the vicinity, and there were even sounds of intense fighting. Someone was fighting. Sensing this change, Lin Xian frowned. He was currently in a vast mountain with no one around. Yet, there were actually people fighting here. Could it be that they had found him? At first, he thought that it was the All Beginnings Holy Land or the Wavering Light Holy Land that had come. However, when he probed with his soul power, he discovered that this wasn't the case. This was because he realized that the people who were fighting were very powerful. However, the techniques and abilities they used were completely different from those of the All Beginnings Holy Land and the Wavering Light Holy Land. It was even different from any cultivation technique he had seen in the Eastern Wilderness. Those who were fighting had streams of dragon chi coiling around their bodies, as if they were true dragons, providing immense power. Every move they made was filled with a destructive aura. The dark red divine dragon was also alarmed. He came out to take a look and then exclaimed, "It's the people of the Central Continent." Central State. Hearing this, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents: East Wasteland, Central Continent, South Mountain, West Mo, and North Plains. The Central Continent referred to the central continent of the true spirit world. According to legend, that place was incomparably vast, filled with outstanding heroes, and had incomparably magnificent mountains and rivers. It was the true center of the continent. Unexpectedly, these people were from the Central Plains. But why were they in the Eastern Wasteland? Furthermore, they were fighting intensely. Could it be that something had happened? Thus, in the next instant, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew forward. The spiritual qi in front of him fluctuated violently, and resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. One of them was a middle-aged man with the aura of 7 true dragons coiling around his body, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In his hand was a silver saber. The sharp saber light burned fiercely, slicing apart the surrounding space. Opposite the middle-aged man were 5 black-cloaked people. Black qi coiled around each of them, transforming into black dragons. Not only that, but the 5 of them also had black wings on their backs. They were like black dragon wings, covering the sky after they spread out. The 5 black-cloaked people and the middle-aged man were fighting intensely together. Terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Buzz, suddenly, one of the black-cloaked people flapped the black dragon wings on his back and quickly arrived in the sky. The sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, and like a black thunder, it slashed towards the middle-aged man. Boom, the middle-aged man waved his palm, and the dragon qi on his body accompanied his palm to meet the shocking sword in the sky. Boom, the collision of the 2 huge forces was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, 2 black-cloaked people appeared behind the middle-aged man like ghosts. The thin swords in their hands suddenly stabbed out. Bang bang bang, the middle-aged man was stabbed and flew backward. However, the other 2 dragon qi in his body also blasted the 2 black-cloaked people away. Lin Xian, who was hidden in the void, frowned as he watched the intense scene unfold. The people in front of him were powerful, but the middle-aged man's situation was not good. He was already injured previously, and now that he had been stabbed twice, his injuries were even more serious. However, he had no intention of joining in. Firstly, he did not know these people at all, and he did not know why they were fighting. He had no interest in getting involved in such a storm. The situation in front of him changed again. The 5 black-cloaked people formed a mysterious formation and surrounded the middle-aged man. This caused the middle-aged man's injuries to become even more serious. The middle-aged man also used some kind of powerful secret technique to kill the black-cloaked people without any regard for his own life. Finally, 2 black-cloaked people were killed. The injuries on his body were also extremely serious. He looked like he was about to die. However, in the end, the middle-aged man attacked crazily and killed another 2 black-cloaked people. Only 1 black-cloaked person was left. The middle-aged man's aura was also on the verge of death. Save my life, and I'll give you a great opportunity. At this moment, the middle-aged man quickly shouted in Lin Xian's direction. I've been discovered. Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. The remaining black-cloaked person snorted. This is the Eternal Dynasty's business. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost. The Eternal Dynasty? Lin Xian frowned even more when he heard that. He knew that the situation in the central continent was different from the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness was dominated by the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds, while the central continent was dominated by the imperial dynasty. Of course, there were also the sacred grounds, but their numbers were fewer than the eastern wilderness. In the central continent, the imperial dynasty was the overlord. Their status and strength were equivalent to the clan of the ancients, and their bloodline was passed down. Some of the imperial dynasties were extremely terrifying and had produced great emperors. The eternal dynasty that the black-cloaked person mentioned was one of them. However, he did not expect that their people would be here. The black-cloaked person shouted coldly. At the same time, the thin sword in his hand stabbed out again, turning into countless sword intents that enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's injuries worsened. The middle-aged man roared crazily and fought back with all his might. I have news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Help me. I want to tell you the news. Hearing that, the black-cloaked person frowned, and the murderous aura on his body became even colder. However, the dark red divine dragon's body trembled and his eyes lit up. Kid, agree to him. You must get news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dark red divine dragon didn't explain too much, but Lin Xian knew that with the dark red divine dragon's status, it was definitely unusual for him to be so excited. So in the next moment, he nodded and walked out of the void. It was actually a young man. However, when Lin Xian walked out, the middle-aged man was disappointed when he saw Lin Xian's appearance. Because he didn't expect that it was only a young man hiding here. The black-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. Song, it seems that today is really the day you die. Do you think a little child can save your life? Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you really don't know what death is. With your status, you dare to walk out? Do you really think that treasures are so easy to get? If you hadn't come out before, I could have let you go. But now, since you've heard the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, I won't let you go. Kneel obediently and wait for death. When I deal with this guy, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you dare to escape, I'll first cut off your limbs, then pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll let you taste the pain of the 18 levels of hell. The black-cloaked man's voice carried a trace of coldness and ferocity. The middle-aged man also had a look of disappointment on his face. From his perception, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. How could such a person contend against the black-cloaked man? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and once again raised the remaining strength in his body and attacked with all his might. A huge ball of light blasted forward. At the same time, he turned into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Boom, the black-clothed man split the ball of light with his sword and laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his palm, a black ghost claw covered the sky and earth, enveloping the surroundings. It trapped the middle-aged man who was escaping and mercilessly slapped him down. A black aura slapped the middle-aged man's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Want to escape? Not so easy, however, at this moment, Lin Xian moved. Mysterious sword patterns appeared under his feet and instantly spread in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain covered the sky and enveloped the black-cloaked man. You're courting death. The black man was furious. His move had already rendered the middle-aged man immobile. Just one more strike and he would be able to finish him off. However, he didn't expect that an ant in his eyes would actually make a move. This was unbearable. He was a mighty figure, yet his opponent was merely a mere 6-star king realm cultivator. Yet, he actually dared to attack him. He was courting death. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. The violent fist surged and blasted toward the dragon sword domain in the sky. Boom, a collision heaven and earth. However, the dragon sword spirit domain shone brightly and emitted a sharp aura. It did not break. This scene greatly surprised the black-cloaked man. He was simply too surprised. One had to know that he was an almighty, and he was extremely powerful. With a light wave of his hand, he could easily kill a 6-star king. Not only was Lin Xian not killed, but his domain didn't even break. This was too unbelievable. Kid, who are you? The black-cloaked man roared. Lin Xian sneered. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Kill me? What a joke. Go to hell first. The black-cloaked man roared. The black dragon wings on his back flapped quickly and turned into 2 black heavenly blades. They slashed toward Lin Xian mercilessly. The speed of this attack was too fast. Moreover, the black wings were wrapped in endless black aura. At this moment, it exploded and quickly cut through the void. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. In the demon-slaying sword formation, blood-red sword chi quickly met the attack. In the sky, endless blood-red light appeared and dyed the void red. Even the spiritual power in the sky gathered and merged into the blood-red sword chi. Boom. Boom, boom. The two collided, and thousands of black cracks appeared in the void. The black-cloaked man's scalp went numb. His face became extremely ugly. This was because he felt an unusually sharp aura wrap around him, as if it could unfold his body. Boom, in the next moment, he was sent flying. Damn it, how is this possible? The black-cloaked man's face was extremely ugly. As an almighty, he was very powerful. Moreover, he was an expert from Zhongzhou. In his opinion, the people from Eastern Wilderness were not worth mentioning. Moreover, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. Such a person was no different from an ant in his eyes. But now, an ant was sent flying by him. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were as sharp as sword light. A powerful aura spread out, and the entire void rumbled. His voice was cold. Let me see how the Almighty of Xianxia is different from Eastern Wilderness. As soon as he said that, thunder fell from the sky. The black-cloaked man's face became gloomy because Lin Sun was too confident. Lin Sun didn't seem to be afraid of the Almighty at all. He was treating them as equals. But how was this possible? Was he a saint from some Eastern Wilderness sacred ground or a peerless genius from one of the ancient families? Which family are you from? The black-cloaked man asked coldly. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Lin Xian snorted. Then, he took a step forward and performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a sword light and instantly rushed over. The demon-slaying sword was quickly performed, and streaks of blood-red sword chi rushed forward. Heaven and earth trembled because the attack was too terrifying. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. The black-cloaked man's face changed as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he threw out a shield to block the attack. He was simply too shocked. Because he didn't expect Lin Sun to be so powerful. Moreover, he had fought with the middle-aged man for many days, and his body was already injured. At this moment, he couldn't unleash his full power. Therefore, in the face of such a fierce attack, he could only retreat quickly. However, as an almighty, he was still infuriated. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. A shocking murderous aura emerged from his body and rushed out quickly. Not only that, the black dragon wings on his back flapped. Then, a black pterosaur rushed out from beside him and quickly enlarged. It was as if a demonic beast had descended into the human world. Boom, the black pterosaur's shadow stretched out a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Strong winds howled between heaven and earth, and terrifying energy shook the entire void. Attack together. Don't waste time. Between heaven and earth, the wind howled, and the terrifying energy shook the entire void. Waves of air turned into sharp sword light that swept across the surroundings. Attack together, don't waste time. On the other side, Lin Xian did not attack alone. The dark red dragon also attacked. Because there was no need to pay attention to the rules when dealing with this kind of black-cloaked man. The dark red dragon roared, and its body suddenly enlarged, turning into a true dragon that was hundreds of feet long. With a wave of its dragon tail, a terrifying light directly blasted towards the black claw. Boom boom boom, then, the black claw directly exploded, and the black pterosaur phantom also trembled. Violently. Damn it, what is this? It also has the aura of dragons? The black-cloaked man looked at the transformed dark red dragon in shock. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed to be related to dragons. Of course, he did not expect the dark red dragon to be a real dragon. Because even in Middle State, there were no real dragons, only some fled dragons. Boom, at this moment, the little white monkey appeared, and its furry little claws directly slapped the black-cloaked man's head. Suddenly, the world spun, and the black-cloaked man was temporarily dizzy. In a battle between experts, this kind of dizziness was very fatal. Therefore, Lin Xian grasped this opportunity, and merged with the dragon sword realm. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light, and slashed forward. This sword light was like the divine light of the immortal Tao, and it had an incomparably sharp aura as it slashed down. Poof, with a scream, half of the black-cloaked man's body was directly split open. This sword had split him into 2 halves. Buzz, then, the black gas on his body rolled, and a small pterosaur flapped its wings, carrying the black-cloaked man's soul, and was about to soar into the sky. But in the next moment, the dark red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fiery red dragon flame, directly burning the black pterosaur phantom and the black-cloaked man's soul. This last black-cloaked man was quickly killed by the joint forces of Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the little white monkey. Whoosh, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, then looked in the distance, at the middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground. The next moment, he walked over. Are you all right? Lin Xian helped the middle-aged man up and fed him a pill. The middle-aged man was panting heavily. His breathing was very unstable. It was only after he took the pill that he gradually calmed down. Then, he said weakly, "Let me tell you, the nest of 10,000 dragons is right there, right there." At this point, his voice became extremely weak. Lin Xian also frowned and lowered his head to listen carefully. Wang, however, at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly erupted with a fierce light. His entire body went from weak to incomparably strong in an instant. The berserk soul power transformed into an awl, ruthlessly piercing towards Lin Xian. Peng, Lin Xian didn't expect this at all, so he was hit. Instantly, his entire body stiffened, and his gaze became lifeless. Damn it, it's a possession. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect this middle-aged man to be so despicable. He actually wanted to steal Lin Xian's body at this time. In the next moment, he roared angrily, raised his dragon claw, and slapped the middle-aged man's body. Immediately, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. However, it was useless. The middle-aged man's soul had completely entered Lin Xian's mind. In Lin Xian's mind, the middle-aged man's soul transformed into a flood dragon, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. He wanted to destroy Lin Xian's soul and take over his body. To be honest, I don't want to do this either, but my body's injuries are too severe. I still can't fully recover. Since you can kill almighties, you must have a special bloodline. If I can obtain your body, I might be able to advance to the next level in the future. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and emotionless. So, go to hell. The middle-aged man went crazy. His soul was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, quickly heading towards the depths of Lin Xian's mind. As long as he occupied the depths of Lin Xian's mind and destroyed his soul power, the body would be his. Soon, his soul reached the depths of Lin Xian's mind. In the next moment, he was about to take over the entire body. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the surroundings. You want to take over my body? You're really courting death. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Then, a white fog appeared around him. Lin Xian's soul power also became stronger in an instant. It transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow that instantly rushed out and enveloped the middle-aged man's soul. What? How is this possible? How can your soul power be so strong? The middle-aged man's soul was split in half, but he didn't die immediately. Instead, he let out a scream of horror. This was because he found it hard to believe that the other party's soul power was stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was an almighty. He could definitely crush any soul below the almighty level. However, the other party's soul power was too strong. It even surpassed his. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the other party is an old monster? He's just hiding his cultivation? The middle-aged almighty was bewildered. However, in the next moment, he was so shocked that the two halves of his soul almost disappeared. This was because he saw a terrifying scene. In the depths of his mind, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow that emitted an aura that terrified him. What is this? Why is it so scary? The middle-aged man was terrified because just the aura alone was enough to kill him. Dragon soul. This is the aura of a dragon soul. Could it be that you're one of the dragons? No, this is impossible. The middle-aged almighty shouted crazily. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and screamed. Could it be that this is the legendary Great Dragon Sword Soul? Heavens, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He screamed crazily because other than the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he couldn't think of anything else that could have such a terrifying aura. You know quite a lot, but it's too late. A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, Lin Xian's soul and the Great Dragon Sword Soul merged into a sharp sword light and rushed forward. In an instant, the middle-aged man's soul was destroyed. In the outside world, the dark red dragon was waiting anxiously. Although he knew that Lin Xian's soul was strong, he was still very nervous. This was because the battle between souls was very terrifying. If the soul was injured, it would be harder to recover than physical injuries. It was even possible that he would become an idiot. Therefore, he was very worried. However, in the next moment, he noticed that Lin Xian's body was trembling slightly. Immediately, he nervously paid attention. Lin Xian's lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster and then became abnormally sharp. Who are you? Is it Kid Lin or someone else? Who are you? The dark red divine dragon asked nervously. He wasn't sure who the owner of this body was. "It's me, Ruffian Dragon." "Don't worry," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "That guy was killed by my great dragon sword soul." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That old guy deserves to die. He actually wanted to possess your body. Fortunately, he didn't succeed." "That's right, I almost failed miserably." Lin Xian was also afraid. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he would have been in danger this time. The consequences of being possessed by an almighty being were very terrifying. "How is it? Did you get any news? Could it be that the news about the nest of 10,000 dragons is also fake?" The dark red divine dragon asked again. He was very concerned about the nest of 10,000 dragons. "That's not fake," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. This middle-aged man did get some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Then, Lin Xian took out a palm-sized broken map from the middle-aged man's storage ring. "The nest of 10,000 dragons is in the central continent. And from the looks of it, those dynasties should be looking for it and preparing to set off." "The other dynasties also found out about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Then, he said, "Kid, let's go to the central continent too." "Sure, but tell me first, what is this nest of 10,000 dragons?" Lin Xian was still a little puzzled. "The nest of 10,000 dragons can be said to be the nest of dragons." "Dragons, isn't that your hometown?" "I don't know." The dark red divine dragon shook his head. "When I was born, it was in the East Sea. At that time, I was the only one. There were no other dragons. So, I'm not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons." "There's actually such a thing?" Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he knew that the dark red divine dragon came from the East Sea. In the true spirit world, other than the 5 continents, the rest of the world was filled with oceans. The ocean near the East Wasteland was called the East Sea. The East Sea's surface area was even more vast. It was a few times bigger than the East Barren continent. It could be said to be boundless. No one knew where the end of the East Sea was. This nest of 10,000 dragons was the place where the ancient dragons resided. There were heaven-shaking treasures inside, and there might even be treasures left behind by the dragons. "I am a dragon, and you have the great dragon sword spirit. We are both related to dragons. If we can obtain the treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, it will definitely allow our strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Moreover, there are many dragon veins in the central region. If we can find some dragon crystals or gather some dragon aura, it will greatly increase our fighting strength." "I see." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, emitting a bright light. "Since that's the case, let's go to the central state." Zhongzhou. It was the center of the true spirit continent, with its vast territory and abundant resources. Not only were there countless spirit veins here, but there were also countless dragon veins. These dragon veins were buried deep under the ground, their roots intertwined. Among them, there were many famous dragon veins that were occupied by the various great dynasties. However, there were also some unknown dragon veins hidden in the mountains and swamps. If anyone could obtain them and take them for themselves, they would be able to obtain heaven-defying fortune. Who knew, they might be able to establish a new dynasty. There were currently 9 great dynasties in the central state, and each of them was an incomparably heaven-defying overlord. Under these 9 great dynasties, there were 3,000 dynasties. These dynasties were also incomparably terrifying, and they were even comparable to unparalleled great sections. However, these dynasties did not exist alone, but were attached to the 9 great dynasties. These 9 great dynasties were not the final existences. Rumor had it that a long time ago, above the dynasties, there was a legendary sacred dynasty. That was the overlord of the world. However, in the endless years, only one sacred dynasty had appeared. It unified the entire central state. It could be said that it had started the most prosperous era of the central state. However, it was still destroyed in the end, turning into the 9 great dynasties and 3,000 dynasties. As for how it was destroyed, no one knew. However, there were rumors that the sacred dynasty was too heaven-defying. A god descended from the sky and directly destroyed it. However, whether there were gods or immortals in this world was still unknown. Therefore, the true situation of the destruction of the primordial sacred dynasty had already disappeared in history. However, this did not stop the central state from yearning for the sacred dynasty. Especially the 9 great dynasties, each of them wanted to annex the other dynasties and evolve into the only sacred dynasty. Lin Xian used many super teleportation formations and finally arrived at the central state. It took him more than 2 months just to use this kind of super teleportation array. If he flew at his speed, he would not be able to reach the central state in less than a few decades. Lin Xian had now arrived at one of the 9 great dynasties, the Tai dynasty. At this moment, he was flying towards the glaze city of the Tai dynasty. This was because when he entered the Tai dynasty, Lin Xian received a piece of news that the entire Tai dynasty was currently selecting experts to join the royal palaces. Lin Xian felt that this move had something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he discussed with the dark red divine dragon and decided to join a royal palace first to investigate the situation. Up ahead was Glaze City. This city was very famous in the Tai dynasty because there was a Valurium palace inside. Valurium Palace was a king of the Tai dynasty. Not only was he powerful, he was also a peerless expert. His identity card was that of the royal family, and he possessed the purest royal bloodline. Therefore, Glaze City was also famous throughout the world. At this moment, in the Tai dynasty, 27 royal palaces were recruiting heroes from all over the world. Valurium Palace was one of them. Lin Xian's target this time was also Valurium Palace. After flying for a while, Lin Xian finally saw the Valurium capital. The tall city walls were like divine pillars that reached the heavens. They were at least 300 meters tall. The enormous city gates were incomparably grand and heavy. Even a great expert would not be able to shatter them. Lin Xian looked into the distance from the clouds. He saw that there were many enormous palaces within the city. They were like stars, scattered all over the city. Among them, many of the palaces flickered with resplendent light. They were all supported by formations that formed enormous spirit formations. Flying above the Valurium capital was forbidden. Everyone entered through the main gate. If they did not, they would be killed by the formations. No one would be held responsible. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded from the city ahead. Then, the surrounding cultivators landed one after another. They did not dare to provoke Valurium Palace, so they could only enter through the main gate. Lin Xian also landed on the ground and walked forward. There were almost 100 guards standing in front of the city gates. Every one of them was clad in battle armor and exuded a powerful aura. They were like war gods. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Xian entered. The Tai dynasty was one of the 9 great dynasties of the central continent. It was one of the top factions. Normally, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to join the Tai dynasty. But this time, the Tai dynasty had taken the initiative to recruit the world's geniuses. This was undoubtedly a chance for experts to join the Tai dynasty. Therefore, these people hurried over. As long as they joined the Tai dynasty, they would be able to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and endless treasures. After entering the city, these people didn't wander around randomly. Instead, they all headed for the Valurium Palace. The Valurium Palace was even more majestic. It towered in front of them like a heavenly palace. Although it was called a palace, it was far too large. It was even larger than some of the larger cities. There were also guards standing at the entrance of the prince's mansion. There was even a table, paper, and pen next to it. Cultivators had to register their information. Because not everyone was qualified to enter the prince's mansion, only young geniuses and powerful kings were allowed entry. Lin Xian found a place and walked up. At this time, one of the armored guards spoke in a low voice. "Write down your age, identity, and cultivation here." Lin Xian filled in the information without a word. When the guard took it, he immediately frowned. 24 years old, unaffiliated, a 6-star king, he was a little suspicious. Unaffiliated meant that he was a wandering cultivator. A wandering cultivator who had become a 6-star king at the age of 24 wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. After all, even the genius disciples of some aristocratic families weren't that great. As for those people, they all had enormous clans providing them with heavenly treasures. A wandering cultivator without abundant resources and talent could become a six-star king at the age of 24. Everyone else around them felt that this was very suspicious, let alone the guard. Who was that kid? How did he become a six-star king? It doesn't look like it. He must be trying to bluff his way through. Bluff his way through? Then he's dead meat. A few days ago, someone tried to bluff his way through by filling in his information, but was sent flying by a single punch from these guards. He was seriously injured and almost crippled. I think this kid's fate will be very miserable. A series of noises sounded in the surroundings, while the expression of the guard at the front darkened. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian and coldly said, "Brat, take my punch." This guard was also a six-star king. At this moment, he wanted to test if Lin Xian had the strength of a six-star king. Therefore, he threw out a punch. This punch contained the power of a six-star king, and it was extremely terrifying. That terrifying blast of air made the cheeks of the surrounding people hurt. Pong, faced with the terrifying punch, Lin Xian gently extended his hand and grabbed at the fist in front of him. The next moment, he caught the fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to withstand the punch. And he was able to take it so easily. That guard was also stunned. Next, he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his fist. But he found that he couldn't do it. Because the other party's palm was like an iron clamp, firmly holding his fist. Not only that, but he also felt that he could not use the power in his entire arm. He had never seen such a situation before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Do I have the cultivation of a six-star king?" "Yes." The guard spoke with difficulty. There was no longer contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a deep sense of fear. Seeing that the other party had admitted it, Lin Xian let go of his hand and strode into the mansion. Wherever he passed, the crowd made way. No one dared to stop him. This was because the surrounding people had already seen Lin Xian's strength. With such strength, he could be considered a genius among the younger generation. Who is this person? This kid is so strong. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Looking at his strength, he should be very famous among the younger generation. Look, what's his name? Thus, everyone looked at the information that Lin Xian had filled in. His name is Lin Xian. What an unfamiliar name. Indeed, I've never heard of it. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were even more curious about Lin Xian's identity. After entering the mansion, Lin Xian shuttled through the long corridor. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were very majestic. Not only that, but there were also other warriors running quickly. Judging from the looks of these people, their expressions were grave and even a little anxious. Lin Xian was curious, so he stopped one of them and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Where are you going? You must be new. Today is the day of the selection. Everyone is heading to the training field." The day of the selection? Lin Xian wanted to ask more, but the warrior had already run away. He had no choice but to follow the crowd. Finally, he saw a crowd gathering in front of him. It was a sea of people, and the noise was so loud that the clouds in the sky were shaken away. When he arrived nearby, he realized that it was a huge square. It was very vast. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Xian saw such a huge training field. It was like a city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. On top of it, there were huge ancient blue stones with runes flickering on them. As expected of the Taiyi dynasty. Just the training field of the mansion was so magnificent. Lin Xian was surprised. Not only was the square huge, but there was also a fierce battle in the middle of the training field. Countless figures were besieging a burly man. The burly man was very huge, like a small mountain. He stood in front of them, exuding an unparalleled aura. Clearly, this was an almighty, and an extremely powerful one at that. There were at least 1,000 people attacking, and each of them had a powerful aura. Streams of light flickered as they attacked the burly man. Bang! 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 These people were all below the level of a mighty figure. Although they fought together, they could not shake the burly mighty figure. The terrifying sound was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The runes on the ground flickered, and the void shook. As for the mighty figure, he even used his king's domain, enveloping everyone in it. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Their eyes were shining, and their expressions were incomparably excited. I wonder who will be able to successfully break through this time. Who knows? That burly man is the famous moving mountain general in the mansion. He is known to have infinite strength. I guess even a mighty figure of the same level can't beat him. None of these people are mighty figures. It's impossible to beat the moving mountain general. We can only see who can be chosen by the moving mountain general and enter the mansion. That was indeed the case. Everyone nodded. Aside from the mountain raiser general, there's also the flaming general. These two are in charge of the selection, so it's up to their will to decide who gets in. That's right. If you want to enter the Valurium Palace, you must first gain the approval of these two generals. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this time, someone sighed, "It looks like there's no chance today." It doesn't matter if there's no chance today. The selection is held once every half a month. We'll have plenty of chances. Yeah, I won't leave until the last moment. Everyone's eyes were resolute. It was obvious that they wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Valurium Palace. Lin Xian listened from the side and got a general idea of what was going on. The big man in front was called the Mountain Raiser General. He was one of the selectors, and the people fighting against him were competitors. Whoever caught the Mountain Raiser Generals, I had a chance of breaking through and entering the Valurium Palace. When he thought of this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He had to admit that the Mountain Raiser General was terrifying. He surpassed the average great expert. Every move he made had the power to devour the heavens and split the earth. Eh? That person passed. Someone exclaimed. He's been acknowledged by the Mountain Raiser General. Lin Xian also saw that the Mountain Raiser General's domain had wrapped around a person and sent him out of the domain to a safe place. In other words, a cultivator had been acknowledged by the Mountain Raiser General. That kid must be from House Zhou. His luck was so good that he caught the Mountain Raiser General's eye so quickly. Lin Xian looked into the distance and saw a young man dressed in yellow standing there. He was ecstatic and unusually excited. Lin Xian noticed that he was a 6-star king. He nodded slightly when he saw this. It seemed that a 6-star king could enter the Valurium Palace. It shouldn't be difficult for him to enter. However, he frowned slightly because he noticed that there were many 6-star kings still fighting. It was just that none of them had been chosen. Therefore, he didn't know what the Mountain Raiser General's basis was for choosing his candidates. Was it talent, combat experience, or cultivation? Boom boom boom. At this time, the sound of fierce collisions suddenly rang out in front of them. The Mountain Raiser General had raised countless gales and thunder with a wave of his hand. Hundreds of people were sent flying. However, even more martial artists charged over. King's domains lit up one after another as they clashed with the mountain-moving Great General's domain, creating thunderous booms. This sound was extremely terrifying, and the entire void could not withstand it. Not only that, the surrounding cultivators were also affected. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle process of the mountain-moving general. He found that the other party's strength was very strong, far beyond what he had seen before. Moreover, the other party did not use brute force. Instead, he used his strength with great skill. It could be said that there was not a single bit of waste. That's the little girl from the Liu family, right? She actually passed as well. Right at this moment, the crowd cried out in surprise again. This was because the king's domain had brought a young girl to a safe place. That young girl had also passed the test. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. Because this meant that others also had a chance to pass. That's right, this young woman's cultivation was only at the 5-star king realm, yet she'd passed, and this undoubtedly gave everyone confidence. However, Lin Xian knew that although this young girl's cultivation was only at the 5-star king realm, her battle techniques and use of domains were extremely exquisite. It was also because of this that she had successfully broken through and entered the Wang mansion. From the looks of it, the people who were accepted by the prince's mansion were either geniuses with talent or experts with true strength. In this case, I should have no problems. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He couldn't participate today. He only needed to wait for half a month before participating. At that time, he would be able to enter the Wang mansion. Then, he might be able to obtain more information about the nest of 10,000 dragons by asking around in the Wang mansion. This mountain-moving great general was indeed impressive. He wondered what kind of person that Li Hui great general was. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from the battlefield in front of him and looked around. Soon, he saw a figure in the distance. It was a youth who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a fiery red robe and had delicate features and an outstanding temperament. There was a strong aura of fire on his body. He was like a flaming child. Could it be him? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the 16 or 17-year-old boy. He observed carefully. Although that person only had the appearance of a youth, his aura had reached the almighty level. Moreover, there were many people around him who were carefully serving him. He should be Li Hui great general. Bang, however, at this moment, the mountain-moving great general in front of him laughed 3 times again. Then, he slammed his hands on the ground. The terrifying force was shaking, and the entire prince's mansion was shaking. As for the people around him, they kept retreating. Some of them were even sent flying by the impact. Be careful, dodge quickly. Exclamations could be heard because many people were descending towards the crowd. These figures all had fierce auras, and ordinary people really didn't dare to take them head-on. Therefore, everyone dispersed. However, among them, a figure flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved his sleeves as well, forming a ball of gentle energy that caught hold of that figure. I'm actually fine? The figure was very confused. He thought that he would be seriously injured from the fall. He didn't expect to be caught by someone else. In the next moment, he stood up and looked behind him. Brother, were you the one who saved me? Thank you very much. This was a young man in his late 20s. He had a round face and looked honest. His cultivation was at the level of a 6-star king. However, it seemed that he had just become a 6-star king. His aura wasn't very strong yet. He looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. My name is Ma Chao. Thank you for your help, brother. The young man smiled. How should I address you, brother? After the selection is over, the two of us must have a good drink. That's easy. My name is Lin Xian. I've just arrived at Balurium Palace today, so I'm not very familiar with the surroundings. Perhaps I'll have to trouble you, old brother. You just arrived today? Ma Chao paused for a moment, then smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Of course, of course. I'm not very strong, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the Wang mansion. Since I've already been kicked out, there's probably no chance for me to go back. Why don't I give you a brief introduction? The selection is held once every half a month. However, not everyone participates every time. Most people only participate once a month, and leave one spot empty. Because there are some injuries during the selection, they need some time to heal. After all, the Mountain Razor General is a great expert. Of course, you've just arrived. You can participate in half a month later. I don't know the details, but it must have something to do with the Taiyu dynasty. Because the entire Taiyu dynasty, the 27 imperial mansions are recruiting. According to my estimation, the Taiyu dynasty should be making a big move, or they might be going to war with the other dynasties. By the way, there's one more thing I need to remind you. If you want to participate next time, you have to come earlier and try to make sure you're in the top 1,000 during the selection. Because only 1,000 people are allowed to participate in each selection. If you're not in the top 1,000, you can't participate at all. You can only come back and wait for the next selection. Oh? 1,000 people? Lin Xian was surprised. Just rush over? That's right. Just rush over. Of course, don't be too stupid and rush to the front. After all, it's very stressful to face an almighty alone. You just have to blend in with the crowd and be in the top 100. That way, you can guarantee that you won't be in the lead and that you'll be qualified. Ma Chao looked like a veteran at first glance. When he talked about the selection, it was all about some small tricks. "Brother Lin, which family are you from?" Ma Chao asked. "I don't have a family. I'm from a small mountain village," Lin Xian said. "So, you're a rogue cultivator. To be able to cultivate to a 6-star king, you're really not simple. I think your talent must be especially good. As long as you participate a few more times, I believe you should be able to pass within a year," Ma Chao said from the side. Indeed, he didn't know Lin Xian's true strength. He was just guessing based on the strength of an ordinary 6-star king. This was because only a few people were able to pass the selection. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of people participating in the selection, and more warriors would arrive one after another. Therefore, the pressure and competition would be very high. There were very few people who could pass the test on their first try. There were almost none of them. "By the way, Brother Lin, you just came here. You must not have bought a room. Do I need to buy a place to stay?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Ma Chao said, "Yes, hundreds of thousands of people will come here. There won't be enough rooms. I have to buy it. And if you come late, you won't be able to buy it even if you have the money. How about this, you come to my place, I happen to have 2 rooms. It's a good opportunity for us to communicate." "Alright, thank you, brother." Lin Xian didn't think that these selections would be so popular that they didn't even have enough space to stay. The two of them continued to chat, and Lin Xian mostly asked about the prince's mansion. After another period of time, the battle had ended, and so did the selection for the day. A total of 5 people passed. The surrounding people cried out in surprise, because 5 people had passed, which was already a lot. Sometimes, only 2 or 3 people would pass, or even just 1 person. Those who passed were jubilant and prepared to report to the people in the prince's mansion. As for those who did not pass, they hung their heads dejectedly and dispersed one after another, preparing to return and cultivate diligently. "Try to come back next month." "Let's go, Brother Lin. Let's leave this place as well," Ma Chao said. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them walked into the distance. The surrounding people were surging, and some of the pavilions on both sides were opened, and even hung signs. Lin Xian took a look and found that they were selling martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons. "You can do business here?" Lin Xian was surprised, he didn't expect to see such a scene in the prince's mansion. "Yes," Ma Chao said. "This prince's mansion is not ordinary, there are all kinds of things inside, it can be said to be a city. Of course, this kind of thing can only be found in the periphery of the prince's mansion. And in the core of the prince's mansion, ordinary people can't enter at all." Sure enough, many people walked towards the elixir pavilion. And most of them had just finished participating in the competition. They had injuries on their bodies, and because they stayed for too long, they used up all the healing elixirs they had. So they could only buy them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, followed Ma Chao to a small courtyard. It was a small pavilion. There were 2 rooms and a small courtyard inside. There were a few pine trees in the courtyard, and it looked very simple. However, Ma Chao was very happy. "Don't judge this place by its simplicity, it's already considered a better room, the other places don't even have courtyards." At this point, Ma Chao said proudly, "And this is because I came early that I managed to get it. If I came a little later, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a room. We can each have a room. When we have nothing to do, we can spar in the courtyard and exchange ideas." "Okay, thank you very much." Lin Xian smiled. The two of them were talking, but at this moment, there was a commotion outside. Lin Xian frowned immediately. Ma Chao's expression changed. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He noticed that Ma Chao's expression was a little strange. "It's those guys, I didn't expect them to come at this time," Ma Chao said in a low voice. "Brother Lin, don't get into a conflict with those people later. No matter what they say, just pretend you can't hear them and ignore them." Lin Xian wanted to ask why, but the door in front of him opened, and a group of people walked in. These people looked arrogant, and their aura was overbearing. Moreover, their clothes were all embroidered with a silver wolf head. "Gang," Lin Xian frowned. He was familiar with such attire. But why would there be a gang in the prince's mansion, Just as the other party walked in, Ma Chao quickly whispered, "That's right, it's a gang. They are Wolf of War's men. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people here preparing for the selection, so naturally, there will be alliances. Wolf of War is one of the more powerful groups. They have gathered more than 3,000 people, and they are very powerful. Ordinary kings are no match for them. So Brother Lin, don't fight with them later." While Ma Chao was speaking in a low voice, the people from the Battle Wolf gang walked over with large strides. "May I know why my friends from Wolf of War are here?" Ma Chao asked carefully. After all, he was alone and was no match for these people. Wolf of War's men snorted and looked at Ma Chao with contempt. Then, one of them sneered, "What's the matter?" "It's very simple. Wolf of War has recently recruited a few brothers, but they don't have a place to stay. You two, hurry up and get out. Give us his room." "What? Give up his room?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, and Ma Chao's expression changed. He had gone to great lengths to get these 2 rooms. If they were occupied, they would be gone. "What? You don't want to?" Seeing Ma Chao's hesitation, Wolf of War's men's faces darkened. Waves of murderous aura gushed out from their bodies. It covered the heavens and the earth and rolled away like smoke signals. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Ma Chao sighed. There was no other way. Wolf of War had too many people. Even if he could beat 1 or 2 of them, he couldn't beat a group of people. If he didn't give up his room, these people would probably beat him to a pulp. By then, he wouldn't be able to participate in the selection. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and prepare to give up his room. "Okay, I'll give up my room." With that, Ma Chao turned to Lin Xian and said, "Brother Lin, let's go." Before Lin Xian could say anything, Wolf of War's men spoke again. They sneered, "You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? What else do you want? We've already given up our rooms." Ma Chao was also a little angry. After all, those who could come here were all geniuses. At this moment, being so humble was his limit. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. The 2 of you have dirted this place. Why aren't you kneeling and cleaning it up? If I find a trace of dust, I'll break the 2 of your legs." The cold voice echoed in the small courtyard. After Ma Chao heard this, his body trembled and his face became ferocious. Cleaning, and cleaning on their knees. This was clearly humiliating them. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was still a genius. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Therefore, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you've gone too far." "Gone too far?" Wolf of War's men sneered, "Yes, we bullied you. What, do you want to fight back? If you dare to fight back, we'll cripple you and make it impossible for you to participate in the selection." As soon as he said that, 6 or 7 members of the Wolf gang walked up and stared coldly at Ma Chao and Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ma Chao trembled with anger, while Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this group of Wolf of War's people were really arrogant. They actually dared to bully him. Who was he? His strength had long reached the level of a powerful being. Why would he care about the Wolf of War at this moment? If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Ma Chao hanging around here in the future, he would have made a move the moment the other party entered. But now, it seemed that even if Ma Chao backed down, these Wolf of War people did not intend to let them go. Since that was the case, Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. On the other side, Ma Chao was also angry because this kind of unreasonable request would make even a clay figurine go berserk. He snorted coldly, "Although your Wolf of War is powerful, I, Ma Chao, am not to be trifled with either. It's really not good for either of us to lose face." "Lose face? You want to lose face with our Wolf of War? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? You're just a 6-star king. Wolf of War has 3,000 brothers. Do you think you can fight against him?" The warriors of Wolf of War laughed disdainfully. "That's right, you dare to be arrogant in front of our 3rd brother. You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down obediently and kowtow to our 3rd brother to apologize, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you're dead meat." The few of them laughed arrogantly. The middle-aged man at the front had a sneer on his face as he looked down at Ma Chao. Condescendingly. F*ck, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. The person called third brother shouted coldly, break his legs and pin him to the ground. Immediately, the two warriors beside him walked up and looked at Ma Chao with sinister smiles. They were about to attack. Ma Chao also roared angrily and circulated the spiritual power in his body. He said, Brother Lin, charge out with me. Don't be surrounded by these guys. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian had actually taken a step forward and blocked in front of him. Then, Lin Xian waved his hands and gently slapped out twice. Immediately, the two warriors of Wolf of War who rushed over were sent flying. Their chests were caved in, and their hands were broken. They smashed directly into the wall, forming a ruin. What? How dare you attack? Wolf of War's people were stunned, as if they couldn't believe that the other party dared to attack. Ma Chao was also stunned. He originally wanted to break out of the encirclement with Lin Xian and leave this place. But he didn't expect that before he could finish speaking, the other party attacked. Forget it, let them attack. Ma Chao sighed. Anyway, they would attack when they broke out of the encirclement. Just as he was about to shout for Lin Xian to leave, Wolf of War's people on the opposite side reacted and immediately roared angrily. You dare to attack Wolf of War? It seems that you don't know what's good for you. Cripple your own arms and obediently kneel on the ground and admit your mistakes. The person called third brother looked even more ferocious. Kid, you dare to attack my people in the wolf gang. You're dead meat, bang. Before he could finish speaking, third brother was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Ma Chao's eyes widened. Looking at this scene, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Xian stretched out a hand and grabbed third brother's neck. Third brother, on the other hand, was like a rabbit. He kept kicking his legs, but he couldn't use any strength in his body. Third brother's face was red. He struggled all over, and the spiritual power in his body was frantically circulating, but it was restrained by a mysterious force. In other words, he was now like an ordinary person and couldn't use any strength at all. Wolf of War, is he that strong? Su Chen asked coldly. His eyes were cold as he stared at third brother. Feeling this gaze, third brother's scalp went numb. The reason for that was because those gazes were simply too cold. They were like two awls that directly pierced into his soul. So strong. Behind, Ma Chao was also stunned. This was because third brother was also a 6-star king, and he was even stronger than him. But now, such a strong person was like a rabbit in Lin Xian's hand, unable to resist at all. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above third brother's. This was completely beyond Ma Chao's expectations. The others were also stunned. The warriors of Wolf of War quickly roared, Kid, let go of my third brother, or you're dead. That's right, I advise you to stop and don't do anything stupid. Those people were terrified and didn't dare to go forward. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. Secondly, their third brother was still in his hands. If they went forward now, they couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't kill them. Behind, Ma Chao was also worried. He whispered, Brother Lin, don't be agitated. Just control him. Let's leave quickly. Don't be surrounded by Wolf of War's men. Ma Chao had been here for a long time. He knew that Wolf of War was definitely terrifying. He had 3,000 geniuses gathered together. It could be said that he was very strong. Wolf of War was very powerful. Ordinary people couldn't resist at all. Even if Lin Xian killed the third brother now, he wouldn't be able to escape Wolf of War's pursuit. Crack, Lin Xian squeezed, and the third brother's neck tilted, and he fainted. Humph, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the third brother slammed into a wall, then fell to the ground. He spat out blood. Seeing this, Wolf of War's men hurried over. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. You killed him? No, just knocked him out, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Fortunately. Ma Chao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the other party was alive, there was still hope. He hurriedly said, Brother Lin, let's go. Go? Why should we go? Lin Xian turned around and looked at Ma Chao. This house is pretty good. I think we should live here. What? Live here? Ma Chao was stunned. What was this guy thinking? He quickly said, Wolf of War's men will be back soon. Don't worry, brother Ma. What will come will come. No matter who comes, I'll take them on. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder. This is my rent. But. Ma Chao wanted to say something, but suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. The void fluctuated, and a powerful aura gathered here. It's over. Wolf of War's men are here. Ma Chao's expression became very ugly. He quickly said, Brother Lin, we can still make it if we leave now. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, Brother Ma, what is the bottom line of the Wang Mansion? For example, if this Wolf of War comes looking for trouble with us, will the Wang Mansion care about it? For example, if I kill someone, will the Wang Mansion care? As long as it's not too big of a commotion, the prince's mansion usually won't care. After all, this is only the periphery of the prince's mansion. However, it's usually impossible to kill people. Of course, there are exceptions, unless you are a peerless genius or a powerful cultivator. The imperial palace would be eager to recruit such a person, so why would they blame you? Understood. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that geniuses and experts were sought after no matter where they went. Since that was the case, things would be easier. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. This way, he wouldn't have to hold back. What? You want to attack us? The rest of the Wolf of War warriors were stunned. Then, they roared and charged at Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted and punched out with both fists. A terrifying aura of destruction gushed out. Immediately, those people were entangled. Then, with a boom, those people's bodies exploded into pieces. Blood spurted out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. This scene stunned everyone in the courtyard. Not only in the courtyard, but the surrounding people were also stunned. Someone dared to kill people in the prince's mansion, and it was Wolf of War's men. Was this heaven-defying? All of a sudden, the surrounding martial warriors also gathered around. Behind them, Ma Chao was already stunned. He didn't know what to say at all, and even his mind was a little blank. Previously, he thought. Lin Xian was just joking about killing people. He was threatening Wolf of War's men. However, he didn't expect that the other party was serious and really attacked. It's over, we're really dead this time. Ma Chao's face was extremely ugly. He knew that Wolf of War would definitely not let this matter rest. However, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Because this matter had something to do with him, he would fight Wolf of War together with Lin Xian. At this moment, the third brother in front of him woke up after being fed a pill. However, when he woke up, the first thing he saw was his underling being blasted into pieces by a punch. This scene directly provoked him. As Wolf of War's man, he usually flaunted his power, and no one dared to provoke him. However, now, someone dared to kill Wolf of War's men. This was unforgivable. In the next moment, he stood up and roared angrily, leading his men to attack. Clang! Clang, clang! The third brother and the other two warriors drew 3 long sabers, and the aura on their bodies suddenly erupted, sweeping through heaven and earth. The terrifying king's domain also surrounded them. Whoosh, the 3 sabers slashed down, and the terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Crack! Crack, crack! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the icy aura in his body condensed and enveloped the 3 saber lights. Then, the 3 saber lights were frozen into ice cubes. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the third brother. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the other party's head. Bang! Lin Xian pressed his palm down on the other party's head. Immediately, the third brother felt 5 rays of sword chi madly gushing out from his fingers. They pierced into his body. Then, all the spiritual energy in his meridians were completely destroyed. Not only that, his entire body knelt on the ground. Poof, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his soul was instantly destroyed. What? He was killed. Third brother. The two warriors beside him roared crazily. They didn't expect that their third brother couldn't even block a single attack from the other party. Who is he? They were terrified. However, in the next moment, two illusory palms grabbed their heads and killed them in an instant. The three corpses knelt on the ground, blood flowing down their cheeks. The three of them had long lost their vitality. Looking at this scene, Ma Chao was completely stunned. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could kill Wolf of War's men as easily as crushing ants. As for the surrounding people, they were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so crazy that he dared to kill Wolf of War's men. Moreover, he even killed an important member of Wolf of War. Boom! Boom, boom. Countless powerful auras filled the sky, and then figures appeared around the courtyard. They all had a silver wolf head painted on their bodies, and they were all members of Wolf of War. As soon as these people appeared, they sealed off the entire courtyard. Then, they walked in. When they saw the three kneeling corpses in the courtyard, they were all stunned. Especially when they saw that the one kneeling at the front was their third brother. Immediately, these people's scalps went numb, and their expressions were incomparably solemn. They knew that things had gotten out of hand because this third brother wasn't an ordinary person. He was a core member of Battle Wolf. To be precise, he was the younger brother of the leader of Battle Wolf. There were a total of 6 leaders in Battle Wolf, and the leader had 2 younger brothers. This third brother was one of them. But they didn't expect that he would be killed here. This was definitely a shocking matter. They couldn't deal with such a matter at all, so they could only wait for the other leaders to arrive. All they did was seal off the entire courtyard to prevent Lin Xian and Ma Chao from escaping. Looking at the scene around him and the flickering array formation, Ma Chao felt a chill in his heart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back, not looking nervous at all. They were forced to do this, but Wolf of War had gone too far. He was just fighting back. Even if he killed someone, he wouldn't care. Moreover, this might be a way to attract the attention of the Wang mansion. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He actually dared to kill a core member of Wolf of War. He's definitely dead. He killed the great leader's younger brother. He's definitely an important figure. I'm afraid the great leader and the entire Wolf of War won't let that kid go. That's right. He's just a hothead who just came to the Wang mansion. He probably doesn't know anything. I'm afraid he's already scared to death. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. More and more people gathered around, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The innermost layer was completely guarded by Wolf of War's men. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. Then, the crowd parted, and 5 figures quickly walked over. The person in front was a burly man with a full beard. When he saw the 3 corpses in the courtyard, his face immediately became ferocious. Damn it! Who is it? Who killed my third brother? Get the hell out here! He roared crazily like a mad lion, and the terrifying sound waves pierced the surroundings. Feeling the sound waves, the surrounding warriors who were watching the show trembled and their faces turned pale. They quickly circulated their spiritual power and sealed their ears. There were also 4 people standing behind the lion-like man. One of them had a gloomy expression, and his appearance was similar to that of the dead third brother. He was also the burly man's brother. The other 3 looked different, but without exception, their eyes were abnormally cold. Other than the third brother, the other 5 people standing were the core members of Wolf of War. And the entire Wolf of War was built by them. As for the martial artist called Third Brother, he was the great leader's favorite younger brother. But who would have thought that he would be killed by someone? Not only did the 5 great leaders come, but 300 of Wolf of War's elite members also came. They had completely sealed off the surroundings, and a cold aura surrounded the entire small courtyard. The temperature in the small courtyard continued to drop, and the air was filled with endless killing intent. It was simply unbearable. Even though Ma Chao was a 6-star king, his entire body was drenched in sweat at this moment. His body even started to tremble. The reason for that was because the killing intent was simply too terrifying. In front of the 5 chiefs and 300 martial artists, he couldn't resist Fatty at all. Lin Xian was still very calm. He was like an elegant immortal king, calm and unrestrained. Seeing the 5 great leaders come, he said indifferently. Your little brother was too arrogant. I've already killed him. Let him be a good person in his next life. Damn brat, you killed my 3rd brother. Hearing Lin Xian's words, all eyes instantly fell on Lin Xian. Especially the big bearded man, whose expression was even more ferocious. I killed him because he deserved to die. Lin Xian's face also darkened. Alright, take these corpses and get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't start a massacre before me. Start a massacre? Everyone's scalps went numb. This brat actually wanted to start a massacre? Did he know what kind of people he was facing? That was the Wolf of War. Although it wasn't much in the Wang mansion, it was definitely a huge monster in the periphery of the Wang mansion. No one could go against them. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Not to mention the periphery, even the news had spread to the inside of the Wang mansion. Many people came out to watch the battle. This was also Lin Xian's goal. If he could uproot the Wolf of War today, he would definitely be able to display his powerful strength. He believed that the Wang mansion would invite him without the need for an assessment. Brat, which family are you from? The leader of the Wolf of War asked coldly because he felt that the identity of the person who dared to touch him in the Wolf gang was definitely not simple. Therefore, he had to ask in advance. At the same time, the surrounding warriors of the Wolf of War emitted a cold light as they looked at Lin Xian. Beside them, rays of light bloomed, forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lin Xian. Just the aftermath of this pressure was enough to make the surrounding warriors unable to withstand it. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Ma Chao. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, completely ignoring the terrifying pressure. At the same time, he said coldly, there's no need to ask. I don't belong to any sect. If you want to make a move, just do it. Didn't belong to any sect? Hearing this, everyone was speechless. The 5 leaders of the Wolf of War revealed sinister smiles. Since he didn't belong to any sect, it meant that he didn't have any backing. Even if they killed him, no one would stand up for him. Since that was the case, they didn't have to hold back. Brat, go to hell. The 5 leaders sneered. However, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of the 5 leaders. The apocalyptic black dragon fist in his hand quickly surged out and blasted towards one of them. Boom, a black dragon shadow appeared and a destructive aura surged. In an instant, the 4th leader of the 5 leaders was directly sent flying. Then, his figure swayed and retreated again, returning to his original position. The whole process was so fast that the surrounding people didn't see what was going on. They didn't even realize that Lin Xian had moved. The 4th leader of the Wolf of War was sent flying and vomited blood. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? Why was the 4th leader of the Wolf of War sent flying? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. The leaders roared crazily, Brat, you're courting death. They were really mad. They had so many experts, but the other party was still able to succeed. This really made them jump up and down like thunder. Lin Xian sneered, what Wolf of War? In my opinion, you're just a chicken and a dog. You think you can bully others because you have more people? You want to bully me with your numbers? You must be dreaming. You're no match for me at all in a one-on-one fight. Even if you all come together, I'm not afraid. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boss Wolf of War's voice was cold. Although they only had 300 men this time, it was too easy to deal with one person. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He rose from the ground and flew into the distance. Follow him. Don't let him escape. Boss Wolf of War waved his hand. Immediately, the 300 warriors around him charged toward Lin Xian. The other 4 leaders also rose into the air. Although they were shocked that Lin Xian had sent their 4th leader flying with one punch. In their opinion, Lin Xian had only relied on his speed and sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, Lin Xian would definitely not be their match. Therefore, they chased after him without hesitation. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to fight Wolf of War's 5 leaders and 300 men alone. How could an ordinary challenger fight against such a group? Perhaps only the moving mountain general. Oh, only a terrifying almighty like the Lihui general could fight against them. How could other challengers fight against so many experts? Let's go and see what's wrong with this kid. The surrounding people quickly followed after him. They did not want to miss such an exciting battle. Ma Chao's scalp went numb. At the same time, he was extremely nervous. He also followed closely. Otherwise, the news would have spread quickly among the surrounding people. In the entire mansion, hundreds of thousands of warriors outside knew about it. In an instant, most of the warriors walked forward. They wanted to see what kind of confidence Lin Xian had that he dared to fight Wolf of War. Even those cultivators who had returned to their own places and were preparing to cultivate were alarmed. They looked at the torrent-like crowd and were extremely shocked. What's going on? Has the selection started again? How is that possible? The selection just ended. It hasn't even been a day. How could it have started? What's going on? I've been here for a few years. I've only seen such a grand scene during the selection. But since there's no selection, why are so many people looking forward? What are they looking at? Everyone was discussing. Obviously, these people did not understand what was going on. So they followed him. Soon, they discovered that Wolf of War's men were all furious as they charged forward. Wolf of War's men, what do they want? Could it be that you want to make a move in the prince's mansion? These people don't know what's good for them. Wolf of War can strut around in the periphery, but in the entire palace, he's nothing. It's only because the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general couldn't be bothered with him that they didn't expel Wolf of War. But now, Zhang Lang's men actually want to make a big fuss. Isn't he afraid of alerting the Wang mansion and being completely eradicated by the Wang mansion? They were too shocked. No matter how strong one was, they had no choice but to lie down before Valurium Palace. Why was Wolf of War acting so crazily today? Don't you know? There's a young man who killed Wolf of War's younger brother and severely injured the 4th master with a single punch. Right now, the 4 leaders of Wolf of War are leading a group of elites from the Wolf Gang to hunt down that kid. What? What kind of person is so strong? Could he be a peerless genius from some family? No, he's not. I heard him say that he's a wandering cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect or faction. What? A wandering cultivator dares to be so arrogant? Come, let's go take a look. Everyone was discussing animatedly. At the same time, they moved their bodies and quickly followed. More and more people joined the group. The scene was like an ordinary selection in the Wang mansion. There was a sea of people and an unusually lively atmosphere. On the other hand, Wolf of War's men were gnashing their teeth in anger. The 4 leaders' faces were especially dark. First of all, they hadn't expected such a big commotion. More than 100,000 people had rushed over to watch. This scene could only be compared to the selection competition. They were afraid of alerting the Wang mansion, the moving mountain general, and the leaving fire general. But at the same time, they were unwilling to accept this outcome. The kid in front of them was flying slowly and provoking them. They couldn't tolerate this. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and swore to kill him. Brother Lin, what do you want? You're not really going to fight these people, are you? Ma Chao was terrified. Apart from the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general, he'd never seen anyone who could fight against several hundred people alone. Brother Ma, to tell you the truth, I'm here to join the Valurium Palace. I wanted to wait until the next selection, but it seems that I can't wait that long. Ma Chao was very confused. What did this have to do with Wolf of War? But the next moment, he was so shocked that he almost bit off his own tongue. This was because Lin Xian continued, if I were to kill these experts of the Battle Wolf Gang in front of everyone on the training field, don't you think that will attract the Wang mansion's attention? I'm sure they'll invite me to join Valurium Palace then. What? You want to fight them alone? Just to show the Wang mansion? Ma Chao was shocked. This was too much. One mistake and he'd be killed by Wolf of War's men. There were several hundred of them. Many of them were 6-star kings. Could he really fight them? Unless he was a great expert, even the best of geniuses wouldn't be able to fight them. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was indeed confident because his combat strength had reached the level of a great expert. Fighting against 300 elites was no problem at all. Brother Ma, blades. Have no eyes later. You should watch from the crowd. All right. Ma Chao sighed. The current situation was still beyond his understanding. Therefore, he couldn't help much. He pushed himself into the crowd and slowly followed. In front of them, Lin Xian strolled leisurely as if he was taking a stroll, heading towards the vast arena. Gradually, the crowd also realized that this kid was going to the martial arts practice field of the Wang Mansion. The people from the Battle Wolf gang also laughed sinisterly. They were actually going to the martial arts practice field for the final battle. It just so happened that the martial arts practice field was big enough to accommodate more than 100,000 people. It was more than enough for them to fight, and they didn't have to worry about destroying the Wang Mansion. For a moment, Wolf of War's experts revealed sinister smiles. If the kid went somewhere else, they might be worried. However, the martial arts practice field was different. It was a place for fighting. Even powerful beings could fight there. Therefore, they didn't have to worry at all. It didn't take long for Lin Xian to arrive at the martial arts practice field. With a flash of his body, he stood on the martial arts practice field. With a wave of his red sleeves, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back like a god of war. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Wolf of War's 4 faction leaders led 300 elites and landed quickly. They surrounded Lin Xian. Behind them, more than 400,000 martial artists were watching. In an instant, the empty and quiet martial arts practice field became lively again. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the people in the Wang Mansion. When the people in the Wang Mansion found out that it was Wolf of War who was causing trouble, they frowned. Some even said that they would take action to suppress him. However, when the matter reached the ears of Moving Mountain General and Lihua General, the situation was different. This was because when the two generals found out that this was a newcomer who wanted to challenge the entire Battle Wolf gang, they immediately became interested. Then, they told the people in the Wang Mansion not to take action. As long as the newcomer did not destroy the Wang Mansion, they would let him fight. In fact, 2 of the great generals even decided to watch from the shadows. Not only that, many people from the king's palace also went there because they were curious. Who was it that had the guts to challenge the entire Battle Wolf gang? The Moving Mountain Great General was also excited. His bronze eyes shone with a bright light. Who is this kid? How can he be so bold? On the other side, Lihua General also narrowed his eyes. I wonder if he is a peerless genius or an idiot. If he is just playing to the gallery, then he deserves to be killed. If he can really stand up to Wolf of War, it is not impossible to recruit him. Now, the 2 of them were most concerned about whether Lin Xian could stand up to Wolf of War or was he just playing to the gallery to attract everyone's attention. In the martial arts practice field, Lin Xian faced the 4 faction leaders and 300 elites. He looked calm and fearless. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were whispering to each other, their faces filled with shock. Is this guy really going to stand up to so many experts? Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? An almighty? I am afraid that among the almighties, no one can do this. Those princes and princesses should be able to do it as well. But what kind of person is that? He's a peerless genius with a terrifying identity. How can this brat be compared to a prince? The crowd discussed animatedly. Most of them shook their heads and sneered. They believed that it was impossible for Lin Xian to resist. This is the grave you chose for yourself? The gang leader sneered. No matter where you run to, we won't let you go today. The second faction master's expression was also ferocious. The remaining 2 faction masters also snorted coldly. A fierce killing intent burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian sneered, cut the crap, make your move. He didn't pull out the 9 underworld devil sword because he didn't need to use it to deal with these people. Wolf of War's men roared angrily when they saw Lin Xian's insolence. Soon after, the big gang master gave the order, and 300 elite martial artists quickly charged at Lin Xian. Kill. The murderous aura of those people was like smoke signals, connecting heaven and earth. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying, like a god of death. So many people were charging forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their momentum was extremely terrifying. Even the 100,000 spectators were trembling at this moment, and their faces were pale. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a fierce light burst out from his eyes. Then, his body swayed and completely disappeared into the void. Whoosh, in an instant, he appeared in front of the second faction master and the fifth faction master. Then, he quickly punched out the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Black aura surrounded his fists, and 2 dragon heads fiercely bombarded the two of them. Roar, boom, a loud dragon roar sounded, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart, and countless cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire martial arts practice field. It was as if a peerless divine dragon was looking down on the common people. The second faction master and the fifth faction master had no power to resist at all. The two of them were hit by the black dragon heads. Then, their bodies flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, the big gang master and the other members of the Wolf of War were all stunned. They couldn't believe that the other party was so powerful. If the other party had sent the fourth faction master flying with one punch, it was because of his speed and sneak attack. But now, under the siege of so many people, the other party could still easily injure the second faction master and the fifth faction master. This was definitely not a sneak attack. The 100,000 spectators were also stunned. In their opinion, the 4 faction masters led 300 elites to fight against a young man. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. They were afraid that the young man would be blasted into pieces in an instant. However, things went beyond their expectations. The young man was not killed, but the 2 faction masters of Wolf of War were directly sent flying. This scene deeply stimulated them. However, this was only the beginning. After the 2 faction masters were sent flying, the other 300 elites were also sent flying one by one. None of them could withstand Lin Xian's punch. What did I see? Wolf of War is being beaten up. F***ck, I must be under an illusion. Who can slap me? Slap, 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 many slaps were heard, and then everyone's cheeks turned red. However, they realized that the scene in front of them was still ongoing. And they were getting more and more shocked. How is this possible? Everyone stuttered because they couldn't accept this scene at all. Just half a day ago, they had seen a similar scene. That was during the preliminaries, when 1,000 experts besieged the moving mountain general. In the end, the moving mountain general was like a mountain god, and everyone was sent flying. Only a few people could pass the test. The scene now was very similar to the previous scene. Lin Xian was like a god of war, shuttling through the 300 elites quickly. Every time he threw a punch, someone would be sent flying. It was also because of the extreme similarity that the crowd was even more shocked. The moving mountain general was an almighty, and not an ordinary almighty. He was an extremely powerful almighty. Only then could he fight against 1,000 experts. However, the young man in front of them was at most a 6-star king. How could he fight against Wolf of War's 300 elites and the 4 faction masters? However, no matter how shocked they were, this scene was really happening. Soon, more than 100 elites were sent flying or lying on the ground, unable to fight at all. As for the remaining 2 faction masters, they were also sent flying. This was especially true when the Great Gang Master was heavily injured and coughed up blood from a single punch. The remaining 100 or so elites all fled one after another, because they didn't dare to continue fighting. Even the faction master and half of the elites were defeated. The remaining people were no match for him at all. Therefore, they tried their best to escape. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The battle today was a show for the people in the Wang mansion. Therefore, when he waved his fists, the shadows of dragons appeared. The sky was filled with the shadows of the black dragons. Along with his fists, the remaining 100 or so martial artists were sent flying. blood splattered everywhere. Other than Lin Xian, no one was able to stand up. Silence. Absolute silence. None of the 100,000 people in the martial arts practice field made a sound. They were all stunned. Not to mention these people, even the masters in the prince's mansion were shocked. This guy actually did it. Li Hua's handsome face was filled with a tinge of surprise. At the side, the eyes of the mountain-like moving mountain general shone brightly. He was so excited that he was trembling. Genius. He is definitely a genius in battle. I didn't expect to meet such a genius. His strength is definitely not inferior to those princes. In the crowd, Ma Chao was trembling with excitement. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Previously, he was still worried about Lin Xian. He thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant to challenge Wolf of War alone. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Lin Xian had absolute confidence and strength to crush Wolf of War. Who exactly was he? Was he really an itinerant martial artist? Ma Chao was bewildered. He had never heard of an itinerant martial artist who had such incredible combat strength. Moreover, Lin Xian was only a young man in his 20s. The others also came back to their senses. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. Cries of surprise sounded and shattered the clouds in the sky. Then, the sun shone on the martial arts practice field. Lin Xian was bathed in sunlight. He looked like a god of war as he stepped on more than 300 martial artists. His majesty was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 100,000 people at that moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, the sky suddenly fluctuated violently. Then, the 100,000 martial artists looked up at the sky. Then, they exclaimed. That was because they discovered that numerous figures were descending from the sky like dark clouds. Among the two people in front, one was as tall as a mountain and was filled with explosive power. The other was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with delicate features, like a fairy child. The auras of these two people were so powerful that they suppressed everything. Moving mountain general, leaving fire general. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the two generals would actually come to the martial arts practice field. One could imagine how sensational this battle was. Behind the two generals, there were also dozens of elite experts from the king's mansion. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Since these two generals were here, it was obvious that these people had seen the previous battle. He believed that he could easily enter Valurium Palace with his strength. Kid, what's your name? At this moment, Li Hua asked in a deep voice. There was a strange flame in his eyes, as if it could burn everything in time. Frost appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, blocking the heat. Then, he said, Junior Lin Xian greets the two great generals. Lin Xian, leaving fire general murmured, his eyes flashing as if he was recalling something. In the Tai dynasty, which young genius had this name, but after thinking for a while, he realized that there was none. Moving mountain general obviously didn't think so much. He laughed loudly, his voice resonating in the air. Then, his enormous body walked out and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, do you dare fight me? What? Moving mountain general wants to fight this kid? Hearing this, the 100,000 cultivators in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. This was too shocking. The moving mountain great general was a mighty figure with terrifying strength. Although the kid in front of them had defeated 300 elites from Wolf of War and 4 gang masters, it was still shocking. But they didn't think that the kid in front of them could contend with moving mountain general. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that the mountain-moving great general had seen through his true strength? But that shouldn't be the case. Although the fighting strength he'd displayed before was shocking, he hadn't fully displayed it. It should be impossible for moving mountain general to see through it. But so what if moving mountain general saw through it? His true fighting strength was at the level of a great expert. So in the next moment, Lin Xian nodded and said, sure. Wow, the crowd was shocked and they roared wildly, their voices echoing through the clouds. It was already shocking that moving mountain general was going to fight with a young genius alone. But what shocked them even more was that the young man in front of them didn't even bat an eyelid and agreed without hesitation. What exactly was he relying on? The news spread like wildfire. Suddenly, those cultivators who hadn't rushed over were moved and gathered. In an instant, the number of people increased again, reaching more than 200,000. Other than those who were cultivating in seclusion and hadn't come out, the rest of the people all came to the martial arts practice field. This scene was not much different from the one that had taken place during the selection. At this moment, more than 200,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Xian, trying to see through him. They couldn't understand where Lin Xian's confidence and reliance came from. He's a young genius. Disregarding everything else, just his courage alone is enough to instantly kill the vast majority of people. An old man in the crowd sighed. Yeah, I've been here for 2 years, but I haven't entered the manor yet. But I heard that he successfully attracted the attention of 2 great generals after only 1 day. It's only a matter of time before he enters the manor. Is this the difference in talent? The difference between a peerless genius and an ordinary king? It's so huge. Everyone was envious. Ever since Valurium Manor started recruiting, no one had ever attracted the attention of 2 great generals in a single day like Lin Xian. Moreover, he had entered Valurium Manor. This was definitely a record that had been set, a legend that had been broken. In front of him, the mountain-moving great general was also stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to agree so readily. Then, he laughed loudly. Good kid, you're right for me. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the level of a 6-star king and fight you on the same level. A battle of the same level, the crowd was even more shocked. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Moving Mountain General to suppress his cultivation and fight him on the same level. But he couldn't ask for more. Moving Mountain General was definitely an elite among the experts. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, his combat strength and experience weren't something an ordinary 6-star king could compare to. However, Lin Xian was also someone who could instantly kill a 6-star king. Therefore, he had very few opponents. Now that he had met someone who was on par with him, he naturally would not miss it. Boom, seeing that Lin Xian had accepted the challenge, the Moving Mountain General laughed out loud. In the next moment, he stomped his foot on the ground. Instantly, the entire ground began to tremble. The members of Wolf of War on the ground were all sent flying. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena became extremely clean. The members of Wolf of War who were sent flying screamed in agony. However, they did not dare to resist. The Moving Mountain General was an extremely terrifying existence. If they angered him, he would probably kill all of them with a slap. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and endure the pain as they quickly retreated into the crowd. Originally, they had planned to gather more people to take revenge on the other party. However, from the looks of it, revenge was futile. The kid in front of them had caught the eye of the Moving Mountain General. No matter the outcome of this battle, the other party would definitely be famous in the Wang Mansion. Such a person would be valued by the Wang Mansion. No matter how powerful Wolf of War was, they would not dare to go against such a person. Therefore, they quickly fled with their tails between their legs. Boom, boom. Boom. On the other hand, the Moving Mountain General let out a furious roar. A yellow light quickly appeared on his body. It intertwined in the air and formed a yellow chain that instantly bound his body. Then, it disappeared into his body. In the next moment, the Moving Mountain General's cultivation level rapidly dropped from the almighty level to a 6-star king. He has indeed suppressed his cultivation level. More than 200,000 people exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Since the other party had suppressed his cultivation level, he would also go all out. In the next moment, 2 black angry dragons appeared on his body and coiled around his hands. A violent and destructive aura quickly surged out and shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. However, he was not as big as the Moving Mountain General, but he was like a demon king looking down on everyone. What a powerful destructive aura. Kid, I was right about you. Take this. The Moving Mountain Great General let out a hearty laugh before punching out. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 6-star king, the power of the mountain-moving great general was not something that anyone could withstand. This punch was absolutely terrifying as it directly shattered the void. The fist seemed to be made of gold as it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Ha! Lin Xian also let out a low roar and waved his fist. The black dragon's aura spread out from his body and transformed into a dragon head that instantly rushed out. Boom! Boom! The two collided, producing a world-shaking sound, causing the entire sky to shake. What? He actually managed to resist it? He wasn't sent flying? Heavens, is this true? Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. This was because Lin Xian wasn't sent flying by a single punch like the other kings. Instead, he was able to contend against the mountain-moving great general. This was inconceivable. It should be known that even if the moving mountain general suppressed his cultivation, he would still be able to instantly kill an ordinary 6-star king. But now, a young man was actually able to contend with the mountain-moving general. This was simply too shocking. Good lad, you're really strong. This fist technique of yours should be very unusual. But you'll have to be careful from now on. The moving mountain general said loudly. His voice was like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body suddenly grew in size. His originally huge arms doubled in size once again. Boom, this punch was enough to destroy everything. The power of this punch was simply too great. It had exceeded the previous ones. Hence, in an instant, the black dragon fist that Lin Xian had unleashed was directly shattered. Lin Xian was also forced to take a few steps back. The great dragon sword's soul transport station in his body destroyed the remnant energy of the attack. Then, Lin Xian stopped moving. In the next moment, he opened his palms. Each of his fingers was wrapped in the shadow of a dragon. Then, he slapped forward. The huge black palm covered the sky and the terrifying roar of a dragon filled the air. It filled the sky and enveloped the moving mountain general. Boom! The moving mountain general swung his fist and slammed it against the huge black palm. Immediately, a muffled thunder-like sound was heard. The two of them continued to attack, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Too strong. This kid is too strong. He could actually compete with the moving mountain general in terms of strength. Yeah, too terrifying. Although the moving mountain general has suppressed his cultivation, his strength has not decreased by much. What kind of body constitution does this kid have? It's too terrifying. Could it be that he has one of the legendary powerful body constitutions? I don't know. But his fist technique is too terrifying. That destructive aura makes me shudder. Discussions broke out one after another. It was obvious that everyone was shocked that Lin Xian was able to withstand so many blows from the mountain-moving general. Those from the Wang mansion were also shocked. Li Hui general also squinted his eyes and stared at the two figures in the field. The moving mountain general was even more shocked. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong that you can compete with me. But next, let's try out the superpower. As soon as he finished speaking, the moving mountain general's fist suddenly emitted a bright light. A golden light shot into the sky and pierced through the void. Previously, it was only the strength of his physical body. Now, it was not only the strength of his physical body, but also the power of his superpower. This terrifying golden fist shook the void and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, making a violent trembling sound. The golden light made the hundreds of thousands of people unable to open their eyes. Ha! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. On his palm, not only was there a destructive aura like a black dragon, but there was also a layer of blue frost covering it. It froze the void and met the golden fist head-on. In the sky, the intense collision was like the sound of thunder, shaking the entire sky. The two forces were like tides, constantly colliding with each other. Fortunately, the Wang Mansion's martial arts practice field was a place that was specially used for battles. It could withstand a battle between almighties. Otherwise, the attack alone was more than enough to shatter everything here into pieces. Buzz, after the punch, the moving mountain general's bell-like eyes shone brightly, forming rays of golden light. They were like balls of golden flames burning. Those sharp eyes made people unable to look directly at them. One could imagine how terrifying the moving mountain general was. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the moving mountain general's fist loosened and turned into a palm, pressing down from the sky. Mountains began to appear in his palm. This scene was too terrifying. Those mountains appeared in the void and were being dragged by the moving mountain general, pressing down rapidly. The sky was covered in darkness. Mountains stood tall and majestic, and there were even birds and beasts on top of him. It was as if they were real. What kind of superpower is that? Many people exclaimed. Someone screamed, "Mountain palm." It's the mountain palm. The mountain palm was a terrifying palm technique. When the palm was thrown out, it was as though a real mountain had appeared in the sky. It was so oppressive that the crowd found it hard to breathe. The palm was too terrifying. The mountains in the sky were earth-shattering. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Whoosh! Lin Xian looked solemn. He took a deep breath and the great dragon sword soul in his body quickly rotated. Then, mysterious sword runes appeared under his feet and quickly spread out in all directions. The entire martial arts practice field formed a mysterious sword array. Then, streaks of blood-red sword chi formed in the sword array and quickly slashed towards the sky. It was as though it could destroy everything. The blood-red sword chi was vast and mighty. It was like a river of blood, carrying with it a murderous aura. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. The blood-red sword chi rushed out and collided with the mountains in the sky. The terrifying sound tore through the void, causing more than 200,000 people to feel a piercing pain in their ears. Many people even fainted on the spot. Both of their superpowers were too terrifying. Whether it was the mountain palm or the demon-slaying sword, they were both extremely terrifying superpowers. The moment they appeared, the weather changed. Buzz, the void trembled. A snow-covered mountain that was thousands of feet tall was being dragged by the mountain general. It seemed as though it was cutting through time and space as it quickly pressed down. Boom! Behind Lin Xian, a huge blood-red sword chi formed into a blood-red dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The terrifying dragon claws grabbed the void and met the attack. Crack, crack. Crack, the dragon claws cracked the mountain. However, the huge rocks on top of it also shattered the sword chi dragon claws. This intense battle left the 200,000 over martial artists extremely shocked. Even the people from the Wang mansion were wide-eyed. They could not believe that a young man could fight against the mountain-moving general for so long. Kid, you're amazing. Take my last move. If you can take it, I'll let you into the Wang mansion. With that, the mountain-moving general kept waving his palms. Suddenly, 13 huge mountain peaks appeared in the sky, one after another, as if they were demonic peaks that reached the heavens. They filled the void. Immediately, the entire sky darkened. It was as if the 13 mountains in the sky would descend at any moment. A vast aura that could crush the heavens and earth quickly spread out in all directions. That aura was simply too sharp. It could definitely suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn as well, because the 13,000-meter-tall mountains posed a huge threat to him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly intertwined and formed 9 gigantic black tortoises that soared into the sky. Divine tortoise carrying mountains. 9 huge black tortoises, completely condensed from sword chi and full of spiritual power, rushed into the sky like real divine beasts. They let out loud and clear roars. Then, the 9 divine turtles lifted the 13 demonic mountains in the sky. Boom! Boom! The sound of violent collisions rang out, and every one of them made people's hearts jump. He actually wanted to completely hold back the 13 huge mountains. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Because the best way to resist this move was to dodge quickly or find a weak point and attack with all his might. But now, Lin Xian wanted to forcefully hold back the 13 huge mountains. This was definitely the most difficult and unrewarding method. The mountain-moving general was also stunned. Then, he shook his head. Impossible. You can't possibly hold back my 13 mountains. He did not believe that Lin Xian could hold back his 13 mountains. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because in the sky, the 9 huge black tortoises were roaring crazily. Their bodies were shining brightly. In the end, they actually managed to hold back the 13 mountains in the sky. Otherwise, they would have dragged the 13 mountains into the sky and disappeared into the void. What? He really did it. What kind of superpower is that? It's too scary. He can actually resist the mountain-moving general's mountain palm? That kid really did it? The mountain-moving general's eyes flickered. Then, he retracted his aura. He had said that the 13 mountains would be his last move. If his opponent could withstand it, then he would not attack again. Kid, you're very strong. You've exceeded my expectations. The mountain-moving general looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice. I will keep my promise and recruit you into Valurium Manor. The 200,000 cultivators were in an uproar when they heard this. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. Entering the Valurium Palace was something they'd always dreamed of. It was also the reason for their visit. However, some of them had been here for several years and still hadn't entered. Yet, a young man had successfully entered Valurium Manor on the first day. Such heaven-defying speed made everyone envious. But there was nothing they could do. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful the young man was. He was able to fight the mountain-moving general to a standstill even with his cultivation suppressed. Even if someone like him didn't enter now, he would be able to do so the next time. Therefore, they could only be envious. By Xianxia. The mountain-moving general shouted coldly. This subordinate is here. At this moment, a middle-aged man in white robes stepped forward. He was very respectful. Arrange for this child to be sent to your Golden Sword Peak. Yes. The middle-aged man in white robes quickly responded. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. From now on, you are a member of Valurium Manor's Golden Sword Peak. Golden Sword Peak? What's that? Lin Xian was very confused. He didn't know much about Valurium Manor. Valurium Manor isn't just a simple manor. It also governs an endless territory. Under Valurium Manor, there are 5 major branches. Golden Sword Peak is one of them. Those who pass the selection will be randomly assigned to one of the 5 branches. You will follow me to Golden Sword Peak. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then, he said, then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Although Lin Xian's performance during the battle with Moving Mountain was extremely domineering and looked down on the world, Lin Xian's strength was still not enough. But now, he didn't seem arrogant at all. The middle-aged man in white robes breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his amiable attitude. If Lin Xian had been an unruly person, it would have been very difficult for them to get along. But now, Lin Xian was so amiable. The middle-aged man in white robes was very happy. All right, child. Follow him to Golden Sword Peak. The mountain-moving general said. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man in white robes. Tell your peak lord to take good care of this child. Of course not. Our Golden Sword Peak will do our best to nurture such a genius. The middle-aged man in white robes smiled. There were some other young cultivators in the distance. They had also successfully joined the Valurium Palace. They were envious when they heard this. Needless to say, Lin Xian would be greatly nurtured after joining the Golden Sword Peak. That was why they were envious. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm because his target wasn't here. Joining the Valurium Palace was only his first step. His real goal was to enter the Taiyu dynasty's core. From there, he could obtain information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. All right, you can come with me. The middle-aged man in white robes called out to Lin Xian. They then walked into the distance. Soon, Lin Xian and the other young cultivators gathered together. They were all geniuses who were about to go to the Golden Sword Peak. Boom boom boom, the middle-aged man in white robes moved his hands, forming mysterious runes in the air. Then, the void was torn apart. A shining golden door appeared in the air. Lin Xian knew that this was a portal that could be used for spatial teleportation. However, opening it required a huge amount of resources. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon couldn't open it. One could imagine how vast the resources of the Valurium Palace were. Seeing that the portal was fully open, the middle-aged man in white robes waved his hand and stepped in. Then, the other geniuses followed suit. Lin Xian took a deep breath and entered the golden portal as well. Boom boom boom, time and space shifted. When Lin Xian's vision regained clarity, he discovered that he was still in a mountain range. There were mountains and rivers all around him. The surrounding spirit chi was so dense that it had even turned into liquid droplets that flowed under his feet. The spirit chi here was definitely hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. As expected of the Taiyi dynasty. Just a branch of the Valurium Palace alone had such a supreme spirit vein. Lin Xian didn't know how powerful the core and heart of the Taiyi dynasty was. The young cultivators around him were ecstatic and excited. They looked around curiously and then locked their eyes on the front. There were countless clouds and mist there. A majestic mountain could be vaguely seen in the clouds. It was very tall, and it directly disappeared into the clouds. It was impossible to see where the top was. However, it was surrounded by countless rays of light. Halfway up the mountain, there were even rainbows gathered. It was like a paradise on earth. Let's go. Jin Jianfeng is right in front of us. The white-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and led Lin Xian and the others forward. The closer they got to the huge mountain range, the denser the spirit chi became. Even the multicolored light that filled the sky shone on Lin Xian and the others. Although the mountain range in front of them looked very close, there was still a long way to go if they really wanted to walk. Therefore, during this time, the white-robed middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Let me give you a general overview of Valurium Manor and Golden Sword Peak. The Taiyi dynasty has a total of 27 imperial mansions. Valurium Palace is one of them. There are 5 great peaks beneath Valurium Manor. Golden Sword Peak is one of them. Although Golden Sword Peak isn't the strongest, it isn't the weakest either. Golden Sword Peak has a large population. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators, but only a few tens of thousands have been nurtured as core disciples. You are very lucky to be one of them. Our Peak Lord is the leader of Golden Sword Peak. Under him are 9 great elders, 72 envoys, and 1,000 attendants. Every attendant has hundreds to thousands of cultivators under them. After you enter Golden Sword Peak, you will be randomly assigned to one of the 1,000 attendants. From today onwards, you belong to Jin Jianfeng. You are also a member of Valurium Manor. However, while you enjoy the resources, you will also work for Valurium Manor. Of course, if you do well, you will be rewarded handsomely. You might even be accepted as a disciple by one of the 72 envoys. There are even those who are heaven-defying enough to be chosen by the 9 great elders. If that's the case, then you will have a meteoric rise." Everyone was very excited when they heard this. However, it was at this time that a young man asked, "Senior, what is your position in Golden Sword Peak?" They were very curious. Although the white-robed middle-aged man hadn't become a great expert yet, his aura was enough to make them feel terrified. There was no need to think. He must be one of the strongest 6-star kings. The white-robed middle-aged man didn't get angry when he heard the question. Instead, he said, "I am a disciple of the 7th elder, one of the 9 great elders. Of course, I am just a good-for-nothing disciple. My senior brothers are much stronger than I am." The 7th elder. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lin Xian nodded slightly. It seemed that the 9 great elders were second only to the Peak Lord. The white-robed middle-aged man in front of them was the 7th elder's disciple. He must be very noble. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. "You don't have to envy me. If you perform well, there is a very good chance that you will be accepted as a disciple by one of the 9 great elders." Everyone clenched their fists when they heard this. They swore that they would do their best to perform well and strive to become a disciple of one of the elders. Lin Xian was much calmer. Becoming a disciple of an elder was not his goal. His goal was to enter the core of the Taiyi dynasty. Of course, this matter had to be done step by step. Gradually, they approached the huge mountain range in front of them. Soon, an extremely powerful spiritual energy rushed towards them. As for the crowd, they slowly descended. Lin Xian followed the white-robed middle-aged man and the others and landed together. However, at this time, he felt his heart palpitate. This was because he suddenly realized that there were 7 bright lights behind the mountain range. They connected to form a huge circle of light, flashing there. The 7 lights were very blurry, but they emitted a power that made one's heart tremble. Even a great expert would tremble in front of such power. Whoosh! Lin Xian took a deep breath as he resisted the pressure from the 7 beams of light. When he landed on the ground, he frowned and asked, "Senior, when I landed just now, I saw 7 rays of light in the distance. What is that?" "You saw it?" The white-robed middle-aged man was surprised. He then looked at Lin Xian carefully and said, "That is the depths of the Valurium Palace. It is the core of the Valurium Palace. Ordinary people can't even get close to it. Even I am not qualified. I am afraid that other than the 5 peak lords and the elders, no one else is qualified to enter. The core of the Valurium Palace." At the thought of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Power, he needed great power. Only then could he establish a foothold here. Although he was very strong now, he could compete with mighty figures. However, it was still not enough. Ordinary mighty figures were only 7-star kings. Above that, there were 8-star kings, 9-star kings, and legendary invincible kings. He still had a long way to go. Finally, they landed on the huge mountain range in front of them. The young geniuses around them exclaimed. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised because the scene was too spectacular. The mountain peak in front of them was tens of thousands of feet tall, like a giant sword that was inserted into the ground. It towered into the clouds, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. It was surrounded by a sea of clouds, and there were spirit springs everywhere. There were even cranes flying around. That abundant aura made the pores on one's body open. Cultivating here, even an ordinary person would be far better than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That was the benefit of having a heaven and earth spirit vein. The mountain range was very vast and huge, so Lin Xian and the others flew for a while before they saw the palaces and pavilions on the mountain peak. They were scattered in groups of 3 to 5, like stars in the sky, dotting the mountain range. And in the depths of the mountain range, there was a golden palace. It was golden and dazzling, like an immortal palace, towering in the clouds. That's the main palace of the Golden Sword Peak. It's also where they are going now. Follow me. Next, I'll bring you to the main palace to meet the elders. Whether you can be accepted as a disciple the first time will depend on your luck. Of course, even if you don't succeed the first time, there will be chances in the future. So, you must perform well. Yes. Everyone cheered loudly, extremely excited. In the next moment, everyone flew into the sky, and Lin Xian followed. The outside of the palace shone with golden light, and the inside of the palace was even more dazzling and majestic. The group stood inside, as if they were standing in the sea and the starry sky. The entire palace was huge, no less than a huge city. You guys wait here for a while. The elders' envoys will be here soon. The white-robed middle-aged man said. After that, Lin Xian and the others waited quietly in the hall. Many of them were so excited that they were whispering to each other. Not long after, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and turned to look outside the hall. At this moment, the white-robed middle-aged man also looked out of the hall and said, "Everyone, be quiet. The elders and emissaries are here." In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others looked outside. Sure enough, they saw spiritual energy fluctuations in the sky. Light flashed, and then figures appeared one after another. Among these people, some were riding on red-crowned cranes, some were riding on clouds, and some were walking in the air. They were using all kinds of methods as if they were immortals. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the main hall. Then, with a flash, those figures arrived in the main hall. At this time, the white-robed middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the various elders and emissaries. Behind him, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses also quickly bowed. Lin Xian knew that these should be the elders. However, there were not many of them. Only 4 of them came. There were also some others. They should be the emissaries of the 72 emissaries. In total, there were more than 10 of them. These people were extremely powerful. Among them, there were a few elders. Their eyes flickered with a sharp aura. Their auras had also reached the almighty level. Among them, the weakest was a 6-star king at the great perfection level. They were only one step away from the almighty level. The powerful ones were unfathomable. Because they were all almighties, the difference in strength was very obvious. Obviously, these almighties were not ordinary almighties. They were very powerful. As soon as these people entered the main hall, they began to size up Lin Xian and the others. The white-robed middle-aged man stood respectfully at the side, while Lin Xian and the other young warriors stood in front. There were only about 20 of them in total. At this moment, they were enveloped by the gazes of those almighties, and they felt extremely pressured. Lin Xian was fine because it was not his first time dealing with almighties. Therefore, he was still able to resist the pressure of such almighties. However, the other young martial artists were unable to resist. Fortunately, these almighties were only sizing them up and did not exert any special pressure on them. Otherwise, these people would not be able to withstand it. Buzz, at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from outside the hall. Then, a huge golden light sword in the sky quickly rushed over. The light sword flickered with an incomparable golden light, illuminating the entire sky. In an instant, the sword light arrived in front of the main hall. In the next moment, it disappeared. In the main hall, there were 2 more figures. Lin Xian and the others turned their heads and saw a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and looked extraordinary. As for the women, they were all wearing long purple dresses and had beautiful appearances. Both of them looked to be about 30 years old, but that was not their real age. As for their auras, they had become even more powerful. They had already reached the almighty level. It seemed that their auras were even more powerful than those of these elders. They are also elders? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The auras of these 2 people were very powerful. Greetings, guardians. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the white robe bowed respectfully. The other elders in the main hall also nodded slightly. The envoys also bowed. No need to be so polite. The Peak Master is in seclusion and has no time to come out, so the 2 of us are here, the woman in the purple dress said coldly. At this moment, the man in the black robe also spoke, just do as you did before. Yes. The middle-aged man in the white robe bowed slightly, and the envoys of the elders in front also invited the 2 guardians in. Lin Xian and the others were puzzled, but at this moment, the middle-aged man in the white robe sent a voice transmission. The 2 guardians had a very special status, second only to the hall master, and even higher than the 9 elders. However, they usually did not care about the secular world, so they did not expect to come this time. The 2 of them sat on all the elders' seats and then closed their eyes slightly. The elders were also sizing up Lin Xian and the others, but did not say anything. However, these elders did not come alone, and they brought some young warriors with them. It seemed that they were about the same age as Lin Xian and the others. These people also looked around, and they could not stop looking at Lin Xian and the others. Then, the corners of their mouths curled into a cold smile. Among them, a skinny young man shook his head slightly. These people's aptitude is too ordinary. How did they pass the test? Could it be that there are no more outstanding people coming this time? Hearing this, the warriors around Lin Xian frowned. Some of them even snorted, showing their dissatisfaction. That was because they had gone through a lot of hardships to get here. However, they were being called ordinary. How could these geniuses accept this? Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that the young men in front of him were the disciples of the elders. The auras of those people were strong, and their strength far surpassed the geniuses around him. Moreover, if they were accepted as disciples by the elders, their talent must not be bad. Therefore, those people looked down on these newcomers. Lin Xian was relatively calm in the face of such discussions. This was because he no longer needed to rely on other people's comments to boost his confidence. However, the young geniuses around him were indignant. Yes, there isn't even a late-stage 6-star king among these people. It seems that their cultivation is really weak. Not only that, but they are also relatively old. Although resources are also needed for cultivation in the future, talent is still the most important. Without talent, it would be a waste of resources no matter how much you give them. Indeed, there was a popular saying in the cultivation world, talent determined the upper limit. With the same amount of resources, the more talented one was, the faster one's cultivation would rise. If one's talent was ordinary, although they could rise quickly in the early stages with a huge amount of resources, their speed would slow down when they reached a certain level. They might even never be able to break through. This was the difference in talent. In the eyes of the elders and disciples, the people below were also ordinary. The elders and disciples still wanted to say something, but at this moment, the purple-robed woman sitting above suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Immediately, she emitted a sharp aura. Then, the elders and disciples all shut their mouths, not daring to speak. At this moment, the white-robed youth, by Xianxia, also stood up and bowed to the left and right guardians and the elders. Then, he said, "Seniors, please allow me to introduce these people to you." These young warriors were all selected by the moving mountain general and the leaving fire general. They are the people who can enter the prince's mansion this time. The white-robed middle-aged man introduced them one by one. He recounted the performance of these people in the selection competition to the elders and seniors. He spoke very carefully and did not miss a single detail. The entire hall was silent. Only the white-clothed middle-aged man's words echoed in the hall. However, the elders remained silent. Even the protector's eyes were flickering. However, he had no intention of asking. This meant that they were not very interested. Although their disciples' words were stopped by the protector, the elders still agreed with their disciples' opinion. These people's talents were ordinary, and none of them were particularly outstanding. Therefore, he was not worthy of them taking him in as a disciple. Since no one was interested in these people, the purple-clothed woman opened her beautiful eyes again. Her cold voice rang out. "If that's the case, by Xianxia, take them down there to train. Don't worry. Although you won't have the chance this time, if you perform well in the future, you might still be able to catch the eye of these elders. If any of you can show great potential in the future, perhaps the right guardian and I will be tempted to take you in as disciples." She then waved her hand gently, indicating for Bai Qianqi to take the people away. Since the left protector had spoken, those elders also stood up and prepared to leave with their disciples. However, Bai Qianqi did not move. He said again, "Protector, there's one more person I haven't introduced." Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman was stunned and opened her beautiful eyes again. As for those elders, their expressions sunk. They seemed to be unwilling to do so. The left protector had already spoken, and they were all prepared to leave. However, Bai Qianqi still had someone to introduce. Wasn't he deliberately wasting their time? He had already seen these people. Their talents were ordinary, and none of them had reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. In other words, their potential was not particularly great. Thus, whether or not he could become a mighty figure was still a difficult problem. Therefore, they would not accept such people. Therefore, they were not interested in the people Bai Qianqi was going to introduce next. However, Bai Qianqi walked up to Lin Xian and said respectfully again, "The last person I want to introduce is him." Hearing this, the elders, envoys, and even the left protector all turned to look at Lin Xian. Immediately, the pressure on Lin Xian increased, but he still looked calm. Not bad. He's able to face so many people without batting an eyelid. He's really good. However, his cultivation is too weak. He's only an early-stage 6-star king. I'm not interested in such a person. An elder shook his head slightly. The eyes of the others also flickered. It was obvious that they had seen through Lin Xian's cultivation with a single glance, and their interest was immediately dampened. The disciples behind them were about the same age as Lin Xian, but their cultivation had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. Although it was only the difference between the early stage and late stage, it was impossible to break through without more than 10 years, even if one was a genius. The older one was, the higher the cultivation, the better the talent. Lin Xian's age and cultivation might be a genius in other places, but in the eyes of these elders, they did not think highly of him. At this moment, a short and fat elder in a red robe also spoke. "Bai Qianqi, your eyesight is getting worse and worse. What kind of disciple does old seventh teach?" This red-robed elder was the 8th elder. Bai Qianqi's master was the 7th elder, and the two of them were not on good terms. Therefore, when he saw Bai Qianqi mention an early-stage 6-star king, the 8th elder sneered. Bai Qianqi also snorted in his heart. he did not have a good impression of the eighth elder. However, the other party was an elder, and he did not dare to openly contradict him. Because if he did, he would be punished by Jin Jianfeng. However, the other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. Therefore, he planned to use Lin Xian to contradict the other party. Since the other party looked down on Lin Xian, he wanted to see what the eighth elder's expression would be when he mentioned Lin Xian's battle achievements. At this moment, the purple-robed woman also spoke. "Oh, there's one more person you haven't introduced? You left him for last. Could it be that there's something special about this kid?" As a protector, the purple-robed woman was more patient. Therefore, she asked in a deep voice. "To be honest, Protector, this little brother is really a little special. Moreover, I believe that with this little brother's talent, ordinary elders are really not qualified to take him as a disciple." "Humph," the eighth elder snorted when he saw Bai Qianqi's gaze. Anger burned in his eyes. How dare he say that he didn't have the right to take this kid as a disciple? What a joke, he was one of the 9 great elders. Although he was ranked 8th, he was still an elder. Moreover, he had reached the level of a great expert. That was a terrifying existence. Therefore, the 8th elder said darkly, "What kind of genius is he that even elders like us don't have the right to take him in?" "Bai Qianqi, I can see that your eyesight has deteriorated, but your ability to talk big has improved a lot. It seems that old 7th really knows how to take in disciples." Bai Qianqi gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the 8th elder mocking him again. However, he was only a small disciple. He didn't dare oppose an elder. Therefore, he could only cup a fist salute and look at the purple-clad woman. The other elders were surprised as well. They sized up Lin Xian once more, and when they discovered that he was really just an early-stage 6-star King Realm youth, they immediately revealed doubtful looks. "Bai Qianqi, tell us, what's so special about this kid? He's just an early 6-star king. You're not trying to fool us with him, are you?" The purple-clad woman was also very curious. She nodded slightly and said, "Tell us your reason, Bai Qianqi." "Yes." Bai Qianqi didn't dare delay when the purple-clad woman spoke. He hurriedly introduced, "This young genius is Lin Xian. He just arrived at Balurium Manor today and was chosen by the Mountain Razor General." "What? Just arrived at Balurium Manor? That's impossible." Many people in the Great Hall were in an uproar when they heard this. The elder's disciples especially cried out in surprise. "Bai Qianqi, don't lie. How can someone be chosen by the Mountain Razor General on the first day?" "That's right. Someone who just arrived on the first day doesn't even have the right to participate in the selection." "Humph, Bai Qianqi, you're obviously lying." Many shook their heads. The 8th elder's disciples sneered. "I'm not lying. He didn't participate in the selection. This brother Lin provoked the Wolf of War on his first day here. After that, he started a great battle with the 4 gang leaders of Wolf of War and the 300 elites of Wolf of War. He single-handedly defeated 300 elites and 4 sect masters. There's actually such a thing." Hearing this, the envoys and elders were also moved. As for the disciples of the elders, they were all stunned. One by one, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They had also heard of the Wolf of War. They didn't care about Wolf of War, including Wolf of War's gang leaders. However, if the 4 sect masters and the 300 elites attacked together, no matter how strong they wouldn't be able to resist. After all, although they were geniuses, they were not almighties. Moreover, these people had never heard of any 6-star king who could contend against such a lineup. Therefore, their first reaction was disbelief. However, Bai Qianqi said loudly, "I can't lie about this." All 200,000 people outside the mansion saw it. Moreover, the moving mountain general and the colored glass general also saw it with their own eyes. If the elders don't believe me, you can ask them. Originally, these elders and disciples didn't believe it at all. However, at this moment, they saw Bai Qianqi's confident look. They were very confused. Could it be that this kid in front of them really had a way to contend against so many experts? This time, even the purple-clothed woman was interested. She said coldly, "Bai Qianqi, continue." "Yes. Bai Qianqi continued, this brother Lin attracted the attention of the moving mountain general after defeating the 4 sect masters and the 300 elites. Then, the moving mountain general suppressed his cultivation and used the strength of a 6-star king to fight this brother Lin in front of us. In the end, the two of them tied. What? He tied with the moving mountain general? Hearing this, those elders also cried out in surprise, their eyes wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, the black-clothed man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the void. Is this true? The black-clothed man looked at Bai Qianqi and Lin Xian. Of course it is true. How would I dare to lie? And before I came, the mountain-moving great general specifically instructed me to introduce this little brother Lin to me. Moreover, he said that if the Golden Sword Peak didn't take good care of this little brother here, he would personally talk to the Peak Master. Whoosh, as soon as these words were said, even the elders gasped and felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they didn't believe that this young man in front of them could tie with the moving mountain general. Although the mountain-moving great general had suppressed his cultivation, they knew how terrifying the mountain-moving great general was. These elders didn't have the confidence to suppress the moving mountain general, let alone an early 6-star king in front of him. However, from the looks of it, he actually did it. However, how did he do it? It was hard for them to imagine. However, among them, one of the blue-robed elders was the first to react. He said with a smile, "Why don't you let this kid join my sect? I'll train him well." As soon as these words were said, the others were shocked and then came to their senses. A black-robed elder said, "Old Five, what do you mean? You're snatching him so soon? Didn't you look down on him before?" "I was dozing off and didn't notice. Only now did I realize that this kid actually has such talent. He's fated to be with me." Hearing the blue-robed elder's words, the corners of the young disciples' mouths twitched. Damn, how shameless can you be? Previously, these people didn't care about Lin Xian at all. However, after hearing about Lin Xian's miraculous battle results, they just started snatching him. This was too shameless. Of course, they didn't dare to say this out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. However, while they didn't dare to say it, the other elders dared to say it. Among them, the black-robed elder said, "Old Five, what you're doing is very shameless. I think this kid is fated to be with me." "Third brother, you're snatching people too? Aren't all the spots for the disciples behind you full?" Another elder spoke. This time, it was the 4th elder. Then, the others also expressed their willingness to accept Lin Xian as their disciple. The 8th elder's face was flushed red, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was because he was sneering and mocking Lin Xian previously, thinking that he didn't deserve to be his disciple. However, now it seemed that he didn't have the right to accept Lin Xian as his disciple. Whether it was the 5th elder, the 4th elder, or the 3rd elder, he couldn't compete with them. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He didn't want to stand here and embarrass himself. At this time, the blue-robed elder smiled and said, "Little guy, you should join my sect. I recently took in a girl. She's about the same age as you, and she's very pretty. You could say that she's a national beauty. If you can join my sect, you might be able to have a wonderful relationship with this little girl." Damn. This elder Zhang is too shameless. The other disciples almost spat out blood when they heard this. The other elders' mouths twitched as well. The blue-robed elder was all smiles. If Lin Xian was really as amazing as the rumors said, then he was definitely a peerless genius. So what if he used a honey trap to lure him to his side then? It was just a female disciple. He'd be willing even if it was 2 or 3. The 3rd elder gritted his teeth when he heard the blue-robed elder's words. He hadn't expected the elder to use a honey trap as well. However, he wasn't going to give up. In the next moment, he spoke in a low voice. "Little child, you must be very strong to be able to contend against the Mountain Razor General. I have a set of glazed Vajra fist here. It's a top fist technique that walks the path of strength and ferocity. It's very valuable. If you can become my disciple, I can teach you this glazed Vajra fist." "What? The glazed Vajra fist? You're actually willing to take out such a treasure?" The other elders exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. Yes, the glazed Vajra fist was no ordinary technique. It was one of the top fist techniques in Valurium matter. It was extremely valuable. Apart from the core members of Valurium matter, only the third elder and his disciple had the right to practice it. Now, the third elder had taken out this technique to recruit Lin Xian. The other elders weren't willing to give up either. They all took out their own treasures to attract Lin Xian to their sect. Alright, let's stop fighting. You're all over 1,000 years old. Why are you still so childish? Right at this moment, the violet-clothed woman smiled. Hearing this, the elders in the hall stopped arguing. However, they still looked at Lin Xian with fiery gazes. At this moment, the eighth elder sneered. Then, he turned his head slightly and gave the disciple behind him a look. The disciple behind him immediately came to a realization, causing a cold grin to appear on his face. In the next moment, the disciple stood up and bowed to the surroundings. The two protectors and the various elders. I have a suggestion. I don't know what the seniors think. In any case, we have only heard of this little brother in front of us. We have never seen his strength. I think it would be better for me to fight against this little brother. Firstly, I will be able to help the elders verify the strength of this little brother. Furthermore, if this little brother is truly talented, it won't be too late for the elders to fight over him. At this point, he looked at Lin Xian with a smile and a trace of cold light in his eyes. Hearing this, the elders nodded slightly. Indeed, they had not seen Lin Xian's strength. What if what Bai Qianqi said was false? If Lin Xian was not a genius, then they would not only lose their treasures after paying a huge price, but they might also be ridiculed by others. Immediately, the elders nodded in agreement. The two protectors also looked at each other. Then, the black-robed man said, "All right. However, since it's a sparring session, let's stop here." "Yes, sir." The eighth elder's disciple was overjoyed when he heard this. As for the eighth elder, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He did not believe that this kid in front of him had any outstanding talent, therefore, he decided to send out his disciple to test him. As long as his opponent was not strong, he would definitely be defeated. When that happened, he would like to see which elder would be willing to accept such a piece of trash. The eighth elder was very satisfied and confident with his disciple. That disciple had short red hair and a dignified appearance. He was extremely handsome, and there was fire dancing in his eyes. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lin Xian. He said loudly, "My name is Sunyi, and I'm the 8th elder's disciple. My cultivation has reached the peak 6-star king level. Since you can compete with the moving mountain general, it shouldn't be much of a problem for you to fight me, right?" He deliberately mentioned the moving mountain general so that Lin Xian would not reject him. This was because he was a peak 6-star king, and he was very powerful. Below the almighty level, other than those at the peak 6-star king level, no one else was his match. Seeing this scene, the elders and young warriors all looked on with interest. They all stepped back and made an empty space. Bai Qianqi also looked calm because he had seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. Therefore, he was not worried. Therefore, he retreated to the side of the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the handsome young man with short red hair in front of him. His eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice, "Just you? Doesn't the 8th elder have another disciple? Why don't the two of you come at me together? This way, your strength will be more balanced." "What? Together?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. That was right. The 8th elder had 2 disciples. Apart from them, there was another young man. However, no matter how they looked at it, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. He wanted to challenge 2 peak 6-star almighties. He was simply courting death. Humph, the 8th elder snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely cold. The other party was actually so arrogant. He was really ignorant. Sunyi even roared, "Kid, you're courting death." He did not expect that the other party would dare to look down on him. It was really unforgivable. My senior brother doesn't have to do anything. I can deal with you alone. 3 moves, I only need 3 moves to beat you to the ground. Originally, Sunyi wanted to say 1 move. However, seeing how everyone praised Lin Xian so much, he was not very confident. Therefore, he decided to use 3 moves to beat the other party down. He thought that 3 moves should be enough. Lin Xian laughed. 3 moves? You're too cowardly. He stretched out a finger and said loudly, 1 move. I only need 1 move to determine the winner. He was very calm as if he was not in a competition. Damn kid, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know what it means to keep a low profile. Sun Yi roared, and his expression became extremely ferocious. In the next moment, 2 balls of red flames appeared in his eyes. Soon, the flames on his body rose and formed a flame armor that covered his body. The temperature in the main hall rose rapidly in an instant. It was like a furnace, and everyone was sweating profusely. The new martial artists were shocked. They kept retreating and channeling their spiritual power to resist the surrounding heat. As for the disciples of those elders, they all cried out in alarm. 10,000 Fire Sky Fist. This Sun Yi is going to be serious. Yes, this is the 8th elder's ultimate skill. I didn't expect Sun Yi to use it. It seems that Sun Yi is really angry. Haha, that kid is really dead. Someone sneered. Once the 10,000 Fire Sky Fist is used, even a peak 6-star martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on. That kid is only a beginner 6-star. Let's see how he can resist it. Cold laughter could be heard. Obviously, everyone thought that Lin Xian couldn't resist it. Although everyone didn't think highly of Lin Xian was very calm. He looked at Sun Yi, whose aura kept rising, and then waved his hand. You're courting death. Sun Yi was enraged because the other party's contemptuous attitude made him very angry. He was just a beginner 6-star martial artist. What was there to be arrogant about? How dare he be arrogant in front of him? He really didn't know what was good for him, therefore, at the next moment, he snorted and threw out a fiery red fist. In the sky, thousands of flames jumped and turned into a fiery fist, charging toward Lin Xian. The terrifying heat wave was like a ferocious beast that wanted to engulf Lin Xian. Sun Yi was really angry with this punch. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed, and the elders looked at each other. Why do I feel that Sun Yi can kill him with 1 punch? I think so too. If no one comes to save him, that kid is definitely dead. The elders and disciples were full of contempt. The elders' eyes were also flickering as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if this kid was as powerful as the rumors said. Facing the terrifying fist, Lin Xian's eyes also focused. Blue frost quickly condensed on his body. Frost palm. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with snow. Snowflakes fell from the sky and a thick layer of frost formed on the ground. For a moment, half of the hall was filled with ice and snow while the other half was filled with lava. Ice and fire collided, creating an intense impact. Originally, these 2 attributes were mutually exclusive. At this moment, when they were displayed by the 2 young experts, it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, the 2 energies collided non-stop, as if they were going to destroy everything in the world. Fortunately, at this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and immediately shot out a screen of light. It protected the entire hall, preventing the energy from destroying it. Frost martial artist? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, do you think you can restrain me? It's useless. Sun Yi sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. He was very confident in himself. Whether it was his fist technique or his cultivation, he was above his opponent. Therefore, he couldn't think of any way that his opponent could defeat him. But in the next moment, his expression changed. The contempt in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. This was because he discovered that his fiery red fist was covered in frost, as if it was about to be frozen. How is that possible? Damn it, melt it for me. Sun Yi roared crazily. The heat in his body surged even more, as if he was a fire god. The monstrous heat wave shattered the void, but it was unable to melt the ice. Soon, the punch he threw out was frozen. Not only that, that huge blue frost palm, carrying the power of ice and snow, quickly enveloped him. What? The surrounding elders opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe this scene. As for those elders, they started to frown. How was this possible? 8th elder's face was even darker. He did not believe that Sun Yi would lose to his opponent. Because there was no reason. Whether it was cultivation or martial skills, Sun Yi far surpassed his opponent. But why would this scene appear, he could not understand. And under the blue frost palm, Sun Yi roared crazily. His entire body was covered in flames, turning into strange runes. It attacked in all directions. However, it was useless. Not only was his move broken, but his body was also quickly covered in frost, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Ka ka ka, no, Sun Yi screamed crazily, wanting to burn all his power. But in the end, he was still frozen. The expression on his face was frozen with deep fear, and Lin Xian's previous words were still echoing in his mind. One move could end the battle. For a moment, everyone in the entire hall was stunned. Even the left and right custodians exchanged glances with one another in astonishment. At this moment, they all remembered Lin Xian's previous words. One move to end the battle. Originally, they thought that the young man was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But they did not expect that the young man really had such strength. He defeated 8th Elder's proud disciple in one move. Humph, the 8th Elder could not bear to watch any longer. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce flame turned into a half-moon arc. It instantly hit the frost palm in front of him and immediately cut it open. He saved Sun Yi. However, at this moment, Sun Yi's entire body was covered in frost. His entire body was trembling like a snowman. Not only his body, but the spiritual power in his body was also frozen. He even felt that his soul was about to be frozen. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were even more shocked. 8th Elder's face was extremely gloomy. He had lost, completely lost, and there was no luck. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, 8th Elder's face was very ugly, as if he had eaten a dead mouse. The left and right guardians looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew that Lin Xian was definitely a genius, and a genius who could fight above his level. This kind of person was very terrifying. Their true combat strength could not be measured by their cultivation level. Genius, he's definitely a peerless genius. It was really rare to see someone who could fight above his level, especially 2 or 3 small realms. Amazing, no wonder he's chosen by the mountain-moving general. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. The eyes of those elders were spitting fire as they stared at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Previously, they still had some doubts. But now, after seeing this battle, they no longer had any doubts. They had to get their hands on such a precious genius. This was because they knew that with Lin Xian's talent, with a little bit of training, he would definitely be able to rise quickly. In that case, whoever took in Lin Xian would have a greatly improved status in Jin Jianfeng in the future. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, therefore, these elders would not give up at all. Kid, if you join my sect, I'll definitely make you an almighty as soon as possible. What you have, I have. What you don't have, I have too. What do you have to make him a mighty figure as soon as possible? On the other side, the 3rd Elder also snorted coldly. Then, he said, you won't regret it if you join my sect. The 2 elders began to argue, opposing each other with equal harshness. The atmosphere in the field was getting more and more heated. When the other elders saw that the 3rd Elder and the blue-robed elder were arguing, they gave up. They couldn't win against the 2 of them at all. They shook their heads and sighed. They could only watch this fight with the mood of watching a show. 3rd brother, you're too overbearing. What do you mean I don't have what I have? The blue-robed elder was unconvinced. Your disciple quota is already full. What's the point of fighting? 5th Elder, you can't say that. Anyone would want such a genius. Since you and I both want him, why don't we have a fight? Sure, let's do it. I'm not afraid of you. The blue-robed elder also rolled up his sleeves. Their auras continued to climb to the peak, as if 2 invisible mountains were colliding in the air, emitting sonorous sounds. A surging river appeared above the blue-robed elder's head. It was like a heavenly river, endless and sweeping in all directions. On the other hand, the 3rd Elder's Buddhist light shone. A glassy light appeared on his body, making him look like a Buddha, incomparably valiant. Since the 2 of you are here today, let's see who will win in the end. The third elder's voice sounded, and the glassy light on his body became brighter and brighter. Humph, the blue-robed elder snorted coldly. The heavenly river above his head surged and surrounded his body like a heavenly snake, shining brightly. All right, the two of you, stop fighting. They were almost 2,000 years old, but they were still like children, fighting over a disagreement. Weren't they afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? The woman in purple frowned when she saw this scene. The black-robed man also said, how about this? Let this kid decide who he wants to be his master. Since the black-robed man had spoken, the third elder and the blue-robed elder stopped fighting. Thus, the two of them snorted lightly and retracted their powerful auras. Then, their fiery gazes once again stared at Lin Xian. The blue-robed elder was the first to speak. Little doll, I see that you are an ice element martial artist, while I am a water element martial artist. Ice and water are both of the same element. If you follow me, you can definitely increase your ice power. So what if he has water? Not only does he have ice, but he also has strength and a strong physique. Being able to contend against the mountain-moving general proves this point. My glazed Vajra fist is definitely most suitable for him. On the other side, the three elders were unwilling to show weakness. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning slightly. He had not expected this to happen. To be honest, he did not want to choose either of the two elders. Therefore, he was now thinking about how to reject the two of them without hurting their faces too much. However, he hadn't decided yet. At this time, another golden light came from outside the main hall. It was like a golden lightning bolt, arriving above the main hall in an instant. Immediately, the golden light shone and turned into a blurry figure. Peak Master. When they saw the golden figure, everyone was stunned. In the next moment, they all bowed to the void. You don't have to fight. I will take this young man as my disciple, the golden figure said slowly. The Peak Master will take him as his disciple personally. Everyone was shocked. They had not expected that the fight this time would attract the Peak Master. Moreover, the Peak Master would personally take someone as his disciple. This time, they were too shocked. One had to know that the Peak Master had not taken in any disciples for 500 years. The Peak Master had a total of 2 disciples, both of whom were taken in 500 years ago. In the past 500 years, he had not taken in anyone. They had not expected that he would take in another disciple this time. Brother Lin, hurry up and thank him. Bai Qianqi whispered to him through voice transmission because he realized that Lin Xian was still in a daze. Lin Xian was indeed stunned. He had not expected the situation to change again. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. This was good too. He did not want to be the disciple of those 2 elders in the first place. Now that a Peak Master had appeared, it gave him a choice. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fists towards the golden figure in the sky. Seeing this scene, the third elder and Elder Lan Bao sighed. They knew that things could no longer be changed. The other elders quickly congratulated the Peak Master for taking in such a talented disciple. The golden figure laughed loudly and gave some instructions before disappearing into the void. Lin Xian could tell that this was not the true body of the other party, but a manifestation of the other party's mystique. However, he did not care because he had not come here to become a disciple in the first place. He only wanted to find information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. After the golden figure left, the hall fell silent again. Then, the purple-robed woman said, all right, except for Lin Xian who has been taken in as a disciple by the Peak Master, you can distribute the others. Take them away and let them experience it. If they perform well in the future, they will be judged again. Next, the envoys distributed the remaining new disciples, and this matter was considered to have come to an end. Brother Lin, congratulations, Bai Qianqi said with a smile. It's nothing. I was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled. You don't know, but the Peak Master of the Golden Sword Peak is an unparalleled almighty. He only has 2 disciples. Including you, it's the third. Being a disciple of the Peak Master is different from being a disciple of the other elders. The resources you can enjoy and the mystiques you learn are definitely beyond your imagination. Who are the other 2 disciples? Lin Xian asked. Senior sister Qin Lan and second senior brother Qixing. These two people are already almighties now. I reckon they will send someone to pick you up in a while. Two almighty disciples. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the peak master to be so impressive that his two disciples had already become almighties. It seemed that they had far surpassed those elders. Brother Lin, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. Although you've become the peak lord's disciple, since you have become a disciple of the peak master, you still have to be careful. Because senior sister Qin Lan has a bad temper, don't provoke her. However, second senior brother Qixing is quite kind. If you have any questions, you can ask him, Bai Qianqi said softly. Bai Qianqi said in a low voice. Evidently, he was deeply afraid of that eldest senior sister Qin Lan. Just as they were talking, a bright voice rang out in the sky. Following which, a gigantic crane flew over. There was a young man and a young woman standing on top of the red-crowned crane. They were very beautiful and their aura was that of a 6-star king. End of chapter 1994. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.